Imagine you get lost in the woods and see a cute little bunny. But then, the bunny stands up and he is more jacked than your local gym influencer on a trend cycle. This absolute unit doesn't even attack you, he just flexes his calves and casually leaps into orbit. And just when you think the tutorial zone can't get any worse, a pack of rabid wolves traps you in the dark, only for their leader to turn out to be a tiny blue-eyed puppy that wants to be your best friend. And before you can even process this, the little fluffball headbutts you straight back into reality. This is our main character, who just wanted a peaceful camping trip, currently falling through a cosmic tear in space-time, wondering how a quick outdoor vacation turned into a literal Dark Souls speedrun. To understand how we got into this absolute mess, we need to go back to the beginning. Our story starts with a basic weather report predicting nationwide typhoons, which is usually a massive L for anyone planning a weekend getaway, but our guy does not care about the weather. He's already out in the wild, slapping some thick, juicy pork belly onto a hot grill, letting that glorious fat sizzle next to some aged kimchi. Meet Kang Yoon, a man who looks like a casual beach bum popping open a cold beer and chugging it down with the intensity of a hydrated gamer at 3 in the morning. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, and he proudly boasts about how much food he prepared. But the people showing up to his camp aren't normal campers. This giant armored knight is waving at him while a literal werewolf and a feral beast child sprint out of the bushes screaming for food. An old wizard with a wooden staff walks up to inspect the grill, accompanied by a stunning blonde elf holding an ice bird on her arm. And as the camera pans out, we see this legendary squad chilling in a magical fantasy valley. Wait, what? Let's rewind a bit, because we're actually back in modern-day South Korea. A sleek black car pulls up to a quiet, run-down building in the countryside. A guy leans out of the window looking like a stressed-out manager, while Kang Yoon steps out wearing a bucket hat, sunglasses, and a face mask like he's trying to dodge the FBI. His manager tells him to relax because literally nobody is going to follow him out to the middle of nowhere. Kang Yoon pulls down his mask, looking dead serious, worried that people will think he has a massive ego. But the truth is, wherever this man goes, the paparazzi follow. See, Kang Yoon is a culinary prodigy who graduated top of his class at the CIA and won international awards. He was the hottest young star chef in the country, constantly getting love calls from TV shows. But fame is a trap. Obsessive fans started invading his kitchen for selfies, disrupting his service, while salty, jealous older chefs accused him of being a pretentious fraud who only got popular because of his face. The internet did what the internet does best and absolutely roasted him with toxic comments and fake rumors. Our guy was getting completely cooked by the media, and to make things worse, his closest chef friend stabbed him in the back with a fake confession. He was left rotting in a dark room, drowning in pure depression and stress. Now, he's completely done with the spotlight, carrying boxes into his late grandfather's old house. His manager points out that opening a restaurant in a ghost town is a terrible business move, but Kang Yoon just wants to rest. Since there's no Uber Eats in the countryside, they head out to a local spot to grab some food. They order a standard bowl of black bean noodles, but the moment Kang Yoon takes a bite, his eyes roll back in horror. He stares at his chopsticks like they just insulted his entire ancestry. He violently grabs his manager, surrounded by a dark purple aura of pure chef rage, demanding to speak to the manager. His manager is just chewing calmly, completely unfazed, saying the food tastes perfectly fine. And that's when the tragic reality hits. Kang Yoon looks down, realizing he literally cannot taste a single thing. A psychological block from the overwhelming stress has completely nuked his taste buds. The doctor tells him there's no medical cure for this mental block and suggests he find a relaxing hobby, leaving our star chef looking completely hollow inside. Back in the present, his manager sighs, pointing out that this rural village has nothing but trees and fields. It's the most boring place on earth, but to Kang Yoon, that means it's the absolute perfect spot to go camping. Cut to a taxi driving down a dense, misty mountain road. Kang Yoon is sitting in the back wearing a loud Hawaiian shirt and sunglasses, mentally listing his gear like a Boy Scout. The taxi driver looks in the rearview mirror and asks if he's heading to the beach. When Kang Yoon says he's going mountain camping, the driver roasts his tropical outfit, asking where his swim tube is. Kang Yoon just gives him a blank, high-paying stare. He politely asks to be dropped off at Yongpyong Village, a quiet traditional town tucked away in the mountains. Kang Yoon walks through the village carrying his heavy gear, visiting his grandfather's estate for the first time in years. The old house is dusty and run down, and he decides to clean it up. Suddenly, a loud creak echoes from the side of the yard. He looks over to find the old storage shed door standing wide open. Suspecting a thief, he grips his vintage stainless steel camping suitcase, preparing to bash some skulls. He charges forward with a warrior screech, only to stop dead in his tracks because a fat, adorable orange cat is just chilling in a bush. Kang-yoon lets out a massive sigh, telling the cat to be thankful it's cute. He steps inside the dark shed, reaching around the wall for a light switch, but immediately notices something is incredibly off. The interior of the shed is impossibly massive, stretching out into a pitch-black void. He pauses, feeling a strange cosmic wind brushing past his face. He looks down, and his eyes widen in pure shock. A massive, swirling galaxy portal is glowing right in the middle of his grandfather's floor. Before he can even process the physics of this, his foot slips on the crumbling rock edge. He desperately screams, falling face first into the cosmic tear like a piece of absolute garbage. He wakes up staring at a leaf, groaning in pain, and as he sits up, he realizes he is lying in a stunning, magical forest filled with purple flora. Suddenly, he feels a wet, warm sensation licking his hand. He jumps up with a hilarious choke scream, expecting a monster, but finds a weird squirrel with giant chinchilla ears staring at him. The squirrel suddenly spreads its massive ears like wings and majestically flies into the clouds. Kang-yoon just watches it, realizing he is definitely not in Kansas anymore. A loud rustle echoes from the bushes behind him, sending his anxiety into overdrive. A tiny white bunny head pops out of the grass, and Kang-yoon exhales, thinking it's just a harmless rabbit. But then the rabbit steps out, revealing it has the body of a 7-foot-tall shredded bodybuilder with a max level label. The Chad bunny doesn't even care about him, casually jumping a mile into the air and leaving a crater in the dirt. Kang-yoon doesn't wait around, sprinting through the woods like he's running from his responsibilities. Glowing yellow eyes watch him from the dark branches above, and he collapses onto the dirt, weeping because there is absolutely zero cell service in this fantasy hellhole. He remembers his doctor's smiling face recommending camping, internally vowing to sue him if he survives. But even in the middle of an isekai crisis, his stomach lets out a massive growl. Since survival is key, he opens his backpack to see what ingredients he managed to bring. He sets up a nice campfire to keep the forest creeps away, but his face is a picture of pure misery. All he has is a plastic bag of dried shiitake mushrooms, a tin of sesame oil, and some salt. He realizes his high-end chef knives fell into the portal abyss, leaving him with absolutely nothing. Chibi Kang-yoon sits by the fire, soaking the dried mushrooms in a small camp pan, pouring in the golden sesame oil, and tossing the mushrooms into the pan to let them sizzle over the open flame. He seasons them with salt and pepper, hoping to make it somewhat edible. He holds up a mushroom piece with his chopsticks, insulting his own creation because it's barely actual cooking. He takes a bite, knowing that normally his high-end chef standards would make him spit this out. He chews in silence, staring into the campfire, and immediately throws the pan to the ground in frustration. It tastes like absolutely nothing. The ageusia is still ruining his life. He clutches his head, holding back tears of pure frustration and hopelessness. He curls up into a ball by the dying fire, looking incredibly small in the dark forest. Suddenly, a heavy rustle shatters the silence and he sits up in a panic. Dozens of glowing yellow eyes emerge from the pitch-black tree line. A massive, terrifying wolf snout snarling with saliva steps into the light of the fire. Kang-yoon panics, desperately looking around and grabbing his tiny MacGyver Swiss Army knife. He flips open the tiny 2-inch blade, internally mocking how pathetic he looks trying to fight giant beasts with a toothpick. The massive wolf opens its jaws wide, showing rows of razor-sharp fangs. The beast is reflected in Kang-yoon's terrified eye, and with nothing left to lose, he screams and lunges forward with his tiny red knife. He squeezes his eyes shut, shaking violently, waiting to be ripped apart, but after a few seconds of silence, he peeks one eye open. The giant wolves have completely vanished back into the shadows. As he wonders why they spared him, his ears catch a wet rhythmic licking sound. He looks down at the dirt, his eyes widening in disbelief. A tiny, fluffy white puppy is happily licking up the leftover sesame oil from his discarded pan. The pup looks up at him with giant, sparkly blue eyes, wagging its tail and letting out a cute little yip. Kang-yoon just stares at it with a completely blank expression. Chibi Kang-yoon sits on the grass, asking if it's just a lost dog. The little fluffball scratches its ear cutely, completely ignoring the dangerous forest around them. Kang-yoon assumes it's a baby Siberian husky that somehow got lost out here. The puppy puts its tiny paws on Kang Yoon's leg, looking up at him like a literal angel. Kang Yoon tries to act tough, waving his hand and telling the pup to go away because he doesn't even like dogs. But then he immediately squishes its fluffy face, aggressively petting it while asking what's so cute about it. But as he strokes its back, he notices the fur is weirdly stiff and coarse. He looks closer, noticing its tiny claws are actually glowing with a sharp metallic sheen. The puppy opens its mouth, showing sharp fangs and a faint magical aura. The realization hits Kang Yoon like a bolt of lightning. This isn't a husky, it's a literal baby wolf monster. Kang Yoon's sweat drops, lifting the pup by its ear while it just happily pants at him. He realizes he's holding a dangerous predator, wondering where its mother is. He imagines a massive, demon-eyed mother wolf showing up to slaughter him for kidnapping her child. Terrified of the surrounding pack, he curls up on the dirt holding the pup, shivering through the cold night. By morning, he collapses face down from pure exhaustion and hunger. The white pup climbs onto his back, and Kang Yoon groans, saying he's ready to either get eaten or starve to death. But the pup aggressively bites his shirt collar and starts dragging his body through the grass. The little wolf surprisingly drags him all the way to a glowing hidden cave. Kang Yoon opens his eyes and gasps as he sees the cosmic galaxy portal glowing inside the cave. It's his way home. He crawls toward it, hoping it will lead him back to his grandfather's shed, but hesitates, worried that it might actually be a portal straight to hell. As he cautiously sticks his head in to inspect the vortex, the white pup gets a mischievous look on its face. The little wolf runs up and aggressively headbutts Kang Yoon straight in the butt, sending our star chef flying upside down into the portal while cursing the little beast. Kang Yoon falls through the colorful cosmic tunnel, screaming as the portal closes behind him. He opens his eyes, groaning on the floor, realizing he's back in the dusty, modern storage shed of his grandfather's house. He cries happy tears, celebrating his survival like he just won a major tournament. But as he calms down, he feels a pang of guilt for not thanking the little wolf pup that saved his life. He smiles, clutching his chest, promising to never forget the debt he owes that little beast. He turns around to leave, only to find the white wolf pup sitting on his bedroom floor, casually scratching its ear. The little bastard followed him through. Before he can even scream, the wolf violently lunges forward, attacking his face with razor claws. After calming the beast down, Kang Yoon sits on the floor with a piece of paper, offering names like white rice or rice cake. That night, he ends up sleeping in his bed, hugging the fluffy wolf pup like a plushie. They sleep peacefully, completely cozy under the blankets. The next morning, the bright sun shines through the window. Kang Yoon sits up, stretching his arms, realizing he hasn't had a sleep this peaceful and deep since his career got ruined. He looks down to find Rice Cake sleeping flat on its back, tongue out, looking like a complete derp. Kang Yoon walks into the kitchen, deciding it's time to feed his new roommate. He places a bowl of commercial dog kibble on the floor, assuming a wolf is basically a dog. Rice Cake sniffs it, gagging with absolute disgust, and aggressively kicks the bowl away. Kang Yoon tries offering expensive cat food and even rabbit food, but Rice Cake kicks them all into the wall with attitude. Kang Yoon's face goes dark, looking like a demon as he wonders if he should just starve the picky little brat. Deciding to ignore the wolf, he heads to the kitchen to cook a meal for himself. He prepares a beautiful, traditional Korean spread of rice, soup, kimchi, and side dishes. He sits down to eat, sad that he won't be able to taste his own hard work, but Rice Cake suddenly leaps onto the table, face planting into the dishes and devouring the food. Kang Yoon freezes, his eyes wide in absolute shock. He analyzes the empty plates, realizing Rice Cake devoured his handmade bean sprouts, miso soup, and stewed tofu, but completely avoided the cheap frozen store-bought chicken and salad. The puppy is happily licking its chops after eating tofu, and Kang Yoon screams at him, pointing out that wolves are supposed to be carnivores. Kang Yoon strokes his chin, realizing this creature might possess a highly advanced palate. To test his theory, he cooks up 2 fresh steaks. He uses the exact same high-quality beef, cooked the exact same way, but with one key difference. One steak is glazed with a cheap commercial store-bought sauce, while the other is glazed with his legendary award-winning specialty sauce. Kang Yoon strikes a dramatic anime villain pose, lightning crackling behind him, yelling at the pup to choose. Rice Cake steps up, sniffing the steak with the commercial sauce, while Kang Yoon crosses his arms, waiting to see if this little beast is the real deal. Rice Cake takes a bite of the commercial steak, looking completely unimpressed and chewing slowly. It then turns around, walking over to sniff the steak with Kang Yoon's custom sauce. The pup's eyes light up and it devours the specialty steak in milliseconds, wagging its tail at supersonic speeds. Rice Cake lets out a blissful sigh, looking completely satisfied by the high-end culinary masterpiece. A genuine warm smile finally returns to Kang Yoon's face. He looks at the clean plate, feeling for the first time in months that his cooking actually had value. The next day, Kang Yoon gets to work, painting the outside wall of his grandfather's house a bright green. He rolls the paint, trying to make the building look presentable for his future restaurant, but notices the color is drying weirdly patchy. Rice Cake is curled up nearby, watching him struggle. Suddenly, a voice roasts him, pointing out that he's using indoor water-based paint on an exterior wall. Kang Yoon turns around to find an elderly man wearing speed shades, a green cap, and a white neck scarf looking deeply offended. Chibi Kang Yoon scratches his head, utterly confused by this random old man. The old man proudly reveals he is the head of the village, yelling at Kang Yoon for not greeting him the moment he moved in. The chief inspects the wall, loudly complaining about Kang Yoon's absolutely crappy painting skills. He spots Rice Cake and asks if it's a dog. Kang Yoon panics, stammering that yes, it's definitely a normal dog. The chief crouches down to pet it, but Rice Cake dodges with insane anime speed. The chief sighs, telling Kang Yoon he will find someone to help him paint. Kang Yoon politely declines, saying he can just hire a professional, but the chief waves him off, calling him a financially irresponsible city boy. The chief does a dramatic backward slide, warning him to keep his weekend schedule completely clear because he's bringing help. Kang Yoon sighs, realizing the local villagers are going to be incredibly persistent and annoying. Cut to the weekend, cicadas buzzing loudly in the summer heat. A pair of work sunglasses reflects the bright sun. The chief shows up with a tall, burly young farm boy named Young Minho. Kang Yoon steps out of the house, surprised they actually showed up. Minho politely introduces himself, holding out a pack of sandpaper to fix the wall. The chief and Minho get to work, sanding and painting with absolute passion. Kang Yoon watches them, wondering why they are working so hard on a house that isn't even theirs. The chief stops to ask what kind of restaurant Kang Yoon is opening, and Kang Yoon replies that it's going to be an Italian restaurant. The chief has no idea what that is, so Kang Yoon clarifies that it's a Western restaurant. Hearing this, Minho's ears immediately perk up. Minho stops painting, turning to look at Kang Yoon with a very intense expression. The burly farm boy blushes, shyly asking if Kang Yoon will sell pork cutlets. They sit down inside, and Minho explains that his wife absolutely loves pork cutlets. He clutches his glass of water, sadly explaining that the only good pork cutlet restaurant in the area recently closed down. His wife is currently pregnant with intense cravings, and when he tried to make pork cutlets himself at home, the taste was an absolute disaster. Kang Yoon looks down at his glass, feeling a heavy weight in his chest. Pork cutlets are incredibly easy to make, but he sees his own depressed reflection in the water. A chef serving food to paying customers when he can't even taste his own cooking is a complete scam. He internally decides that opening a restaurant is a mistake and is about to decline when Rice Cake suddenly trots up to the table. The little wolf looks up at Kang Yoon with giant sparkling blue eyes, panting happily, and that is when the ultimate realization hits Kang Yoon's brain. He violently slams both hands onto the table, making Minho jump in shock. Kang Yoon confidently points to his chest, his eyes burning with renewed passion, loudly declaring that he can do it. He smiles brightly, promising Minho that he will cook the absolute perfect pork cutlet to save his wife's cravings, using Rice Cake as his secret weapon. According to Minho, the original pork cutlet sauce was more brown than red, sweet, and carried a distinct tomato profile. Our guy is running the calculations. A tiny, rundown countryside shop wouldn't import high-grade tomato paste. They would go for the cheapest, most accessible sweet tomato product on the market. Ketchup. It is always ketchup. Now that the sauce science is settled, it is time to bring in the quality assurance department. Kang Yoon is locked in. The bandana is tied, the confidence is back, and he is ready to work. We get a quick display of that CIA training. Slicing onions at high speed because the muscle memory does not care about mental trauma. Standard breading stations set up. Flour, egg wash, fresh breadcrumbs. Simple, clean, efficient. The pork hit the hot oil. That golden brown crust is already forming, and the kitchen is starting to smell like nostalgia. Enter the critic. Rice Cake is already vibrating on the floor, tail moving fast enough to generate wind. But then the tail slows down. Our guy watches him like a hawk. The sweetness in this batch is too aggressive. He goes back to the stove, adjusts the acidity, balances the savory notes, and plates a fresh cutlet. Still weak, Rice Cake barely wags his tail. Our guy is getting a workout just from reading puppy tail wag telemetry. After losing his taste buds, cooking felt like navigating in the dark. It was frustrating and empty. But right now, watching this greedy little furball reject everything short of perfection, he is actually having fun again. Outside, a white work truck pulls up to the newly renovated restaurant. Minho is walking his pregnant wife inside, looking like a nervous wreck. She is holding her stomach, smiling, and genuinely excited to eat somewhere new. The expectations are incredibly high. Our guy takes a deep breath in the kitchen. He serves the plate. Traditional Korean-style pork cutlet, swimming in that glossy, rich brown sauce. The steam rises, and she immediately comments on the smell. So far, so good. The knife cuts through the meat, and the crunch travels across the room. First bite. Minho is holding his breath. Kang-yoon is watching from the side, waiting for the verdict. She goes quiet for a long moment, staring at the plate. Then her face lights up. She says the old countryside spot was good, but this is on a completely different level. The sauce has the exact nostalgia profile she wanted, but the meat itself is juicier, crisper, and perfectly cooked. Our guy lets out a quiet smile. The imposter syndrome is officially losing the fight today. The wife looks at her husband and asks if he remembers their very first date. She reveals they had pork cutlets that day too, and Minho was so busy staring at her that his hands were literally shaking. Minho turns completely red, scratching his neck. She admits she did not even like pork cutlets back then. She just ordered them because she wanted to match his energy. She did not fall in love with the food. She fell in love with the memory of him, and this plate brought all of it back. Our guy stands there, taking in a genuine, wholesome human moment. No toxic comments, no camera phones, just food doing what it is supposed to do. He quietly backs away to let them enjoy their meal. Then he looks down at the floor and finds Rice Cake completely passed out in a food coma. The absolute MVP of the kitchen is currently snoring. Later that afternoon, Kang-yoon sits at a table, spinning a pen, reevaluating the entire business plan. He does not need a fancy, rigid Italian menu. He wants to cook what the locals actually want to eat. He is going to build this menu step by step. But then he looks at Rice Cake, who is suddenly looking incredibly depressed on the floor. He is not eating, he is not playing. Is this what the internet calls dog depression? Even on their daily walks, the pup looks completely checked out. Kang-yoon realizes something. Rice Cake does not belong in a quiet Korean village. He belongs in the wild. He looks at the empty food bowl and the toys. The house is going to feel quiet without him, but keeping him here feels selfish. He decides to take him back to his home dimension, even if it means stepping back into a forest where 7-foot-tall Jimbro rabbits roam. He opens the storage shed door and immediately starts second-guessing his life choices. Rice Cake leaps onto the table, looking at him with those massive, sparkling eyes. Our guy tries to act tough, telling himself he won't fall for the cute routine, but we all know how this ends. Cut to them stepping through the portal. They are back in the high-level forest. Kang-yoon has his backpack on and wants to make this drop off as quick as possible, and right on cue, the buff rabbit is leaning against a tree, casually flexing his bicep. The wild is still very weird. They walk deeper into the woods, the sunlight filtering through the purple trees. Kang-yoon is trying to make sense of the world, wondering if this is like one of those fantasy webtoons. He pushes past some bushes and hears the sound of running water. He steps into a clearing and freezes. It is a massive sparkling lake reflecting the mountains in the distance. The view is absolutely incredible. Rice Cake immediately runs to the water's edge, splashing around happily. Our guy sits down and pulls off his backpack. He has a parting gift before he goes. He reaches into his bag and pulls out a metal container. He sets up a portable camping grill right there on the grass. Inside the container is high-grade, incredibly marbled beef. The pup's eyes practically turn into diamonds. The depression has vanished. The meat hits the hot grill plates, and the fat immediately begins to render. He turns the steaks over, showing off that perfect sear. A quick sprinkle of salt and pepper. Simple seasoning, letting the quality of the beef do the heavy lifting. Rice Cake's tail is moving so fast it is starting to look like a helicopter rotor. Our guy tells him he is going to start flying if he wags his tail any harder. He watches the pup inhale the food, looking out over the beautiful water. Then he realizes something is missing. You cannot have a lakeside barbecue without a proper drink. He reaches into his cooler and cracks open a cold beer. He takes a long sip, leaning back in his camping chair. He still cannot taste the hops or the crispness of the brew, but the ice-cold temperature hitting his throat on a warm afternoon, that physical sensation is still there. It is a reminder that even if his tongue is broken, he is still alive. He looks up at the blue sky, finally feeling a moment of peace. Suddenly, the air shifts. Cold steel presses directly against the side of his neck. A deep, gravelly voice calls him out, pointing out his strange gear and asking who he is scouting for. Our guy slowly turns his head to find a massive, heavily armored knight staring down at him with zero mercy in his eyes. The blade is cold, sharp, and resting directly against his throat. Our guy is panicking internally, stammering out the first logical thing he can think of. He is a chef. The knight looks incredibly confused. A chef, in the middle of a high-risk demonic beast territory. He demands to know what a chef is doing out here. Kang-yoon says he was just enjoying the view. The knight presses the blade a fraction closer. Enjoying the view in a forest that is currently crawling with lethal predators is a terrible excuse. He demands the real reason, or things are going to get very messy. And then, we get a cut to Rice Cake, who is completely ignoring the hostage situation to chew on a piece of grilled steak. The knight's eyes wander down to the tiny white puffball. Kang-yoon is still trying to negotiate, offering to pay him in whatever currency works. He is begging for his life, completely missing the fact that the knight has stopped looking at him entirely. The knight slowly sheathes his massive sword. He introduces himself as Knight Captain Randolph, apologizing for being overly aggressive. Our guy is standing there, completely bewildered by the sudden attitude adjustment. Randolph points at Rice Cake, explaining that the White Wolf is a creature of legend. Kang-yoon has no idea what he is talking about. Randolph explains the history. The White Wolves are a sacred race, carrying the blood of the old wolf god. The primordial wolf god possessed eyes that could peer directly into a soul, distinguishing good from evil with absolute certainty. And his descendants inherited that same spiritual radar. A sacred white wolf would never willingly accompany an evil person. Our guy's brain is short-circuiting. A sacred divine descendant of the wolf god. He is remembering all the times this divine deity stole food, slid across his floor like a mop, and acted like a complete menace. He looks at Randolph like, "I think your folklore might have some bugs in it, sir." Randolph looks at the lakeside setup, commenting on how incredible the food looks. Kang-yoon, trying to keep the vibes friendly, offers him some of the grilled beef. Randolph tries to act polite, claiming he already ate right before his stomach lets out a massive roar. He admits that resisting a smell this good is practically impossible. He takes a piece of beef with a massive grin. He tosses it into his mouth. The meat is tender, the juice is immediately exploding. Randolph looks like he just saw the face of God. He has never tasted meat this tender in his entire life. He immediately starts eyeing the aluminum can in Kang-yoon's hand. Kang-yoon tells him it is alcohol. Randolph's eyes practically turn into high beams. He is staring at the modern can like it is some kind of magical artifact, asking if the taste is as unique as the packaging. He tries to play it cool again, saying there is no need to share, while physically grabbing Kang-yoon's arm with the grip strength of a hydraulic press. Our guy quickly cracks open a fresh, ice-cold can and hands it over to save his forearm from being crushed. Randolph raises the can and chugs it like a man who has been wandering a desert. The clean, crisp carbonation hits his throat. He lets out a massive shout of pure satisfaction. Kang-yoon is just watching him, thinking this legendary knight now looks like a regular middle-aged guy at a local neighborhood barbecue. Randolph sets the can down, declaring that he cannot let a chef of this caliber leave empty-handed. He tells Kang-yoon that if he ever visits the local town, he should ask for Knight Captain Randolph. Our guy is surprised to hear he is actually a big deal in this territory, though in his head he is translating Knight Captain to local squad leader. He is completely clueless about the power scale of this world. Randolph tells him to stay safe, though with a divine wolf by his side, nothing in this forest will dare touch him. He says his farewells, noting that he must return to his official patrol. He walks off into the sunset. Our guy watches him go, his hand still raised. Then he looks at the empty beer can in his hand, realizing something. The Knight Captain just drank alcohol while actively on armed duty. The professional standards in this dimension are clearly different. He turns back to the grill and gives the very last piece of beef to Rice Cake. The pup devours it instantly. Our guy watches him eat, a montage of their short time together playing in his head. The chaotic kitchen sessions, the food comas, the simple companionship. It was short, but having this little guy around actually made his empty house feel alive for a change. He pats his backpack, telling Rice Cake he is glad the pup helped him find his confidence again. He stands up, turning his back to the lake, and tells the pup to take care of himself out here in the wild. He starts walking toward the portal cave, taking slow, heavy steps. He looks back over his shoulder one last time. The pup is just sitting there by his empty bowl. Our guy sighs, thinking animals really have no long-term sentimentality. He tells himself it is fine. They only knew each other for a few days anyway. He walks through the portal, stepping back onto the cold wooden floor of his grandfather's storage shed. He shuts the door, the silence of the real world immediately hitting him. He walks back into his quiet room, looking at the empty dog bowl on the floor. It is back to reality. But as he walks, his backpack suddenly feels incredibly heavy. He looks over his shoulder and Rice Cake is clinging to his backpack, looking up at him with a giant cheeky grin. Our guy drops to his knees, completely exhausted and shouting about his bag. The pup hops down, walking over and gently licking his hand. Kangyun looks at him, asking why he chose to follow him back to Earth when his beautiful hometown was right there. The pup just sits down, putting his paw directly on Kangyun's hand, and lets out a happy bark. Our guy looks at him, his voice softening. Do you really prefer being with me? He cannot help but smile. He picks up the fluffy pup, holding him up, telling him he is a complete pain who never listens, but he is glad he came back. The next morning, the sun is shining over Yongpyong village. Kangyun is walking back to his estate with Rice Cake nestled in his arm, realizing this means he will have to make regular trips to the other world just to keep the pup entertained. As he approaches his street, he hears a massive commotion. There is a huge crowd of elderly villagers gathered right outside his gate. Our guy's face immediately drops. Why are they throwing a festival in his front yard? The village chief spots him, waving his arms and calling him over. Kangyun asks what is going on. The chief cheerfully tells him they are throwing a massive feast. Our guy says he had no idea, internally wishing he could just teleport back to the monster forest. Just then, a local farmer runs up with a freshly printed banner. Kangyun tries to politely back away, saying he will leave them to their party. But the chief grabs his arm, pointing up at the banner. It is a welcome party specifically for him, complete with a hilariously translated banner greeting Seoul's Rat Lee Kangyun to the neighborhood. Our guy stands there in complete deadpan silence, staring at the absolute chaos of his new life. The welcome party is in full swing, and by full swing, I mean the entire neighborhood has gathered in our guy's front yard to eat, drink, and be aggressively loud. Kangyun looks like a man who has had his battery completely drained by social interaction. The local grandmas are literally pinching his cheeks and calling him handsome while he prays for a swift end. Minho and Yoonji are watching from the side, looking deeply apologetic. Yoonji explains that in a small country town like this, people don't really understand personal space. They share everything, celebrate everything, and use any excuse to drink until they pass out. The village chief slides in, telling Kangyun that this is actually a golden business opportunity. He whispers that he should use this crowd to promote his upcoming restaurant. For a split second, our guy feels a warm wave of appreciation, thinking the chief is genuinely looking out for him. And then he notices the chief has hung empty soju bottle caps all over his clothes like some kind of budget post-apocalyptic armor. The illusion of a wise mentor is immediately shattered as the chief runs off to find whiskey. The party continues, with people bringing out endless plates of food. The local grandpas are deep in a conversation about home appliances, drinking straight soju. Kangyun sits on the edge of the mat, taking a quiet sip from his cup. Honestly, compared to the toxic, high-stress kitchens of Seoul, this chaotic energy is actually kind of peaceful, until he realizes his partner in crime has gone missing. Cut to Rice Cake, who has entered absolute goblin mode. A grandpa tries to pat him, but the pup pulls off a near-instantaneous slide to dodge the hand. He is moving like a high-level raid boss with maxed-out evasion stats. Grandpas are literally falling over each other trying to catch a fluffy white blur. Rice Cake is completely untouched, executing perfect jumps while keeping his eyes on the prize. A lady walks past with a freshly grilled sirloin steak, and in a fraction of a second, the meat is gone, leaving only empty plates and confused elderly people. Minho slowly turns to Kangyun and asks if that highly skilled thief belongs to him. Our guy, looking like he wants to dissolve into the floor, deadpans that he has never seen that dog before in his life. He sits back down, but then he notices something on the edge of the mat. A young kid is sitting by himself, knees pulled to his chest, looking completely miserable. His grandma walks over and tries to hand him a wrapped, cheap convenience store hamburger. The kid snaps, slaps the burger out of her hand, and runs off into the fields. Kangyun's forehead veins are immediately popping. He hates people who disrespect food even if they are 7. The grandma calls out after him, looking deeply hurt. The chief walks over, and the grandma explains the situation. The kid, Sang-hoo, came back from school yesterday throwing a massive tantrum because his classmate bragged about eating a real burger with his parents. She bought him a microwave burger from the local mart, but it obviously didn't hit the same. Kang-yoon takes a sip of his drink, listening to the conversation. The other villagers suggest just buying a fast food burger from the city tomorrow. The chief points out that the closest fast food joint is a massive drive away, and they don't deliver to the middle of nowhere. The townspeople are completely lost, debating the difference between McDonald's and Disneyland. The chief tells the grandma not to worry. If they don't sell burgers here, they can just make one. He spins around, points a dramatic finger, and declares they have a world-class chef from Seoul. Our guy immediately spits his drink across the yard. He tries to decline, but the chief claps a heavy arm around his shoulder, completely ignoring his pain. But then, the chief's tone shifts. He whispers to Kang-yoon that this isn't actually about the burger. Sang-gu is lonely. He is jealous because his classmate's family went out to eat together. Sang-gu's mother is chronically ill in a Seoul hospital, and his dad has to work overseas just to pay the medical bills. The kid is entirely alone in this town, raised by his grandma, and he just misses his parents. Our guy looks at the chief, the annoyance in his chest fading into a quiet, heavy understanding. The chief tells him that Sang-gu is the only kid in the village, so they all have a duty to look after him. Kang-yoon looks at the old man. Despite the loud drinking and the bottle cap armor, the chief actually knows every single person's pain in this town. It would be a highly touching moment if the chief didn't immediately pull out another bottle of soju. Night falls over the village, the crickets chirping in the quiet air. Kang-yoon is lying on his floor, staring at the ceiling. He spent years in America studying gastronomy, eating countless gourmet burgers. But because he was always locked in a study room or a kitchen, he has actually never been to a fast food joint. He looks over at Rice Cake, who is pushing his empty bowl across the floor. Our guy tells him there is no more food tonight, especially after the stunt he pulled at the party. He sits up. He knows what it is like to feel completely abandoned by the world. This burger is the least he can do for the kid. Rice Cake immediately rolls onto his back, doing his best cute routine to get a snack. Kang-yoon tells him to stop acting. If he wants food, he has to earn it. He is going to act as the official taste tester again. The next morning, the first prototype is ready. A gorgeous, towering burger. Rice Cake starts chewing, but our guy notices his tail isn't moving at maximum velocity. Something is missing. Kang-yoon stares out the window, thinking back to his college days in America. He remembers arriving in the US, young, naive, and absolutely obsessed with the art of cooking. He worked himself to the bone, standing over roaring fires, pushing past his physical limits. It was exhausting, but he has never been that passionate about anything else in his life. He genuinely loves this craft. He asks himself a question. If his younger, passionate self were to stand in front of him right now, what would he think of a chef who is half-assing a burger for a lonely kid? He looks down at Rice Cake, asking him if he is ready for round 2. He grabs his apron, tying it tight around his waist with a crisp, sharp snap. He wipes down the counter. The playtime is officially over. He ties his bandana, his eyes completely changing. I've never taken cooking easy before, and I'm not starting now. The morning sun hits the restaurant window as the birds chirp outside. On the stove, a thick, hand-pressed beef patty is searing in the pan, a slice of cheddar cheese melting perfectly over the top. Fresh lettuce, sliced tomatoes, onions, and a rich custom sauce are layered with clinical precision. He presses the soft golden brioche bun down, completing the masterpiece. At the table, Sang-gu is sitting quietly, looking down at his hands. Minho and Yoonji are sitting with the grandma, telling her that Kang-yoon is a culinary genius who can cook literally anything. The grandma gently asks Sang-gu if he is happy that he finally gets to eat a hamburger. Suddenly, a shadow falls over the table. Kang-yoon sets the plate down with an incredibly serious, tired chef face. The burger looks like something out of a high-end food commercial. The grandma is absolutely stunned. Our guy tells the kid to eat up while it is still hot. Sang-hoo picks it up with both hands, takes a massive, desperate bite, and the combination of savory juices, rich cheese, and fresh bread hits him. The kid's eyes fly wide open. Cue the classic food manhwa visual metaphor. Fireworks exploding over a New York skyline while the American flag waves in the background. It is an absolute flavor victory. He yells that it is 100 times better than the convenience store version. The grandma smiles, letting out a deep sigh of relief. But as Sang-hoo chews, his expression slowly begins to crumble. He stares at the half-eaten burger, his eyes filling with tears. He confesses to his grandma, He didn't actually care about the hamburger. He just wanted to go to Seoul to see his mom. He thought that if he threw a massive fit about wanting a city burger, his grandma would have no choice but to take him on a trip to the capital. He grips the burger tight, sobbing, apologizing for being rude and throwing a tantrum. The grandma holds his face, her own eyes tearing up as she realizes how much the poor kid has been suffering in silence. She pulls him into a tight hug, apologizing for not noticing his pain sooner. Living without his mother and father at such a young age, he was just desperately lonely. Sang-hoo weeps into her shoulder, crying that he is sorry and that he actually loves living with her. It is an incredibly heavy, tear-jerking family moment. Our guy stands in the background, watching silently. Then, he steps forward. He looks at Sang-hoo and casually mentions that he actually has to go to Seoul soon anyway. The grandma and the kid look up, completely frozen. Kang-yoon says he has never had a burger from that specific fast food place either, so he might as well take Sang-gu along with him. Sang-gu's face lights up like a Christmas tree, his tears instantly drying. Eunji claps her hands, saying it is a wonderful idea and demanding they take lots of pictures for her. Our guy looks away, scratching his cheek. He knows he went too far. Seoul is the last place he wants to return to. But seeing the pure, radiant smile on the kid's face, he realizes that some things are worth stepping out of his comfort zone for. He tells them they will set off soon. Later that afternoon, Kang-yoon is standing in front of his open restaurant fridge, lost in thought. There are a massive amount of high-quality ingredients left over from his burger experiments and the welcome party. Rice Cake's ears immediately perk up. Our guy thinks to himself, he has never actually been camping in his life, and once the restaurant officially opens, he won't have a single second of free time. Suddenly, Rice Cake starts running toward the back storage shed, looking back at him with sparkling, excited eyes. The pup is practically glowing with anticipation, wagging his tail. Kang-yoon realizes what those eyes mean. Wait, I said I'm going camping. I never said we were going back to your crazy world. Cut to them sitting in a clearing in the fantasy forest. Yes, our guy caved immediately. He sits in his camping chair, telling Rice Cake to keep quiet, pointing out that he has visited this magical dimension more times this week than his local grocery store. But as he unzips his heavy bags, he looks up at the massive purple-leafed canopy. Honestly, the view is spectacular. He starts assembling his high-end camping gear, trying to figure out the tent poles. Meanwhile, Rice Cake is living his best life, chasing a glowing, giant blue fantasy butterfly across the grass. Kang-yoon is struggling with the fabric, while the butterfly casually lands directly on the pup's nose. The tent suddenly collapses under a gust of wind, burying our guy, while Rice Cake and the butterfly run for cover. After a brutal, undignified battle with canvas and ropes, the high-tech East Camp tent is finally standing. Kang-yoon collapses on the grass, panting, realizing that manual labor in a high-level zone is no joke. He stares up at the sky, his body aching. His stomach lets out a loud, hollow growl. It is time to cook. He sets up his stove, boiling a rich, spicy pot of traditional kimchi and pork stew. The rich red broth bubbles beautifully, and he pours a generous ladle into his bowl. He sits in his chair, taking a hot spoonful of the stew, finally relaxing. The incredible scent immediately attracts a couple of curious flying chinchilla squirrels who sniff the air with twitching noses. Our guy takes a massive bite, chewing happily. He slices some cooked meat from the stew, wondering if these magical rodents eat meat. He tosses a few pieces of meat toward them. Out of nowhere, a massive, predatory beak swoops down from the sky. A giant forest eagle snaps up the meat in midair and flies off into the clouds. The blue butterfly continues to flutter peacefully on a nearby flower. This world is a constant cycle of extreme danger and extreme chill. The chinchilla squirrels happily munch on the leftover scraps, completely ignoring the giant predator bird that just flew by. The wind blows gently through the trees. Kang-yoon leans his head back, watching the clouds pass. He was worried this camping trip was going to be a boring waste of time, but sitting out here, completely disconnected from the internet, from reviews, and from his past failures, doing absolutely nothing in this beautiful, dangerous forest is incredibly satisfying. He closes his eyes, thinking this is what people actually mean when they talk about healing. He notices Rice Cake has wandered off, but figures the pup will return when he is hungry. Deep in the dark bushes behind him, a pair of sharp, glowing amber eyes opens. Our guy takes another bite of his stew, completely oblivious. A low, guttural growl echoes from the thick foliage directly behind his chair. Kang-yoon hears the rustling of leaves and turns his head around. Assuming it is just his greedy white puppy returning for seconds, he holds out a bowl of meat. There you are, I saved plenty for. A massive, clawed, beastly hand explodes out of the bushes, ripping through the air. Kang Yoon's survival instincts kick in. Waving his arms, he throws himself backward out of his chair, tumbling across the grass. The physical impact tears his camping chair to shreds. He scrambles to his feet, panting, staring at the beast that just ambushed him. He clenches his teeth, his eyes wide with shock. This is definitely not rice cake. Crouching on all fours, snarling with sharp fangs and vertical slit pupils, is a wild fox-eared girl. The feral fox girl is mid-air, coming at our guy with claws fully out. Kang Yoon is paralyzed, staring at her wild face and processing the fact that he is about to get shredded by an anime trope. Her large animal ears twitch as she closes the distance. Her bushy tail is standing completely straight, fully locked onto her target. He is looking at her ears, wondering if she is a cat or some kind of forest spirit. She drops onto all fours, growling like a wild animal, her yellow eyes practically glowing with hunger. Her sharp claws dig straight into the grass, preparing for another lunge. She leaps, aiming directly for his throat. Our guy pulls off a desperate dodge, the wind of her claws passing inches from his face. She lands heavily, slicing deep trenches into the grass with her bare hands. Kang Yoon is sweating bullets, wishing his divine wolf partner was here to act as a shield. But before she can charge again, her stomach lets out a massive, rumbling growl. Our guy stops, his chef brain immediately taking over the survival instincts. He holds out his bowl of fresh, steaming kimchi stew, asking if she is just hungry. He backs away slowly, placing the bowl on the grass like he is dealing with a stray cat. She creeps forward on all fours, her eyes locked onto the food. She takes a deep sniff, her nose twitching at the rich, savory aroma. The kimchi and pork stew is glistening under the sunlight, looking absolutely delicious. She lets out a quiet gulp, saliva dripping from her fangs. She plunges her face directly into the bowl, devouring the meat without even using her hands. But then, she bites directly into a hot chili pepper. Her face immediately explodes into panic as she rolls around on the grass, clawing at her burning tongue. Kang Yoon apologizes, offering her water while she fumes with smoke practically coming out of her ears. She lies on her back, panting and crying from the extreme heat of the soup. But as the spice clears, she gets a sudden, sparkling vision of the fresh pork, onions, and scallions. She sniffs the bowl again, realizing that despite the pain, she is absolutely hooked. She dives back in, inhaling the rest of the stew at lightning speed while our guy watches in utter disbelief. He is amazed that she is actually enjoying the intense heat of traditional Korean spice. Suddenly, the bushes behind them rustle loudly. Rice Cake trots into the clearing, wearing his matching blue bandana and looking incredibly proud of himself. The fox girl spots him, and her protective animal instincts immediately kick in. She growls, guarding her empty bowl. She swipes at him, launching the bowl directly at the pup's head. Rice Cake goes full feral back, exposing his fangs, and the two tiny beasts clash in a chaotic flurry of fur and dust. Kang Yoon is screaming at them to stop, trying to break up a literal cartoon dust cloud. He grabs Rice Cake by the middle, but the fox girl is still lunging, completely out of control. Rice Cake reaches out and grabs our guy's face, using his cheek as a launching pad. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over them. An incredibly handsome, shirtless wolfman with long silver hair appears from the canopy. He lifts the fox girl by her collar like a naughty kitten, looking down at Kang Yoon and quietly apologizing for the trouble. Before our guy can even say a word, the silver-haired giant leaps 100 feet into the air, vanishing into the trees. Kang Yoon is left standing there with paw prints on his face, wondering what kind of wild, overpowered neighborhood he has moved into. Cut to the next day back on Earth. The cherry blossoms are in full bloom over Yongpyong village. Our guy is in his diner, aggressively mopping the floors while Rice Cake licks a plate clean. Tomorrow is officially the grand opening, the culmination of all his hard work. He realized he spent a little too much time playing around in the other world, and now it is time to get serious. Outside, the main sign is hanging proud, still featuring that beautifully scrawled welcome banner from the villagers. An elderly woman is walking down the street, pausing to look at the newly renovated building. She has a stern, deeply wrinkled face, her eyes narrowing as she inspects the entrance. Inside, Kang Yoon is feeling incredibly confident. The remodeling is finished, the prep work is complete, and his kitchen is spotless. He strikes a proud pose, determined to pull off a flawless legendary opening tomorrow. Suddenly, the front door swings open with a loud creak. Grandma Park steps inside, asking in a blunt, dry voice if the restaurant is open. Kang Yoon stammers that they officially open tomorrow. She looks at him like he is speaking a foreign language and asks, "So you're not open?" Realizing he cannot win an argument against a stubborn grandmother, our guy sighs and tells her to take a seat. She slowly walks around the room, inspecting the wooden tables and the counter. She runs her hand over the smooth, polished wood of the table. She asks why he decided to keep this old rustic furniture instead of throwing it away. She leans against a pillar, looking up at the high ceiling with a quiet, distant expression. She whispers that the place looks exactly the same as it did decades ago. Kang Yoon is surprised, asking if she used to visit this building back when his grandfather ran it as a traditional tea house. She ignores the question, turning her sharp eyes toward him and asking what kind of food he is going to sell. He explains that he will be serving Western food, specifically pasta and pizza. She sits down, calling pasta those American noodles, and commands him to bring her a plate. Our guy asks what kind of sauce she prefers, and she tells him to figure that out himself. He heads to the kitchen, rolling up his sleeves. He needs to nail this first impression. He slices fresh red tomatoes, thinking this is probably her first time ever eating real pasta. He decides to make a classic tomato spaghetti. It is simple, accessible, and universally loved. He tosses the pasta in the pan, adding fresh broccoli, garlic, and sliced bacon to build a rich, savory flavor. He plates it beautifully, swirling the noodles into a perfect dome. Since she is his very first guest, he wants to give her the VIP treatment. He serves the steaming plate, introducing it as tomato pasta. He stands by the counter, holding his breath, watching her lift her chopsticks. He couldn't taste the sauce himself, but his technical measurements were flawless. She takes a slow bite, chewing quietly. Kang Yoon is sweating under his bandana, waiting for the praise he is used to receiving from critics, but her expression remains completely neutral, almost dark. She sets her chopsticks down. She looks up, her mouth set in a firm, unimpressed line. She bluntly asks how much she owes him. Our guy is completely caught off guard. Just then, the front door opens and the chief's voice echoes through the restaurant, praising the new sign. He steps inside with his usual loud, cheerful energy, asking if Kang Yoon is around. He freezes when he sees Grandma Park sitting there, asking what she is doing in a Western diner. She stands up, saying she is already finished, and walks straight out the door. The chief comments on how incredibly cold she is, but Kang Yoon isn't listening. The chief looks down at the table, gasping in surprise. Our guy is staring at the plate in utter devastation. Grandma Park didn't just leave some leftovers. She left almost the entire portion untouched. She barely even tasted it. He stares at the glistening, perfect pile of pasta, his mind spiraling into a dark, familiar void. What did he do wrong? Cut to the chief, who is deeply concerned because our guy is currently curled up in a corner, surrounded by a massive purple cloud of anime depression. The chief sweats, asking if the kitchen prep is going badly. Kang Yoon, speaking from the depths of his despair, tells him that everything is ruined. He declares that as of today, he is officially closing the restaurant down and giving up on his dreams. The chief rolls his eyes, realizing this is all because Grandma Park didn't finish her plate. He tells Kang Yoon to get over himself, pointing out that he shouldn't expect to satisfy everyone, adding, "It's not like you won some international cooking competition or something." Our guy's face turns into a funny flat chibi mask as he mutters that he actually did win a massive contest in Paris. The chief tells him to shrug it off, explaining the real reason behind her reaction. He explains that Grandma Park's late husband used to visit this estate constantly back when it was a traditional tea house, but he passed away last year, leaving her completely isolated in her quiet house. She hasn't stepped foot outside her gates in months, and she is still deeply mourning his loss. The chief sighs, muttering that clinging to the past is foolish, and that the living must go on living. He tells Kang Yoon that she is just an incredibly picky eater who was probably overwhelmed by the foreign flavors, so he shouldn't take it personally. But our guy can't just let it go. His chef pride and his natural empathy are clashing, giving him a massive headache. So, he does what any logical modern man does. He flees his problems by stepping through the portal into the fantasy forest. And the first thing he sees is Rice Cake, wearing his cute bandana, casually riding on the back of the 7-foot-tall, hyper-muscular gym bro rabbit like it is a pony. The forest is as absurd as ever. Kang Yoon sinks into his camping chair, trying to sort out his thoughts. At first, he was just offended that she rejected his signature dish, but now that he knows her story, he just feels incredibly sorry for her. He wonders if he should have prepared some traditional, comforting Korean food instead of forcing a heavy Western plate on her. Suddenly, a branch shakes above him. The rust-orange fox girl is lying on a thick tree limb, staring down at him. She flinches when he looks up, her animal ears pinning back in surprise. Our guy lets out a heavy sigh. "You again?" she screeches in surprise, but right on cue, her stomach lets out another massive, thunderous growl. Kang-yoon leans his head back in his chair, completely exhausted by the endless line of starving residents in this forest. He asks why she is always hungry whenever they meet, but starts setting up his portable stove anyway. Rice Cake hops down from his rabbit mount, running over to watch the cooking show while the fox girl peeks from behind a tree. Kang-yoon pulls out a slab of gorgeous, fresh red beef. He slices the meat into perfect, even medallions. He sears the steak on the hot grill, the meat sizzling beautifully under the forest canopy. The steak is cooked to a perfect medium rare. Now, it is time to prepare the pasta sauce. He reaches for his spice jar, but stops when he remembers her dramatic, tearful reaction to the spicy kimchi stew. He decides to skip the hot chilies this time. He drops a generous pat of butter into a clean frying pan. He adds fresh sliced mushrooms, sautéing them over the roaring blue flame, a simple sprinkle of salt and pepper to season the mushrooms. He pours in heavy cream, letting it simmer and bubble. Once the cream thickens, he snows a mountain of fresh Parmesan cheese over the pan, tossing in the al dente pasta. He tops the rich, creamy noodles with the perfectly seared steak slices. Steak cream pasta is officially served. He sets the plate down, telling the growling fox girl to eat up before Rice Cake decides to steal it. She creeps forward, looking suspiciously at the creamy sauce, still traumatized by the chili pepper mascot from yesterday. She takes a massive bite of the steak and noodles. Her eyes turn into giant golden saucers. Cue the second food hallucination of the day. A pair of angelic cartoon cats float through a pastel heaven, carrying massive slabs of delicious, dripping steak. She lets out a loud, high-pitched squeal of pure joy. She buries her face in the bowl, inhaling the creamy pasta at light speed while her bushy tail wags like a fan. Our guy smiles, noting that even if she can't speak, her body language is giving him a flawless 5-star review. He sits back in his chair, feeling a deep, satisfying warmth in his chest. She looks infinitely happier than she did yesterday. Honestly, Kang-yoon doesn't even like this specific dish. He thinks the combination of heavy cream and rich steak is too greasy and unbalanced. But to this wild forest girl, it is the most comforting, delicious meal in the world. She hops around his chair, letting out happy animal noises. Our guy laughs, teasing her for acting cute after trying to claw his eyes out yesterday. He reaches out, gently patting her orange head as she closes her eyes happily. And then, a lightning bolt of realization hits his brain. It doesn't matter if a dish is a traditional masterpiece or a greasy fusion mess. His eyes go wide. The only thing that actually matters is that the food tastes good and brings comfort to the specific person who is eating it. He packs up his camp and heads straight back to Earth. He buys bags of fresh local spring greens from the village. He washes the vibrant green leaves under cold running water. Spring greens have a strong, slightly bitter profile. He carefully selects the tenderest leaves to build a balanced, comforting flavor. He proudly presents a plate of cooked greens to Rice Cake, asking him to test the seasoning. Rice Cake looks at the green plate like it is a pile of toxic waste. He aggressively turns his back, refusing to even touch a single leaf. Our guy's face goes flat. He scratches his neck, realizing he has to rely on his own memory and technical skill this time. But he is confident. He remembers the exact flavor profiles of these local herbs. He doesn't need to rely on the pup forever. The next morning, the chief walks past the restaurant and stops. There is a handwritten note taped to the door. The note reads, "Opening postponed by 1 week. A chef who failed to satisfy his first guest doesn't deserve to open his restaurant yet." The chief smiles quietly, proud of our guy's dedication. Cut to Grandma Park, sitting quietly on the wooden porch of her traditional house. She stares blankly at the sky, her face carrying the quiet weight of her grief. Suddenly, footsteps echo near her gate. The chief pokes his head through the blue iron doors, cheerfully telling her she should step outside because the weather is too nice to waste. She looks at him coldly, asking why he is bothering her. He complains about her being so distant. He chuckles, mentioning that the young chef was in absolute shock after she walked out on his pasta. She looks down, murmuring that the dish just didn't suit her old-fashioned palate, and wonders why a professional chef would care so much about her opinion. The chief tells her she has nothing else to do anyway, so she should give the kid a second chance. She scoffs, saying one try was more than enough. The chief stands in her yard looking at her with a gentle, serious expression. He says walking out of those gates isn't as hard as she thinks, and the restaurant is only a short walk away. He tells her to give the kid another shot. He waves goodbye, saying it might actually be worth the effort. He walks down the quiet street, leaving her alone with her thoughts. She sits on the porch, her feet dangling, staring at her shoes for a long, quiet moment. Back in the kitchen, Kang Yoon wipes the sweat from his forehead, letting out a deep sigh. He looks at the fresh, steaming plate in front of him. Focusing on the local spring greens was absolutely the right call. He balanced the herbal notes with fresh, sweet clams and seafood, creating a light, fragrant pasta that perfectly respects a traditional Korean palate. Suddenly, the bell above the front door lets out a bright metallic ring. Our guy peeks out from the kitchen wall, holding his breath. Who is... Grandma Park is standing in the doorway, her hands resting behind her back, looking around the room. She asks in her same blunt voice if the restaurant is open. Our guy breaks into a massive, radiant grin, his eyes shining with pure confidence. Yes! We're open! Grandma Park sits quietly at the table, staring down at her polished silverware. She is expecting another plate of those heavy, oily Western noodles she couldn't stomach yesterday. Honestly, she is already regretting her decision to come back here. She rests her hands on her lap, ready to apologize and walk right out. But then, a gentle, incredibly fragrant scent of spring flowers drifts over the table. Her eyes widen. It is a smell she recognizes instantly, though she can't quite place it yet. A plate gently clashes against the dark wooden table. Kang Yoon bows slightly, presenting the dish with a quiet, confident smile. He introduces it as a special item from his newly designed menu. The daily pasta. She looks down at the plate. The noodles are beautifully tossed with vibrant green dailies and fresh, glossy clams. She is stunned. She didn't think Western chefs even knew what dailies were, let alone how to cook them. She lifts a forkful of the noodles, the steam carrying that delicate floral aroma straight to her face. She takes her first bite, chewing slowly as Kang Yoon stands back, waiting. Her eyes go completely soft. In an instant, the sterile dining room fades away. She is transported back to a warm, sunlit afternoon decades ago. The cherry blossoms are falling around her, and she is sitting on a wooden bench next to a young, handsome man. It is her late husband, holding up a fresh sprig of cherry blossoms with a nervous, charming grin. He is teasing her, asking if a beautiful young miss like her is free to grab a cup of hot tea with him. That memory, the smell of the spring breeze, the taste of the fresh tea they shared at this very estate, it all comes rushing back in a single bite. She looks up, her voice trembling slightly as she notes that this definitely wasn't on the menu yesterday. Our guy scratches his neck, admitting that he made this dish specifically to suit her taste. He confesses that he didn't want to just serve generic food, he wanted to cook something she would actually enjoy. She looks at him, her stern exterior completely melting away. She realizes this young chef didn't just throw together some ingredients, he actually listened to her grief. Kang Yoon thinks to himself, he can't rely on Rice Cake's supernatural palate forever. To be a real chef, he needs to connect with his guests on his own. She lifts her chopsticks again, eating with a genuine, quiet passion. The plate is cleared in minutes. She takes her final bite, looking happier than she has in a year. Kang Yoon's chest swells with a deep, silent relief. This is the ultimate validation. The chopsticks clink against the empty ceramic plate. She looks up, asking how much she owes him. Our guy stammers, trying to wave it off and say it is on the house. She stops him, stating firmly that a restaurant owner who doesn't charge his guests is doing a disservice to his own hard work. She tells him to never undervalue the food he makes. It is too precious for that. She stands up, commanding him to make sure this daily pasta stays on the menu permanently. She walks out, promising to come back soon, leaving our guy with a massive, triumphant grin. Cut to the fantasy forest. A giant bird swoops over a peaceful clearing. Our guy is lounging on a comfortable hammock, wearing sunglasses and enjoying his victory. Rice Cake is napping on a small cot nearby, the two of them living the absolute dream. He raises his fists, declaring that today is the perfect day to just heal and do absolutely nothing. Suddenly, a massive rustling echoes from the trees above. A giant shadow looms over his sunglasses. Randolph crashes straight through the thick bushes, cursing about missing his target. He spots our guy lying on the ground after his hammock gets knocked over, and grins. Kang Yoon is face down in the dirt, wondering if this night captain's eyes are just for decoration. He sits up, dusting himself off as Randolph sits on a nearby log. He asks if Randolph is on patrol, but the night captain laughs, saying he is off duty and out for a hunt. Rice Cake trots over, his tail wagging at the mention of the word hunt. Randolph stands up, getting incredibly fired up, and promises to treat Kang-yoon to a massive feast today. He demands they go hunting together. Our guy's face turns into a completely flat, exhausted chibi mask. He really just wanted to nap, but next thing you know, he is carrying a wooden bow and a quiver of arrows, looking thoroughly miserable. Randolph drags him through the brush, whispering that they are in an area frequented by jumping birds. Kang-yoon has no idea what that is. They peek over the bushes, and our guy sees a flock of incredibly cute, fluffy pink ostriches that look like cotton candy. He immediately feels a wave of guilt, thinking it is cruel to hunt such adorable, harmless creatures. He whispers to Randolph that they look way too soft and cute to kill. Randolph looks at him with a deadpan face and mutters that those aren't feathers. The pink ostriches suddenly look at each other, get annoyed, and contract their bodies. The pink fluff compresses, revealing towering, 7-foot-tall, hypermuscular bodies with shredded abs and pulsing veins, screeching like bodybuilders in a gym. It is absolute nightmare fuel. Kang-yoon is sweating bullets, staring at these feathered monsters and wondering how anyone is supposed to hunt a chicken that can bench press a car. The muscular birds start fighting each other, and Randolph charges into the fray with rice cake, yelling for our guy to back them up with the bow. Kang-yoon is running, panicking, pointing out that he is a chef, not an Olympic archer. He tries to pull the heavy bowstring back, his arms shaking violently under the immense tension. He closes one eye, aims for a giant muscular ostrich, and lets the arrow fly. The arrow tears through the air and lands directly in the dirt, inches away from Rice Cake's face. The pup freezes, his jaw dropping in pure shock as the arrow quivers in the grass. Cue the classic chibi reaction. Rice Cake's face is pale with a giant feeling of betrayal X100 text hovering above his head. Our guy looks away, sweating, and lets out a very awkward, quiet apology. Night falls, and the campfire is crackling. Randolph is roasting a massive chunk of the ostrich meat on a wooden spit. Kang-yoon is sitting on a log, his arms still shaking violently from pulling that bowstring. Randolph is laughing, turning the meat over the open flame. But the smell coming off the roast is absolutely foul. It smells like wet dog and rotten iron. Our guy is holding his breath to avoid vomiting. Randolph proudly hands him a cooked spear of meat, telling him to take a bite. Rice Cake is nowhere to be found. He ran away to avoid the smell. Kang-yoon hesitantly takes a bite of the gamey, tough meat, and his eyes fly open. He is amazed. Despite the horrible metallic smell, the texture and the raw fat of the meat are actually incredible. He looks up at Randolph, his chef pride reigniting. He stands up, his arms still trembling, but his eyes are completely locked onto the raw meat on the table. He knows that if he can just remove that gamey odor, this could be a legendary masterpiece. He grabs his cooking knife, his grip firm. He tells Randolph to step aside. "I told you before, didn't I? I'm a chef. Let me show you what this meat can actually do." The raw chunk of ostrich meat is sitting on the cutting board, looking dense and carrying a heavy metallic blood odor. He reaches into his cooler and cracks open a can of dark beer. He pours the rich, dark liquid directly into his cooking pot. Randolph's eyes practically pop out of his head. He grabs Kang-yoon's shoulder, screaming about how he can waste precious heavenly alcohol on raw meat. Our guy completely ignores the physical threat, ordering the night captain to go find some wild herbs and laurel leaves before he gets really annoyed. He mixes the beer with water in a perfect 1-to-1 ratio inside the heavy iron pot. He throws in sliced onions, black pepper, sugar, and a generous pinch of salt. He hangs the pot over the roaring campfire, letting the mixture boil and simmer for a full hour. Rice Cake peeks through the bushes, his ears twitching as the foul odor of the raw meat is slowly replaced by a sweet, rich aroma. Kang-yoon lifts the heavy iron lid, checking the progress. The meat is glistening inside the dark broth, the beer completely tenderizing the tough, muscular fibers. Randolph is sitting on a log, sniffing the air like a hungry hound. But our guy says they aren't done yet. They need to roast it one more time over the open flame. He skewers the cooked meat, placing it directly over the fire to crisp up the skin. The outer layer starts to brown, fat dripping onto the hot coals with a sharp hiss. He slices the roasted ham hock beautifully. Jumping Bird Schweinschacks is officially complete. Randolph stares at the golden, crispy skin and the tender pink meat, his jaw dropping. He is completely dumbfounded. Even the elite royal chefs in the capital gave up on making this muscular bird edible, yet this city boy just turned it into a luxury dish in his backyard. He picks up a slice, his hand shaking slightly. He takes a bite, and a literal shockwave of flavor hits his brain. The outside skin is as crispy as a fresh cookie, while the inside is incredibly tender, juicy, and completely free of any gamey odor. He chews in pure ecstasy, but then stops. Something is missing to balance the rich fat. His eyes go wide. Eureka! Hand me the beer! He grabs a cold can, chugging it down with a massive shout of satisfaction. He takes another massive bite of the crispy roasted meat. He is waving the bone in the air, yelling that this is the absolute perfect beer side dish and that he could eat this every single day. Our guy is leaning back, looking completely unimpressed. He is still complaining that he didn't have fresh laurel leaves to make it truly perfect. Rice Cake trots over, his plate licked entirely clean, letting out a happy bark. Kang Yoon is still mumbling about recipe adjustments while Randolph stares at him in sheer awe. The night captain realizes this kid's cooking skills might actually be higher than the royal chefs of the empire. The fire crackles as Randolph looks at him under the starlit sky, wondering who this mysterious chef truly is. He laughs, admitting that even though he wanted to treat Kang Yoon today, he ended up getting pampered with a 5-star meal instead. Kang Yoon smiles, taking a sip from his can. Randolph asks if it is alright if he copies this cooking technique. Our guy says he doesn't care, calling it nothing special. Randolph gets incredibly serious, telling him to never undervalue his skills. He looks down at him, his voice low and sincere. Your dishes are brilliant. Please respect your own talent. Our guy lets out a soft, genuine smile, thanking him. Randolph suddenly stands up, slamming his fists on his hips and declares he must repay this debt properly. I will teach you swordsmanship! Kang Yoon's brain short-circuits. What? Randolph brags that back in the capital, he had a legendary reputation and his lessons are worth a fortune. Our guy points out that he is a chef and has zero interest in swinging heavy swords around. Randolph tells him not to feel pressured, proposing a simple deal. Whenever they meet, he will teach Kang Yoon combat skills, and in exchange, Kang Yoon just needs to prepare a nice side dish and a cold beer. Our guy squint-eyes him, realizing this old knight's intentions are completely transparent. He just wants free catering. But then he thinks about it. He doesn't mind sharing his beer, and Randolph might feel bad constantly eating his food for free. He accepts the deal, raising his can. Besides, swinging a sword might actually help build his arm strength for tossing heavy walks. They toast under a stunning green aurora borealis painting the night sky. Cut to Earth. 1 week after the grand opening of the diner, the birds are chirping on the branches. Kang Yoon is standing inside looking out the window of his completely empty restaurant. After the initial rush of the local villagers during the opening days, the crowd has completely vanished. He expected this, but it is still slightly depressing. Even Rice Cake is completely bored, sitting on a stool and watching TV. Kang Yoon walks over, asking him what is so interesting. On the screen, a famous K-pop girl group is performing on a music show. The banner on the screen reads, Idol Star Unized's Special Album. Kang Yoon squints at the screen, thinking that name sounds incredibly familiar. Cut to a sunny field nearby. A man in a white button-up shirt is holding a smartphone, looking thoroughly exhausted. It is Kang Yoon's manager from Seoul. He is currently supervising an outdoor shoot with the members of UNIZ, who are complaining about sunburns and giant grasshoppers. The manager sighs, looking like he wants to return to his quiet office immediately. The girls are laughing and posing, completely full of energy despite the heat. The manager looks at his schedule book, realizing they have nothing left for the day. Since he is already in the area, he decides to visit Kang Yoon's new restaurant. He dials the number, asking if our guy is still alive. He asks if he can come over for a meal after the shoot finishes. He teases Kang Yoon, saying he knows the restaurant has 0 customers anyway, so he might as well help his friend out. He mentions to the girls that he is going to grab a meal from his chef friend. The girls' eyes immediately turn into sparkling predator eyes. A chef friend. Free gourmet food. The manager gets into his black luxury sedan, telling his assistant to look after the girls. The girls wave him off with massive suspicious grins, promising they will be completely obedient. The manager sweat drops, feeling a sudden wave of anxiety, but climbs into the car anyway. He drives off down the narrow country road. The girls watch his car disappear. And then, the leader grabs the assistant's shoulder, her eyes dark and serious. Follow him. We can't lose him. The assistant screams in panic, pointing out that the manager explicitly told them not to get distracted. The leader lets out a gorgeous, villainous smile. She declares that asking for forgiveness is much easier than getting permission. Back at the diner, Kang Yoon is mopping the floor, complaining that his manager is dropping by without warning. The dining room is completely empty, the afternoon sun casting long shadows. He sighs, deciding he might as well prepare some leftover daily pasta for his friend. Meanwhile, on the highway, the assistant is screaming as the manager's car starts slowing down. "He noticed us! On this busy road! How?" Back at the diner, the front door bell rings with a sharp chime. The manager walks in, dragging a crying assistant by his collar. He asks him if he really thought he wouldn't notice the only other car on a completely empty country road following him. Kang-yoon stands there with his mop, completely confused by the drama. And then, a row of 4 beautiful smiling faces pops out from behind the manager's back. They strike a perfect synchronized pose, introducing themselves as the National Idol Star Group UNIZ. So, our guy is currently standing in his own kitchen, watching a group of national-tier K-pop idols treat his dimension-hopping divine wolf like a common house pet. Their manager, Hyunwoo, is currently giving them the lecture of a lifetime, and they are reacting with the classic, "I am so sorry and I will absolutely do it again" look. Hyunwoo tells them to pack it up and go back to Seoul right now, looking like a man who has not slept since the year 2018. But Kang-yoon steps in and casually points out that it is dinner time anyway, so they might as well eat before they make the drive. The girls immediately start screaming out orders for tteokbokki and fried chicken like they are ordering from a late-night app, and Hyunwoo just stares at him, realizing the old, short-tempered Kang-yoon would have kicked them out 5 minutes ago. He also starts questioning when his friend got a dog that looks like an oversized cotton ball with an attitude problem. Now, Kang-yoon has to figure out what to cook for a group of highly exhausted idols who have been eating nothing but diet salads and commercial set meals for months. He needs something light, comforting, but absolutely packed with clean energy. He opens the storage fridge and pulls out a container of fresh cherry tomatoes. Look at those. Clean cuts, high-velocity prep, steak sizzling in one pan, fresh tomato base simmering in the other. He grates a mountain of fresh cheese, making sure the texture is light enough to melt on contact. Then he plates it up with a custom vinaigrette. The girls are looking at him like he is a legendary savior descending from the clouds as he drops a plate of classic tomato pasta and a perfectly seared steak salad in front of them. They take the first bite, and their eyes immediately go into absolute hyperdrive. The blonde member admits she usually only eats pasta if it is loaded with heavy cream or rose sauce, but this clean, vibrant tomato flavor is on a different level. They are asking if they can buy the salad dressing in bulk. Hyunwoo is watching them inhale the food in deadpan silence, while one of the members literally begins to cry because the steak is so tender she is getting genuinely angry about her life choices. Hyunwoo whispers to Kang-yoon, asking if he has been starving them in his basement, but Kang-yoon just slides a plate of vongol pasta over to his manager, telling him he needs the carbs for the drive back. Hyunwoo looks at the pasta, then looks at Kang-yoon, and asks if he has a terminal illness, because there is no way the old Kang-yoon is being this considerate. After they finish clearing every single plate, the group heads back to their van, and Kang-yoon smiles, telling them he will make something even better next time they sneak away from their agency. The blonde member yells out, "Chef Kang-yoon," with pure respect, which actually throws our guy off for a second. They wave from the windows as the van pulls out, and Kang-yoon asks when they actually figured out who he was. Hyunwoo tells him they watch his old cooking channel whenever they are on diets, which is basically constantly. Hyunwoo opens his door to leave, and Kang-yoon tells him to drop a text before he randomly shows up with a national idol group next time. But before he rolls up the window, Hyunwoo asks a serious question. How is the healing actually going? Kang-yoon stands there under the country sky, smiles, and says it is going incredibly well. Meanwhile, the divine gourmet critic of the wolf realm has officially entered a massive food coma on a wooden chair. The next morning is quiet. Kang-yoon is riding his bike through the village with rice cake, sitting in the front basket like a tiny white navigator. He is heading to Brothers Supermarket to see if he can find more of those spring greens Grandma Park loved. He slides the door open, and instead of the usual grandma running the place, there is a young woman standing behind the counter. Kang-yoon politely tells her he will look around on his own, but when he checks the baskets, there are no daylilies left today. He squats down, asking if this is really all they have, and realizes he will probably have to make the trip to the larger town after all. He bids her goodbye and walks back outside to his bike. Then, a loud crash breaks the quiet of the street. He turns around and sees 2 kids engaged in an absolute hair-pulling battle in the middle of the road. It is a local boy and a young girl in a blue dress, screaming at each other, tears streaming down their faces. But then the boy yells something that stops the entire street cold. "You look different from all of us! Go back to your country!" Our guy does not even think. He moves. He grabs both of their wrists, his expression going completely cold. He looks down at the boy and tells him, very quietly, that you can never take back words once they are spoken out loud. The woman from the supermarket runs out, her face pale with panic as she screams her daughter's name. The little girl breaks away and runs to her, crying out for her mom. The mother pulls her into a tight hug, trying to block out the street. The boy stands there under Kang Yoon's heavy gaze, realizing he just crossed a line, and slaps Kang Yoon's hand away before running off down the street. The mother bows deeply to Kang Yoon, her hands trembling as she thanks him for stepping in. Kang Yoon tries to wave it off, saying he did not really do anything, and asks if the little girl is okay. They head inside, and Yoon-gun tucks her daughter under a blanket as she falls asleep from exhaustion. The mother looks down, her voice barely a whisper as she says it is all because of her. Kang Yoon looks confused, asking how a simple kid's fight could possibly be her fault. She looks up and introduces herself. Her name is Eun-gun, and she is from Vietnam. She looks at her daughter, her eyes filled with a quiet, devastating guilt, and says she thinks Mi-young is being bullied because of her. Kang Yoon looks at the sleeping girl, the shadow falling over his face. He hears the kid's words echoing in his head. He wants to offer some easy, comforting words, but he stops himself because he knows some wounds are too deep for cheap sympathy. Eun-gun looks up at him and admits she knows who he is, the chef running the restaurant on the other side of the village. Then, she asks him for a favor that completely catches him off guard. She asks if he can teach her how to cook. She explains that she only knows how to make Vietnamese dishes, but Mi-young's birthday is coming up, and she wants to invite her classmates over. She wants to learn how to prepare Korean dishes so the kids will feel welcome, and Kang Yoon sits back, the weight of her request hitting him. She is willing to change everything about her kitchen just so her daughter can fit in. It is frustrating to watch. He goes back to his empty diner, leaning on the table, when Rice Cake jumps up to comfort him. The pup drops a can of premium caviar right on his lap. Kang Yoon looks at the expensive tin and says he cannot even taste this anyway, so the pup can have it back. But watching the wolf look up at him, he realizes something. Yoon-gun asking for help wasn't weakness. It was the only thing she could do. And if he is going to help her, he needs to talk to someone who actually understands the social landscape of this town. He heads over to a traditional brick gate, holding a box of juices. Minho's pregnant wife Soo-jin opens the door with a bright smile. She invites him in, and who is sitting on the wooden porch but Minho and the village chief. The chief immediately starts screaming that Kang Yoon should have come to him first, and that he only came over to get a free drink. They sit down, and Kang Yoon explains the situation with Mi-young's birthday party. Soo-jin nods, saying she knows Yoon-gun, and she has seen Mi-young hanging out with Sang-woo after school. Kang Yoon is surprised, pointing out that they look like they are in completely different grades. Minho looks over and explains how the countryside works. There are less than 20 kids in the entire area, so the local school only has one combined multi-grade class. Soo-jin rubs her belly, her eyes softening as she says she would have done the exact same thing for her child. Kang Yoon looks down, thinking he should teach Eun-gun a simple Korean dish she can master in a few days. But the chief cuts him off. Nonsense. Tell her to make a Vietnamese dish. Kang Yoon is stunned, arguing that the whole point is that Yoon-gun wants to help her daughter blend in. But the chief shakes his head. Kids are smart. If you try to force them to fit in, they can feel the desperate energy, and it backfires. The chief looks at him, his expression surprisingly serious, and says that adults need to show kids that being different is not a bad thing. A single bite is more meaningful than 100 words. Medium. Later that day, Yoon-gun is in her kitchen, her hands resting on the sink. She is full of doubt, wondering if cooking her home country's food is really the right decision. What if the kids take one look at it and refuse to eat? But Kang Yoon steps in, telling her to focus on the broth first and make sure to fish out the onions, since kids are notoriously picky eaters. He looks at her prep for fresh summer rolls and points out that raw rice paper is too difficult for young kids to roll properly without making a massive mess. He suggests making chalgyo instead, crispy, golden fried spring rolls that kids can eat like crunchy dumplings. Eun-gun looks at him, her eyes bright with relief as she realizes he has thought through every single detail for her. They get to work, washing fresh green herbs under the cold water tap, dropping crisp bean sprouts into the simmering pot, and hand-shaping savory pork patties. Kang Yoon watches her technique, noting how precise her movements are. She sets the final platter down on the table. Behold, bun chal, a beautiful circle of fresh herbs, thin rice noodles, and grilled pork patties surrounding a warm bowl of nuoc cham dipping sauce. Kang-yoon picks up his chopsticks, dips the noodles and a pork patty into the sweet and sour sauce, and takes a massive bite. His eyes widen. It is sweet, savory, incredibly refreshing, and completely clean. He tells her this is a flawless main dish, then asks if she can grab him a glass of water. She smiles and turns to the kitchen, and the second her back is turned, pop! The divine critic of the wolf realm appears on his shoulder, sniffing the bowl with absolute focus. Rice Cake takes one slurp of the noodles, and his tail starts wagging at such high velocity it physically blurs and slaps Kang-yoon in the face. Yoongun returns with the water, and Kang-yoon quickly pivots, giving her professional feedback like the wolf didn't just break the sound barrier with his tail. He tells her to leave out the black pepper in the sauce and reduce the cilantro slightly for the kids. He also suggests mixing in a bit of beef with the pork at a 2-to-1 ratio so the patties stay juicy. He looks her in the eye and tells her the food is incredible and the kids are going to love it. Yoongun smiles, a genuine, beautiful expression of relief. Kang-yoon walks back down the country road holding Rice Cake in his arms, feeling proud that she took his culinary adjustments so well. Suddenly, a small voice calls out behind him. "Mr. Chef!" It is Mi-young, standing there in her blue dress. She reaches out and hands him a piece of paper decorated with colored pencils, invitation to Mi-young's B-Day party. She tells him with a very serious face that he won't be allowed inside the house without this, so he better not lose it. But then her shoulders slump and she looks down at her shoes. She murmurs that there probably won't be many kids showing up anyway, because she got into a fight with Cholman, and Cholman has a lot of friends in the class. She looks up with tears forming in her eyes, saying she is sure that nobody is going to come. Kang-yoon stands there, looking at her, his chest tightening as he realizes how much pressure this little girl is carrying. The house is decorated. Balloons are up. The banner is hung. Mi-young is pacing around her room, checking her clothes. She clasps her hands together, whispering to herself, hoping that at least Sang-hoo or Ah-young will show up. She looks at the empty living room, the silence of the house feeling incredibly heavy. Then her mother's voice calls out, asking her what she thinks. Mi-young turns around, her eyes widening in pure wonder. Yoongun is standing in the doorway, wearing a stunning pristine white ao dye that flows like water. She asks Mi-young if she wants to wear one too, and Mi-young's face lights up with absolute joy. A few minutes later, Mi-young is dancing around the room in a bright red ao dye, giggling as the fabric spins. Then, ding dong. The doorbell rings and Yoongun smiles, telling her that her friends must be here. Mi-young runs to the front door, her heart pounding as she wonders if it is Sang-hoo or Ah-young. She grips the handle, pulls it open, and her face completely freezes. Standing on the threshold is a young boy, nervously clutching the hem of his blue and white shirt, looking down at the floor as his face turns completely red. Mi-young stares at him, her voice barely a whisper. "Cholman?" Mi-young stands in the doorway, her expression completely flat as she asks why he is even here. She tells him she did not invite him, so he can just pack it up and go home. Cholman instantly panic grabs the door handle before she can shut it, shouting an apology at the top of his lungs. He stands on the steps, head bowed, stammering that he did not mean what he said on the playground and that he was just angry. He is clutching his shorts so hard his hands are shaking, slow, emotional, and then the kid completely breaks down, crying his eyes out right there on the concrete. Mi-young just stares at him, her wide eyes watching this kid empty his tear ducts in real time. She lets the silence hang for a second, then says he still can't come in, because he does not have an official paper invitation. She is running a very strict guest list here. Cholman looks like his entire soul just got deleted by a lightning strike. He starts sobbing again, clutching his stomach because he doesn't have a ticket to the party. Then Mi-young smiles and slides one of her handmade invitations right into his hand. She tells him she is letting him off the hook just this once, and the kid looks at the paper like he just got a golden ticket. He wipes his nose, thanking her like he just got spared from execution. Suddenly, a bunch of little heads pop out from behind the blue metal gate. The rest of the classmates have been crouching there the entire time, immediately roasting Cholman for being a massive crybaby. They all crowd the door, waving their invitations and holding up boxes of gifts. They shout happy birthday all at once, and Mi-young's face completely lights up. Medium inside, the table is a masterpiece. Platters of golden fried spring rolls, fresh herbs, noodles, and dipping sauces are laid out under the balloons. Kang-yoon is in the kitchen, sweating over the stove, wondering how a class of less than 20 kids managed to make this much noise. Yoongun leans over, gently explaining to the kids how to dip the pork and noodles into the sauce. They take a piece, dunk it into the nuok cham, and stuff their faces. One bite and their eyes turn into literal starbursts as they realize country food does not have to be boring. The kid with the glasses is eating with a fork and casually announces she is going to marry the crispy spring roll when she grows up. Then, the boy next to her asks Myung about the bright red dress she is wearing. Myung stands up proudly, telling everyone it is the traditional dress from her mother's home country. The kids look at Eun-gun with pure envy, saying she must have flown on a real airplane to get here. The glasses kid immediately shifts her life goals, declaring she wants to marry the dress now, and her friend has to remind her to marry a human. Myung grabs her mother's hand, begging her to show off her matching white dress to the rest of the room. Eun-gun hesitates because she still has to finish the cooking, but Kang-yoon waves his spatula, telling her he will handle the rest of the kitchen. Myung drags her mother out into the light, and Eun-gun looks down at her daughter, her face showing a quiet, soft expression of relief. Kang-yoon watches from the kitchen with rice cakes sitting on the table next to him, thinking that sometimes a single plate of food really is more meaningful than 100 empty speeches. Slow transition to fantasy setting. Meanwhile, in a completely different world, deep inside the territory of the beastmen, the tribe chief sits on her wooden platform, leaning her head on her hand behind a carved skull mask. The silver-haired warrior kneels before her, explaining that despite doubling the perimeter guards, her daughter managed to slip through the nets again to see the human. The chief smiles, her sharp fangs showing under the mask, as she wonders what kind of human could possibly captivate a sacred wolf and her own kid. She raises a clawed hand and tells the warrior to officially invite the human to their village. The warrior is hesitant about letting a human inside their borders, but the chief pulls her mask aside, her long red hair falling over her shoulders as she says she needs to make his acquaintance as Mona's mother. Medium. Back in the fantasy forest, the sun is shining down on a quiet stream, where a stag is drinking the glowing blue water. But the peace is immediately ruined by Rice Cake barking furiously, and Kang-yoon telling him to shut up. Our guy is completely dumbfounded because this wolf pup will happily fight giant jumping birds but is currently terrified of a box of dead shrimp. Look at them. They are literally just lying on ice. Kang-yoon sits in his camping chair, mocking the pup for being a culinary snob who has never seen saltwater seafood before. He looks at the wolf with his typical deadpan eyes, thinking about how Rice Cake standards make zero sense since he regularly brings back terrifying monster heads but draws the line at shellfish. Regardless of the pup's drama, Kang-yoon gets to work cleaning the shrimp, removing the sharp points, whiskers, and veins. He pours a thick bed of coarse sea salt into his camping pan, lays the shrimp flat across the salt, and snaps the lid shut, telling the wolf it is a very simple recipe. The pup sniffs the steaming metal, still looking highly suspicious. They sit on the grass, waiting for the steam to do its job, when Kang-yoon notices a pair of furry orange ears twitching next to him. The feral fox girl, Mona, has materialized out of nowhere, crouching on all fours next to the wolf. Kang-yoon opens the lid, revealing a pan of perfectly pink steaming salt-grilled shrimp. He peels the hot shell back with his gloved hands, setting a couple of clean pieces down on plates for the two beasts. They both take a bite, and their brains immediately melt as they visualize themselves riding a giant majestic shrimp through a sparkling blue ocean. The texture is incredibly plump and sweet. Kang-yoon holds up another piece, asking how they like the taste of the sea. They are devouring the shrimp at absolute Mach speed. Our guy sits back, laughing as he watches them clear the plates. Mona is begging for more, when a deep, familiar voice cuts through the clearing. Mona! The fox girl's face goes completely pale with sheer terror. She immediately dives behind Kang-yoon's camping chair while the silver-haired wolfman steps out from the trees. He looks down, telling her she ran away from the village borders again. Kang-yoon tries to keep things casual, holding a half-peeled shrimp and suggesting he let the kid finish her lunch before they head back. But the warrior looks directly at Kang-yoon, his eyes serious as he says he actually came here for the human today. He takes a step forward, his giant clawed feet sinking into the grass, and looks down at our guy, his silver hair catching the sunlight as he says, "Follow me." Kang-yoon just sits there in his chair, completely frozen with a half-peeled shrimp in his hand. So, the elite wolf warrior has just told our guy to follow him, explaining that the tribe chief has officially invited him to visit their hidden village. Mona is making a terrified face behind his chair, and Kang-yoon realizes this little feral kid is actually the chief's daughter. He starts sweating, realizing this is basically an invitation to an angry parent-teacher conference where they might interrogate him about feeding their kid wild earth recipes. He tries to make an awkward excuse, saying he is far too busy with his diner today, but the warrior does not even argue. He just pulls out a beautifully carved horn and hands it to Kang Yoon, telling him to use it to call them whenever his schedule clears up. He is being way more polite than expected, which actually makes Kang Yoon more nervous. He looks at the horn, thinking his life is turning into a high-stakes survival game. The warrior turns around to leave, carrying Mona by her collar like a naughty kitten. But Kang Yoon calls out to him, stopping him in his tracks. Medium. Back at the Beastman village, the residents are walking among the yurts under the bright sun. The silver-haired warrior sits inside his tent, opening a black plastic bag to reveal a pile of cooked, bright pink salt-grilled shrimp. Kang Yoon had stuffed them into his hands as a return gift, saying he couldn't let him leave empty-handed. The warrior looks at the weird-looking things, peels one, pops it into his mouth, and his tail immediately starts wagging against the floor mats in pure, instinctual happiness. He closes his eyes, admitting the human's cooking is actually not bad at all. Meanwhile, Kang Yoon is back at his campsite, wondering if he should actually visit the village. He figures since Rice Cake did not growl at the warrior, the tribe is probably safe. The pup is sitting on his head while Mona and the wolf fight over a shrimp shell in the grass, and Kang Yoon wishes he had a normal human to consult. Ask, and you shall receive. Randolph bursts out from the bushes like a wild bear, yelling his name. Mona and Rice Cake immediately scream in panic, claws scratching right across Kang Yoon's face as they scramble for cover. Kang Yoon is left with a wolf paw pressed directly into his eyeball as Randolph notes he seems to have his hands full. Overhead, a flock of birds flies across the blue sky, and Randolph's jaw completely drops when Kang Yoon tells him about the invitation to the Beastman village. They sit down, and Randolph explains that contact between humans and beastmen has been completely cut off for generations. He has never heard of a human getting an invite. He looks at Mona sleeping on the grass, noting the tribe must trust Kang Yoon immensely to leave their chief's child in his care. He looks at our guy, thinking he has no idea how insane his life actually is. But he reassures Kang Yoon that beastmen are highly honorable, so he can visit their village without any worries. Kang Yoon lets out a sigh of relief, deciding he will visit them next time. But for now, he pulls out a handful of giant raw shrimp, asking Randolph if he is ready for dinner. Fast, high energy. He tosses the garlic into the hot pan, cracks fresh black pepper over the oil, drops the shrimp into the sizzle, and tosses them in a rich golden glaze of butter. The three beasts are standing in a line, drooling in absolute silence. He plates up the garlic butter grilled shrimp with a fresh lemon wedge. He peels the hot shell back, showing Randolph how to eat it. Randolph looks at the curved shape, wondering how our guy manages to find such bizarre ingredients in the middle of nowhere. He takes a bite, and his face immediately goes soft as his mind is blown by the rich, savory flavor. The visual of garlic, butter, and lemon is floating through his head. A cute little chibi shrimp is splashing in his mind, the perfect balance of salt and fat. Randolph's eyes snap open, yelling that the texture is incredibly addictive. He is so excited he is ready to eat the entire platter, but Kang Yoon is busy keeping Mona and Rice Cake from stealing his share. Then Randolph just pops an entire unpeeled shrimp straight into his mouth. Kang Yoon looks at him in deadpan horror, asking if he really just ate the shell. He looks down and sees Mona and Rice Cake are also devouring them whole because they are too impatient to wait for him to peel them. Our guy just sighs, thinking that at least he does not have to do any more work. The pan is left completely spotless, and Randolph declares it was another masterpiece. Mona and Rice Cake are lying flat on their backs, their little stomachs completely bloated from the feast. Randolph stands up, saying he is now obliged to give his absolute best to teach Kang Yoon today. Kang Yoon asks, "Teach me what?" Randolph looks at him like he is crazy. Swordsmanship, of course. Kang Yoon realizes he completely forgot about their trade deal. Randolph grins, telling him they will start with some basic, easy conditioning since it is his first day. Slow transition to sunset. The sun begins to set over the mountain peaks, and Kang Yoon is currently face down in the dirt, completely lifeless. Randolph squats next to him, sighing that his stamina is absolutely pathetic for a young guy while Mona and Rice Cake watch. He looks at him, asking if his lower body is naturally weak after he collapsed from a simple 4-hour hike. Kang Yoon is cursing him in his mind, too exhausted to even move, when Rice Cake walks over and starts licking his ankle. Suddenly, Kang Yoon's eyes widen. The deep, throbbing ache in his leg is starting to disappear, replaced by a cool, soothing sensation like he just applied muscle gel. Mona sees this and immediately tries to lick his bare arm, but Kangyun flinches because her lick just feels wet and incredibly slobbery. He gently pushes her head away, thanking her for the effort but declining the saliva. Randolph looks down, smiling as he notes that Kangyun's persistence during the hike was actually admirable. He pulls a wooden sword from his back and hands it to him as a gift. Kangyun sits up, hesitant to take something that Randolph must have made for his own family. Randolph sweats, admitting his daughter has trypanophobia. She has a severe fear of pointed things, so she refused to even touch a wooden sword. He gets fired up, clenching his fist and telling Kangyun he will train him to become the strongest warrior to ever exist. Kangyun looks at the wooden hilt, realizing his body is going to be in constant pain for the foreseeable future. Slow, emotional, ultimate climax of the batch, later that night. Kangyun is standing in his quiet kitchen. His muscles are screaming from the workout, and he decides to whip up a quick late-night snack of simple garlic and bacon pasta. He sets a small plate down for Rice Cake, who happily barks and digs in. Kangyun watches him, noting he only used a few basic ingredients, but it smells surprisingly good. He twirls a small portion of noodles around his chopsticks and takes a bite, smiling gently. Rice Cake suddenly stops eating, looking up at him with wide blue eyes. Kangyun's hand slams hard onto the metal counter. His chopsticks clatter against the prep table, rolling away. Jars, bottles, and boxes are being shoved aside. Dozens of small white plates are being lined up across the counter. His hands are shaking, sweat dripping from his face as he stands over them. The entire table is covered in open sauces, spices, salt, and vinegar. He has tasted every single one of them. He looks down, his chest heaving, his mouth slightly open as a tear runs down his face. He looks up, his eyes wide and completely trembling with a mixture of shock and overwhelming emotion, and says, "I can taste it." Our guy is currently staring at his hands, realizing that if he had stayed in the toxic loop of the soul culinary scene, he might have given up on his passion forever. The mental blocks are finally starting to crack. He can taste again. He looks down at his divine wolf pup, feeling a level of gratitude he hasn't felt in years. Medium. Later that night, the stars are out over Yangpyeong village, and our resident drinking legend, the village chief, is stumbling down the empty country road holding a flashlight. He is heavily buzzed and humming to himself, planning his next drinking session, when he notices the lights of the diner are still burning brightly. Inside, Kangyun is currently in absolute chef god mode, sautéing fresh enoki mushrooms, rolling them neatly inside thin ribbons of premium beef, while Rice Cake watches with his tongue out like a tiny white gargoyle. He boils a rich, sweet blueberry wine reduction on the stove while the beef rolls bake to a perfect finish in the oven. He plates it up beautifully with a side of smooth mashed potatoes and grilled asparagus. This is his actual signature dish, the one that put him on the map. He takes a bite, and as he chews, his eyes go quiet. The acidity of the sauce comes through clearly. The savory, deep umami flavors are still a bit faint, but to a chef who has lived in absolute sensory silence for months, this is a massive win. He drops a piece for Rice Cake, who immediately gets the starry-eyed look of a creature that has just seen the face of God. Kangyun looks at him, smiles, and realizes that even a half success is still a massive step forward. He gets fired up, promising the pup he will cook the next signature dish that won him his first international contest. But before he can even reach for his wine bottle, the sun rises. The front door is violently slammed open with enough force to shake the windows. It is the chief, screaming for him at the top of his lungs, while Kangyun stands there with chibi tags declaring he has muscle pain, an all-nighter, and severe indigestion. The chief is sweating, screaming that they have to leave immediately. Kangyun tries to process the noise, but before he can even ask what is happening, he is dragged outside by his collar, leaving Rice Cake standing in the doorway looking completely dazed. The chief literally stuffs him into the back of his blue van like he is executing a low-budget kidnapping. The van speeds off down the road, leaving a cloud of dust, and the wolf pup can only let out a very confused bark from the porch. Slow, emotional. They pull up to the maternity clinic in the neighboring town. The chief admits he ran over despite his massive hangover, and Kangyun realizes the emergency is that Minho's wife, Sujin, has suddenly gone into labor. They run inside to the delivery room lobby, where the local grandmas have already gathered. Everyone is talking at once, asking if it is a boy or a girl, while Minho sits on the bench by himself, his head bowed, looking completely terrified as he explains her water broke suddenly. The head nurse comes out and unloads verbally, screaming that this is a hospital, not a local marketplace, and that they are disturbing the staff. The chief immediately switches sides, telling everyone they need to get out because too many people are bad for the baby. He boasts that he will stay behind as the village chief to supervise, but the nurse immediately grabs him by the collar, telling him he is coming too. The chief is dragged away across the floor, screaming that he is the community leader. But before she leaves, the nurse looks at Kang Yoon and tells him to stay. She tells him that Minho needs a real friend by his side right now, not a crowd of gossiping villagers. The doors swing shut, and the chief can still be heard claiming he is Minho's primary drinking partner. Kang Yoon sits on the empty bench, feeling incredibly awkward because he has never been in a delivery room before and has no idea what to say. Minho looks over, his voice quiet as he thanks him just for sitting next to him. He is clutching his hands, admitting he is incredibly excited but also terrified that something might go wrong. He is practically shaking from the nerves. Kang Yoon looks at him, realizing Minho is around his own age, facing the biggest moment of his life. He reaches over and pats his shoulder, telling him everything is going to be perfectly fine. Minho looks up, the tension finally leaving his shoulders, and lets out a soft, genuine smile. He whispers his thanks, and the two friends sit in quiet support. Medium. A few hours later, the doors open and the nurse announces, it is a healthy baby girl. The villagers outside erupt into cheers, throwing their fists in the air and declaring that a birth this special needs a massive village-wide feast. Kang Yoon walks outside, and the chief tells him Minho is currently in the room crying tears of joy next to his wife. He points out that the villagers are already getting the charcoal ready for the feast, noting that food is the only way their community knows how to celebrate. The word village triggers something in Kang Yoon's head. He remembers his other invitation. He asks the chief what kind of specialty gift he should bring when visiting another village, and the chief's face goes completely dark as he demands to know which shameless village is trying to scout and steal their precious young chef. Kang Yoon tells him to calm down, explaining it is just a friendly visit, and the chief suggests bringing some good alcohol or a local specialty. Kang Yoon asks if their village actually produces any famous specialties, and the chief goes completely silent before suggesting Korean beef, which is actually Pyeongchang's specialty, not ours. They stand in deadpan silence for a long moment, realizing their village literally produces nothing of note. Medium. Regardless, Kang Yoon makes his choice. He packs a bottle of local makgeolli and a container of tender boiled pork into his pack. He stands in the fantasy forest clearing with rice cake, holding the heavy warrior horn. He takes a deep breath and blows. The sound waves roll through the trees. The noise is so loud a local mole pops out of the dirt looking highly annoyed, and the flying chinchillas stare from the branches. Kang Yoon is completely out of breath, wondering if this ridiculous horn is even going to work, when the silver-haired wolf warrior drops down from the canopy with Mona on his shoulders. Before Kang Yoon can even say hello, the warrior grabs him, slings him over his muscular shoulder like a sack of laundry, and Kang Yoon is left hanging upside down, completely bewildered. He screams as the warrior leaps through the forest canopy at supersonic speeds, leaving a trail of broken branches. So, the high-speed travel has ended. Our guy is currently on his knees, emptying his stomach in a perfect rainbow stream while remembering Randolph's words about his weak lower body. Rice Cake and Mona pop out of the grass looking completely unimpressed by his motion sickness. The silver-haired warrior points ahead, announcing they have officially arrived at their borders. Kang Yoon looks up, and his jaw completely drops. The valley is filled with massive circular tents, and he remarks that they look exactly like Mongolian jurs. The warrior looks at him, confused by the foreign word, and asks if humans have villages that look like theirs. Kang Yoon changes the subject, remembering Randolph's warning about the ancient segregated history of this world. Slow lore beat centuries ago, a massive war raged between the different races. Hundreds of years of violence and bloodshed, leaving the entire continent buried under a mountain of death. It got so bad the gods themselves had to step in before the world was completely destroyed. They forced the races to sign a strict treaty, segregated the borders, and everyone has lived in isolation ever since. Kang Yoon looks at the yurts, wondering if a human like him is really going to be welcomed after all that history. They walk through the village gates, and the residents immediately gather, whispering in shock that a real, weak-looking human has entered their borders. They spot the white wolf pup, realizing the sacred beast is with him. Suddenly, their path is blocked by an older, white-furred wolf warrior who has crossed arms and radiating pure hostility. It is warrior chief Temu, and he looks down on our guy like he is a piece of trash that needs to be thrown out. Kang-yoon can feel the thick, suffocating tension, but the silver-haired warrior steps in, his arm blocking Temu as he warns him that this human is the chief's personal guest. Temu sneers, asking what happened to his warrior pride that he is now acting as a bodyguard for a weak human. The two warriors lock eyes, and the silver-haired wolf calmly tells him to step aside. Temu's snarl deepens, and the children watching from behind the tents hold their breath. But before the warriors can clash, Rice Cake steps forward, growling aggressively with a dark aura. Temu completely flinches. The villagers gasp, realizing the holy wolf is furious. Then Mona drops to all fours, snarling at Temu with absolute feral energy. Kang-yoon is standing in the middle, sweating buckets, wondering why his life has turned into a fantasy political drama when he only came here to drop off some food. He has a mental visual of himself dressed as a princess, being defended by a royal knight, a queen with a fan, and a tiny king holding a sword. He just wants someone to stop the madness, when a massive red blur drops from the sky, landing heavily in the dirt between them. It is Cassandra, the tribe head, and she looks at them with a smirk. The silver-haired warrior immediately bows, telling Kang-yoon to show his respects to the chief. She introduces herself, her long red hair and skull mask giving her an incredibly commanding presence as she tells him to call her Kassan. Kang-yoon bows politely, while Mona immediately climbs onto her mother's shoulders like a small monkey. Kassan holds her daughter, thanking Kang-yoon for looking after her child. Kang-yoon tries to be modest, saying she wasn't a bother, but Kassan laughs, knowing exactly how chaotic her daughter is. Temu steps forward, his voice trembling as he asks why their great chief is bowing her head to a weak human. Kassan's smile goes completely cold as she looks at her warrior commander. She mockingly asks if Temu was trying to break the century-old treaty by starting a fight with her guest. Temu is sweating bullets, his face turning red as he quickly backs down. She laughs, mocking his sudden change of heart, and clenches her fist, commanding him to go back to his own business and get out of her sight. Medium. She leads Kang-yoon into her grand yurt, apologizing for the rude welcome and explaining the tribe is simply not used to humans. Kang-yoon sits on the floor, sweat dropping as he sees the silhouettes of dozens of beastmen staring at him through the tent fabric like predators. She explains she wanted to see the protagonist of the forest rumors. She reveals the entire forest has been watching him because he managed to tame the holy wolf, and Kang-yoon realizes his quiet camping life has basically been broadcasted live to the entire local beast population. Kassan pats her daughter's head, telling him to name any reward he wants because her tribe always pays its debts. Kang-yoon waves his hands, saying he just shared some food and there is no need to go that far. Instead, he pulls out his cooler, saying he brought some gifts of his own. He opens the lid to reveal row after row of perfectly sliced, tender boiled pork. She leans in, her eyes lighting up as she smells the meat, completely forgetting her chief persona. He then pulls out a green bottle, explaining he also brought a special drink that doesn't exist in their world. Full drunk again makgeolli. She clutches the bottle, her eyes sparkling like a kid in a candy shop. Kang-yoon warns her that the bottle was shaken on the way over and might explode if opened carelessly, and the guards immediately draw their weapons thinking it's a human assassination attempt. Kang-yoon screams, trying to explain he meant carbonation pressure, but Kassan just snaps the cap off anyway. The white fermented foam shoots out like a geyser, and Kassan's face is filled with pure excitement as she watches the bubbles. The guards are sweating, while Kassan casually brings the foaming bottle to her mouth. She chugs it straight down, while the guards scream in absolute panic. They are crying out, worried she just drank some weird human poison. She lets out a massive, room-shaking burp, and her face completely lights up as she declares that humans are incredibly talented. She is mesmerized by the sweet, tangy, and velvety texture of the rice wine. She immediately reaches for the meat, asking if she can try a piece of his side dish. She pops a slice of boiled pork into her mouth, and her fangs sink into the meat. Her eyes go wide as she realizes there is absolutely no bad smell, and the pork is so tender it literally melts before she can even chew. She is in absolute food heaven, humming to herself and declaring that the meat is so good she wouldn't notice if someone died next to her. Then, she suddenly turns and bows deeply to Kang-yoon. The guards are completely horrified that their legendary chief is apologizing to a human, but Kassan tells them their tribe was incredibly rude to a precious guest, and an apology is the only honorable response. The guards look down, sweating, and bow their heads to Kang-yoon, offering a sincere apology. The silver-haired warrior Noah stands in the background, thinking that a human chosen by the Holy Wolf really is something special. Kasan stands up, pointing dramatically with a huge grin on her face. She raises her arm and shouts to the entire village that they are throwing a massive tribal festival for their guest. She announces that the hunter who manages to catch the most delicious game for the feast will be crowned with the legendary title of Chaitu. The entire village erupts into a massive war cry, the sound shaking the yurt. And our guy is left sitting on the floor, holding his head, wondering why every single village he visits is completely obsessed with throwing massive feasts. A predatory bird flies across the blue sky, and Chief Kasan explains that the Chaitu title is the highest honor for a hunter in their tribe. The winner gets to lead all future hunts, which explains why the local wolf boys are currently sprinting into the woods like they are playing a high-stakes battle royale. Kasan asks if he wants to join, but Kangyun politely declines, noting that with his physical stats, he would probably end up as the prey. She sighs, complaining that as chief she has to stay behind and babysit the local toddlers instead of hunting. Kangyun casually offers to help, but before the words even leave his mouth, he realizes he has made a terrible mistake. A beast kid immediately launches himself at his face, and Kangyun decides he is safer staying exactly where he is. Kasan agrees, laughing as another toddler begins to chew on his leg, explaining that since Kangyun smells like high-grade gourmet ingredients, the kids might just eat him out of pure instinct. He is currently engaged in a physical struggle with a puppy when a massive crash echoes through the clearing. Warrior Chief Temu has returned, dragging a massive black-striped forest tiger behind him. The crowd gasps, declaring that the legendary warrior is flexing his absolute dominance. Temu stands over his kill, radiating pure arrogance as he looks at the chief, before turning to Kangyun with a smug smile, mockingly asking if the weak human has ever seen such a terrifying beast. Kangyun does not even blink. He activates his masterclass acting skills, clapping his hands and loudly declaring how cute and fascinating the tiger is. Temu's face instantly goes red with rage, demanding to know how a mere human dares to call his ultimate prey cute. But Kangyun points behind him, stammering that compared to what his own pet just dragged in, the tiger really is a toddler-tier catch. The entire village goes silent as they look at Rice Cake, who is casually dragging a colossal glowing purple snake monster across the grass. This is the infamous paralyzing magic snake that usually requires an entire squad of elite warriors to bring down. And our divine wolf pup is currently sitting on its head, wearing the smoochest chibi smirk in recorded history. Temu looks like he is about to have a physical stroke from the sheer disrespect. Mona also returns, proudly holding a tiny dead weasel which receives immediate thumbs up and applause from both Kasan and Kangyun, while the two massive forest monsters lay forgotten in the background. Noah notes that even though Rice Cake is still a baby, his instincts as the holy white wolf are absolutely terrifying. More warriors arrive, hauling in a massive woolly bison, and Kasan stands over the pile of prey, ready to declare the winner. She calls for silence as the tribe gathers, her yellow eyes glowing as she looks over the hunters. She raises her hand and announces the new Chaitu is Haman, a young, terrified beast girl who is currently holding a simple, plump bird. Temu is absolutely outraged, pointing at his massive tiger and demanding to know why a birdcatcher won the title, but Kasan looks down at him, her voice cold as she points out she never told them to bring the strongest monster, she told them to bring the most delicious game. A true hunter must select their prey based on the purpose of the feast, not just their own ego. Noah looks like he is about to cry from the sheer wisdom, and nobody dares to argue with her logic. Kasan declares the feast has officially commenced, and the crowd erupts into cheers. Kangyun lets out a sigh of relief, glad his pup didn't win, otherwise Temu probably would have challenged them to a duel to the death. Medium. The fires are lit, and the beastmen start roasting the game. But as the smoke rises, Kangyun's face goes completely pale. The smell of raw, unmarinated, and gamey meat is so foul, it is practically floating across the screen like a toxic cloud. He asks Kasan how they can happily eat meat that smells this fishy and raw. Kasan bites into a massive leg, claiming meat always tastes like this, but notes that the pork Kangyun brought earlier was indeed an anomaly. Mona is sitting next to her, staring at the raw roasted meat with absolute disgust, completely ruined by Kangyun's gourmet cooking. Rice Cake looks like his entire soul is leaving his body, begging Kangyun to save him from this culinary nightmare. Kangyun tries to stay quiet to avoid offending his hosts, but as Kasan shoves a giant smelly leg in his face, fast his chef rationality completely snaps. He stands up, declaring he is taking over the kitchen, and tells Rice Cake to go find some sour wild fruits immediately. He snaps open his portable camping kitchen kit, while the local children watch him like he is a wizard casting a high-level spell. He sears the thick cuts of game meat over high heat until the outside is beautifully caramelized and crispy, then drops them into a pot of boiling alcohol. Rice Cake returns, tossing a bunch of sour blueberries into the pot. Kang-yoon slams the lid down, letting the natural acidity and alcohol break down the gamey fats for 30 minutes. The tribe gathers around the steaming pot in absolute silence, as Kang-yoon lifts the lid, releasing a wave of sweet, savory, and clean aroma that completely clears the foul smell from the air. He pulls out a perfectly glazed piece of meat, slices it cleanly, and takes a bite to test the quality. The wild fruit acts like a super-powered lemon, and though it is a bit strong, it has completely eliminated the gamey odor. Kasan snatches a piece, takes a bite, and her eyes go wide as she realizes this is the exact same meat they caught, but transformed into a masterpiece. Mona is happily chewing on a slice, her tail wagging in absolute ecstasy. Kasan is amazed he is still unsatisfied with the result, and Kang-yoon proudly states that as a chef, his only job is to make food as delicious as humanly possible. She looks at him, completely captivated by his confidence. She bursts into a loud, booming laugh, declaring she absolutely loves his bold attitude. She commands the entire tribe to drop what they are doing, gather more sour fruits, and help their guests prepare the real feast. The beastmen immediately get to work, realizing their simple roasted meat was absolute trash compared to this. She sits down next to him, thanking him for showing their tribe such generosity. The entire village is now gathered around his cutting board, watching him teach them how to prep. And the sunset falls over a peaceful, happy camp. Slow transition to next morning. The next morning is quiet. Kasan and Mona stand at the borders to send him off, admitting everyone else is currently sleeping off a massive hangover. She reaches into her pocket and drops a beautifully carved wooden pipe whistle into his hand. She tells him it is a symbol of their friendship, and that if he ever needs help, he just has to blow it and her tribe will answer. Kang-yoon smiles warmly, thanking her as he grips the whistle. He walks back through the forest portal, thinking that his normal life back on Earth won't have any of this high fantasy spectacle. He opens the door to his quiet diner and is immediately greeted by a man wearing a heavy trench coat, dark sunglasses, and a black bucket hat. Any empty tables here? So, our guy has just survived a literal Beastman festival, only to return home to find a man dressed like a budget spy standing in his dining room. The guest is sweating profusely, asking for the coldest water available, while Kang-yoon internally notes that he really needs to install a security alarm. The mysterious guest sits down in a booth, looking around like he is expecting a sting operation. He looks up and requests a plate of vongole pasta, but asks if Kang-yoon can swap the standard pasta for fettuccine. Kang-yoon is surprised by the highly specific request, but politely explains they are currently out of fettuccine. He offers linguine instead, noting it is also a wider, flat shape. The guest agrees, and Kang-yoon heads into the kitchen. He drops the flat linguine strands into the boiling water, medium cooking beat, thinking that most of the local villagers don't even know the difference between spaghetti and macaroni, yet this man specifically requested fettuccine. He begins prepping fresh garlic on his board. This guest definitely knows his Italian food. He tosses fresh, clean clams into a hot pan with olive oil and deglazes it with white wine, creating a massive, dramatic burst of flame over the stove. He plates up the steaming vongole linguine, thrilled to finally show off his actual technical skills to someone who can appreciate them. He sets the plate down, and the guest looks at the dish in silence. He twirls the linguine around his fork, takes a bite, and goes into a deep internal state of shock. The clam flavor is incredibly vibrant, perfectly balanced by the heat of the red pepper, with zero fishy aftertaste. He looks at Kang-yoon, realizing this level of masterclass pasta has no business being served in a sleepy country village. He drops his fork, a look of profound realization on his face as he thinks that this chef might actually be the one who can recreate it. He tries to call out to Kang-yoon, but a sudden news broadcast on the wall TV cuts them off. The screen shows a dignified older man being interviewed. Master painter Jung Gi-hoon has once again left his mark on the art world after winning the Venice Biennale. The guest awkwardly pulls his hat down, saying the food was absolutely delicious and that he never expected such authentic Italian flavors here. Kang Yoon smiles, pointing out that he was the first customer to ever request a specific pasta shape and asks if he spent time abroad. The guest admits he used to eat it frequently while studying. Kang Yoon proudly tells him he can cook any Italian dish, inviting him to visit again. The guest pauses, then looks at him and asks, "Then, can you make minestrone?" Kang Yoon repeats the name, visualizing the traditional rustic Italian vegetable and pasta soup. He gets incredibly excited, asking if he wants it right now, but the guest tells him he will return tomorrow to eat it. The guest stands up to leave, thanking him and saying Kang Yoon's skills are making him look forward to tomorrow. He pulls off his dark sunglasses and introduces himself. His name is Jung Gi-hoon. Kang Yoon just blinks, completely clueless as he introduces himself as Lee Kang Yoon. Gi-hoon stands in absolute silence, asking if he does not watch any television at all. He leaves, and Kang Yoon turns around to look at the TV, which is currently broadcasting a massive documentary on the legendary, world-famous painter Jung Gi-hoon. Our guy stands there with wide eyes, realizing he just casually treated a living national treasure like a normal country guest. Medium. The next day, Rice Cake is sleeping peacefully on the grass when a loud scream of despair from the kitchen startles him. Kang Yoon is standing in front of Gi-hoon, bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle and sweating as he apologizes for his complete lack of respect. Gi-hoon deadpans, asking if Kang Yoon would actually believe he was a fan if their roles were reversed. Kang Yoon quietly admits he wouldn't, and Gi-hoon laughs warmly, telling him not to worry. He came to the countryside specifically to escape being treated like a celebrity. He looks out the window, his eyes soft as he says his dishes reminded him of his youth. Slow character beat Kang Yoon serves the hot bowl of minestrone soup, wishing him a good meal. Look at that. Bright, vibrant vegetables swimming in a rich golden broth. Gi-hoon dips his spoon, chews slowly, and says it is very good. But Kang Yoon, watching from the counter, notices something. He points out that Gi-hoon is eating like he doesn't actually care about the flavor. Gi-hoon looks up, surprised that the young chef was reading his expressions so closely. He admits that while the soup is flawless, better than any minestrone he has ever tasted in Korea, it is simply different from the specific taste he has been searching for. Dozens of years ago, when he was just a young student, he went to Italy to pursue his dream of painting with absolutely nothing in his pockets. He swept floors, washed dishes, and did manual labor just to survive. Buying a single tube of paint was a massive financial struggle. He lived off plain boiled pasta with a pinch of salt because his pride wouldn't let him beg for leftover vegetables at the market, but whenever he managed to sell a painting, he would treat himself to a cheap local bowl of minestrone. It was the most precious thing in the world to him. After he became successful and left Italy, he avoided Italian food for decades to forget those painful, starving days. But as time passed, he realized that even painful memories are still memories, and he wanted to taste that cheap, comforting soup one more time. He stands up, saying he guessed memories are just glorified, and that a cheap, low-grade soup could never compare to Kang Yoon's masterclass version. Kang Yoon looks at him, remembering his own dark days of depression and soul, completely relating to the feeling. He grips the wooden counter, thinking about how much he wanted to escape his own past, and how a single plate of nostalgic food was the only thing that kept him going. His chef pride is completely ignited. He cannot let a guest walk away with an unresolved memory. He looks at Gi-hoon, asking him to describe the taste of that cheap coastal soup in more detail. Gi-hoon pauses, explaining that the broth was much thicker and that it actually tasted slightly fishy. He mentions he ate it in a coastal town called Amalfi, and even the vegetables themselves seem to carry the scent of the sea. Kang Yoon thinks deeply, then asks Gi-hoon to return tomorrow to try his next attempt. As Rice Cake licks the empty bowl, Kang Yoon stands in the kitchen, repeating the clues. A fishy taste, thick broth, but completely vegetarian. He opens his laptop, typing furiously to research the traditional recipes of the Amalfi Coast. He wonders if it was caciucco, the rich Italian fish stew, but realizes a painter as cultured as Gi-hoon would easily know the difference between a fish stew and a vegetable minestrone. He types in the name of the town, Amalfi, and looks at the beautiful, sun-drenched coastal cliffs rising out of the blue sea. Rice Cake tilts his head, wondering what is making his master stare at the screen with such wide eyes. Kang Yoon stands up, a look of absolute culinary inspiration on his face. He realizing that Gi-hoon's memories weren't glorified after all, and that the secret to the fishy vegetable broth lies in the very soil of the Amalfi Coast itself. The summer heat is hitting Yongpyong village hard, and the bell at the diner door finally rings. Kang Yoon pops his head out, welcoming his mysterious guest. And there he is, master painter Jung Gi-hoon, looking exactly like a budget Inspector Gadget in a midsummer trench coat. He immediately flashes his phone, showing old YouTube clips of our guy back when he was the Golden Boy star chef of Seoul. Kang-yoon serves the soup, trying to play it cool by saying he does not even watch his own videos. Gi-hoon sits down, looking at the bowl with a mix of curiosity and low expectations. He admits he has been to countless restaurants looking for this exact taste, and he has basically given up. He is fully expecting another generic high-end disappointment. But as Kang-yoon places his hand on the lid, he tells the old man that this time, it is going to be different. The lid comes off. The steam rises. Gi-hoon stares. The soup looks incredibly thick, there is some foam in the broth, and it smells distinctly fishy. He genuinely wonders if our guy made it terrible on purpose. He hesitates, brings the spoon to his lips, and takes a single sip. Instantly, the modern diner fades away. He is transported right back to his youth in Amalfi, Italy. The sun, the ocean breeze, the drafty studio where he used to paint. He stares at his spoon, completely paralyzed. His eyes well up. He laughs, admitting that if he had tasted this exact soup anywhere else today, he would have thrown it in the trash. Kang-yoon explains the science. He realized the fishy taste was too strong to be a mistake, so he looked past standard fish stews. He analyzed the thickness of the broth and the intensity of the seafood aroma. And then it clicked. The secret ingredient. The cook had blended fresh clams directly into the vegetable broth. Gi-hoon is stunned. Clams. He sits there in the quiet room, realizing the truth. The Italian lady running that cheap restaurant back then did not make a bad soup by accident. She knew exactly what she was doing. She blended clams into the broth to sneak some protein and nutrition into a starving foreign student's meal. She did it secretly so she would not hurt his fragile artist's pride. Gi-hoon realizes that if he had known the truth back then, his pride would have kept him from ever going back. He laughs through his tears, calling his old landlady an incredibly nosy woman. He stands up to leave, letting our guy know he has a villa nearby and will be visiting often. Before he walks out the door, he stops and looks around the room. He casually notes that the diner's walls look a bit empty. Then, he reminds Kang-yoon to keep his visit a secret, climbing into his car like a highly dramatic secret agent. Our guy watches the car pull away and thinks that driving a luxury white sedan with a personal chauffeur is the least undercover thing he has ever seen. But his peace does not last, because there is a new boss waiting at his gate. Meet Lee Yoon-sop, Kang-yoon's junior chef from Seoul. He has a suitcase, he is on vacation, and he is way too lazy to travel abroad. So he decided to find a place with fresh air and a world-class chef he can mooch off of. He flashes a thumbs up and casually requests 9 gourmet meals over the next 3 days. He immediately makes himself at home on the couch, while Kang-yoon gives him the signature chef death glare. Yoon-sop spots Rice Cake sleeping on a cushion and thinks he is the cutest thing he has ever seen. He reaches out to give him a gentle pet, and Rice Cake dodges so fast he leaves behind an afterimage, leaving Yoon-sop face-planting into the empty cushion. Kang-yoon starts giggling like a proud parent. He brags that even the local professional boar hunter cannot catch this pup, but Rice Cake lets him touch him whenever he wants. Yoon-sop looks at him and asks if he is currently an outcast in this village. The pity in his eyes is palpable. He thinks our guy is so lonely he has resort to bragging about dog affection. Kang-yoon starts screaming that he has plenty of friends and that the villagers literally threw him a giant welcome feast. Right on cue, someone knocks at the door. It is Minho, the local farm boy. Kang-yoon welcomes him in, asking if he is here to eat. Minho smiles and hands him a bag. Inside is a pair of custom hand-sewn blue oven mitts. His pregnant wife Sujin made them herself as a thank you for the gourmet abalone porridge Kang-yoon cooked for her morning sickness. Rice Cake wanders in, and Minho notes that the cute little white cartoon wolf embroidered on the mitts is indeed him. Kang-yoon smiles, holding the mitts while Rice Cake sits on his shoulder looking comically smug. Suddenly, 2 more visitors burst through the door. It is Sang-hoo and Mi-young, running in because it is summer break. Sang-hoo immediately shoves his summer homework in Kang-yoon's face, claiming the chef is smart enough to solve his math problems. Before he can even open the book, the village chief walks in. He waves cheerfully, calling our guy the local celebrity. The diner is suddenly packed to the brim with chaotic country energy. From the hallway, Yoon-sop watches the whole scene play out. He sees how genuinely happy Kang-yoon looks, smiling and laughing with the locals. He realizes his old senior was not lying. He is doing incredibly well here. He decides to quietly head back upstairs, realizing he does not need to worry about him anymore. He stretches, looking forward to enjoying some free meals. Back downstairs, Kang Yoon asks the chief what brought him by. The chief admits he is going door to door looking for extra hands. It is prime farming season and he needs some heavy lifting for the next 2 days. He tells Kang Yoon he will pay him, but since he runs a business, he will not force him. Kang Yoon is about to decline because he has a guest, but the chief plays some masterclass reverse psychology in size, saying he will just walk down to the next town. Our guy folds instantly. He grabs the chief, insisting he came to the right place and that he is in. In fact, he promises him 2 helping hands. Cut to Yoonsop on the couch, completely oblivious to the fact that his peaceful vacation has just been cancelled. Summer peak. The sun is blazing over the rice paddies, and Lee Yoonsop, city boy and elite junior chef, is standing in the dirt looking like he has lost all will to live. He is fully geared up in traditional Korean grandma farm trousers, and he has been working for hours. Meanwhile, our guy walks by carrying a massive basin of freshly dug potatoes like they are feather pillows. The local farm grandma is in absolute awe, praising him for being way stronger than he looks. Kang Yoon realizes his daily training sessions in the fantasy forest with Randolph are actually paying off. The grandma points out that Yoonsop has been sitting under a tree looking like a deflated balloon. Kang Yoon walks over and tells him to keep working while he looks for a nice place to host his funeral. Yoonsop asks if he is openly threatening murder now. They sit down for a quick break. Yoonsop realized something was up when Kang Yoon cooked a massive, high-calorie breakfast that morning. He complains about being forced to do manual labor on his vacation. Kang Yoon smiles and asks him what he wants for dinner, promising to make whatever he names. Yoonsop looks out over the field and says he wants jambalaya. Kang Yoon is surprised. He expected his junior to ask for something expensive and complicated, not simple American street food. He asks if he is sure that is all he wants. Yoonsop smiles, saying he is just craving it today. Back in the kitchen, the cooking montage begins. He tosses fresh shrimp shells into a hot pan, searing them until they turn bright red. Yoonsop wanders in, asking why he is frying the shells. Kang Yoon explains it is for the stock. Frying the shells and the heads releases the fats and the intestines, giving the broth a much deeper, nuttier, and highly savory seafood flavor. While the rich stock is boiling, he sears thick slices of smoked sausage and melted butter. He adds tender chicken pieces, cooks them through, and then dumps in the rice. He tosses in pre-cut bell peppers, onions, and spices, pouring the rich shrimp stock over the top. He adds the cooked shrimp, covers the lid, and lets the flavors meld together for a minute. The Creole-style red jambalaya is served. Rice Cake is shown unhinging his jaw like a snake to inhale a massive pet-friendly bowl of it. Kang Yoon sits down with a cold can of beer, admitting this is actually his first time making jambalaya. Yoonsop takes a bite and smiles. He tells him this is the exact dish Kang Yoon made for him the very first time he visited Yoonsop's apartment. Kang Yoon has no memory of this. Yoonsop reminds him. Back then, they had almost no ingredients in the fridge, but Kang Yoon did not hesitate. He just whipped up a perfect jambalaya on the spot. He takes another big spoonful and sighs in pure satisfaction. He remembers how that single bite blew his mind. The rice carried a deep, comforting umami. The seafood and the vegetables were perfectly balanced, hitting every sweet, spicy, and salty note. He looks at Kang Yoon and says that even after all this time, it still tastes exactly as amazing as it did back then. It is a perfect dish. He tells him that because of that first bite, he knew Kang Yoon was destined for absolute success. He stares at his senior, his voice turning quiet and serious. He says he is absolutely certain that Kang Yoon's sense of taste will come back soon. Our guy looks at him blankly and says he already told him his taste is back. Yoonsop stops chewing, completely frozen. He is thoroughly dumbfounded. Kang Yoon casually explains his countryside healing has been highly effective and he is about 50% recovered. Yoonsop looks at him, asking if he plans to return to the Seoul restaurant scene now. Kang Yoon's smile fades slightly. He looks down at his beer. He admits he does not know. At first, he was just terrified of returning, but now he has genuinely grown to love his life in this quiet village. Yoonsop looks at him for a long moment, then raises his can. He tells him there is no need to rush. He proposes a toast to celebrate his successful countryside life. Our guy laughs, feeling the warmth of a real friend. They clink their cans together. That night, they fall asleep on the floor with Rice Cake curled up between them like a fluffy white cotton ball. The next day, back in the vibrant fantasy forest, a wooden sword cuts through the air. Steel like wood meets wood, and our guy is pushed back by a massive impact. Randolph lets out a booming laugh, noting that Kang Yoon managed to last exactly 1 second longer than their last spar. Kang Yoon is staring at his trembling hands, thinking that lasting 5 seconds against a rookie knight is not the massive flex Randolph thinks it is. He has been training for a month now, and while his stamina is up, he still cannot stand his ground against a real warrior. He prepares for the next round, barely holding on. Suddenly, a massive, heavy presence stops both of them cold. The bushes rustle. A giant silver-furred clawed paw steps onto the grass. It is Noah, the shirtless silver-furred wolf warrior, and Mona is riding on his shoulders like a chaotic little backpack. Mona immediately jumps down, running toward Kang Yoon while Randolph panics, asking if this is the high-level beastman warrior he met. Randolph's eyes light up. He is instantly fascinated by Noah's incredible physical build. He stares at Noah, completely mesmerized by his fierce warrior gaze. He begs Kang Yoon to ask the Wolfman if he wants to spar and train with him. Noah looks at them, completely confused because they do not have a translation artifact. Kang Yoon is frozen. Translation artifact. He suddenly realizes he never actually questioned how he was able to speak to the beastman so easily. Randolph sighs, wrapping up his wooden sword, and decides to head back, telling Kang Yoon to focus on his visitor. Kang Yoon asks Noah what brings him all the way out here. Noah stares at him intensely, asking if he is currently learning swordsmanship from that human. Kang Yoon laughs it off, saying he is just learning basic self-defense because he shared some food with him. Noah's expression goes dead serious. He looks down at him. He notes that he also received food from Kang Yoon twice, the salt-grilled shrimp and the festival meat. He says it is a matter of absolute beastman honor to return this kindness, and his repayment is going to be teaching Kang Yoon beastman martial arts. Our guy's gut instinct goes into high alarm. Noah's eyes narrow, turning incredibly sharp. He asks if Kang Yoon thinks beastman martial arts are inferior to human swordsmanship. Kang Yoon folds instantly, flashing a comically panicked thumbs up and saying he is highly looking forward to it. Noah nods, stating that beastman martial arts are the strongest in the world. He points straight at the dirt. Get down! He explains that the absolute foundation of beastman martial arts starts with the most basic movement, running on all 4 limbs. He orders our guy to run all the way to the mountain summit in that position. Kang Yoon looks down at the grass, realizing a completely new level of physical hell has just begun. The next morning, Earthside. Kang Yoon is lying in his bed looking like a discarded ragdoll. Rice Cake wanders over, letting out a tiny yawn before licking his shoulder. Our guy finally opens his eyes, looking completely dead. The muscle soreness is so intense he can barely lift his arm. He slowly sits up, realizing that if Rice Cake's saliva did not have actual magical healing properties, he would have been bedridden for a week. The pup is sitting there looking incredibly proud of himself, basically demanding a 5-star review for his medical services. Kang Yoon sighs, wishing the magical drool could also recover the absolute human dignity he left on that mountain. He heads down to the kitchen to sort through his spices. As he picks up a bottle, he starts reflecting on his time with the beastmen. They literally do not use spices at all. They just roast raw, gamey meat over open flames like absolute cavemen. Even Rice Cake looks offended by the lack of culinary respect. Kang Yoon realizes he cannot just keep gifting them sauces from Earth because his supply is limited. He needs to find local spices in their world. And then, a light bulb goes off. The human territory. Randolph's village has to have a market. He steps through the portal and arrives at Robentis only to be greeted by a full military salute. The local guard is standing in pristine formation, while Randolph stands there looking like a proud dad who just won the lottery. Kang Yoon deadpans, asking him why he is abusing his power just to welcome a friend. Randolph admits he was secretly pouting because Kang Yoon visited the beastmen first, so he had to flex his authority. Rice Cake is trotting along, completely unfazed by the swords, while Randolph brags about being a legendary knight captain. Our guy looks at him, realizing this loud, beer-loving middle-aged man is actually a big deal in this world. But Randolph has one more surprise. A hooded figure emerges from the gates, holding a massive wooden staff. Randolph salutes him, calling him Sir Roman, and asks if he is ready to deliver the welcome favor. The old man sighs, throwing back his hood, and agrees. Kang Yoon's eyes instantly turn to sparkles. The cloak, the staff, the massive white beard. This is obviously a high-level mage. Roman steps forward, introducing himself, and announces he will be casting a grand fire spell to welcome him. He raises his staff, and a massive, swirling vortex of flame begins to gather in the air. Kang Yoon is locked in, fully expecting some high-tier tactical nuclear magic. The massive flame condenses and pops into a few tiny, pathetic pink sparklers. The local citizens are clapping and crying tears of absolute joy, while our guy looks like he just watched a presentation on municipal zoning laws. Roman is heavily panting, sweating profusely, and assumes Kang Yoon's calm face means he is a seasoned elite warrior who is completely unfazed by high-level magic. They just stare at each other in awkward silence. Kang Yoon realizes magic in this world is significantly less efficient than a dollar store firework. To fit in, our guy changes into some local medieval peasant clothes. Randolph notes he would have stood out way too much in his earth gear. They head to the market. Randolph tells him he has to visit the territory lord for some official business, but will pick him up for a party later. Kang Yoon is not even listening. He is completely locked onto the market stalls. The sheer variety of ingredients is overwhelming. He stops in front of a wooden crate filled with bright red peppers. He picks one up and sniffs it. It looks like a pepperoncino, but has a dense herbal pine scent. He wonders what it is used for. Suddenly, Roman appears behind him, explaining that the spice is called lamé and is usually used in stews. In warmer regions, people even boil it in water. Kang Yoon is startled, asking why he is here. Roman admits Randolph hired him to be his personal bodyguard for the day. Our guy looks down at Rice Cake and wonders why a simple market trip requires a high-level combat mage bodyguard. Roman looks at the quiet, gentle chef and thinks that Randolph was absolutely right to protect such a pure soul. He asks Kang Yoon if he needs the lamé. Before our guy can even answer, Roman snaps at the merchant, telling him to pack up the entire batch because he has more than enough gold. He shoves the heavy sack into Kang Yoon's hands, asking if he needs anything else. Kang Yoon's eyes turn into sparkles again. Roman's ego is instantly restored, noting that this reaction is much better than his magic show. They sit down on a wooden bench near a fountain. Kang Yoon is holding a massive bag of spices. He is thrilled, thinking about all the incredible dishes he can make with these new flavors. Roman asks him if he is preparing to write some grand academic thesis on spices. Kang Yoon laughs, saying it is nothing that grand. He just wants to help his new friends enjoy their meals more. He wants to study the local spices first to make sure they are safe and delicious. Roman looks at the sleeping wolf pup and finally understands why a sacred divine beast would choose to follow a simple human. Kang Yoon asks Roman if he is hungry after all that walking. He reaches into his backpack and pulls out a lock-and-lock container filled with Korean chive pancakes. Roman looks at the green slices, thinking he should just take a single bite out of polite obligation. He picks up a piece. He remembers the last time he actually ate food was 4 days ago because eating has become a chore in his old age. He takes a bite. His eyes fly open. The flavor is completely foreign. He has never tasted this vegetable before, but the herbal, savory aroma is incredible. The dough is perfectly moist and chewy, melting on his tongue in a flash. He realizes this is genuinely delicious. He looks at Kang Yoon with wide eyes, asking if he can have more. Kang Yoon smiles, telling him he can eat the entire box. Roman starts inhaling the pancakes, realizing he has not eaten food for the pure joy of tasting something in decades. Our guy watches him eat with a slightly terrified expression. Roman is growling and stuffing his face with the primal energy of a starving wolf. Kang Yoon decides to change the subject, asking again why he needs a bodyguard in a peaceful market. Rice Cake's ears suddenly twitch. Roman's expression goes cold. He says pickpockets are the lesser evil. Rice Cake jumps up, aggressively growling as a dark silhouette approaches. Roman points out that while white wolves are sacred in folklore, not everyone in this world views them as holy beings, especially the fanatical clergy of the temple. A stern-faced man with wire glasses stares directly at them, his eyes filled with a cold, dangerous intent. He walks up with his retinue, greeting Roman with a cold, practiced smile. He notes that it has been a long time since they met outside of the mage's research lab. Roman asks him what brings a high-ranking cleric to a busy market. Kang Yoon's mind starts racing. Bishop. That is the absolute highest rank in the temple hierarchy. Baharam claims he is just here to save lost souls, but notes that he has a very specific task today. He turns his cold gaze directly to Kang Yoon, asking if he is the master of the White Wolf. Rice Cake is baring his teeth, growling fiercely. Kang Yoon realizes this is exactly like his first encounter in the Beastman village, except this time, the hostility is entirely directed at his dog. Baharam politely commands Kang Yun to accompany them to the temple, claiming they have no intention of harming him. They are just deeply curious about the sacred beast. Roman does not hesitate. He slams his wooden staff on the stone floor, and a bright red flame ignites at the tip. He tells the bishop that Kang Yun is a close personal friend of Captain Randolph, and he is currently under his personal escort. The bishop's polite smile wavers. One of the hooded priests whispers in Baharam's ear, warning him that Randolph brought this exact human to a ceremony this morning. He suggests they back down and handle this with more caution. Baharam adjusts his glasses, claiming he did not know they had a prior appointment with the military. He turns and walks away, saying they will talk the next time they meet. The religious group disappears into the crowd. Roman's staff flame immediately dies out. The old mage lets out a heavy sigh, claiming he definitely earned his pay as an escort today. He warns Kang Yun that nothing good ever comes from getting involved with those fanatical temple guys. Kang Yun looks at him, noting that a single tiny flame spell completely exhausted the old man. He tells him to sit down before he passes out. Roman's ego is wounded. He claims his explosion magic is only exhausting because it utilizes highly advanced complex spell formulas. Randolph finally picks them up at sunset. Kang Yun's face is completely hollow and his ears are literally bleeding. The old mage has spent the last 3 hours continuously explaining magical calculus formulas. They arrive at the tavern, which is packed with rowdy, cheering soldiers. Kang Yun asks who they are. Randolph admits they are his subordinate knights, and they all came voluntarily because they were curious about his friend. Randolph pours some drinks, telling Kang Yun to ignore the staring and eat comfortably. Our guy sits there feeling dozens of massive, muscular knights glaring at him like he is a rare museum exhibit. A pretty red-haired woman steps up, serving him a plate of freshly sliced rotisserie meat. Randolph introduces her as his wife, Jennifer. She smiles warmly, thanking Kang Yun for hanging out with her loud, exhausting husband. The other knights start laughing, calling Kang Yun the captain's poor student. A tiny, red-haired girl peeks over the table. It is Randolph's daughter, Hina. She shyly whispers that she wants to eat with the wolf. Randolph laughs, telling her to eat her dinner first and feed the pup later. Kang Yun glances at them deadpan, saying the wolf will probably be full by then. Cut to behind their backs. Rice Cake has already completely vacuumed the entire plate of meat. The knight sitting nearby is screaming in absolute shock at his empty plate. Our guy takes a sip of his wooden mug. He winces. The local ale is incredibly rough, warm, and completely lacks carbonation. He finally understands why Randolph is so obsessed with earth beer. He looks down at the sliced meat. The rotisserie pork looks beautifully golden and juicy. He takes a bite, analyzing the flavor. It was cooked in a large brick oven. The oven features a rotating handle, identical to a traditional Turkish rotisserie. The seasoning is incredibly unique. It has a deep herbal tone, almost like fresh basil. He wonders if it is one of the local spices he bought at the market. Randolph beams, bragging about his wife's cooking, and says the meat is seasoned with a rare spice called usilia. Kang Yun remembers buying that earlier. Randolph notes it is imported from far away because the local forest has almost no edible herbs or vegetation. Kang Yun's world crumbles. A literal bolt of lightning strikes his soul. He realizes he was being way too complacent. He assumed the magical forest would naturally be filled with wild spices he could harvest to help the beastmen. If the spices have to be imported, he is back to square one. He cannot supply them continuously. Randolph watches him sink into despair and realizes what his plan was. He strokes his beard, thinking. He notes that human-beastman exchanges stopped over 100 years ago, but since it is Kang Yun, he proposes starting official trade with the Beastman tribe. He promises to discuss it directly with the territory lord. Our guy is sweating profusely, realizing his simple spice research has just escalated into a massive international treaty. Jennifer interrupts, letting them know the tavern is running out of alcohol. Randolph stands up, offering to go buy more. Jennifer stops him, remembering they actually have some leftover drinks from earlier. Suddenly, two knights burst through the door, tears of absolute joy streaming down their faces as they clutch green and brown bottles. They scream that they have never tasted such incredible alcohol. It is the earth beer and soju Kang Yun brought as a housewarming gift. Randolph panics, telling everyone to calm down, and explains that Kang Yun brought them. The entire room of giant muscular knights immediately swarms our guy, screaming and begging to know where they can buy more. Kang Yun is sweating, realizing he cannot exactly tell a medieval knight order that he imported the liquor from another dimension. He needs a distraction. He grabs a bottle of beer and a bottle of soju. He looks at the crowd with a sharp, confident expression. There is a way to enjoy these drinks even more. Do you want to know? The tavern erupts in cheers. He places a large wooden mug on the table, introducing them to Somayak. The knights are staring with wide, glittering eyes. He explains that while personal preference varies, they will start with the golden corporate ratio of 3 parts soju to 7 parts beer. He pours the liquids, grabs a large wooden spoon, and slams it violently into the center of the mug, creating a massive, foaming, carbonated vortex. The kids and the knights look on like they are witnessing a divine miracle. A perfect creamy head of foam rises to the top of the mug. Kang Yoon slides the mug across the table. Try it! Randolph's subordinate knight chugs it and lets out a roar of pure ecstasy. The tavern goes absolutely wild. Kang Yoon sighs, remembering his painful corporate dinners in Seoul where he was forced to learn these party tricks. He is glad he paid attention. The knights are chugging the drinks, screaming that the alcohol is so smooth it goes down like mountain water. They crowd around him, begging to see more ratios and tricks. Our guy smiles, feeling like the absolute MVP of a corporate team dinner. He raises a bottle, announcing that the next drink is called the legendary mead ratio as the sun fully sets. The next morning, the tavern is completely silent. The entire floor is littered with unconscious, snoring, hungover knights. Meanwhile, in the Rebentis training hall, the local knights are clashing steel and gossiping like teenage girls. They are talking about Kang Yoon, wondering how good his actual sword skills are. But mostly, they are just reminiscing about the legendary hangover they got from his Somayak. One of them jokes that the drink was so good it must have been poisoned, but he would gladly drink it again. They are literally in the middle of a brutal military drill and all they can think about is when our guy is going to host the next party. Back on Earth, the morning sun is hitting the diner. Kang Yoon is stretching, finally getting ready for his big trip. He grabs his bag, making sure he has everything he needs. He calls Rice Cake over, and the pup trots up, looking like he is ready to conquer the world. Until Kang Yoon clips a red harness onto him and hands the leash to Grandma Park. Our guy explains that Seoul is way too crowded for a giant magical wolf pup, so he has to stay behind. Grandma Park smiles, telling him to have fun and leave the dog to her. She promises to take full responsibility for him today. Suddenly, a sleek black car pulls up and Yoonsop sticks his head out, telling them to get in. Yoongun waves goodbye, thanking Kang Yoon for taking her daughter Mi-young along. The village chief watches them drive off, noting that Kang Yoon looks like a completely different person now. As they hit the highway, our guy looks out the window, realizing it has been a very long time since he last saw the Seoul skyline. He turns to Sang-hoo, apologizing for taking so long to fulfill his promise. Sang-hoo and Mi-young are practically vibrating with excitement, screaming that it is their first time visiting the capital. Yoonsop looks in the mirror, asking why on earth their first destination is a crowded theme park. He notes that our guy usually hates crowds. Kang Yoon claims he has been off TV long enough that nobody should recognize him, but Yoonsop just tosses him a baseball cap from the glove box. He watches Kang Yoon put it on, thinking that the old, cynical chef would never have willingly put himself in this situation. The countryside has genuinely changed him. Yoonsop suddenly blinks, looking out the window. He asks if he was mistaken because he swears he just saw a tiny white ball of fur rolling through the grass. Cut to the village where Grandma Park is holding an empty leash, looking completely bewildered. The theme park is absolutely massive, glowing with bright lights and a giant carousel. The kids are screaming, pointing at the roller coaster while Kang Yoon is already sweating and looking like he wants to dissolve into the concrete. He pulls his cap low, his heart pounding. He thought he was completely cured because he was fine with the villagers, but the sheer volume of strangers triggers his social anxiety. His fist clenches, his body trembling as the dark memories of the internet hate comments begin to swarm his mind. But then, a warm, small hand grabs his fist. Mi-young looks up at him, smiling, and tells him not to be scared. She says she and Sang-hoo will hold his hands, and the rides will not be scary if they do it together. Kang Yoon's eyes soften. The dark shadows melt away, and a genuine warm smile returns to his face. Yoonsop watches them, letting out a soft sigh of relief. He decides to tease Kang Yoon for being a professional babysitter, but suddenly, he hears people nearby whispering and flashing their phones. He panics, thinking they recognize the star chef, but no. The entire crowd is taking photos of Rice Cake, who is currently pull off a high-speed parkour chase to dodge the park security guards. The pup is moving so fast he is literally a blur, leaving a trail of fallen security guards in his wake. They eventually end up in a fast food joint. Sang-gu takes a bite of his burger and loudly announces that Kang Yoon's homemade burgers taste way better. Yoon-sop deadpans, telling him he just destroyed the restaurant's entire marketing team. Meanwhile, Rice Cake is casually hanging off a ceiling lamp like a white bat. Next stop, the Seoul Hospital. A door slides open. Sang-hoo runs into the room, tears streaming down his face, screaming for his mom. She turns, her eyes wide with shock. She can barely believe her eyes. Sang-hoo throws himself into her arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Kang Yoon stands quietly in the hallway, holding their bags. He asks Mi-young if she wants to go to a kids' cafe next while they wait. Mi-young looks at the closed door, then looks up at Kang Yoon with a mature, quiet smile. She says it is fine. She wants to go home now. She wanted to make sure Sang-hoo got to spend every single second of his precious time alone with his mother. As night falls, the bus arrives back in Yongpyong village. Yoongun and Grandma Park are waiting at the stop. Mi-young runs into her mother's arms. She screams that they had the best day of their lives, while Kang Yoon walks behind them, feeling a deep sense of peace. As he walks down the quiet country road, he hears a pathetic dragging sound. He looks down. It is Rice Cake, completely covered in dirt, dragging his paws like a deflated balloon. Kang Yoon picks him up, laughing, and notes the pup must have had quite the workout running all the way to Seoul and back. He cuddles him close, promising to bring him along next time. The pup lets out a tired, defeated whimper. The next day, back in the vibrant fantasy forest, Kang Yoon is sitting outside his tent, boiling some meat. The chicken thighs are simmering in a rich broth infused with eucelia and local herbs. He takes a sniff. The gamey, foul odor of the wild bird meat is completely gone, replaced by a beautiful, savory aroma. He has been experimenting with local spices for 2 weeks now, and his notebook is packed with recipes. He grates a strange, bumpy green fruit into a bowl of white cream, making a fresh sauce. He dips a piece of the seared meat into it and takes a bite. His eyes light up. It tastes exactly like a perfect blend of fresh lemon juice and spicy mustard. Mona is face down in her bowl, completely inhaling the food. Kang Yoon realizes this recipe is officially ready to be shared with the Beastman tribe. He decides he should also teach Jennifer how to make it. But up in the branches of a nearby tree, a hooded figure is quietly watching them. She has been keeping an eye on this highly suspicious human, but notes that all he does is cook and eat all day. She takes a sharp breath, her mouth watering as the rich, savory aroma of the meat reaches her nose. She claims she has absolutely no interest in meat, but the smell is making her painfully hungry. Suddenly, she blinks. The white wolf pup that was sitting by the fire has completely vanished. She freezes, sensing a heavy presence nearby. She realizes a highly perceptive beast like the white wolf can track her easily and decides to retreat. She turns around on the branch. Rice Cake is sitting right behind her, his eyes glittering with pure smug mischief as he lets out a loud bark. She screams, her foot slipping off the wet bark. Kang Yoon looks up as a massive crash echoes through the bushes. He thinks Rice Cake just caught another wild bird. He parts the leaves, telling the pup to stop bringing more food, but stops cold. The leaves clear, and he finds a gorgeous blonde elf girl tangled in the branches, staring back at him with wide, horrified eyes. She is blushing so hard her face is practically glowing, realizing her absolute legendary reputation as a ranger has just been shattered. She sits there, her mind racing. An elf, the best ranger of her tribe, just fell face first out of a tree, and a human witnessed the entire incident. Kang Yoon looks at her, asking if she is all right. Silas screams, pointing to the sky and calling for Sona. A sharp cry echoes through the forest canopy. A majestic, ice-blue bird swoops down, releasing a massive blast of frosty wind. Kang Yoon is forced to cover his face as leaves and dirt swirl around him. Silas stands up dramatically, the blue bird resting on her leather arm guard, trying to look incredibly cool to save her dignity. She glares at him, her eyes narrowing. She warns him to never utter a single word about what he witnessed today, unless he wants to experience an elf's wrath. She flicks her wrist, throwing a green and bronze dagger into the dirt near his feet, and vanishes into the wind. Our guy is left standing there, completely baffled by the dramatic exit. He remembers Randolph mentioning that a third humanoid race lived in this forest besides humans and beastmen. Elves. He looks up at the tree. Rice Cake is sitting on the branch, looking comically smug. Kang Yoon realizes the pup did this on purpose. He sighs, feeling genuinely sorry for the girl because she looked so painfully embarrassed. He looks down at the grass, spotting her dagger. He picks it up, deciding to keep it safe in case he sees her again. Suddenly, a wild screaming echoes through the campsite. Mona is being held by her collar, flailing her arms like a maniac. Noah has arrived, holding the fox girl like a wet cat. Kang Yoon asks what she did. Noah explains she snuck out of the village again without permission, and the chief ordered him to bring her back for a proper lesson. Mona is crying, begging for mercy. But then, Noah's ears twitch. He leans down, sniffing Kang Yoon intensely. He asks our guy why on earth he smells like one of those arrogant elves. Kang Yoon's sweat drops, explaining he just met an elf girl who dropped her dagger. He is about to mention she fell out of a tree, but Silas' terrifying warning flashes in his mind, and he stops himself mid-word. Noah looks at him, highly suspicious. He notes that unless that elf was a complete idiot, there is no way she would fall out of a tree. Kang Yoon nervously sweats, quickly deflecting by asking if Noah is hungry. He points to his pot, but finds Mona has already licked it completely clean. Our guy laughs, telling Noah he cannot let him return on an empty stomach, and pulls out some fresh skewers. He has prepared some prime pork skewers with thick green scallions. He places them on the grill over the open fire. The meat sizzles, the fat dripping onto the coals and releasing a dense, sweet, and savory aroma. He hands a golden brown skewer to Noah, telling him to take a bite. Noah takes a bite, and his wolf ears instantly perk up. The sheer flavor explosion hits him. His tail starts wagging, though he tries to keep his stoic face. He mutters that it is not bad as Mona tries to climb him to steal the food. Kang Yoon packs up the rest of the skewers, and Noah politely thanks him before dragging Mona away. Deep in the blue-lit elf forest, Scylla is walking with her bird, sighing with relief. She thinks that as long as that human and his wolf keep quiet, her reputation is safe. She stops, sensing a heavy shadow approaching. Noah emerges from the trees, holding his wrapped skewers. Scylla asks him what he wants, claiming she was just monitoring the forest for any dangerous commotions. Noah points out that this forest is a neutral zone where three races meet. He warns her that they cannot tolerate any conflicts here. He adds that the human is a precious friend of the beastmen, so she should stop her useless spying. Noah walks away. Scylla is left standing there, completely stunned. She notes Noah is easily one of the strongest warriors in the wolf tribe. Why would someone like him protect a human? She looks at the wrapped skewers he was holding so carefully, realizing the smell is absolutely heavenly. She resolves to keep watching that strange chef. Cut to Earth. The Seoul skyline. Hyun-woo is standing by his black van in a studio parking lot. So-hyun, the blonde member of UNIZ, runs up to him during a filming break, asking to unlock the car. Hyun-woo unlocks it, but suddenly receives a notification on his phone. It is Kang Yoon. He sent him money for the fuel from their theme park trip, so Hyun notes that Kang Yoon seems so sweet and polite, completely unlike the terrible rumors. Hyun-woo sighs, looking at his phone. The screen is filled with toxic internet comments calling Kang Yoon an arrogant, handsome fraud who cannot even cook. He explains that Kang Yoon had many enemies because he was brutally honest and refused to suck up to powerful people. And of all the toxic, petty people he could have angered, he had to get involved with one specific idiot. A luxury car door opens, and Chef Kim Jong-sok steps out, looking incredibly smug and punchable. He complains about the TV station calling him when he is busy. Hyun-woo tells So-hyun to be extremely careful if she gets invited to that new cooking show. Specifically, she needs to stay away from Chef Kim Jong-sok. He reveals that almost every single malicious rumor that destroyed Kang Yoon's career was fabricated and spread by Jong-sok. Jong-sok walks into his dressing room looking at his phone. His face twists into a sneer of pure jealousy. He is looking at a viral social media post showing Kang Yoon holding Mi-young's hand at the theme park smiling happily. He is furious that despite being cancelled by the media, Kang Yoon is out there living a happy, peaceful life. His assistant Jong-woo walks in, asking what he is frowning at. He shows him the post, mocking Kang Yoon for enjoying his life instead of reflecting on his sins. Jong-sok smugly notes that this is why people speak so ill of him. Jong-woo nods, thinking to himself that since Jong-sok got him this job, he has to play the loyal dog to secure his career. He tells Jong-sok that Kang Yoon has completely vanished from the culinary scene. Then, he drops a bombshell. He asks if the rumor is true that Kang Yoon actually closed his restaurant because he lost his sense of taste. Jong-sok freezes. He turns slowly, asking where he heard that. Jong-woo says one of his friends used to work at Kang Yoon's restaurant and leaked it to him. Jong-sok's face twists into an absolutely demonic, evil grin. The director calls them to the stage for filming. Jong-seok tells Jong-woo to get ready. He asks if he saw the proposal for the upcoming 100th episode special. The grand cooking competition. He stares into the camera, his eyes filled with absolute malice. He has just found the perfect weapon to permanently destroy Lee Kang-yoon, and he is going to force him onto that stage to humiliate him in front of the entire nation. Peace and quiet. Our guy is back in his country diner, and his favorite undercover customer is currently enjoying a fresh meal. Master painter Jung Gi-hoon is absolutely living his best life, taking a bite of a fresh margarita pizza. He is incredibly grateful that his local villa is so close, meaning he can mooch off of Kang-yoon's cooking whenever he wants. Kang-yoon looks at a beautiful landscape painting hanging on the wall, noting that it is way too valuable to be hanging in a simple country diner. Gi-hoon laughs it off, saying it is just a small thank you gift, and casually asks if he can have another plate of vongol. Our guy smiles, heading back to the kitchen. Suddenly, his phone starts vibrating on the counter. It is Yoon-sop. Kang-yoon answers, and Yoon-sop immediately cuts to the chase, asking if he is actually participating in that show. Kang-yoon is completely confused, asking him what on earth he is talking about. Yoon-sop stops talking, sighs, and tells him to just stay offline for a while before hanging up. Kang-yoon looks at the screen, thoroughly bewildered. He opens his browser, and his eyes instantly go wide. There it is. A massive trending news headline, Chef Lee Kang-yoon's comeback on LBS television's hit show officially confirmed. The article is flooded with hundreds of toxic comments calling him a pretentious, unlikable fraud who ran out of money. He stands there in the quiet dining room, staring at his phone. He never did an interview. He never even received an official proposal to appear on the show. Sweat drops from his chin. The cold, familiar panic of public cyberbullying starts clawing at his chest again. Gi-hoon jumps out of his seat, asking him if he is all right because he suddenly looks pale. He paces over, offering to call an ambulance. Kang-yoon's hand is trembling violently, his mind racing. He raises his hands and violently slaps his own cheeks to focus. Gi-hoon jumps back, looking completely terrified by his sudden self-abuse. Our guy tells him he is fine. He is not going to let this ruin his healing process. He looks at the article again, realizing that whoever leaked this fabricated news must genuinely hate him. He forces a smile, telling Gi-hoon he will fix up his vongol quickly. But as he walks into the kitchen, Gi-hoon watches him, quietly suggesting he should at least wipe his sweat off first. Night falls, and our guy is sitting by his campfire in the fantasy forest. He is looking up at the starlit sky, trying to find some peace. Yoon-sop is on the phone, cursing at the situation, and says the TV producers are currently hunting for the culprit who leaked the story. He tells Kang-yoon to ignore any strange calls, but our guy is just incredibly exhausted by the endless metropolitan drama. He wonders if he should just stay in this magical world forever. Suddenly, the bushes rustle. Rice Cake trots into the campsite, dragging Sona, Sila's majestic ice spirit bird, in his mouth like a squeaky toy. Sila bursts out of the trees, her eyes practically popping out of her head as she screams her bird's name. The bird is completely dizzy, looking like a plucked chicken, while Rice Cake sits there wagging his tail. Kang-yoon drops to his knees, bowing his head in absolute apology. Sila sighs, saying it is fine since the white wolf can naturally see spirits, but she is shocked a human can see Sona too. She looks at him, her suspicion growing. Kang-yoon pats his dog, admitting that yes, he can see the giant glowing blue bird perfectly. She sits down by the fire, holding her dizzy bird, thinking this human is unnecessarily perceptive. Kang-yoon reaches into his bag, saying he has something for her. He pulls out her green and bronze dagger. Sila is touched, thanking him for keeping it safe, and admits he does not seem like a bad person after all. Kang-yoon offers to cook some meat for her, but she declines, saying she is an elf and does not eat meat. She claims she has to return to her patrol soon anyway. Kang-yoon gets a comical chibi flashback of the hungry nights, thinking she is the most polite resident of this world by a wide margin. He pulls on his white gloves, saying he has the perfect non-meat snack for her. He reaches into his bag and tosses several gray foil-wrapped balls directly into the hot coals. Sila stares at the burning gray lumps with absolute suspicion. She genuinely wonders if this human is trying to feed her hot stones. Kang-yoon pulls one out and cracks open the gray foil, explaining it is just a protective cover. She watches as the steam rises. Inside is a perfectly baked fluffy yellow potato. cut with a cross. He places a fresh dollop of butter into the center, watching it melt into the steaming potato. He hands it to Scylla, telling her she can take some back to her tribe. The sweet buttery aroma hits her nose. She takes a bite, her eyes expand. It is absolutely delicious. She is amazed by the subtle, sweet flavor, realizing that not all human food is greasy and heavily spiced. Rice Cake is happily licking his own potato bowl, his tail wagging like a helicopter. Scylla calls the potato a promal fruit, asking if he cultivated this incredible new breed himself. Kang-yoon looks at her, completely spacing out. He realizes that in this world, a simple potato is considered a rare magical fruit. He asks her what she just said. Scylla blinks, noting his sad, distant expression. She asks if something is bothering him. She admits that watching him is her official duty, but she has noticed he always looks incredibly worried. Kang-yoon looks down at the dirt, admitting he is just exhausted. He says that back in his world, people constantly spread lies about him, and he ends up being hated for no reason. He admits he just wants to hide deep in this forest forever to escape their glares. Scylla looks at him, her eyes softening. She tells him that when elves become adults, they must go through a coming-of-age ceremony. The trials are incredibly harsh and painful. She explains that elves have exceptionally long lifespans, meaning they will inevitably face immense grief and pain. There will be moments when the hardships become too heavy to bear. The ceremony is designed to grant them the strength to endure that pain. She looks at the quiet chef, her voice firm. She tells him that the hardships will always catch up to him if he chooses to keep running away. She smiles softly, hoping he will not give up on his passion just because of other people's toxic opinions. She stands up, whistles, and Sona flies down to her arm. Kang-yoon sits on the ground, completely silent. Scylla's words are echoing in his head. She tells him she is looking forward to their next meeting, and leaps into the trees. Our guy sits alone by the fire, staring at the embers. The words sink deep. Running away does not solve anything. He looks down at Rice Cake, apologizing, and says they have to go back to Seoul. His eyes turn sharp, filled with a cold, absolute resolve. He is going to do the show. LBS Broadcasting Station. Inside the main office, PD Byung-chul is holding his head in panic. The fabricated article was published without their final approval, and he has not even been able to contact Kang-yoon. His assistant suggests they should just force Kang-yoon onto the show anyway, since a match between him and Jong-sok would go viral. Byung-chul sighs, saying Kang-yoon was cyberbullied too much to ever want to return to TV. Suddenly, his phone screen lights up, Chef Lee Kang-yoon incoming call. Both producers go into a state of absolute primal shock, screaming at each other to answer it. Byung-chul grabs the phone with trembling hands, apologizing for the media mess. But Kang-yoon cuts him off, asking if the offer to participate is still open. Byung-chul's eyes practically pop out of his head. He stammers that yes, they would love to have him. The assistant whispers in the background, asking if their lives have just been saved. Kang-yoon hangs up, and Byung-chul looks at his phone in disbelief. He turns to his assistant, whispering that a literal miracle has just occurred. The next day, Seoul Station. Kang-yoon is walking down the stairs carrying his duffel bag. Suddenly, a sleek black car screeches to a halt, and Byung-chul waves frantically from the window. He grabs Kang-yoon's hands, calling him his absolute lifesaver. He says he has prepared a special gift to thank him for his generous favor. He snaps his fingers, ordering Yoon-sop to take Kang-yoon straight to the highest-end salon in Gangnam. Byung-chul lets out a greasy chuckle, thinking that cleaning up our guy's visuals is his ultimate plan to secure the female demographic. The Today's Chef TV studio is packed with lights, cameras, and massive cooking stations. Jong-woo is standing by the stage, looking incredibly anxious. He asks Jong-sok if leaking the show details was actually necessary, pointing out that Kang-yoon hates publicity. He worries they will get fired if the TV network finds out they leaked confidential production notes. He is sweating, terrified of the consequences, and says he would have never introduced him to that reporter if he knew. Jong-sok grabs him by the shoulder, his face turning into a smug, villainous sneer. He asks if he is scared. He laughs, saying he paid the reporter well, and in the end, Kang-yoon could not stand the public pressure and agreed to show up. He smiles, saying this is the exact scenario he wanted. He is going to humiliate Kang-yoon on live television. Suddenly, the studio doors swing open, and the staff starts whispering. Kang-yoon walks in, and the entire room goes dead silent. The Gangnam Salon treatment was a complete success. He looks exceptionally handsome in his white and black chef coat, his hair styled perfectly. The female staff members are crowding around him, gasping at how much better shape he is in compared to his old TV days. Jung-sok and Jung-woo are watching him from the stage. Jung-sok's face goes pale with rage. He thinks Kang-yoon is incredibly arrogant for flirting with the staff instead of greeting his senior immediately. He struts over, calling his name. Kang-yoon keeps walking, completely ignoring him. Jung-sok screams, asking if he is seriously ignoring him. Kang-yoon blinks, looking incredibly confused. Our guy scratches his neck, apologizing, and says he genuinely thought Jung-sok was just one of the stagehands. The staff in the background are biting their lips, trying not to laugh, while Jung-sok's neck veins practically burst. Jung-sok tries to contain his rage, while Kang-yoon wonders why this guy is acting so familiar when he spent the last year talking trash behind his back. Jung-sok sneers, calling him petty, and asks if he still thinks he is a genius. He whispers that the genius chef title is absolute garbage. He claims Kang-yoon only got famous because of his face, not his skills. He leans in close, his eyes twisting with malice, and asks how he plans to cook today now that his wrist injury and taste loss have been exposed. Kang-yoon's eyes go wide. He realizes Jung-sok knows about his ageusia. Suddenly, a hand rests on Kang-yoon's shoulder. It is the national actress Sena, waving cheerfully. She greets Kang-yoon warmly, saying she has missed his cooking since Yoon-sop stopped managing her. She looks directly at Jung-sok and loudly announces that the skills of a Paris cooking competition winner are on a completely different level than local cooks. Jung-sok is fuming, about to snap at her, but Jung-woo quickly covers his mouth, terrified of creating a public scene with a top celebrity. He physically drags the fuming chef away, pleading with him to leave. Kang-yoon watches them go, shaking his head at how petty his former senior is. Sena asks him why he was going to let that idiot run his mouth. Kang-yoon sighs, admitting he used to think Jung-sok was a good friend. Seeing him act like this now makes him realize how terrible he is at judging people. Sena smiles, noting that our guy has become much more mature. She tells him she is looking forward to his match and commands him to go out there and win. Kang-yoon watches her walk away, grateful for her support. The stage lights turn on. The hosts welcome the audience to LBS's Today's Chef Special. The goal: cook a perfect dish that can be enjoyed by the whole family. Kang-yoon watches from the balcony, looking down at the two cooking stations. The first round is between the youngest chefs of either team. It is the dark horse Han Jong-woo versus the rising Western star Kim Hanul. Hanul slams down a massive rack of meat on his cutting board. He is preparing a calf tomahawk. Kang-yoon analyzes his choice, noting that calf meat has very little fat and is exceptionally tender. But the cut is incredibly thick, making it difficult to cook evenly. Meanwhile, Jung-woo is slicing open a fresh lobster tail. The pans are heating up, the flames roaring under the grills. Jung-woo is going for a classic surf and turf with lobster and T-bone steak. Kang-yoon thinks it is a solid choice, but notes that cooking both seafood and steak perfectly under a tight time limit is exceptionally difficult. The crowd is cheering as the timer starts ticking. Hanul begins seasoning his steak with heavy salt and herbs. Kang-yoon watches, his face serious. But then, his mouth turns into a wide, excited grin. This is what makes a cooking competition truly interesting. The adrenaline is pumping. Suddenly, Kang-yoon's eyes go wide. Jung-woo slips, his hand clenching in panic. A loud crash echoes through the studio. Jung-woo stands there, frozen, as his fresh lobster tails and vegetables roll across the dirty floor. He has dropped his primary ingredients. A fatal, catastrophic mistake on live television. The crowd is gasping, while Kang-yoon watches from the balcony, his heart sinking. Jung-woo is completely pale, hyperventilating as the clock continues to tick down, and his team's survival hangs by a single thread. Alright, we are back in the high-stress pressure cooker of the LBS studio, and assistant Han Jung-woo is currently losing his absolute mind. He is trying to sear his steak, but he cannot focus because our guy is standing up on the balcony, watching him like a disappointed parent. Jung-woo is telling himself to calm down, that they are cooking at a similar speed, but every time he looks up, he just sees Kang-yoon staring down with those dark circles under his eyes. It is the ultimate psychological warfare, and Jung-woo is convinced that Kang-yoon knows. He is sweating bullets, wondering if our guy figured out that he was the one who helped leak those toxic articles. His hands start shaking, his grip slips, and down goes the entire tray of ingredients. Lobster tails and asparagus are scattered all over the dirty studio floor. This is an absolute disaster on live television. His hands are trembling so hard he can barely pick them up. He assumes Kang Yoon is up there celebrating his failure, but there is no time to cry because the other chef, Kim Hanul, is already plating. Jong-woo scrambles back to his station trying to salvage what is left, but his mind is completely cooked. The fat hits the screaming hot pan and thick gray smoke starts filling the air. The butter is burnt, the steak is scorched on the outside, and everything that could go wrong has gone wrong in the span of 30 seconds. Jong-woo looks like he is about to burst into tears right there on the set. He is not even a bad guy, he is just a stressed out kid who wanted to make it on TV. Predictably, the first round goes to Kim Hanul. After the cameras cut, Jong-woo is sitting alone in the hallway staring at the floor. The judges did not hold back. They called his food amateur tier. Burnt on the outside, raw on the inside, tough lobster, just a complete L. And of course, his toxic boss, Kim Jong-sok, shows up, not to comfort him, but to yell at him. He grabs Jong-woo by the collar and tells him he is embarrassing the entire team. Jong-sok storms off, and suddenly a cold can of coffee is pressed against Jong-woo's cheek. He looks up, expecting another lecture, but it is Kang Yoon. Our guy just stands there, totally casual, while Jong-woo mumbles about how he never wanted any of this to happen. He admits he did not want his ruined dishes to be judged on live television, and Kang Yoon just nods. He says he knows that exact feeling, the urge to run away when things go sideways in the kitchen. But then he tells him, "You stayed and you finished the plate. That is an amazing feat on its own." He tells him good job and walks away. Meanwhile, back on the main stage, the hosts are hyping up the next round. It is the match everyone has been waiting for. The former ace versus the current ace. So Hyun from UNIZ is practically vibrating in her seat, telling the other celebrity judges that her entire K-pop group replicates Kang Yoon's recipes. She is ready to give him a perfect score before he even lights his stove. But the actual food critic, Hwang Dae-gil, looks like he has never smiled in his entire life. This guy is not going to care about celebrity hype. The bell rings and the two chefs stand across from each other. Representing the blue team, we have the arrogant head chef, Kim Jong-sok, and representing the white team, our guy, Lee Kang-yoon. In the production booth, the PD and the stylist are high-fiving over how good Kang-yoon looks after his salon makeover. They are talking about his handsome face, and then Kang-yoon pulls out a cheap, wrinkly white chef's bandana and wraps it right over his expensive hair. The stylist in the back looks like she just witnessed a crime. Our guy does not care about looking pretty. He is here to cook. The clock starts and Jong-sok is moving like a man possessed. He is whipping up ingredients, trying to show off his elite Western training. He is tossing seasoning into his pan with maximum drama and wrapping premium beef tenderloin with professional butcher's twine. So Yoon points out that he is using the oil from grilled foie gras to cook the steak. He is making Tornados Rossini, a high-end French classic. We are talking truffles, foie gras, Madeira sauce, the most expensive ingredients you can buy. The critic, Hwang Dae-gil, looks at it and notes that the skill is decent, but it is too greedy. He is trying too hard to flex for the cameras. So Hyun is still cheering for Kang Yoon, hoping he will be alright, while Jong-sok is smirking at his stove. He is thinking, how dare this guy step on my stage when he cannot even taste his own food? He thinks Kang Yoon is going to be nothing more than a garnish for his masterpiece. And then, a massive sound echoes through the studio. It sounds like a heavy metal piston in a car factory. Jong-sok stops mid-sear and looks over, completely confused. Kang Yoon is standing there with a giant metal meat tenderizing mallet. He is slamming it down on pork cutlets, flattening them out. He is making donkatsu on national television against a truffle steak. And he is smiling. So-yoon's jaw is practically on the floor. Donkatsu? She is panicking because everyone else cooked these incredibly complex high-end dishes and her favorite chef is making a basic school lunch menu item. The heavy impact of the mallet continues to echo through the studio. Jong-sok is watching him, trying to figure out the angle. He wonders if Kang Yoon's brain actually rotted while he was living in the countryside. Or worse, is he trying to mock him by using cheap ingredients? He decides it does not matter. He tells himself that Kang Yoon forgot how competitive the real world is while he was playing farmer. Jong-sok turns back to his luxury steak, pouring expensive red wine into his sauce. He thinks victory is going to be handed to him on a silver platter. Meanwhile, Kang Yoon is moving with absolute precision. He seasons his pork, dredging it in flour, dipping it in egg wash, and coating it in fresh panko breadcrumbs. He drops it into the hot oil, and the crisp sound of frying fills the kitchen. He lifts the cutlet out. It is a flawless, even golden brown. He slices through it, and the crunch is so loud it probably picked up on the studio mics. Kang-yoon takes a small test bite of his own food, and he smiles. A genuine, relaxed smile. In the production booth, the PD is watching the monitor, and he feels this massive wave of relief. He realizes it has been a very long time since he saw Kang-yoon actually enjoy cooking. The timer hits 0, and both chefs finish back to back. The servers wheel the dishes out to the jury, and the hosts call both contestants up to the main stage. As they walk up, Jang-sok leans in to trash talk. He tells Kang-yoon that cheap street food does not belong in a professional competition, and that the basic cutlet suits him perfectly. Jang-sok expects him to flinch, but our guy just looks at him and says, "I think so too. Only the person I am right now could have made this dish." Jang-sok's brain temporarily short-circuits. He cannot comprehend someone being proud of cheap food. The host asks Jang-sok how his expensive truffle steak fits the theme, a dish meant to be shared with the family. Jang-sok smugly explains that he serves his family fancy things because he actually has the elite skill to do so. Then the host turns to our guy and asks him about his message. Kang-yoon looks at the camera and he starts thinking about Yongpyong. He sees the faces of the village chief, the local farmers, Grandma Park, and even his friends from the fantasy forest, Randolph, Mona, and Sila. He says that during his break, he met a lot of people who treated him with pure warmth. They felt like a real, massive family, and the comfortable, comforting food he wants to share with that family is simple tonkatsu. It is a beautiful answer, and the studio audience is completely silent. But now, it is time for the judges to actually eat. They start with Jang-sok's Tornados Rossini. So-hyun cut into it, and her eyes go wide. It looks like a dish meant for the ultra-wealthy. The visual presentation is absolutely flawless. She says it tastes like pure wealth, and she wonders how a simple pork cutlet could ever compete with this. The other judges agree. It is cooked perfectly by the book, using premium ingredients. Jang-sok is standing there, practically glowing with arrogance. He is thinking about how much money he spent on those ingredients, confident that he has the win secured. And then, the critic, Hwang Dae-gil, speaks up. He says, "Of all the Rossini I have ever had, this one has the least personality." Jang-sok's smug smile instantly vanishes. Dae-gil says the dish feels like nothing more than a show-off piece, and that it is way too greedy. Jang-sok is clenching his fists so hard his knuckles are turning white, cursing him in his head. The host announces Jang-sok's score, and it is an 88. It is a solid score, but for a guy who spent a fortune on truffles, it is a massive blow to his ego. The critic notes that he refuses to give an ordinary, showy dish anything higher. Next up, they wheel out Kang-yoon's tonkatsu. The judges look at it, and they can immediately tell something is different. One of the French-trained judges is skeptical, claiming the dish looks like Kang-yoon just came here to kill time. He takes a bite, and his entire face freezes. So-hyun lets out an audible scream of delight. It is incredibly good. The texture is unbelievably crisp on the outside, but the meat inside is completely tender and juicy. The female judge leans in, examining the cutlet, and realizes that the meat has 4 distinct, perfectly even layers pressed together. She says only a machine could make layers that even, yet he did it by hand in a matter of minutes. And then, Dae-gil tastes a subtle, bright note that cuts through the grease. It is green chili pepper. Kang-yoon layered thin slices of green chili inside the pork, balancing the rich fat with a clean, sharp heat. Dae-gil is absolutely mesmerized by the talent and innovation. So-hyun says that unlike the steak, this is a dish she wants to comfortably enjoy at home with her loved ones. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife. The host raises the microphone and announces the final score. 96 points. Our guy wins the round by a landslide. Jang-sok is standing there, completely broken, whispering curses under his breath. He cannot accept it. His eyes are wide with manic rage. He steps forward on live television, pointing his finger at Kang-yoon, screaming that there is no way his high-end steak lost to basic street food. He accuses Kang-yoon of pulling a dirty trick, and the PD immediately signals the audio booth to mute his microphone. Jang-sok walks right up to Kang-yoon's face, demanding to know what he did. Our guy just stands there, totally calm, looking down at his former senior. He leans in and whispers, "But, Hyung, you were the one who did that to me." And just like that, the studio is dead silent. Everyone is staring at the main stage, waiting for the inevitable explosion. Jong-sok is sweating bullets, stammering about what article Kang Yoon is even talking about. Our guy just looks at him, completely calm, and says he has always been like this, always trying to drag others down. He admits he used to let Yongsok's words get to him back in Seoul, but now he does not care. He tells him that his petty behavior just proves his actual worth as a person. Jongsok is frozen. Worth? He completely snaps. He starts screaming at the top of his lungs, demanding to know what right Kang Yoon has to insult him. He lunges forward, grabbing our guy by the collar of his pristine chef whites. He unloads verbally, threatening to ruin Kang Yoon's entire career once and for all. Suddenly, a hand reaches in and grabs Jongsok's wrist. It is PD Byung-chul, and he looks absolutely done with the drama. He tells Jongsok to stop framing innocent people, revealing that the trashy articles Jongsok leaked have already caused a massive backlash for the show. Jongsok tries to laugh it off, aggressively slapping the producer's hand away and demanding to see any actual proof. He screams at them to stop accusing the wrong person, veins practically popping out of his neck. And then, a quiet voice speaks up from the shadows. It is the junior assistant, Han Jongwoo. He steps forward and confesses that he told them everything. Jongsok's face goes entirely pale as he turns around, stuttering. Jongwoo tells him that once the public finds out what he did to Kang Yoon, his career is officially over. No more TV gigs, no more head chef position, nothing. He drops a heavy truth bomb, saying the life you build by dragging others down never actually lasts. Kang Yoon watches him walk away, telling his old senior to finally step down from the stage. Later, outside the studio, PD Byung-chul catches up with Kang Yoon, letting him know both of those guys have been permanently fired. Our guy just smiles, saying he does not blame the PD and that the whole experience actually helped him grow. The PD checks his phone, realizing his train is coming, but asks if Kang Yoon has ever thought about returning to TV permanently. He tells him the door is always open. Kang Yoon looks up at the sky and says he does not think it is time for that just yet. He admits he just really enjoys his quiet, day-to-day country life right now. The producer is left standing there, completely speechless. Our guy gives a polite bow, turns on his heel, and walks away, looking lighter than he has in years. Meanwhile, back in the fantasy forest, things are as absurdly normal as ever. We have a 7-foot-tall, hypermuscular rabbit casually doing push-ups in a clearing, while wild birds rest on his massive shoulder blades like it is a public park. A tiny dark cat wanders by, letting out a soft meow, and the giant rabbit just stares down at it with glowing red eyes. The sun is shining, the forest is peaceful, and our guy is ready to get back to work. Kang Yoon is sitting by a campfire, reflecting on his spice research. He wanted to teach the beastmen how to cook, but right now he is holding a piece of charred meat with his eyes closed, expressing his deepest condolences to the animal that died for it. Because despite having access to the best ingredients in the forest, the beastmen cook like absolute cavemen. Our guy's chef pride cannot take it anymore. He slams his hand down, grabs his whistle, and puts on his red cap and sunglasses. Even Rice Cake gets a matching set. It is officially boot camp time. He yells at them that nobody is going home until they master the absolute basics of cooking. The first challenge is simple boiled pork belly, but one of the Beast Boys immediately starts trying to cook the raw meat directly over an open flame with his bare hands. Kang Yoon gets right in his face, asking him why he is in such a hurry to ruin the dish. Over at the next station, Rice Cake is sniffing a boiling pot and immediately starts barking in absolute horror. Kang Yoon pulls out a whole swamp frog that someone threw in next to the spices because it looked tasty. He sighs, realizing he cannot look away for a single second without someone turning their dinner green. He walks over to check on the quiet cat-eared girl, Heyman. He looks into her pot and is surprised to see a perfectly golden, bubbling broth. She is actually following his instructions to the letter, though she looks terrified that she did something wrong. Our guy realizes she is the same kid who won the Grand Hunting Festival earlier. She brought back the most delicious bird because she has a natural instinct for quality. Kang Yoon gets a slightly creepy, intense chef grin, realizing he has found some useful talent. He carves up her boiled pork belly, presenting it to the rest of the class. The Beast Boy is still skeptical, wondering why they need to spend so much time boiling meat, until Kang Yoon shoves a piece directly into his mouth. The kids' eyes light up like fireworks. Our guy tells them that cooking is all about patience and effort, and suggests they let it simmer even longer. He slides his sunglasses down. It is time to level up the difficulty. He pulls out a strange, fleshy red fruit that grows all over the forest. Mona points out that it is called a kusasheri and that it is incredibly delicious. Kangyun mishears her, proudly calling the fruit a beggar bastard, leaving the beastman wondering if he is insulting them. He announces that they are going to use it to make traditional Hungarian goulash. He promises to show them how to make a simple, rich soup that will blow their minds. He explains that goulash is incredibly versatile and easy to adapt, and since the kusasheri tastes like a mix of fresh tomatoes and basil, it is the ultimate base. The beastmen are confident, thinking a soup has got to be easier than boiled pork belly. But Kangyun stops them, revealing that they have to pass a strict jury this time. He points to the guest judges sitting in the grass, Warrior Noah and the Holy White Wolf. The beastmen let out a collective scream of terror as Noah sits there looking like a brooding anime protagonist, while Rice Cake gives them a cold, judgmental glare. Our guy just smiles, telling them their stew better taste better than his sample. The class is frozen in fear as the cooking boot camp officially begins. Kangyun starts the demonstration, throwing chopped onion-like roots into an oiled pot. He stirs them gently with a spoon, letting the sugars caramelize before tossing in thick cubes of fresh game meat. He adds local forest fruits to build the sweetness, and then, the star of the show, cored and sliced kusasheri. He pours in the rich bone broth along with the finely ground spices, letting the red stew bubble. After letting it simmer, the regional goulash is officially complete. Our guy is highly satisfied with his creation, confident that the beastman will love the flavor profile. He blows his whistle, commanding everyone to submit their soups for judging. The beastmen slowly walk up, hoping Noah will be easy on them since he usually eats anything. Noah looks down at the first plate, his expression completely unreadable. Rice Cake steps up, taking a small analytical sniff of the broth, takes one single lick, and immediately spits it out, growling in pure disgust. Kangyun's face goes completely dark as he asks the trembling beast woman if cooking is some kind of joke to her. The beast boy scrambles to present his bowl next, claiming he copied the recipe perfectly. Our guy takes a sip, noting that the flavor is actually decent, until the beast boy suddenly collapses foaming on the grass, realizing he got paralysis poison from his fingernails into the stew. Kangyun faceplants into the dirt, muttering that the first try is always a disaster, but realizes they have one hope left. He looks up, pointing at Haman as she presents her bowl to Noah. Noah lifts the spoon to his lips, taking a slow sniff, and swallows a mouthful. The entire clearing holds its breath in absolute silence. Noah opens his eyes and declares that the dish is actually worth facing. He has a minor food heaven moment, floating among giant cartoon fruits, noting the balance of the kusasheri. He officially gives her a pass, and Haman gasps in pure joy. Rice Cake wags his tail in approval, and Kangyun congratulates his star pupil. Suddenly, the air splits as something descends from the sky, landing with a heavy impact in the center of the camp. It is Chief Cassandra. She laughs, saying she just came by to check on their progress but sees they are doing fine. She takes a bite of Haman's soup, her eyes sparkling as she praises the incredible taste. She tells Kangyun that being able to feed her whole tribe this stew is a massive blessing and promises to repay him. Noah agrees, nodding in respect. Our guy looks a bit embarrassed, telling them it was no big deal, but secretly feels a warm sense of pride. He is genuinely glad that his cooking could bring so much comfort to these people. Later, back on Earth, Kangyun is standing in his quiet kitchen in Yongpyong. He is staring at a giant burlap sack, which is currently emitting a thick, visible purple haze of offensive odor. He holds his nose in disgust, wondering if Cassandra actually hated him for gifting him something this stinky. Suddenly, the door chimes, and a familiar, cheerful voice calls out from the entrance. Our guy peeks through the curtain. It is the master painter, Jung Gi-hoon. Gi-hoon walks in laughing, but notes that he did not come alone today. Kangyun looks past him, and his eyes go wide. Standing behind the painter is a massive, imposing hand covered in thick hair and scars. Before our guy can react, the giant man grabs him by the shoulders, shouting that the young chef feels remarkably sturdy. The guy is wearing a heavy leather jacket, sunglasses, and a biker bandana, making Kangyun wonder if a motorcycle gang is invading his diner. The massive grandpa lets out a loud laugh and suddenly unzips his jacket, revealing a skin-tight white tank top, massive flexed biceps, and a heart tattoo that says Peach. Smack. Gi-hoon immediately delivers a sharp slap upside his head. He yells at his friend to put his clothes back on and stop acting senile in front of civilians. Gi-hoon apologizes to Kangyun, muttering that he should have ended this friendship decades ago. Our guy just stands there, completely unfazed, realizing the painter's friends are just as eccentric as he is. They sit down in a private booth, and Kang-yoon returns to the kitchen. A few minutes later, he serves their order, a classic pomodoro and a fiery arrabbiata. Gi-hoon takes the pomodoro, sliding the other plate to his jacked friend. Kang-yoon warns the biker grandpa that he made the arrabbiata extra spicy, just like he requested. The plate is steaming, the deep red sauce looking absolutely beautiful. Gi-hoon digs in, enjoying the perfect balance of fresh tomatoes. The biker grandpa takes a massive bite, and his entire face lights up. He shouts in pure excitement, sweat dripping down his face from the intense heat. He praises the sweet and spicy combination, claiming it is an absolute masterpiece. He tells Kang-yoon that the dish tastes exactly like the authentic pasta he used to eat in Italy. As our guy turns to leave, the muscular senior calls him back, pulling out his phone. He asks Kang-yoon to pick out a random weekend in the month after next. Kang-yoon is confused but suggests the second Saturday of the month. The senior smiles, setting the date, and proudly announces that is the day he will officially retire. Our guy has a minor panic attack, wondering how someone can casually schedule their retirement like a doctor's appointment. He immediately imagines this massive leather-clad senior dramatically announcing his retirement to a crying motorcycle gang. Gi-hoon chuckles, leaning forward, and asks Kang-yoon if he actually knows who this man is. He reveals that his friend is a highly famous public figure. We see a flashback of a refined, elegant man playing a grand piano on a sunlit stage. This is Lee Jung-won, a legendary world-class pianist who has won multiple international competitions. So, the massive leather jacket-wearing grandpa who just destroyed a plate of spicy pasta is actually a legendary pianist who plays classical concerts for a living. Kang-yoon is standing there with his brain completely lagging, trying to calculate how a guy who looks like a steel mill worker plays Beethoven. Jung-won just chuckles, telling Gi-hoon that it has been ages since he appeared on TV, so his fame is basically ancient history. But then our guy's memory finally kicks in. He points his finger in absolute shock, shouting that he actually knows him. He remembers his old boss back in Seoul used to play Jung-won's classical albums on loop to keep the kitchen staff from losing their minds. He admits he always imagined the pianist behind those delicate emotional melodies would be some soft, elegant gentleman, but instead he got a buff biker who winks like a cartoon character. Gi-hoon starts shaking him, crying over his ruined expectations. Kang-yoon clears his throat, trying to salvage the mood, and tells Jung-won that he should really reconsider his sudden retirement. Jung-won's smile fades slightly. He explains that he wanted his final recital to be a grand, unforgettable exit, but unfortunately, the universe had other plans. He raises his left hand, and his fingers start trembling uncontrollably, completely out of his control. He says his doctors told him his nerves are done, and that continuing to play will only make things significantly worse. So he canceled all his major concerts, choosing to let his final performance end quietly in the countryside. He tries to laugh it off, saying a quiet dramatic exit sounds pretty cool anyway, but our guy can see the quiet devastation hiding behind that friendly grin. Kang-yoon looks out the window, watching the sun slowly dip below the trees, as the two distinguished gentlemen finally stand up and prepare to leave. Gi-hoon tells Jung-won to wait outside for a minute, saying he has something private to discuss with the chef. Once the door closes, Gi-hoon sighs, apologizing to Kang-yoon if his friend's heavy situation ruined his day. Kang-yoon shakes his head, saying he thinks the pianist is an incredibly honest and admirable person. Gi-hoon explains that Jung-won brought up his hand injury so casually because he wanted to keep things light, but our guy knows exactly what is happening underneath that mask. He knows the feeling of watch your entire life's work vanish in an instant because of a physical limitation. He tells Gi-hoon that when things go sideways, we cannot always choose how or when our plans get ruined. Suddenly, the door chimes jingle as the muscular pianist pokes his head back inside, complaining about how long they are taking. Our guy waves them off, watching their car pull away into the quiet country night. The cricket sounds rise from the grass as the diner grows dark, and Kang-yoon starts sweeping the floor, trying to distract his own mind. He stops mid-sweep, staring at the floor in frustration. He grabs his head, muttering that the situation is driving him absolutely nuts. He tells himself that even if the pianist is going through the exact same hell he went through, there is absolutely nothing he can do to help. But his hand tightens around the broom handle. He cannot stop thinking about it. Suddenly, a soft bark echoes from the doorway. It is Rice Cake, and he is covered from head to toe in dark, wet mud, looking incredibly pleased with himself. Our guy's jaw drops. He drops his broom, grabbing a clean towel to rub the muddy pup down before he ruins the floor. Rice Cake lets out a happy yip, licking Kang Yoon's arm, and our guy tells him to stop trying to act cute. But then he stops. He rubs his arm, realizing his chronic shoulder soreness from swordsmanship training has completely vanished. A massive spark goes off in his brain. Rice Cake's magical saliva has high-tier healing properties. He immediately imagines himself introducing Rice Cake's saliva to the media, followed by shady government agents showing up with suitcases of cash to dissect his puppy. He quickly shakes the terrible thought out of his head, telling himself to forget it. He continues drying the dog, muttering that he was just incredibly lucky to find a way to heal in this village. He kneels on the clean floor, looking down at his small companion, hoping with everything he has that the veteran pianist does not choose to give up on his passion. But his realistic side kicks in, and he laughs at his own foolishness, wondering how a damaged nerve could ever suddenly heal. Rice Cake tilts his head, letting out a soft whine, and suddenly starts tugging aggressively on Kang Yoon's blue jeans. Our guy is confused, wondering if the pup wants him to follow him outside. He grabs his flashlight, tracing the puppy's footsteps through the dark woods behind the estate. Rice Cake stops in a small clearing, pointing his nose at a patch of freshly disturbed dirt. Kang Yoon shines the light on the soil, wondering if the dog dug up some buried treasure, and watches Rice Cake pull out the heavy bag of stinky blue berries Cassandra gifted him. Our guy's face completely twists in horror. He screams at the dog, realizing the pup buried the expensive tribal gift because he hated the smell. He hoists the heavy, smelly sack over his shoulder, lecturing the puppy about respect, but then he stops. Rice Cake is highly intelligent. He knows Kang Yoon would get mad at him for burying a gift, yet he went through the trouble of dragging his owner all the way out here to show him. He recalls Cassandra's exact words, "This is highly valuable, a special medicine humans do not possess." Kang Yoon's eyes go wide. Special medicine? He reaches into the sack, pulling out one of the giant glowing blue fruits. Holding his breath to ignore the horrific garbage stench, he takes a small, brave bite. Instantly, his eyes fly open. A massive, cool wave of pure energy and freshness spreads through his entire nervous system. His body feels weightless, as if his muscles and nerves were completely rebuilt while he slept. He looks down at Rice Cake, who is wagging his tail happily. He realizes Cassandra gave him a legendary high-level restorative. If he can get this to Jungwon, his hands will heal. But he cannot just hand him a raw, stinky fantasy fruit. The veteran would never eat something that smells like a swamp. And strangely, the texture of the fruit is remarkably chewy, almost like tender meat. Our guy stands there in the dark, thinking at supersonic speed until a brilliant culinary solution strikes his brain. He smiles, realizing he can easily mask the horrific smell with a heavy, aromatic sauce. And if he seals the chewy, meat-like fruit interior inside a fresh, homemade dough shell, it will make the absolute perfect elite arrabbiata ravioli. The next morning, the sun rises bright and clear over the quiet hills of Yeongpyeong. Lee Jungwon is walking slowly through the tall grass near his temporary country retreat. He looks down, relaxing his left hand, and watches his fingers curl into a tight, trembling fist. He sighs, muttering that his physical decline is quickly becoming a permanent habit. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out his name. He turns around in surprise. It is Kang Yoon, carrying a pink, insulated lunchbox, with Rice Cake sniffing the grass nearby. Jungwon is amused, wondering how the young chef managed to track him down to Gi-hoon's private estate. Kang Yoon reaches into his bag, acting completely casual, and slams the wooden-topped lunchbox onto the grass with a sharp sound. The veteran pianist is completely baffled, staring at the box, as our guy crouches down and simply asks him if he is hungry. Kang Yoon pops the metal latches open, revealing a flawless, steaming batch of golden brown ravioli, covered in a rich red chili sauce. Jungwon asks if he wants him to act as a test taster, suggesting Gi-hoon would have a better palate, while a massive guilt arrow hovers over our guy's head. Kang Yoon's sweat drops, quickly stammering that he will ask the painter later, urging the veteran to just take a bite. Jungwon looks at him suspiciously, asking if this sudden visit is because of his emotional breakdown yesterday. He takes a fork, admitting that he probably made the young chef worry too much with his old man problems. He thanks him for the kind gesture, but reiterates that he has already made peace with canceling his final recital. Kang Yoon sits beside him, looking out at the vast blue sky. He is silent for a moment, before quietly telling him that he knows Jungwon still loves playing the piano more than anything. The veteran's face goes still. He smiles faintly, admitting that classical music was indeed his entire life, and that maybe a part of him is still struggling to let go. He sighs, saying he does not want his legendary career to end with a pathetic, broken performance. He tells the chef that fading away quietly is the only dignified option left. A gentle breeze rustles through the forest canopy around them, and Kang-yoon turns to look at him with an intense, serious expression. He says he cannot completely understand the massive weight of what the veteran is going through, but he wants him to fight. He wants him to perform the absolute masterpiece finale. He tells him the world deserves to see the true finale of the legendary pianist Lee Jung-won. Jung-won is frozen, staring at the young man, before bursting into a loud, booming laugh that echoes across the field. Kang-yoon blushes, quickly apologizing if he stepped out of line, but the veteran shakes his head, saying he loves that youthful energy. He smiles warmly, admitting that those passionate words were exactly what his soul needed to hear today. He looks out at the hills, noting that Kang-yoon is the only person who had the guts to tell him not to quit. He delivers a sincere, quiet thank you. Suddenly, Rice Cake's stomach lets out a comically loud rumble, and the puppy lets out a sad whine. Kang-yoon laughs, telling the veteran to dig in before his dog steals the food. Jung-won takes a whole ravioli, popping it into his mouth. His eyes fly open. He explains that he normally avoids ravioli because the heavy cheese fillings make them greasy, but the sharp, fiery kick of the arrabbiata sauce balances the rich texture perfectly. He chews in delight, praising the incredible, chewy, meat-like texture of the filling. And then, his face goes slightly blank. He looks down at his hands, muttering that he suddenly feels incredibly warm and energetic. Our guy watched silently as a massive wave of healing energy flows through the veteran's body. Before Jung-won can ask any questions, Kang-yoon pulls out a massive 5-tier stack of pink lunchboxes, claiming he accidentally made way too many. He tells him to keep them in his fridge and make sure he eats them every single day. Jung-won looks down at his left hand. He opens his palm, staring in absolute disbelief as the persistent, violent tremor completely vanishes, his fingers feeling as light and precise as they did in his youth. He squeezes his fist, whispering a deep emotional thank you to the young chef as the scene fades. A few days later, back at the village diner, our guy is prepping ingredients when the doorbell rings. It is the local mailman delivering a formal-looking envelope. Kang-yoon thanks him, taking the letter, and wonders who could have sent him official mail in this quiet town. Rice Cake pokes his head out from behind the curtain, letting out an inquisitive yip. Kang-yoon tears it open, finding 2 premium front-row concert tickets and a handwritten note. The letter is from Jung-won. He writes that after eating the pasta, his hand miraculously recovered, allowing him to move to Seoul for intense rehab. He invites Kang-yoon to his official grand comeback recital this upcoming Saturday. Our guy smiles, happy that his plan worked, but then notices some small writing on the back of the page. Jung-won writes a postscript explaining that da capo means to return to the beginning and play until the fine, thanking Kang-yoon for giving him his true finale. Our guy is frozen in place, staring at the paper. Rice Cake lets out a playful bark, wagging his tail, and Kang-yoon's sweat drops, wondering if the legendary musician actually figured out his secret. Meanwhile, in the middle of a massive traffic jam on the Seoul highway, manager Hyun-woo is staring at his dashboard. His phone lights up with a text from Kang-yoon offering him a spare concert ticket, and Hyun-woo immediately laughs, thinking our guy has 0 friends. But then he reads the details, realizing the ticket is for the highly exclusive sold-out comeback recital of the great Lee Jung-won. Hyun-woo groans, remembering he already has plans this Saturday, but a sudden realization hits him. He knows someone who is an absolute fanatic of classical music. He dials his phone, letting the call ring through his car's speakers. On the other end of the line, a beautiful, familiar voice answers. Hyun-woo grins, asking her if she is currently busy filming. Sina sighs, saying she is just relaxing at a cafe, and asks why he is calling out of the blue. She notes that he has never called her since she changed managers, and we are left wondering if this ticket is about to bring the beautiful national actress straight back to our guy's quiet country diner. So our guy is sitting in a massive sold-out Seoul auditorium, and of all the people to be sitting right next to him, it is Sena. It turns out manager Hyun-woo completely forgot to mention that the national actress is an absolute fangirl of classical music. Kang-yoon is sweating, trying to look casual, and asks her how long she has been a fan of the pianist. Sena proudly boasts that she has been listening to his album since his debut, even recalling how her old manager used to beg her to turn it off before he fell asleep at the wheel. Our guy laughs, thinking that sounds exactly like something Yunzop would say. He reflects on how close they all used to be back in the day, though looking at her smug grin, he realizes close might be a slight stretch. She looks at him, playfully asking if she is too stunning for him to look at directly. Suddenly, a fan approaches their row, politely asking if she is indeed the famous actress, Senna. Sena immediately switches into her flawless, sweet celebrity persona, happily signing an autograph. Kang Yoon is staring at her like he just witnessed a magic trick, realizing he completely forgot she transitioned from singing to full-time acting. Senna looks at his confused face, telling him he really needs to get out more. She teases him, saying his lack of television knowledge is practically a crime for a modern guy. Our guy buries his face in his hands, muttering that he should probably start watching TV for at least an hour a day. Sena just laughs, calling his complete lack of interest in the outside world one of his unique charms. The lights in the auditorium slowly dim, and the crowd goes quiet. The stage spotlights turn on, and a tall, dignified figure steps out from the wings. It is Lee Jungwon, looking absolutely incredible in a tailored black tuxedo. He takes a deep bow in front of the massive, shiny grand piano. Sena whispers to Kang Yoon that she is incredibly excited but deeply worried, knowing the rumor about his permanent wrist injury has been circulating everywhere. She is terrified he is pushing his body past its limits for this final performance. But our guy just gives a subtle, confident smirk, knowing a secret she does not. Jungwon sits down on the bench, taking a deep, focused breath, and presses his feet firmly onto the brass pedals. The audience holds their collective breath as his hands hover over the keys, and with a gentle, precise touch, the first notes of his performance echo through the massive hall. Sena's eyes fly open in absolute stunning disbelief. The music is flawless. It is powerful, emotional, and completely free of any hesitation. Kang Yoon looks at the stage, muttering that the performance is truly amazing. Jungwon is completely lost in the music, his fingers moving across the keyboard like a blur. Sena is brought to tears, feeling the pure, triumphant energy of a master returning to his peak. After the show, they head backstage, and Jungwon immediately spots our guy, waving him over. He lets out a booming laugh, teasing Kang Yoon for bringing his beautiful girlfriend to the show. Sena immediately starts hitting our guy's shoulder in a cartoonish panic, screaming about why he never told her they were close friends. Jungwon smiles, asking Kang Yoon for his honest professional opinion on the recital. Suddenly, a refined voice speaks up from the couch. It is Jung Gi-hoon, sipping coffee. The master painter dryly notes that the beginning was decent, but the pianist got way too excited and dramatic towards the end. Jungwon immediately snaps, yelling at him that nobody asked for his critical opinion. The two legendary artists start bicker like children, and our guy just stands there, completely used to their antics. Sena is completely starstruck, realizing she is standing in a room with two of the nation's greatest creators. Kang Yoon casually explains that they are just regular customers at a small country diner, and Jungwon immediately demands his address, saying he wants to become a permanent regular as well. He happily signs an autograph for Sena, looking incredibly pleased with his new fan. Sena holds the paper to her chest, telling him his performance felt like a personal message to never give up. The pianist smiles warmly, admitting he poured his entire soul into those keys. He looks over at our guy, saying his recovery is all thanks to a very fortunate, delicious incident. Kang Yoon's face goes completely blank as he sweat drops, trying to play dumb for the actress. Jungwon just laughs it off, keeping his secret safe, and pats our guy on the back. Gi-hoon looks over, smiling gently, and thanks the young chef for bringing his friend back to life. Jungwon lets out another bright laugh, his eyes full of genuine gratitude. Our guy just smiles back, realizing his secret efforts were entirely worth it. The next day, we transition back to the quiet, glowing beauty of the fantasy world lake. The sun is shining on the water, and we see a thick rope tied securely around a giant wooden log. Kang Yoon and Randolph are sitting side by side in lawn chairs, holding their rods, while Rice Cake takes a nap. Our guy admits this is his first time fishing, and that he is deeply enjoying the quiet, peaceful wait. Rice Cake is happily licking his paws, and Randolph notes that his body is probably exhausted from their intense sword training. Kang Yoon sighs, looking over at his companion, and asks why they cannot use the high-tech, expensive fishing rods he brought from Earth. Randolph just grins, holding his massive wooden log, and dryly states that fishing in this lake is actual war. Suddenly, the massive log begins to shake violently in his hands. Randolph's muscles tense as he pulls back with a powerful, earth-shaking grunt. The water explodes, and a colossal car-sized blue monster fish with razor-sharp teeth flies into the sky. It crashes onto the grass with a heavy impact, and our guy is left staring in absolute terrifying disbelief. The monster fish lets out a metallic, echoing screech, and Kang Yoon wonders how that thing can even be classified as a fish. Randolph casually picks up our guy by his collar, dragging him away before the beast can thrash on top of him. He grins, saying they caught a fresh one, while Kang Yoon notes the sheer wind pressure from its giant tail. Our guy examines the giant beast, realizing the meat is remarkably firm, less oily, and carries zero fishy odor. He looks down at his hands, his professional chef brain immediately taking over. He looks at the giant thrashing monster and smiles, realizing this incredible meat is going to make the absolute perfect spicy fish stew. Nearby, a small, pink axolotl-like creature sits on the bank watching their cooking camp. Randolph watches in absolute awe, stroking his beard, as Kang Yoon's hands move like a blur, slicing through the tough scales with perfect, effortless knife skills. The knight is confused, asking why he is prepping such a small portion of the massive beast. Our guy explains that this single section is already enough to feed an entire family, and continues carving. He asks if the fish in this lake are always this abnormally large. Randolph explains that the lake sits directly on the border of 3 ancient races, creating a highly dense magical energy. He notes that the massive, bodybuilding rabbits and jumping birds he saw are also mutations from this lake's influence. Kang Yoon's brain lags as he mentions that rabbits on Earth are actually small, fluffy, and cute. Randolph is baffled, claiming those sound exactly like the mutated ones, leaving our guy wondering if their definitions of cute are vastly different. The knight laughs, saying he is getting hungry, and offers to go gather some dry firewood. Kang Yoon nods, pulling out his heavy black cooking pot, while Rice Cake proudly carries a tiny wooden branch to help with the campfire. Randolph returns with the wood and prepares to throw away the massive fish skeleton, but Kang Yoon immediately stops him. He explains that the bones are the most important part, tossing them into the pot along with fresh radish and dried shrimp. He boils them over the roaring fire, carefully skimming the white foam from the surface to keep the broth clean. He stirs in his custom spicy red paste, adding sliced green chilies for a sharp kick. He throws in thick green onions, wild herbs, and mushrooms, letting the flavors marry. He boils the stew without a lid, letting the natural steam carry away any remaining gamey odors. The spicy fish stew is officially complete, and the rich mouth-watering aroma immediately has Randolph drooling. The knight lunges forward with a spoon, but Kang Yoon grabs his wrist, telling him to wait. Randolph is confused, wondering what he could have possibly forgotten. Our guy grins, pointing out they only use the bones for the broth, and presents a beautiful fan-shaped plate of fresh, raw sashimi slices. Randolph's jaw drops. Raw fish? He admits he hasn't eaten raw meat in decades. He takes a slice, dipping it into one of the sauces Kang Yoon prepared. He pops it into his mouth, and his face completely explodes in pure culinary shock. He screams that the meat is incredibly firm and sweet, praising the unique balance of the red spicy sauce and the savory brown glaze. He tries the green wasabi sauce, his eyes watering from the intense heat, but laughs, calling it a beautiful kind of pain. Our guy explains that in his world, they eat the clean flesh raw first, and then use the remaining bones to build a rich, fiery soup. He hands him a bowl of the hot broth, and Randolph takes one single sip before dropping to his knees on the grass, begging for some ice-cold alcohol to wash it down. The sun slowly sets, casting a beautiful golden glow over the quiet lake, and the two friends clink their glasses together under the evening sky. Randolph chugs his glass of earth soju, letting out a loud gasp of pure satisfaction as the cold alcohol meets the fiery heat of the stew. He declares that the person who designed this combination is an absolute genius. Our guy smiles, sipping his drink, enjoying the warm, tingling heat spreading through his chest. He closes his eyes, describing the dense, sea bass-like texture of the fish and the clean, sweet umami of the broth. Randolph looks at him in awe, noting that his ability to describe flavors is truly on another level. Our guy looks up at the stars, feeling a quiet, profound sense of peace. He reflects on how his sense of taste fully returned while he was working to heal Jungwon's hands. It was not a dramatic, sudden explosion like his first breakthrough, but rather a quiet, natural return of his lifelong passion. He realizes his mind has finally healed from the toxic scars of soul. He sits on the grass, gently petting his fluffy puppy, promising Rice Cake that he will cook even more incredible dishes for him from now on. Randolph laughs, pouring him another shot, and they continue celebrating late into the night. The stars fill the dark sky, and the campfire slowly dies down to glowing embers. A quiet rustling sound echoes from the trees near their sleeping tent. Kang-yoon crawls out of the tent flap, clutching his stomach, complaining about a massive hangover thirst. He rubs his temples, realizing he definitely drank way too much of his own supply. He looks over at Randolph, who is snoring loudly, mumbling about his wife scolding him for being late. Our guy stretches his arms, taking in the cool, refreshing night breeze, and suddenly spots a beautiful, ethereal blonde figure standing by the water under the full moon. He is frozen, wondering who could possibly be wandering around the dangerous border lake at this hour. The figure turns around, a glowing blue starlight butterfly resting on her delicate finger. It is Scylla, the elf ranger. She smiles gently, welcoming him back. Our guy is stunned, noting that she looks like a scene straight out of a movie, and admits he wanted to see her. He thanks her again, saying everything has been going perfectly thanks to her advice. He happily offers to cook her a delicious meal to celebrate, but Scylla dryly notes that she has zero interest in eating food prepared by a guy who can barely stand straight. She looks at him seriously, saying she has a major request to make. She raises her arm, and with a soft rustling sound, her ice bird, Sona, descends from the trees. She looks at Kang-yoon, asking if he can still clearly see Sona's form. Our guy's eyes widen as he nods, wondering why she is asking such an obvious question. Scylla explains that normal humans possess zero magical affinity and are completely blind to elemental spirits like Sona. She looks deep into his blue eyes, her emerald green eyes glowing with a mysterious ancient light. She says his sudden appearance in this forest and his rare spiritual sight cannot be a mere coincidence. Our guy is left standing there, completely speechless under the moonlight, as the beautiful elf ranger asks him if he is ready to forge a sacred, lifelong contract with a spirit. So, Scylla is currently mid-proposal. She is trying to look incredibly mystical, green eyes flashing, wind blowing through her hair, the whole 9 yards. Her pitch is simple. Normal humans can't see elemental spirits because they have the mana affinity of a wet cardboard box. But our guy is different. He's standing here looking like a confused college student in a blue hoodie, but he can see her giant ice bird perfectly. So she drops the ultimate question, would you like to make a contract with a spirit? A spirit? Kang-yoon is just trying to run a country diner, not play an open-world RPG. Scylla explains that elves don't actually own spirits. They are basically just magical roommates who split the rent. And since he can see Sona, his magical wavelength is apparently off the charts. Our guy looks down, taking a very long, very dramatic pause. He tells her he understood the assignment, but his stomach is currently staging a violent coup. Turns out, raw blue bass and high-proof earth alcohol do not mix well with cross-dimensional travel. And just to prove how bad things are, we get a sudden visual of a majestic, sparkling unicorn in the lake. He is fully hallucinating. The next morning, the sun is up, birds are singing, and the hangover has finally cleared. Kang-yoon is standing in the clearing looking like a man who has to apologize to his Uber driver. He says he's sorry for showing his absolute worst side. Scylla is surprisingly chill about it, noting that day drinking is basically a local sport anyway. He brings the conversation back to the spirit thing. If he contracts one, they are together 24/7. Rice Cake hears the words, adopting another pet, and his brain instantly enters survival mode. He walks over and aggressively taps Kang-yoon's leg like, excuse me, we need to talk about my exclusive contract. Look at this dramatic pup. He's pulling out the ultimate puppy dog eyes, trying to manipulate his way out of getting a younger brother. Kang-yoon looks down, completely misreading the room. He decides Rice Cake must be lonely and wants a sibling. Absolute communication error of the century. He confidently tells Scylla he'll do it, while Rice Cake screams in the background like his inheritance just got cut in half. Scylla is absolutely hyped. She pumps her fist, while Rice Cake is literally trying to climb Kang-yoon like a tree to stop the transaction. Then she pulls out the official summoning outfit. You already know this is going to go badly. Our guy is currently standing in a grass skirt, a flower lei, and blue feathers in his hair. He looks like he's about to audition for a low-budget Moana sequel. He asks if this is legally required to summon magic. Scylla is just smiling, fully enjoying the fashion show. He says he feels a little drafty. Rice Cake in the background is looking at him with pure, unadulterated judgment. Scylla defends the fit, claiming her grandpa wore this exact outfit to summon a great spirit. Grandpa was apparently a fashion icon. She tells him to focus and visualize the exact type of spirit he wants to attract. Specialties, age, values. Our guy realizes spirit summoning is literally just medieval Tinder. She closes her eyes. Time to start swiping. The magic circle activates, glowing with a bright green elemental light. Kangyun looks up, the wind blowing through his glorious blue headwear. Floating particles of light begin to drift down like glowing fireflies. He looks at the magic floating around him, thinking about his actual priorities in life. He doesn't need a legendary dragon or a storm god. He just hopes this thing isn't a picky eater. Suddenly, a massive orange streak of light shoots down from the sky. Scylla gasps. This brightness, this scale, it has to be a top-tier legendary spirit. Kangyun's eyes sparkle. Did he really just pull an SSR on his very first summon? The light solidifies on the grass, forming a squishy orange lump of dough. It pops, and it's a giant, fat orange hamster wearing permanent blush. Our guy drops to a squat, staring at this round, vibrating potato. The hamster looks up with massive, watery anime eyes and lets out a tiny, high-pitched squeak. The screen text literally says, "This handsome guy is my master." The hamster is already fully committed to the bit. It covers its face in absolute shyness like a K-pop idol being spotted in public. Then, the social anxiety hits. It starts digging into the grass at Mach speed, dirt flying everywhere. It burrows a massive trench in 3 seconds. Scylla and Rice Cake watch this absolute clown show with straight faces. It pops its head out of the dirt, sighing with relief like it successfully escaped the conversation. Rice Cake walks over, casts a massive shadow over the hole, and lets out a very disappointed sigh. He is not threatened by this. Scylla inspects the creature. Turns out this little potato is actually a highly rare dual element case. Our guy is confused. 2 elements in one hamster? She explains that the first element is earth, which explains the aggressive digging, and the second is fire. The hamster opens its mouth, shoots a pathetic, tiny puff of flame, and gets immediately squashed by Rice Cake's paw. It's too young to combine them, so it just ends up giving itself extreme motion sickness. It lies flat with spiral eyes. Rice Cake looks down, fully satisfied that his position as the favorite child is secure. Scylla says they need to name it to seal the contract. Kangyun starts brainstorming. Hamster? Rat? Ratatouille? No. Wrong color palette. He reaches down. He gently scoops the dizzy orange potato into his palms. He decides on Tori. Simple, cute, doesn't require high brain power. And since it's a hamster, its full name is obviously Tori Ham. Ham Tori. Truly, our guy is a genius of nomenclature. Scylla says she has to go and scout, but before she can take a step, Kangyun grabs her shoulder. He looks at her with absolute deadly serious chef eyes. He says there is 0 chance he's letting her leave without eating something. He pulls out a perfectly wrapped, golden, fluffy Korean salad sandwich. Scylla tries to act indifferent, but her stomach lets out a massive, highly undignified growl. She looks at the bread, confused. To her, human food is just dry, greasy meat. Rice Cake sits down next to her, looking up like, "Just eat it, lady, he's a walking cheat code." She takes a massive bite, her cheeks puffing out, her eyes widen. The flavor explosion is instant. She didn't know bread could be this soft and cloud-like. The sweet and sour sauce flows down, perfectly balancing the fresh, crunchy cabbage and carrots. She drops to her knees in pure food heaven, wondering when human gastronomy advanced past her entire civilization. Our guy just smiles, happy that his simple breakfast sandwich hit the mark. Scylla chews quietly, looking at him with a completely new level of respect. She smiles, thinking he really is like some mysterious, legendary chef. Sona the icebird pecks the tree branch, wanting a piece too. Scylla asks for one more, and Kangyun happily packs her a whole bag. We cut back to Earth. Myung's house. Quiet afternoon. Myung pops her head in, asking her mom if she can watch TV after finishing her homework. Her mom says yes, but only for an hour. Myung runs to put on her favorite cartoon. Her mom warns her not to sit too close. Typical mom behavior. But as the screen flashes, Myung points. Wait, isn't that the chef uncle? Yoon-gun stops folding laundry, her eyes wide with shock. We cut to Kang-yoon's traditional country diner. Peaceful morning. But inside, there is a tiny domestic dispute happening. Rice Cake is casually tapping Tori on her flat orange head with his giant paw. Tori is lying completely flat on the floor, letting out a weak, pathetic squeak. Kang-yoon walks in holding food. Is she still feeling down since we brought her through the portal? He puts down a bowl of perfectly cooked country beef. Rice Cake's eyes light up. Tori sniffs the meat. She crawls forward like a zombie. And she bites a piece that is literally 3 times her size. She eats it in one bite. Kang-yoon is sweating. Okay, she's definitely related to Rice Cake. He remembers Scylla explaining that spirits take on animal shapes and live off nature's energy, but they can still eat food for enjoyment. Kang-yoon thinks about nature's energy and realizes she might just want raw, fresh ingredients. He hands her a fresh, crisp carrot. Tori grabs it and starts nibbling at light speed. She looks much better. Rice Cake is in the back looking at her like she's a weird grass-eating alien. The doorbell rings. Kang-yoon turns around. Welcome! A row of tiny heads pops out from the sliding doors, their eyes sparkling like anime characters. Sang-gu runs in, grabbing Kang-yoon's shirt. Uncle! He screams. I didn't know you were that kind of person! I feel betrayed! The other kids poke their heads in. Yeah! You lied to us! Kang-yoon is completely sweating. What did I even do? Sang-gu just holds his cheeks and blushes like he's meeting BTS. They grab their papers and run out screaming, I just talked to a real celebrity! Kang-yoon is left standing there, crying fake tears of confusion. We were close. Suddenly, a red delivery scooter screeches to a halt outside. A delivery guy walks up carrying a massive, heavy white roll. Hey, where should I put this banner? Our guy is like, I didn't order a banner. Did you get the wrong house? The guy rolls it out on the dirt. It's a massive, colorful, highly aggressive banner celebrating him. Kang-yoon's brain goes completely flat. He grabs his head. Wait, when did the TV show actually air? Right on cue, the village loudspeaker let out a loud static crackle. The village chief's voice booms across the entire mountain valley. He announces a grand public screening of Yongpyong's pride, Lee Kang-yoon, at the village hall at 4 p.m. Our guy screams in absolute horror. It already aired! The delivery guy is looking at him with sparkling eyes. Can I get an autograph? Do you sing? Kang-yoon walks towards the village hall, his soul leaving his body. He's carrying 2 giant watermelons. Rice Cake is walking proudly next to him. Tori is riding on Rice Cake's back like a tiny orange saddlebag. He peeks into the village hall. Hello? Inside, the village chief is proudly holding up a giant high-gloss photocard of Kang-yoon. Our guy is sweating. Chief, what is that? The chief smiles like a proud grandmother. He points to a mountain of stacked posters. I printed enough for everyone in the village! We get a hilarious mental image of Kang-yoon burning the posters in a giant bonfire. The chief looks at the imaginary fire. Obviously, our guy can't actually do that. He sits down at the table, completely hiding his red face. This is so embarrassing. Granny Park is sitting next to him, casually downing a shot. He always does stuff like this. Kang-yoon sighs. I'm thankful, but... He looks down, his tone turning quiet and serious. He mentions that people back in the city tended to hate chefs who got popular on TV. But then he smiles. Never mind, I decided not to care about that anymore. Granny Park looks at him. Who said they hate you? She snaps. Their eyes must have bugs in them. Do not stay close to those people. She tells him those toxic city haters won't help him with anything in life. This simple, harsh defense completely melts his anxiety. He laughs. Yeah, I'll remember. A neighborhood auntie walks in carrying a massive heavy metal pot. I made samyetang! She serves him a giant bowl of hot ginseng chicken soup. Our guy looks down, deeply touched. Look at this perfect steaming chicken. Golden broth, soft rice, jujubes. He lifts a spoonful of the hot soup to his mouth. He swallows. The warmth instantly spreads through his body. He tastes the heavy herbs, the hours of slow boiling. The rice is perfectly soft. He smiles warmly. No one can cook something like this without absolute sincerity. This is so good! Suddenly, he looks down. Rice Cake and Tori are staring at him with giant dripping drool puddles. He feeds them some shredded chicken. The chief grabs his attention. Everyone, sit down! It's starting! The TV screen flashes. The LBS logo pops up. Welcome to today's chef! The somewhat embarrassing screening begins. The host says, "We found a rare video of Chef Kang Yoon's very first competition," and they play a clip of 14-year-old Kang Yoon in a chef hat slicing cabbage at godlike speed. The narrator on TV goes full anime. "He is only 14! This is not cooking, this is art!" The villagers are literally crying tears of absolute pride. "This is like a movie!" The chief is sobbing uncontrollably, slamming Kang Yoon's back. "Hick! You've worked so hard!" Our guy has his face buried in his hands, completely red. "PD Yanha, why did you give me more screen time?" The whole village raises their glasses in a massive toast. Our guy is just praying for a meteor to hit the village hall. We pick up right in the middle of our guy's absolute mental breakdown. While the entire village hall is cheering and raising their glasses to the pride of Yongpyong, Kang Yoon is wishing a meteor would just end it all. A week after the broadcast, the nightmare is still alive and well. The village chief is still yelling his name, and the local kids are literally calling him the god of chefs like he's some kind of mythical raid boss. To make things worse, his junior Yoonsop is absolutely roasting him over text, asking if he's done shaking the world yet. Our guy looks down at his new orange companion and asks a very serious question. "Tori, are you good at digging? Because I need you to bury me alive right now." So, to escape the crushing weight of Earthside cringe, he retreats to the fantasy forest. Training with the silver-haired wolfman is officially over, and Noah is actually praising his progress. Kang Yoon is so mentally checked out that crawling on all fours up a mountain doesn't even faze him anymore. It's peaceful when your brain is completely empty. Meanwhile, Rice Cake and Tori are in the background playing a high-speed game of tag in the dirt. Tori pops out of a fresh hole looking like she just won the lottery. Honestly, the hamster is adapting to the forest a lot better than our guy is. Kang Yoon turns to Noah to officially introduce his new contracted spirit. But Noah's eyes narrow. He asks, "What spirit?" as if he can't see the tiny orange ball standing right next to Rice Cake. Noah doesn't even hesitate. He drops to one knee, grabs a solid chunk of granite and whips it with the speed of an electromagnetic railgun. The rock tears through the forest canopy, creating a massive physical shockwave and lands inches away from a very unimpressed blonde elf. Scylla just stands there, calling the throw savage. She is casually sitting on a high branch, reminding Noah that she warned him not to bother Kang Yoon. Noah barks back, demanding to know her plans, while Scylla just sighs about how beastmen are always resorting to violence. Noah's veins are practically popping out of his shirtless torso. Kang Yoon is physically grabbing his arm, trying to lower his hand, but it's like trying to move a brick wall. Our guy is panicking, wondering how on earth these two even know each other. And more importantly, how are they understanding each other? The last time Noah met a human, they needed a physical translation dictionary. Scylla drops from the tree with absolute grace, flipping her hair like she's in a shampoo commercial. She boasts that a ranger's true virtue is knowing at least 3 languages, plus Ancient Elven. Noah immediately ruins her main character moment. That's because she was alive when those ancient languages were actually spoken. Kang Yoon, that elf is 10 times older than you. Scylla's youthful look is officially a scam. Before they can start a multi-species war, Kang Yoon steps between them like a tired middle school teacher. But then, the bushes rustle and Randolph pops out, ready for training. So now we have a human knight, a wolf beastman, and an ancient elf ranger all standing in one clearing. Rice Cake and Tori are in the grass, practically eating popcorn, waiting to see who is going to catch hands first. This is a historic, politically explosive 3-race meetup, and our guy is on his knees begging them not to turn his campsite into a crime scene. He suggests they do the most civilized thing possible, sit down and introduce themselves. Randolph proudly pulls out a new glowing translation amulet. He bought it specifically so he could talk to his beastman bro. That is true bromance. He starts. "I am Randolph, Knight Captain of Rebentus." Scylla goes next, introducing herself as Amelia, the Forest Ranger. Noah finishes with a simple, quiet, "I am Noah." And then, absolute, soul-crushing silence. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a butter knife. The racial treaty has kept them isolated for a century, and none of them know how to act. So our guy stands up and plays his ultimate trump card. "Do you guys like spicy food?" He offers to cook them a classic meal from his hometown to break the ice. He fires up the pan, searing thick, juicy cuts of pork belly until the fat starts rendering. Then he brings out the heavy artillery, a massive, deep red, beautifully fermented batch of earth kimchi. As the pork and kimchi sizzle together, the three warriors watch him in silence. Randolph looks over at Scylla and notes how surreal this whole situation is. It has been 100 years since the Great War ended, and there has been zero peaceful contact between their races. But here they are, sitting in a circle, brought together by a random chef who literally just fell out of a storage shed. Randolph seriously starts wondering if Kang Yoon is some kind of holy apostle sent by God. Scylla chuckles at the phrase cooking apostle, but she can't even argue. Noah remains quiet, folding his arms. Scylla notes that she's the one who helped him get a spirit contract. Noah glances at her, admitting he didn't mean any harm by throwing that railgun rock earlier. He looks down, quietly accepting her presence. Randolph notices the two of them getting along and smiles. Our guy, meanwhile, is just focusing on the stove, trying to speedrun this meal before the vibes go bad again. He tosses fresh onions, thick slabs of tofu, and green scallions directly into the boiling red broth. Next, he scoops massive, steaming mounds of freshly cooked white rice into bowls, and tops each one with a perfectly fried egg, the yolk still slightly runny. He sets down a bubbling, fiery red pot of kimchi jjigae right in the center. He introduces the dish, serving it with crisp sheets of salted seaweed. "Let's eat first! Talk later!" The smell alone has all three warriors practically drooling, but just as they reach for their spoons, Noah drops a massive realization. Wait, I thought elves couldn't eat meat. Kang Yoon's face instantly goes pale. He completely forgot the elven dietary restrictions. Noah offers to eat Scylla's portion, but she snaps, pulling her bowl back. She explains she chooses not to harm living things, but her digestive system is fully capable of handling pork belly. Randolph says a quick, respectful prayer to his god and takes his very first bite, and his mind immediately explodes. The heat is intense, but the savory depth of the pork and the sharp acidity of the kimchi keeps his spoon moving. Noah is literally breathing fire from the spice but cannot stop eating. Scylla takes a delicate bite, her cheeks flushing. The intense spice is perfectly cushioned by the creamy egg yolk and the soft, sweet rice. Randolph is mesmerized by the quality of the grains. They are glossy, sticky, and completely superior to anything in the kingdom. His throat is burning from the chili and he gestures for a drink. Our guy just smirks. "Don't worry, Captain. I know exactly what you need." He pulls out a cold green bottle of classic Korean soju. Randolph throws his head back, taking a shot, and lets out a massive roar of pure satisfaction. The alcohol instantly cuts through the grease and chili. This is peak life. He happily declares that since he's drinking, today's swordsmanship training is officially cancelled. Tori is in the background shooting tiny flames to copy Noah, while Rice Cake is quietly devouring his own bowl. Scylla and Noah are peacefully eating and drinking, the century-long racial barrier completely dissolved by a single pot of spicy stew. Randolph, now slightly buzzed, looks over at Kang Yoon and brings up a serious topic. "Didn't you say you wanted to trade spices with the Beastman?" He leans in, his expression turning serious. "There's someone high up who wants to discuss that with you." "Do you want to meet my lord?" Randolph explains that spices are extremely valuable, highly regulated luxury goods in the human territories. If Kang Yoon wants to trade them in bulk, he's going to need the official city lord's permission. And apparently, the lord has been keeping a very close eye on our guy and wants a face-to-face meeting. The silhouette of this noble looks incredibly serious and intimidating. Kang Yoon hesitates, pointing out that this was just a casual idea, and the Beastman might not even want to deal with humans. Noah chimed in, asking what spices even are. Kang Yoon explains he wanted to teach Haman and the others some advanced recipes, but the ingredients simply don't grow in the wild forest. Noah narrows his eyes. "So you want us to start a trading business with humans?" Our guy tries to backpedal, saying he just wants them to eat delicious food. Randolph chimed in, asking if either side really has anything to lose here. Noah stares at his cup. He notes that multi-species trade actually used to be normal before the war. There's no logical reason they can't start again now. He takes a quiet breath and nods. "I agree." Scylla looks over, surprised by his quick compliance. Noah reminds them that the final call belongs to Chief Cassandra, but given how much she loves alcohol and good food, she'll almost certainly sign the papers. He explains that ever since Kang Yoon taught Haman how to make goulash, the tribe's morale has skyrocketed. Even the arrogant warriors are lining up to learn how to prep ingredients. Their entire perspective on humans has completely shifted, and it is entirely thanks to Kang Yoon. So Noah is confident the chief will view the trade proposal in an extremely positive light. Randolph laughs, praising Noah's wise words, and turns his attention to Scylla. What about you, Miss Ranger? Will the elves join the alliance? Scylla looks down, her tone softening. She notes that almost their entire tribe was directly involved in the front lines of the war, so their emotional scars run a bit deeper. Kang Yoon watches her quietly. Rice Cake is currently using his bowl as a hat while Tori sits on top, completely oblivious to the heavy political discussion. But Scylla looks up, a soft, genuine smile gracing her lips. However, I have a feeling the right time for us to connect will come very soon. Randolph claps his hands, declaring that business talk is officially over. He lines up multiple bottles of soju and macchioli. Meeting like this is destiny, which means they are legally required to get absolutely wasted. Randolph takes a massive swig, but then Noah drops a comically casual bomb. By the way, Randolph, I've been teaching Kang Yoon Beastman combat techniques. Randolph almost chokes on his drink. He grabs Kang Yoon, realizing our guy's posture has indeed gotten a lot sturdier recently. You've been secretly training with him too? Kang Yoon, who is now completely drunk, giggles hysterically. Oops, did I forget to tell you? Ha ha ha! I can scurry on all fours like a professional now. He drops to the grass, fully demonstrated his dog crawl. Look at me! Why do I have 4 hands? This is amazing! Noah looks on, highly proud, while Randolph's competitive spirit instantly ignites. A warrior does not share his disciple! Let's settle this with a duel. Silver hair! Loser gives up his training rights, no hard feelings! Noah's knuckles crack. He lifts his bottle. I have never declined a challenge in my life. They slam their hands onto a rock, locking fingers in an absolute death grip. Comical vein-popping intensity ensues. The rock beneath them is practically vibrating from their sheer physical power, while drunk Kang Yoon continues to crawl in the background. Scylla watches these two absolute toddlers with pure, exhausted judgment. She leans down to Kang Yoon, asking if he wants to learn elven archery or dagger combat instead. Kang Yoon's drunk brain slowly processes this. He groans, realizing that learning archery means he'll have 0 time left to actually cook. In the background, Sona, Rice Cake, and Tori have formed a massive, fluffy, sleeping pile. He officially declines her training offer while Scylla just sighs at the chaotic group of drunks. The next morning, back on Earth. Kang Yoon walks back to his diner, the comically grand village banner still flapping in the wind. He walks into his immaculate commercial kitchen, ready to prep for the day's service. He turns the knob on his commercial stove, but there is no click, no spark, and 0 gas flow. The line is completely dead. He sighs. Even if he calls a technician now, they won't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. He looks at his 0-1 profit ledger for the week. He hasn't had a single paying customer in 3 days anyway, but the universe always chooses the worst timing to break his appliances. Suddenly, the entrance bell rings. He blinks, frozen in shock. The sliding doors open, and there is Sujin and Minho. Sujin is pushing a beautiful light blue baby stroller. She smiles warmly, greeting him. Kang Yoon's jaw is practically on the floor. He stammers, asking if it's really okay for the newborn baby to be outside so soon. Sujin laughs, saying short trips are perfectly fine. She says she wanted to introduce her daughter to Uncle Kang Yoon, but the little princess fell asleep on the walk over. Her name is Haeyoon. Our guy slowly leans over the stroller. His eyes soften as he looks at this incredibly tiny, breathing, squishy little miracle. Sujin notices his starstruck expression and gently tells him he can touch her. Kang Yoon instantly panics, throwing his hands up. What if she breaks? She looks like she's made of porcelain. Minho just laughs, telling him to be gentle. He takes out a hand sanitizer, scrubbing his hands like he's preparing for open heart surgery. He really wants to poke those rosy cheeks just once. He slowly, agonizingly extends his index finger and gently presses it against Hyeon's soft, squishy cheek. His entire soul is instantly healed. The sheer softness is overwhelming, completely washing away all his residual trauma and exhaustion. Rice Cake and Tori watch this interaction from the floor. They see him enjoying soft things and immediately execute a high-speed panic move. They launch themselves onto his shoulders and head, rubbing their fluffy bodies against him. Look at us! We are soft too! Love us! Kang Yoon is buried in fur, chuckling. Yeah, you guys are extremely soft too. Please don't choke me. Sujin smiles, admitting they also came today because they wanted to celebrate with a delicious meal. She asks if he could make them something special. Kang Yoon happily agrees, his chef pride fully reignited. He walks back to the kitchen, stands in front of the stove, and remembers the gas is dead. He has 0 fire. He looks down at his hands, completely stumped. No heat means no cooking. He decides to reach for his portable camping stove, but Tori jumps onto his hand. Ju! The tiny orange hamster puffs her chest out, looking incredibly confident. Kang Yoon's eyes widen. Wait, Tori, you are a fire spirit! He decides to trust her. Today, he is making a premium abalone risotto. He cleans the fresh abalones, carefully separating the meat from the guts. He throws the abalone intestines into a blender with a splash of traditional rice wine and blends it into a rich green paste. Tori, get ready! Tori hovers right next to his hand, letting out a tiny, determined spark of fire. He places the pan directly over Tori's mouth. She turns into a literal miniature blowtorch, providing a steady, perfectly controlled flame. He melts butter, sautéing minced garlic and onions to a sweet, aromatic fragrance. He adds the sliced abalone, soaked rice, and the blended abalone intestine paste, letting the rich green mixture simmer to a thick, creamy consistency. Out in the dining room, the new parents wait, the rich, buttery aroma of garlic and seafood filling the air. Kang Yoon walks out, proudly placing a steaming, vibrant green dish on their table. Behold, actually, no, look at this gorgeous abalone risotto. It is perfectly creamy, topped with tender, glossy slices of seared abalone. Minho is stunned that abalone can be turned into risotto, while Sujin's eyes are practically sparkling. Kang Yoon explains he wanted to make them a truly nourishing, healthy meal. They take their first bites. Sujin's hand flies to her cheek. The flavor is incredibly deep, rich, and nutty, with absolutely zero fishy aftertaste. Minho notes that the abalone slices are phenomenally tender and chewy, cooked to absolute perfection. Sujin is eating at high speed, completely mesmerized, and asks if they can get some to go. Our guy, who is currently covered in soot with tattered clothes, sweat dripping down his face, lets out a weak sigh. Can I just write down the recipe for you? Because my kitchen is officially out of service for the rest of the day. We see why. Tori is lying flat on the cold metal stove burner, completely charred black, twitching with spiral eyes. She literally used every ounce of her spiritual mana to act as a gas burner. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten, Tori. We open inside the cozy wooden tents of the Beastman village. Chief Cassandra is sitting on her throne, thoughtfully reflecting on Noah's trade proposal. Noah is crouching in front of her, explaining how the entire atmosphere of the tribe has changed. He sees this as a golden opportunity to push their tribe ahead of the other Beastman factions. Cassandra smiles, her red hair catching the sunlight. She fully agrees with his thoughts. But then, her expression hardens. She notes that they both know what's going on behind their backs. She mentions Temu, that arrogant warrior chief who challenges her authority every single time he disagrees with a policy. She taps her chin, a sly smirk forming on her lips. She commands Noah to spread a rumor that she is in favor of trading with humans. If they are going to do this, they might as well use the trade to flush out and eliminate any political annoyances in the tribe. Noah nods, fully understanding the plan. He'll make sure the rumor circulates directly within Temu's inner circles. Cassandra shifts gears, her serious leader face instantly dissolving into a worried mom expression. Have you seen my daughter? I haven't seen her since this morning. Noah looks sweat-dropped, admitting he thought the little troublemaker was with her. Cassandra sighs, complaining that Mona is lagging behind the other children in speech development because she spends all her time wandering around the woods. But then she mentions that Mona finally said her very first word yesterday. We cut directly to Kang Yoon, walking through the quiet green forest. Suddenly, the bushes rustle, and an orange blur launches itself straight into the air, and Mona lands right in front of him, screaming, "Food!" at the top of her lungs. Yes, her first word was literally food. Peak foxgirl behavior. Our guy is completely startled, but smiles when he recognizes her. He stammers, asking if her first word was really food, while Mona stands on all fours like a hungry puppy. She freezes, staring at him. Her legs start shaking uncontrollably. She is physically trembling from the effort. And she pushes herself up, standing proudly on 2 feet with her arms wide open. Kang Yoon's eyes literally turn into watery anime puddles. He is touched like a proud uncle watching his niece take her first steps. He scoops her up, praising her. You can walk on 2 feet now! That's amazing! Mona is babbling happily, completely loving the attention. We get a quick flashback of Cassandra training her, literally dragging her up and promising she can go see Kang Yoon only after she learns how to walk on 2 feet. So her entire physical evolution was fueled strictly by her desire for our guy's cooking. Kang Yoon pats her head, but then looks apologetic. Randolph is sitting on a camping chair in the background, clearing his throat. Scylla is standing next to him, letting the Beast Girl know that Kang Yoon has a prior appointment today. Our guy tells her he has to leave, and Mona's expression instantly shifts into absolute despair. She lets out a high-pitched screech of pure betrayal. She grabs his denim jacket, crying and screaming like her world is ending. She is literally pulling his pants down in a desperate attempt to drag him back to camp. "Mona! Calm down, you're exposing me." Randolph looks worried, pointing out that bringing a beastman child into a human city is a guaranteed way to start a riot. Kang Yoon sighs, realizing he has only one option left. He pulls out Cassandra's friendship whistle and blows it, and Noah instantly spawns out of thin air like a teleporting bodyguard, landing right behind Mona. Noah picks her up while Kang Yoon sweat drops, thanking him. Noah holds her like a wet cat. "This is for your own safety, kiddo." Mona is dragged away, screaming "traitor" into the sky. Her tragic anime villain origin story starts here. With the child crisis handled, Kang Yoon and Randolph cross the massive drawbridge into the human city. Randolph looks up proudly, gesturing ahead. This is the official estate of the Robentis family. It is a massive, high-walled castle with beautiful blue roofs and a central courtyard. It's also Randolph's workplace, and the local knights wave warmly as they pass by. Our guy looks around, gulping. The estate is huge, and he's starting to get seriously anxious about what kind of arrogant noble the Lord is going to be. But when they enter the office, they are greeted by a young, handsome man with silky blonde hair and a warm, closed-eye smile. "I am Giovante Dorman Robentis." Kang Yoon blinks, completely caught off guard by how friendly and normal he looks. "Hello, I'm Kang Yoon." Giovante leans forward, his eyes sparkling. He says he has been dying to meet him because of the absolutely insane rumors circulating around the city. He lists them off. A human protected by the legendary Holy Wolf, Randolph's beloved elite disciple, and the legendary warrior who single-handedly defeated the entire Robentis Knight Order. Our guy is sweating. Yeah, that last one is definitely fake news. He glances at Randolph, who is looking incredibly proud of his drunken tavern stories. Randolph's rumors are basically high-level fishing tales at this point. Giovante chuckles, noting that Sir Roman and Randolph have been bragging so much that the castle's head chef now considers Kang Yoon his ultimate rival. He says he would love to taste his cooking someday and invites him to have lunch with them. Our guy happily accepts. Free castle lunch is a solid win. During the meal, Giovante notes how comfortable our guy's aura is. He brings up the trade, saying he finally understands why Kang Yoon wants the beastmen to have access to spices. He praises Kang Yoon's deep culinary knowledge, asking if he learned everything by himself. Kang Yoon says self-study was big, but he also went to school. School? Giovante looks intrigued. Yes, I also studied abroad. Kang Yoon's brain suddenly short-circuits. He realizes there are probably 0 culinary institutes in this high fantasy world. Anyway, I had a master! Giovante leans back, chin resting on his hand. He says he also studied in the capital and asks what Kang Yoon's faraway hometown is called. Our guy sweatingly says his home is a bit far. Giovante notes that it must have an incredibly advanced transportation system for him to visit every week. But then, Giovante's eyes narrow slightly, his sharp blue gaze focusing on Kang Yoon's denim jacket. He notes that he has never seen those kinds of clothes, even in the imperial capital. He leans closer, his tone turning quiet and intensely curious. "No country in the world comes to mind when I look at your style. Please tell me, where do you come from?" The tension is palpable, but Randolph suddenly clears his throat, interrupting the line of questioning. Giovante blinks, then bursts into a relaxed laugh. He apologizes, admitting his curiosity simply got the better of him. Kang Yoon waves his hands, letting out a massive sigh of relief. Giovante smiles warmly. He says being Randolph's trusted friend is more than enough proof of his character, and promises he won't pry into his identity anymore. "Your future actions are what matter to me." And right on cue, a knock echoes from the door. The food has arrived. The maids wheel in the serving carts, but as they place the plates, they set down thick, beautifully seared sausages and premium steaks with vegetable soup. Kang Yoon looks at the food, but suddenly he feels an intensely hot, burning gaze burning directly into his back. He slowly turns his head and finds a short chef with a thick handlebar mustache staring at him with literal fire shooting out of his eyes. The chef is glaring so hard his eyes are practically glowing red. Our guy is completely terrified. The mustache chef steps forward, his face completely flushed with competitive rage. "I finally get to see your face, Kang Yoon!" The mysterious chef who seduces people with unheard of dishes! Our guy is shrinking into his chair, whispering a quiet thank you. The chef slams his chest, introducing himself as the Great Toma. He demands Kang Yoon eat his food so he can experience the difference in their levels. Our guy is genuinely wondering if the soup is poisoned. He slowly picks up his spoon. Since this is the head chef of a prominent noble house, his skills should be top tier. He takes a sip of the creamy potato soup. He tastes the unique salinity of goat milk, realizing it's a lot richer than standard potato soup. It has a deep, rustic flavor profile. It tastes a bit bland for his modern palate, but he realizes that's just because he's used to highly seasoned earth ingredients. Rice Cake and Tori are in the background, happily eating their own portions. Next, he tries the sausage. It is exceptionally juicy, packed with a rich, meaty density. Tama stands there trembling, sweat dripping from his chin, waiting for the verdict. "Try to judge my food if you have the ability!" Our guy put on his brightest, most polite smile. "Yes, it's absolutely delicious!" He delivers a masterclass, highly technical critique. The steak is seared perfectly to lock in the juices, the sausages are incredibly savory, and the soup's light texture allows the entire meal to blend beautifully. "It is an ideal dish!" Tama's angry face instantly dissolves into a blushing, happy grin. The handlebar mustache is practically twitching with joy. He immediately turns to Randolph, puffing his chest out. "Humph! See? Even this genius acknowledges my superior craft!" Randolph laughs. He then asks Kang Yoon if he brought any of his own food today. Kang Yoon reaches into his bag and pulls out a container of warm, golden, crispy potato pancakes. Giovante is excited to finally try his cooking, while Toma stands in the back, sweating. What in the world is that flat circular thing? Kang Yoon passes the container around, offering some to the maids and Toma as well. Toma lifts a pancake with his fork. He has never seen or heard of a potato pancake in his entire culinary career. He thinks there is no way a simple, flat vegetable pancake can compete with his premium steaks. The maids in the background are already floating in a mental cloud of delicious aroma. He takes a bite, the chewy outer crust yielding with a satisfying texture. His eyes fly wide. He tastes the unmistakable flavor of promel, the local name for potatoes, but his brain is completely short-circuiting. How on earth did he make potato this incredibly chewy and savory? The salty dipping sauce is perfectly cutting through the starch. He looks down at his empty plate. They both use the exact same basic ingredient, but the depth of their understanding is completely night and day. He looks up at Kang Yoon, and in his mind, he sees Kang Yoon standing on top of a literal mile-high mountain labeled the Wall of Talent, looking down at him. My man Toma got hit with a metaphorical flashbang of pure genius. His eyes fill with massive, dramatic anime tears. He grabs his chef hat and sprints out of the dining hall, sobbing uncontrollably. "I'll show you!" Kang Yoon is completely sweat-dropped. "Show me what?" Giovante just smiles, happily eating another pancake. He knows that having a rival is great for personal growth, so Toma will probably cook even better now. Randolph is in the back chewing, muttering that someone should probably go comfort the poor guy. Giovante dips a pancake, his expression turning serious. He says this delicious food has given him a perfect understanding of why Kang Yoon wants the trade to happen. He looks at Kang Yoon. "In a sense, we might want very similar things." He explains the history of the Robentus family. For generations, they guarded the forest border. Because of that, they held a complete monopoly over interspecies trade, raising their family to one of the 5 great houses of the kingdom. But after the war ended and the borders were locked, that monopoly crumbled, and their house fell from prominence. He stands up, looking out the window. "I want to restore this territory and my family's legacy. And to do that, I need you, Kang Yoon." He looks back, his sharp blue eyes full of resolve. "I want you to be the official mediator of this trade." He explains that the beastmen do not trust humans. Their trust lies solely in Kang Yoon. Our guy's brain goes completely blank. A mediator? Me? That sounds like a massive amount of high-level political work. We cut to a grand sunlit cathedral. Bishop Baharam is sitting at his desk, his glasses reflecting light as he slams his fist. "What do you mean? Trade with the beastmen?" The cloaked priest reporting to him trembles, confirming that a human named Kang Yoon initiated the negotiations. Baharam's veins pop on his forehead. Him again? First he leads a holy wolf into our territory, and now he wants us to trade with those barbarians? He bites his fingernail in a state of pure panic. Trading with beastmen completely goes against his teachings of humanity's divine supremacy. If his followers realize beastmen are civilized, his religious authority will plummet. He mutters that the trade must be stopped at all costs. But how does he stop the city lord? Suddenly, a cold, sinister smile spreads across his face. No, there's no need to stop him. He tells the priest to find out the exact date and location of their meeting. If they crash the summit, both parties will assume they were betrayed, and Kang Yoon's reputation will be permanently ruined. This is a God-sent opportunity. The cathedral bells begin to ring, echoing across the city. Baharam stands up, dusting off his robes. Oh my, it's already time for mass! He opens the grand doors, his sinister sneer instantly morphing into a warm, bright, benevolent, holy smile. Talk about a professional actor. The citizens in the chapel cheer, calling his name. He walks down the steps, raising his hands, telling his beloved followers to maintain holy silence. He speaks with absolute, glistening warmth about using the places of God with deep reverence. He stops, noticing a little girl holding a plush toy. Oh, did you bring your doll friend again, Michelle? The girl beams, holding it up. Yes, it's my favorite puppy! She proudly says it's not a puppy, but a holy white wolf that chases away bad luck. She says white wolf dolls are super popular in town now. Baharam's fake smile instantly cracks. He grabs the doll from her hands, his grip tightening. He tells her those rumors are just dangerous superstitions, and owning such toys is highly sinful. He glares at the plush, his face twisting into a hideous, angry scowl as the little girl bursts into tears. He mutters to himself that they will all realize soon that he is the only true source of faith in this territory. Meanwhile, back at the estate, Rice Cake is eating his food, his ears twitching as his divine wolf instincts warn him of an ominous presence. The sun begins to set over the Robentis castle, casting long orange shadows across the courtyard. Inside his room, Kang Yoon is sitting on his bed, holding his head in absolute stress. The word mediator is echoing in his head like a bad song. The Lord's smiling face keeps popping up in his memory. Giovante said he wouldn't have to actually do any heavy lifting, but our guy's professional integrity won't let him just sit there and do nothing after accepting such a massive responsibility. He groans, wishing they had just put him in charge of catering instead. Suddenly, Rice Cake starts aggressively rustling and digging through Kang Yoon's backpack. Kang Yoon looks over, confused. "What are you doing, Rice Cake?" He tells him there are 0 potato pancakes left, but Rice Cake continues to dig, his tail wagging frantically. Then, Kang Yoon remembers the sweet chocolate chip cookies he brought along as a gift. Rice Cake is literally trying to climb into the bag to reach them. Our guy blinks, a massive culinary epiphany striking his brain. Right? A meeting is fundamentally about talking, and the best way to keep people talking peacefully is to serve them light, delicious snacks and sweet desserts. A grand baking plan is officially born. Alright, so our guy has made his decision. A business meeting is basically just a structured gossip session, which means sweet, high-end desserts are the ultimate cheat code. Simple biscuits and cakes should keep everyone happy, right? Morning of the summit. The dew is fresh on the leaves, and the sun is rising over the grand courtyard of the Robentis estate. Our guy is already in the kitchen, apron on, fully focusing on his menu, but he instantly gets a heavy wave of deja vu. Because Tama is peeking from behind the doorframe, his mustache practically vibrating with competitive rage, he's absolutely fuming that a random human dared to occupy his sacred sanctuary before dawn. And since the Lord gave him official permission, Tama has no choice but to stand in the corner and judge his every move like a salty Twitter user. Kang Yoon looks around the kitchen shelves, wondering where they keep the knives. Suddenly, Toma lunges out of the shadows, slams a set of knives onto the table, yells, "Here!" and immediately scurries back behind the door. Our guy shrugs, looking for a cutting board, and Toma spawns out of the dark again, thrusts a wooden board into his hands, and disappears back into his corner. Kang Yoon is just standing there, thanking his new tsundere assistant. So, our guy wanted to bake sweet pastries originally, but he quickly realized baking is a completely different science from standard cooking. Instead of risking a mid-tier cake, he decides to pivot to something he can execute with 100% precision. He starts prepping fresh ingredients, slicing red tomatoes, pan-frying plump shrimp, and spreading cream cheese onto toasted baguette slices. Toma continues his stakeout, squinting at the colorful spreads. Kang Yoon notices him spying, smiles, and extends his hand. He offers him a fresh piece. "Do you mind giving this a quick taste?" He calls it salmon cream bruschetta. Toma crosses his arms, trying to act tough. He claims he's never seen such a colorful fish in this land and demands to know what it is. He says he'll identify every ingredient the second it hits his tongue and shoves the entire thing into his mouth at once, and his soul instantly ascends to a higher plane of existence. The rich, melting texture of the salmon meets the crunch of the toasted bread, and the savory cream ties the entire universe together. He has absolutely no idea what he just ate, but it is a certified W. He drops to his knees, his mustache drooping, wondering if Kang Yoon is secretly a retired head chef of the royal palace. Kang Yoon looks down at him, sweat dropping. So, did it taste bad? Tama suddenly snaps out of his food coma, screams that he is still the undisputed king of this kitchen, and runs down the hallway sobbing. Our guy is just standing there with an empty plate, completely lost. Did he like it or not? He looks at his tray, slightly worried about his flavor profile. He thinks about getting rice cake to taste test, but the pup is fast asleep in his room. He decides to leave the tray on the prep table and steps out to wash his hands. The kitchen is left completely silent. Suddenly, a dark leather boot steps through the door. A shadowy figure approaches the unattended table of bruschetta. It's Bishop Baharam. He smirks, mocking how foolishly unguarded the kitchen is. He pulls out a glass vial containing his special spice, a high-grade laxative. If the trade summit turns into a collective emergency bathroom run, the Lord will assume the beastmen tried to poison them, and the negotiations will be permanently cooked. He chuckles, sprinkling the white powder over the salmon canapes. He says he's sorry, but they'll have to suffer a bit of diarrhea for the greater good of his church. He mocks his religious oaths, laughing at the idea that God actually exists. But then, his eyes drift over to the other tray. The fresh tomato bruschetta is shining under the kitchen lights. He remembers the rumors of Kang Yoon's world-class skills, and curiosity gets the better of him. He reaches down, grabbing a piece that he didn't poison yet. He takes a massive bite, and his entire universe physically shatters. A literal angelic version of Kang Yoon appears in his mind, descending from heaven to hand him a piece of toast. The corrupt bishop is paralyzed in absolute shock. He has spent his entire career preaching about God, but this is the first time in his life he actually felt a divine presence. The soup of life has been delivered. Suddenly, a voice echoes down the hall, "Rice cake!" Baharam panics, his holy awakening instantly cut short. He flees out the back door, his robes flapping like a startled bat. Kang Yoon enters, carrying a sleepy rice cake under his arm. He blinks, feeling like a suspicious old man was just standing here. He sets the pup down on the table, asking him to do a quick quality check on his tomato canapes. He holds one up, wondering if the pup will like the acidity. But Rice Cake doesn't even wait for a plate. He dives onto the tray, vacuuming up every single tomato canape in one bite. Our guy screams, grabbing the pup by his collar. "Hey, I told you to taste it, not execute a speed run!" He looks down at the tray, noticing that Rice Cake completely ignored the salmon ones. Rice Cake sniffs the salmon, and his sapphire blue eyes instantly turn into slitted, aggressive pupils. He senses the dark, foul aura of Baharam's poison. He lets out a loud bark and slams his giant paw down on the salmon canape, smashing it into a pulp. He goes into a full-blown combat sequence, stomping, clawing, and obliterating every single piece of salmon on the tray while Kang Yoon holds his head in absolute horror. "My prep!" The camera cuts to the exterior of the castle as Kang Yoon's tragic scream echoes across the rooftops. Our guy drops to his knees, looking at the absolute devastation on his table. He points a finger at the smug pup. "No dinner for you tonight!" Rice Cake looks down, pulling out the classic sad puppy face, even though he literally just saved the entire kingdom from a political disaster. Kang Yoon holds his head. He has only 1 hour left before the summit starts. He has plenty of fresh toppings left, but he used every single loaf of baguette in the castle. No bread means no bruschetta. And trying to make a heavy cooked meal now will defeat the entire purpose of a light snack. He is in a massive high-stakes dilemma. He groans, ready to give up on the menu entirely. Rice Cake is in the back, stomach rumbling, regretting his life choices. Kang Yoon turns his head, his eyes catching something on the top shelf. There is a large glass container standing next to the pantry. Inside, he sees stacked rows of thin, circular baked biscuits. He runs over, pulling the jar down. It is packed to the brim. He takes a bite, the crisp cracker crumbling with a satisfying snap. It's light, salty, with zero excess sweetness. A massive, brilliant grin spreads across his face. Instead of bruschetta on bread, He can use the biscuits as a base to make premium, high-end canapes. So, our guy is speedrunning the prep with his new biscuit base. He pipes on rich cream cheese, adding a fresh basil leaf and his marinated tomato cubes, and tops the others with his seasoned pan-fried shrimp. This is the ultimate clutch save. The summit has officially begun. The afternoon sun is shining through the grand library windows of the estate. Chief Cassandra's wolf ears twitch as she lifts a canapé. She takes a bite, her eyes sparkling like stars. How is this so incredibly delicious? She has never tasted such a perfect harmony of crisp biscuit and savory cream cheese. Giovanni is holding a shrimp canapé, completely mesmerized by the beautiful, colorful presentation. He asks what this work of art is called. Our guy puts on his relaxed professional smile. They are called canapés. He explains that it is a versatile finger food appetizer designed to show off different ingredient combinations depending on the chef. He notes that the base can be practically anything, including simple crackers. He whispers to himself that this exact flexibility is what saved his career today. Cassandra is happily munching, calling him a fascinating human. Randolph and Noah are in the corner of the room, casually stuffing their faces as well. Cassandra wipes her mouth, her gaze turning serious as she looks at the Lord. I've made my decision after tasting this. Giovanni smiles. I agree, he is a nobleman after all. They look at Kang Yoon, who is currently sweating under their combined gazes. Our guy blinks, completely confused. What did they just decide? Giovanni officially approves the trade agreement under the specified conditions, and Cassandra happily reaches for the contract papers. The summit is a historic success. Sila is waving goodbye in the background, while our guy stands there thinking, well, I guess everything ended well? As they walk out to the carriages, Giovanni thanks him warmly, saying the entire alliance is thanks to his efforts. Kang Yoon tries to wave it off, claiming he didn't actually do anything this time, but Giovanni won't hear it. He smiles, patting his shoulder. Being the official auditor of this trade is a massive responsibility, but I know you'll do a phenomenal job. Our guy's jaw instantly drops. Auditor? Who? Me? He looks at Randolph, who is whistling casually, avoiding eye contact. Yep, he just got trapped into another highly demanding administrative desk job. Our guy is officially cooked. Meanwhile, in the forest, Chief Cassandra and Noah are walking back to camp. Noah asks if it was really necessary to appoint Kang Yoon as the official auditor of the trade. Cassandra smiles, her red tail swaying. She explains that status and titles are extremely important to humans. Since humans don't value holy oaths, giving Kang Yoon an elite noble title is the ultimate safety measure to keep their interests secure. She looks up at the sky. Besides, you also think he is someone the standard laws of this world don't apply to, don't you? She lets out a bright, ringing laugh. How else does he stay completely unharmed despite Mona biting him every single time she sees him? Noah has no choice but to agree. We get a beautiful transition as summer slowly draws to a close in the peaceful valley of Yangpyeong village. Back at the country diner, things are starting to change. The master painter Gi-hoon is sitting at a booth, smiling as he announces he is officially moving to the village next week. Kang Yoon's eyes pop out. Really? So suddenly? Gi-hoon clears his throat, admitting he coincidentally met the village chief for a quick drink last night. And by the time he woke up this morning, he had somehow signed a lease and agreed to relocate. Our guy's sweat drops. Sir, you definitely got scammed. Yoon-sop is sitting next to him holding his chin, seriously considering moving down next. The village is slowly turning into an elite creator commune. Suddenly, the entrance bell rings and Sujin and Minho walk in. Our guy's deadpan face instantly vanishes, and he sprints across the room like a madman and dives over the baby stroller. Welcome, Haeun! The baby looks up with giant, watery eyes, wearing a pink bear ear hat. He is fully baby-talking, his face completely flushed. Hi, it's me, your favorite Uncle Kang Yoon! Haeun blinks, staring at him, but then another face pops into the frame. It's Sang-hoo, wearing a red shirt and a backpack, looking absolutely miserable. We came together, but you didn't even notice me. He looks down, sighing about the cruel, harsh struggles of being the firstborn child who got replaced by a cuter sibling. Our guy is sweating profusely, bowing and apologizing for his narrow field of view. Kang Yoon desperately begs for forgiveness, asking what he wants to eat today, but Sang-hoo grumbles that he already had lunch. Is there anything you want to do? I'll do literally anything for you if you let this go! Sang-hoo's eyes instantly light up. Anything? He pumps his fists. Then let's go to the lake in the mountain valley right now! Kang Yoon's brain goes flat. He has been tricked. So, the next scene is a full-blown summer lake trip. The water is pristine, clear, and glowing blue under the summer sun. Yoonsop is floating on a giant yellow tube, wearing sunglasses and a tropical shirt, looking like a complete diva. He asks if he can make a wish too. Kang-yoon tells him to go get a driver's license first, while the local kids run past them, splashing into the water. Our guy explains he wanted to rent a luxury car and hire a driver for a comfortable trip, but you apparently need a license to rent a car. Typical executive planning. Yoonsop pushes his glasses up, telling him to enjoy the quiet beach while it lasts, and he drifts away into the center of the lake. Sang-hoo watches him, completely starstruck. Wow, he's so Sigma. Mi-young is standing on the gravel beach holding a giant watermelon, asking her mom Yoongun if they can play volleyball with it. Yoongun's sweat drops. That's a watermelon, sweetie. Up on the picnic blanket, Gi-hoon, the village chief, and Hin-woo are raising their cups, screaming for beer, soju, and rice wine. The adults are fully in holiday mode. Kang-yoon watches them, a warm, relaxed smile on his face. Rice Cake and Tori are riding on his shoulders, loving the breeze. Yoonsop is drifting peacefully, taking a sip of his iced tea, fully content. Suddenly, Sang-hoo and Cholman dive into the water right next to his tube, creating a massive splash that flips him over. The kids burst into hysterical laughter, splashing him. They launch a full-scale water assault. But Yoonsop stands up, his sunglasses dripping. He pulls a futuristic high-tech water gun out of his bag. "Try me, you little minions!" He unleashes a high-pressure jet stream, blasting the kids across the lake. The warrior has awakened. Meanwhile, Kang-yoon is playing gently with Mi-young, firing a tiny purple squirt gun. She blasts him right in the face, laughing happily. Sang-hoo runs over, hiding behind Kang-yoon like he's a human shield. "Come at me, chef!" Further out, Rice Cake and Tori are drifting on a giant yellow duck float, fully enjoying the wave motion. Too cozy. Yoongun and the elders watch them from the beach, laughing at how intense the water gun fight has gotten. The camera pans down to the crystal clear water, little fish swimming over the smooth river stones. A few hours later, Kang-yoon and Yoonsop are standing on the beach, completely drenched and fully exhausted. It turns out, playing with kids requires legendary stamina. But the kids are still in the water, running and splashing without a single care in the world. Youth is truly a cheat code. Kang-yoon suggests they dry off and head to a restaurant nearby for lunch, but the village chief, who is passed out on his mat, lets out a loud, dramatic whine. "No! The lake screams for Baeksuk! We must eat chicken soup by the water!" He whines that while Kang-yoon's food is great, a lake trip is legally incomplete without a giant pot of rustic chicken soup. Our guy just smirks, a cocky look on his face. "Chief, you are heavily underestimating my prep skills." The chief's eyes instantly pop open. "Don't tell me, lad." Kang-yoon lifts the lid of his massive portable cooler, revealing a bubbling, rich pot of chicken soup, loaded with rare, expensive black mushrooms and ginseng herbs. He grins, looking like an absolute king. "I didn't just make standard chicken soup, I made premium Noongi Baeksuk." The village chief opens his eyes like someone who just remembered they left the stove on. Our guy did not just throw some basic instant ramen into a pot to cure the old-timers. He made Noongi Baeksuk, looking like an absolute king who just saved the day. Yoonsop is lounging in his hammock like a certified professional slacker, claiming that boiling chicken in a pot is a low-effort job, which immediately triggers our guy's inner chef demon. We get a quick flashback of Kang-yoon at the local market, trying to explain to a very enthusiastic country auntie that he wants a chicken that has already been plucked. He spent the entire night meticulously trimming the excess fat, while Rice Cake hovered over the cutting board chanting for meat like a possessed toddler. And let's not forget Rice Cake nearly choked out Tori while trying to run off with a massive prized Noongi mushroom. Kang-yoon is literally screaming his lungs out about his hard labor, and Yoonsop is just sitting there giving him the most unbothered reaction in recorded history. Meanwhile, the hangovers at the table are currently winning the battle. But the second the steam starts rising, the legendary muscle pianist Lee Jung-won is resurrected from the dead. The scent hits the rest of the table like a freight train, and sudden hunger has entered the chat. The lid comes off, and it is a literal main character moment for this chicken. The meat is so incredibly tender that it is practically falling off the bone just from the touch of the tongs. He drops a fresh bed of local green chives and dark Noongi mushrooms over the top, and the elders are officially weeping. Kang Yoon delivers his signature polite smile, presenting the ultimate country hangover cure. Jungwon is absolutely blown away that a Western-trained CIA graduate can make a traditional Korean soup look like Michelin star art. The master painter takes his first sip and instantly speaks Italian because his brain has short-circuited from the rich, earthy umami broth. Jungwon takes a massive bite, and the texture is so soft he probably does not even need teeth to chew it. The chief does not even wait for a bowl. He downs another shot of soju, claiming the hot broth is basically a lubricant designed to keep the alcohol flowing indefinitely. The kids are watching this display in complete horror, realizing their grandpas are officially out of control. And our guy is forced to play dental security guard because Rice Cake is trying to swallow a whole chicken carcass, bones and all. With the feast finished, they head down to the clear, shallow stream where a bunch of tiny minnows are swimming around. Minho looks incredibly serious, and the chief gives the signal like they are executing a high-stakes military operation. Kang Yoon swings the fishing net through the water with the absolute peak of human athletic determination and pulls out a very nice collection of river rocks and wet leaves. Mi-young easily catches a fish in a plastic jar, while Yoonsop stands there roasting our guy for having zero survival skills as a child. Rice Cake splashes over, looking like he wants to cheer up his humiliated owner. Then he opens his jaws and literally barfs a whole ecosystem of minnows onto the shallows, with Tori popping out holding a fish like a tiny trophy. Yes, even the magical hamster spirit caught a fish before our national star chef did. Kang Yoon's professional ego is completely shattered, and he is begging Minho to herd the fish back to his side for one last run. While he struggles, Yoonsop is busy teaching the village kids how to skip stones across the water. Eungun and Mi-young are having a wholesome mother-daughter moment, keeping cool with some fresh sweet watermelon, and our guy is still running around the stream with a net, getting yelled at by the hangovers on the sidelines. By the end of the afternoon, the magic pets are completely knocked out on the mat, looking like fluffy white pillows. The sun starts setting over the mountains, and it is time to load up the truck. Yoonsop is behind the wheel, begging Kang Yoon to finally get his driver's license so he does not have to be the designated chauffeur for the entire neighborhood. Rice Cake is sleeping soundly on Kang Yoon's lap with Tori tucked safely in his white fur, which Yoonsop does not even notice. Kang Yoon looks back at his passengers, watching the kids sleep like angels after a long day of running around. Meanwhile, the adults in the way back are snoring in a collective heap, and Yoonsop is planning to fund his next vacation by recycling all the empty green bottles they left behind. The conversation turns quiet, and Yoonsop admits he was genuinely confused why Kang Yoon stayed in this tiny country village after regaining his sense of taste. If it were anyone else, they would have rushed back to the golden streets of Seoul to flex on every single hater. But after spending some time here, he realizes that the quiet peace of Yongpyong is worth more than any media hype. A tiny, genuine smile creeps onto Kang Yoon's face. It is a rare moment of honest connection between two old friends. Yoonsop immediately ruins the mood by joking that Kang Yoon is going to start a potato farm next, which is a bit too much country lifestyle even for our guy. He looks out the window, realizing that the simple, slow life with these people is exactly where he wants to be. But the universe has a very specific way of testing his patience. The second he walks back into his country diner, a guy with bright orange hair and a very expensive shirt bursts through the front door. It is Han Minwoo, the incredibly dramatic and clingy owner of Kang Yoon's old restaurant in Seoul, and he is ready for a cinematic reunion. The kids are sitting at a booth drawing pictures, looking at this random orange-haired stranger like he is a complete alien. Minwoo claims they are basically best friends, but Kang Yoon immediately corrects the record, noting they were bound purely by labor laws. Minwoo drops into a dramatic pose, crying about how well he used to treat his star chef. The kids have never seen our guy act this cold to another human being, and they are officially intrigued. Tori walks over to look at Mi-young's sketchbook, expecting a beautiful drawing of herself, only to find a very detailed sketch of Rice Cake and a big sign that says no hamsters allowed. The little spirit is face down on the pages weeping, while Sang-hoo whispers that the crying orange man is probably a loan shark he saw on TV. To be fair, Kang Yoon does not actually hate his former boss. The guy was actually incredibly supportive during the dark times, which is exactly why this situation is so awkward. Minwoo starts shaking, building up to a grand theatrical speech. He watched the national broadcast of today's chef, and his soul was filled with regret for letting our guy walk away. He clenches his fist with the intensity of an anime protagonist and begs Kang Yoon to come back to Seoul to run his kitchen. Our guy drops the ultimate deadpan denial, looking completely ice cold. Minwoo literally grabs him by the waist, crying like a toddler in a supermarket aisle, while Kang Yoon just wants to finish mopping the floor. He starts wailing for our guy to return to the big city, and the kids are frozen in absolute panic, thinking their favorite neighborhood chef is about to abandon them. Myung is sitting alone, feeling incredibly sad. She thinks about how Kang Yoon always cooks delicious meals to bring them joy, and she wants to return the favor. Sang-gu is instantly on board, and the two kids get completely hyped to cook their first ever meal. They head over to Myung's house to take over the kitchen, but cooking is slightly harder than it looks on television. Myung looks at Sang-gu's creation, which appears to be a burnt prehistoric artifact. He proudly announces it is a gourmet hamburger. His recipe includes dry toast because they had no buns, frozen pork belly because he does not know how to make meat round, and a single perilla leaf because he hates vegetables. Then he looks at Myung's dish, which looks like a bowl of dark river stones but is apparently supposed to be scrambled eggs. Yoongun walks through the front door, calling out for her daughter, and finds the two kids standing in front of two steaming plates of absolute culinary disaster. She gently tells them that they should not put actual garbage on the dining table, unaware of the sentimental weight of these burnt stones. The kids burst into dramatic, echoing tears, and Yoongun instantly panics, realizing she just crushed their tiny souls. Once she hears the full story, she realizes they just wanted to make something special for Kang Yoon. She offers to cook the meal for them, but Myung refuses, holding her fists up with pride. They want to bring him joy through their own hard work, just like a real chef. Eungun is genuinely touched by their sweet hearts. She crouches down, offering to act as their sous chef and guide them from the sidelines. She explains that even Uncle Kang Yoon had to start somewhere, and it is okay to ask for help on your first day in the kitchen. A little bit of motherly warmth is exactly what they needed. The kids look at each other, their tears drying up, and they officially accept her help. Myung hugs her mom, while Sang-hu explains that the dramatic orange man from Seoul is trying to steal Kang Yoon away. Yoongun's face goes blank, realizing the village's favorite chef might actually leave them. Meanwhile, Minwoo is taking a walk through the quiet lanes of Yongpyong, looking deeply thoughtful. He wonders what kind of massive signing bonus Kang Yoon could possibly want: a house, a sports car, or maybe just a peaceful life. He remembers how much our guy hated crowded team dinners and noisy spaces back in the city. And he remembers how Kang Yoon stood in silence after getting into a fight with an annoying customer who didn't respect the kitchen. He nods to himself, realizing this quiet countryside is the only place where Kang Yoon does not have to fight. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out from a nearby wooden pavilion. It is the village chief, Grandma Park, and another local elder, sitting around a table drinking. They instantly figure out he is the big city friend of their young chef. And because this is Yongpyong, they refuse to let a guest leave without pouring him a drink. Minwoo tries to decline because he has to drive his car back, but the chief pours the shot anyway, claiming it is disrespectful to refuse an elder. Minwoo downs the shot, and his entire face turns red as steam blows out of his ears. It is Kaoliang liquor, a 60% ABV Chinese firewater. The chief mentions they prepared some boiled pork belly as a snack, but Rice Cake instantly materializes and vacuums the meat off the plate. The white wolf pup dashes away at Mach speed, leaving a trail of dust. The chief casually serves a fresh plate of kimchi buchimge like nothing happened. He laughs it off, claiming that if the divine wolf eats the food, it means the pork belly was cooked perfectly. Minwoo is completely overwhelmed by how absurdly positive these country folk are. He sits down and downs another glass of the high-proof liquor. He slams the empty glass onto the table, his eyes filled with alcohol-induced passion. He starts crying, shouting about how Kang Yoon is an absolute genius who won an international tournament at such a young age. Then his brain completely shuts down and he passes out face first onto the wooden table. Grandma Park laughs, calling him a lightweight, while the chief wonders if Kang Yoon is just as greedy for success as his former boss. Minwoo lifts his head, muttering that his only dream is to make his restaurant the best in the entire world. The chief just smiles, holding up his green bottle, claiming his only dream is to keep the alcohol flowing. He laughs at his own simple country desires. But Minwoo looks at him with a surprisingly sober expression, noting that everyone has different values and wishes. The sun shines brightly through the green leaves of the village trees. We see a quick flash of Kang Yoon back at his diner, happily serving his regulars. And Grandma Park walking through the door with her lunchbox, greeted by a very excited Rice Cake. The chief looks at the orange-haired young man, agreeing that everyone seeks a different kind of happiness, and he is absolutely certain that our guy has already found his. Minwoo is currently bowing his way out of the pavilion like a man escaping a hostage situation. He realizes he needs to talk to Kang-yoon immediately before his liver completely dissolves from the elder's hospitality. The chief waves him off with the classic country farewell, completely unbothered. The elders sit back to drink more, gossiping about how the youth of today are just so full of passion. But the peace lasts about 4 seconds before a local villager comes sprinting down the dirt path like a man running from a zombie horde. He is gasping for air, claiming he just got some highly classified intelligence from Mi-young's mom. The chief listens as the man drops the ultimate bomb. The young chef is apparently packing his bags and leaving for Seoul. Back at the diner, Kang-yoon is sitting in a peaceful booth, quietly sketching in his notebook. He is thinking about how stubborn his former boss is and wondering when the guy will inevitably show up again. Tori walks over and casually pulls the notebook page back, and her tiny hamster brain completely short-circuits because our guy just sketched an incredibly detailed high-art portrait of a fat hamster. Kang-yoon smiles, admitting that he actually understands why Minwoo thinks he is crazy for staying in a non-profitable country town. If money was the only metric, Seoul would be the obvious choice. Then, a massive crash echoes from the front door. It is Eungun and the kids who have just dropped their covered tray right onto the clean floor. The children are weeping in unison, crying that they were too late to save him from the big city. Kang-yoon is in a state of absolute panic, asking if they are just hungry and offering to cook them whatever they want. Suddenly, the chief kicks the door open, covered in mud and screaming like he is charging into battle. He is literally offering Kang-yoon political power in the village to make him stay, while the locals behind him assure everyone that they did not beat the old man, he just rolled in the dirt himself. Kang-yoon stands there, sweat dropping, wondering who on earth started this massive rumor. The kids look up with big, watery eyes, begging him not to forget them even if he goes back to the high life. Our guy is clutching his head, trying to explain that he is not leaving, while Mi-young holds up the salvaged plate. Kang-yoon stops mid-sentence, looking down. It is a simple, home-cooked bowl of fried rice, slightly burnt and completely unrefined. The kids explain that they wanted to return the favor for the amazing theme park trip and all the delicious meals he cooked for them. His hand starts to tremble slightly as he grips the tray. They look at him with absolute pure sincerity, thanking him for being in their lives. They admit they originally cooked it hoping the taste would trick him into staying, but they really gave it their absolute best. Mi-young's tears are literally dripping onto the floor, and both kids burst into a full, sobbing meltdown, begging their favorite uncle not to walk away. Kang-yoon looks at their tear-stained faces, and something shifts inside his cynical shell. He quietly crouches down to their eye level, the usual deadpan expression completely gone. He takes a silver spoon, scoops up a massive bite of the unevenly cooked rice, and puts it directly into his mouth while the room holds its collective breath. His brain immediately registers that this is an absolute salt bomb, dripping with oil and tasting like charcoal. But instead of spitting it out, he takes another massive spoonful and keeps chewing with a completely straight face. The kids watch in absolute suspense, their eyes wide. The spoon clangs against the empty bowl. He finished the entire thing. He smiles, gently patting both of their heads, and tells them it was the best meal he has had in a long time. Then he looks up and clarifies that he never had any intention of leaving Yongpyong in the first place. The entire crowd of villagers stands there completely frozen in shock. He laughs, admitting that this little country village has officially become his home. The chief lets out a dramatic, sobbing cry of pure relief. He instantly starts bragging to the neighbors, claiming he knew the young chef loved them too much to ever walk away. Kang-yoon looks down, realizing his sweet-talking might have been a bit too effective because the elders are now planning his retirement. Suddenly, Minwoo pops out of the crowd, weeping hysterically and clapping like a proud father at a graduation. He clenches his fist, crying about how beautiful it is that Kang-yoon has found something more precious than mere profit. The kids immediately recognize him as the suspicious orange-haired guy from earlier. But Minwoo is on a mission. He steps forward and proposes a new deal. If Kang-yoon refuses to move to the city, he can just act as a remote recipe consultant, reviewing dishes from the comfort of his quiet cabin. Kang-yoon looks at him, realizing this is actually a massive win-win that fits perfectly into his slow country schedule. Minwoo flashes a brilliant grin as our guy officially accepts the terms. They shake on it, establishing the most laid-back culinary alliance in the country. And the exact second the deal is sealed, Minwoo collapses face first onto the wooden floor, completely unconscious. The chief tells everyone to just leave him there, noting the big city boss is an absolute lightweight when it comes to real country liquor. With the crisis resolved, the chief declares a grand celebration, and Kang Yoon smiles, asking Yoon-gun if the kids want some juice. He tells the room to order whatever they want, pointing at the passed-out boss who is officially funding the entire feast. Sometime later, we transition back to the vibrant green canopy of the fantasy forest. Kang Yoon is lounging in his camp chair, reviewing the first batch of Minwoo's basic recipes. They are decent, but they definitely lack that unique high-tier spark to make them stand out. He puts the papers down as his portable camp stove starts boiling over. He calls out into the woods, telling Rice Cake that the food is ready and to stop hunting. A small white wolf head rustles through the bushes, but something is very wrong. The pup walks out, but he has a massive vertical battle scar running straight down his left eye. Kang Yoon panics, thinking his precious pet got mutilated by a wild beast, and scrambles to find some healing ointment. But the scarred pup is comically calm, silently lapping up the warm food while Kang Yoon wonders where Tori went. Suddenly, a heavy sound thuds behind him. It is a giant dead purple snake, and standing over it is the real Rice Cake with Tori riding on his head, looking completely betrayed that another wolf is eating his dinner. The scarred wolf just keeps chewing the meat, giving him the most disrespectful smug look. Kang Yoon's brain officially enters a cosmic void of pure confusion. He looks back and forth, realizing he is currently looking at two identical white wolves. The silence in the clearing is so loud you could hear a leaf drop. Tori is shaking on top of Rice Cake's head like they just walked into a horror movie. The scarred intruder is still chewing, completely unbothered by the real Rice Cake's furious growls. Our guy is currently experiencing a complete mental system restart. He looks at the two white wolves, wondering if the fantasy forest has started cloning his pets. Tori squeaks on his shoulder, pointing out the obvious difference. Now that he looks closer, the scarred wolf is slightly larger, chubbier, and has a much more relaxed alpha vibe. He asks if the scarred intruder is perhaps a family member of Rice Cake, while his actual pet throws a massive toddler tantrum in the background. The scarred wolf just stares at him with a silent, sleepy look that says everything it needs to. Kang Yoon reaches out and gently touches the vertical line over his eye. He realizes it is an old, healed scar, meaning his modern ointment is completely useless. He looks at the mark, thinking it must have been an incredibly painful wound to leave such a deep trace on a divine beast. The real Rice Cake is still screaming in the background, demanding the intruder get away from his human. He is barking with the energy of a small dog behind a screen door. Then, the scarred wolf has had enough. He casually places a massive white paw directly over Rice Cake's face. The air splits as sharp, glowing gold claws slide out of his paw. He looks down at Rice Cake with an absolute terrifying predator stare that makes the pup instantly freeze in pure terror. Kang Yoon is sweating bullets, completely shocked that some random stray just managed to instantly silence his high-mana pet. Rice Cake has never given up on a fight this easily, and even Tori is looking on in complete disbelief. Before Kang Yoon can even react, the scarred wolf grabs Rice Cake by the scruff of his neck like a misbehaving puppy. He vaults into the trees, kidnapping Rice Cake at Mach speed. They vanish into the green canopy, leaving behind a massive cloud of leaves and a very confused chef. Meanwhile, up in the high branches, a leather boot lands gracefully on a thick wooden limb. It is Scylla, the elven ranger, who is currently surveying the forest with her majestic blue ice bird Sona. She looks down and spots a very familiar human sprinting through the dirt path like his life depends on it. She leaps down from the high branch, Sona spreading his wings beside her. She welcomes him with a warm smile, asking where he is running in such a hurry. Kang Yoon's face is completely unhinged with panic as he screams, asking if she has seen his white wolf. He is literally shaking the elegant elven ranger by her shoulders, trying to explain that Rice Cake just got kidnapped by another Rice Cake. He is screaming about a massive interspecies kidnapping, while Scylla desperately tries to get him to breathe. Scylla is getting completely squished by his frantic grip, looking highly embarrassed. She finally gets him to let go, her voice echoing through the quiet clearing. She explains that the scarred wolf is almost certainly a family member, likely an older sibling who came to retrieve their younger brother. Kang Yoon drops to his knees in pure physical relief, but Scylla warns him that this might be a permanent goodbye. She looks toward the horizon, explaining that it is highly common for a young divine wolf to be brought back to their pack. It is a crucial part of their growth to learn how to survive and hunt alongside their own kind. Even Sona cannot locate their tracks, meaning they have already crossed into a highly secure territory. Kangyun sits on the grass, a heavy, quiet sadness settling over his chest as Tori pathetically tries to comfort him. Scylla looks down at his depressed expression, her eyes softening. She points her finger toward the distance, asking if he sees the massive range rising above the clouds. That majestic, snow-capped peak is the sacred White Wolf territory, where Rice Cake and his family reside. She admits she would volunteer to guide him, but the High Mana Summit is strictly off-limits without an official tribal permit. But she smiles, noting that if anyone has a chance of getting through those sacred barriers, it is the human who tamed the wolf god's descendant. She asks him if he is truly ready to go climb a mountain to bring his pet home, and Kangyun's eyes flare with absolute resolve. We transition to the deep, silent woods of the mountain trail where the fog is so thick it looks like soup. Kangyun is pushing his way through the heavy brush, struggling to find any trace of a proper path in the wild terrain. He admits that without a guide, he would have been hopelessly lost within 5 minutes. But luckily, Tori is on navigation duty, popping out of a burrow to lead the way like a miniature orange GPS. He steps forward, but Scylla's warnings are still echoing in his head. He wonders if he is being incredibly selfish by trying to drag Rice Cake back to his diner. He realized too late that he had taken the pup's daily companionship for granted. It is only natural for a wild divine beast to live among his own majestic kind on the snowy peaks. He stops in his tracks, looking around the misty foreign woods, filled with self-doubt. His hand hangs loose by his side. Then, he clenches his fist with absolute burning certainty. Rice Cake did not choose to leave. He was dragged away in the mouth of a chubby sibling. He looks up at the sky, his eyes bright. He hates sudden goodbyes, and more importantly, that little fluffy white wolf is his actual family. Tori squeaks happily, pointing toward the path ahead. Kangyun takes a step, determined to conquer the mountain, and instantly drops to his knees because his human legs are completely dead after walking uphill for 3 hours. He is crouched in the dirt, realizing he is physically cooked and too embarrassed to go call Noah or Randolph for a piggyback ride. But our guy is a professional chef, and his brain operates on a completely different level of strategy. If he cannot physically climb up to the wolves, he will just make the wolves come down to him. He reaches into his heavy backpack and unzips a portable cooler. He pulls out a massive tray of prime, beautifully marbled raw beef with a pair of silver cooking tongs, looking like a mad scientist. He lays the thick slices onto a hot portable grill, the oil immediately popping as the heat hits. He squeezes a fresh, zesty citrus glaze over the meat, the juice evaporating into a fragrant steam. He flips a perfectly seared, tender slice of beef, the rich aroma of caramelized fat filling the entire misty forest. Tori is already face first in a piece of meat twice her size, eating like she has never seen food before. Kangyun waves his tongs at the sky, shouting into the wind like a high-end food truck vendor. He grins deviously, warning the woods that if Rice Cake does not show up in 30 seconds, his hamster is going to eat the entire prime selection. Somewhere in the dark, silent bushes, a tiny white snout twitches. The leaves rustle loudly. Kangyun looks over, his heart skipping a beat. He smiles, expecting his fluffy companion to jump into his arms. But instead, the scarred older sibling walks out of the fog, looking as blank and sleepy as ever. Kangyun points his tongs at him, demanding to know where he hid the real Rice Cake. The scarred wolf just blinks, and then something pushes past his fluffy tail. A tiny white pup pops out with big sparkling blue eyes. Kangyun gasps, but as he looks closer, he realizes this pup is way too small and fluffy to be his pet. Then, another tiny head pops out from behind a massive pine trunk, and another one tumbles out of the bushes, landing on its face. Kangyun's jaw drops, as he finds himself surrounded by a half-dozen identical copy-paste baby white wolves. He looks up, and there are literally baby wolves hanging from the tree branches like high mana ornaments, all staring at his grill. The prime beef continues to sizzle loudly on the hot metal, releasing an irresistible wave of savory aroma. A dozen baby wolves look at the meat with massive, glassy eyes, their mouths dripping with synchronized drool. And then, the entire pack lunges at him from all directions with a deafening chorus of tiny barks, and our guy realizes his genius plan has officially backfired. So, the prime beef strategy worked perfectly. Maybe a little too perfectly, because our guy is currently being stared down by a literal army of fluffy white wolf pups. The marbled meat is sizzling on the portable grill, and these baby gods are looking at it with the exact same drooling, starstruck expression as Rice Cake. Pups lunge. Meat vanishes. Grill is cleared. Done. One chubby puppy rolls onto his back, completely defeated by a single slice of seared beef. Another one is tapping a clean plate, demanding a second round of service like a demanding restaurant critic. Kang Yoon is lying on the dirt, completely pinned down by 5 different baby wolves who are treating his face like a personal lollipop. Tori is perched on his forehead while he realizes Rice Cake has a comically large family. He sits up and grabs one of the puppies, trying to figure out which of these copy-paste clones is his actual pet. He is sifting through them like he is looking for a matching sock and a pile of clean laundry. None of them carry that specific Rice Cake attitude. Then, a massive, clawed paw steps onto the edge of the high cliff. The camera pans up, revealing a colossal, majestic white wolf snout. The beast lifts its head to the sky, letting out a deep, echoing howl that shakes the entire mountain. Every single baby wolf instantly freezes, their floppy ears perking up. The little pup in Kang Yoon's hand tries to howl back, looking incredibly pathetic. Suddenly, the entire pack joins in, screaming at the top of their lungs. It is a full, ear-splitting family chorus, and Kang Yoon is stuck right in the middle of it. Then, the heavy mountain fog begins to swirl and lift. A beautiful wave of blue mana sweeps across the clearing, completely dissolving the dense forest trees and revealing a stunning snow-covered mountain peak. Our guy is staring in absolute awe, realizing the entire foggy woods was just a high-level illusion designed to protect the summit. Standing on the high rocks above him are 2 massive legendary white wolves, looking down like ancient tribal rulers. The father wolf speaks directly into his mind, demanding to know why a human has crossed into their sacred domain. Kang Yoon gulps, feeling the massive, crushing pressure of their divine aura. He drops to one knee, asking if they are Rice Cake's parents. He looks up with absolute steady resolve, declaring he came all this way just to meet Rice Cake. The giant wolf narrows his glowing blue eyes. For what reason? The sheer gravity of the question almost knocks him backward. He finally understands why these creatures are worshipped as descendants of gods. The father asks if he is after Rice Cake's legendary healing magic, or perhaps his divine ability to judge the hearts of men. Our guy does not even hesitate. He looks them straight in the eye and says he came simply because Rice Cake is his family. He steps forward into the snow, admitting that while the pup's magical powers are amazing, he would have climbed this mountain even if the pup was completely powerless, because you don't leave family behind. The mother wolf's soft blue eye shines with deep, silent understanding. She speaks, admitting that her youngest child was always the pickiest eater in the pack, and she finally understands why he chose to follow a human chef. Something fluffy starts wriggling out from behind her massive silver tail. It is the real Rice Cake, popping his head out with a happy bark. Kang Yoon's face lights up, but before he can run over, both massive parents turn around and glare down at the pup like he just came home past curfew. They start telepathically nagging him at supersonic speed, demanding to know why he escaped his cave punishment and ran off the mountain without permission, completely ignoring his parental duties. Kang Yoon's brain immediately compares this to a typical human household argument where a kid is getting grounded for sneaking out to a party. Both giant wolves are barking in anger while Rice Cake whimpers on the ground, and our guy realizes his precious pet is actually a massive troublemaker. The father wolf lets out a heavy, misty sigh. He gives Rice Cake a gentle parental nudge toward the cliff. Go. The pup's eyes instantly turn into sparkling blue sapphires. He leaps straight off the high rock cliff without a single warning. Kang Yoon's face completely stretches in panic as he screams for him to wait. He dives forward, throwing his arms out to catch him. The soft, fluffy paws land securely in his palms. He catches him perfectly, pulling the little troublemaker close to his chest. Rice Cake starts rubbing his wet nose against Kang Yoon's cheek, letting out the happiest barks in the universe. The divine parents look down from the high summit, addressing the human from another world. They admit their child is still incredibly young, foolish, and rarely listens to rules, but they are choosing to trust him. Kang Yoon smiles warmly, thanking them for their faith. The giant wolf snout tilts down. The father raises his giant silver paw, channeling a brilliant, swirling blue mana that crackles through the mountain air. Thank you. The magical wind sweeps beneath Kang Yoon, lifting his body off the snowy ground. His hands feel a strange, warm breeze. He feels completely weightless, like he is floating on a soft cloud. Every single trace of physical exhaustion and muscle soreness in his legs instantly vanishes, as if a brilliant, glowing blue crest materializes directly on his forehead, flooding his entire nervous system with an insane wave of raw energy. The magical mark sinks beneath his skin, permanently sealing the divine blessing. The light fades, and he finds himself sitting back on the soft grass, cradling a very happy rice cake. The telepathic voice of the wolf god's descendants echoes one last time, granting him permanent permission to visit their sacred summit whenever he wishes. But the sudden surge of massive, high-tier mana is a bit too much for a normal human body to handle. His vision starts to blur, and his head feels incredibly heavy. The swirling stars in his eyes are the last thing he sees as the voice tells him to take good care of their child. His hand falls limp onto the grassy forest floor. He is out cold. Sometime later, a gentle voice calls his name, and his fingers twitch. He slowly opens his eyes to the soft blue light of the forest canopy. Scylla is kneeling beside him, looking relieved that he actually survived his meeting with the gods. He sits up, rubbing his head, still convinced he was standing on a snowy mountain summit just a second ago. Scylla smiles, pointing out that his fluffy companion is currently sleeping soundly on his lap with Tori. Then, she looks closely at his face, her eyes narrowing in surprise. A visible, swirling aura of blue wind and delicate snowflakes is slowly rotating around his body. She giggles, explaining that he just received a literal token of divine trust from the ancient wolf pack. She asks if the parents didn't explain the gift to him, and Kang Yoon looks down at his chubby wolf companion. Rice Cake is curled up in a tiny ball, snoring and chewing in his sleep next to Tori. A genuinely happy, gentle smile spreads across our guy's face. He looks up at the majestic, starry peak, admitting that they did, turning the village trees into a sea of brilliant orange maple leaves. We cut to the local country supermarket, where a very satisfied old man is walking out. It is the village chief, happily eating a watermelon ice cream bar with Sang-hoo in the autumn breeze. He tells the kid to keep this a secret from his grandmother, and Sang-hoo salutes, promising his complete silence. The chief laughs, claiming they are on the exact same wavelength. Then, a loud voice calls out. It is Chulman, running over with a massive smile to ask if Sang-hoo wants to hang out. Sang-hoo tells him to wait until he finishes his ice cream, while the chief smiles. But the smile instantly dies when he sees the man standing behind Chulman. It is Chief Sogum, looking remarkably elegant with a beige sweater casually tied over his shoulders. He smiles with narrow, mocking eyes, greeting his old friend Yongpyong. He instantly starts gloating, congratulating him on Sujin's baby, but his tone is dripping with subtle venom. Chief Yongpyong immediately flexes back, claiming their village actually had 2 major births this year, completely ignoring his melting ice cream. And then he drops the ultimate flex. A young, highly talented star chef under 30 just moved from Seoul to live in their village permanently. Forehead veins pop, maniacal laughter, fire in the background. Done. The kids look on in complete exhaustion, whispering about how these 2 grandpas have been toxic petty rivals since before they were even elected. Sang-hoo and Chulman shake hands, promising they will never grow up to be as embarrassing as their leaders. Chief Sogum leans in close, asking how Yongpyong Village is preparing for the grand sports day next week. Chief Yongpyong scoffs, claiming it is just a fun event for the kids, so there is zero need to stress about it. Sogum flips his hair with a smug laugh, praising him for his mature attitude. Then he delivers the final blow, reminding him that Sogum Village has won every single sports day for the last decade, and asking if they can have another easy victory this year. He walks off giggling, leaving Chief Yongpyong trembling in a state of absolute boiling rage. Sang-gu looks up, asking if he is okay, but the old man's face has turned completely purple. Back at the diner, the chief is literally on his knees, begging Kang Yoon with clasped hands to join the sports day. Our guy deadpans, asking him to hold on. He points out that sports day is typically for families, but the chief explains it is basically a massive village festival with food and drinks. Kang Yoon's inner thoughts are highly skeptical of alcohol being served at an elementary school. Then the chief goes completely wild-eyed, screaming that they have lost to Sogum Village every single year. Sogum Village has more young people, meaning Yongpyong stands zero chance of winning a physical race. But this year, they have a secret weapon, a prime young chef under 39 who can run. Kang Yoon starts sweat-dropping, remembering how his entire childhood was spent locked in kitchens preparing for international culinary contests, skipping every single sports day to protect his hands. He admits he has never actually participated in a sports day, and the chief looks at him with deep country pity, wondering if he never went to school. Our guy insists he graduated from university, but the chief just pats his arm, telling him nobody will judge him for his lack of athletic education. Then Sang-hoo grabs his sleeve, looking up with big, sparkling eyes. He tells Kang-yoon that winning does not matter, he just wants to play and run alongside his favorite uncle. Kang-yoon's icy exterior completely melts, and he sighs, admitting that winning isn't the main goal anyway. He agrees to join and promises to prepare some amazing food for the event, making the chief instantly jump for joy. The chief declares he will personally supervise his training, leaving Kang-yoon very confused. The next morning, we cut to the fantasy forest, where Rice Cake and Tori are lounging on a rock like lazy, fluffy clouds. Kang-yoon is currently doing excruciating sit-ups with his heavy wolf pup sitting directly on his stomach while the chief barks orders. The pets are treating this like a highly entertaining amusement park ride. Next, our guy is doing deep squats while balancing a colossal wooden log on his shoulders. Tori and Rice Cake are riding on top of the log, having the absolute time of their lives. And then, Kang-yoon is literally sprinting down the village street, dragging a massive truck tire with a rope around his chest, screaming in agony. The chief stands on the corner, looking remarkably proud and planning to introduce waterfall training next. Grandma Park walks past, asking why he is torturing their young chef. She predicts the frail city boy is going to drop dead from a heart attack, and the chief agrees. But then they both look over, and their jaws drop. Kang-yoon is pulling that massive tire like a freight train, his face showing zero signs of physical collapse. That evening, Kang-yoon is sitting at his desk, staring out the window at the starry sky. He looks at his laptop, realizing that his body was so thoroughly trained by Randolph's log carrying and Noah's beastman running that he automatically followed the chief's insane program without even breaking a sweat. He stretches his arms, wondering if he took the old man's joke training a bit too seriously. He rubs his shoulder, noticing his body feels remarkably light and completely free of fatigue. He realizes that meeting Rice Cake's parents on the snowy peak has permanently boosted his physical health. Rice Cake and Tori are running around the living room, Tori literally combusting into a happy ball of fire. Our guy looks at them, convinced that his daily forest training has finally paid off. He decides he should thank the knights later, while the magic pets look at him with deep pity, knowing he has no idea he carries a literal god's blessing. Kang-yoon returns to his screen, focusing on his main mission. If he is cooking for the kids, he needs to make something absolutely perfect. He searches the web for inspiration, looking for the right ingredients. The screen shows a popular blog, "Let's make a character lunchbox!" It features a cute lunchbox with rice shaped like a bear, octopus sausages, and rolled omelets with flower patterns. Our guy smiles, noting the cartoon mascot on the screen is literally the legendary pianist Jungwon, looking incredibly intense. The next morning, the Grow Liveliness Sports Day has officially begun. The banners are flying, and the headmaster clears his throat over the PA. He asks the parents and villagers to gather under their respective tents. Kang-yoon walks in carrying heavy grocery bags, sighing as he watches the old-timers already crack open the beers before the opening ceremony. The chief spots him and waves wildly from the Yongpyong blue tent. He sits down next to Minho, apologizing for being late because the character lunchboxes took a bit more time than expected. The PA system crackles as the headmaster prepares to deliver his grand welcome speech. He addresses the crowd, confidently predicting a highly successful and safe sports day. While he rambles about safety, Cholman has literally fallen asleep standing up, and Sang-hoo is trying to wake him before he faceplants into the dirt. Back at the tent, the chief is practically vibrating with excitement, claiming their village finally has 2 athletic aces. But Minho looks nervous, admitting he walked past the Sogum tent and saw a massive high schooler wearing their uniform. The chief's eyes pop in absolute fury, screaming that Chief Sogum has literally imported professional athletes to cheat at an elementary school event. But he slowly calms down, a dark, terrifying shadow falling over his face. He stands up, a massive column of battle fire erupting in his eyes. He is ready to make history today. He points a finger toward the field, promising to absolutely crush their rivals. Yongpyong screams. Sogum trembles. The headmaster shouts into the mic. The games have officially begun. The PA system crackles, announcing the start of the traditional children's puppet dance. Our guy is looking on with a warm, nostalgic smile when suddenly 3 cameras pop up directly behind his ears. The old-timers have turned his back into a professional camera tripod, screaming at him to stay still so they can get the perfect shot. The kids walk out onto the dirt field, dressed in adorable traditional handboks, looking like absolute angels. The entire Yongpyong parent section is in a state of pure recording frenzy, screaming about how cute they are. The speakers boom with a dramatic traditional beat, and the children start waving their hands, doing the cutest puppet choreography in history. Yoongun is desperately trying to record on her phone, but accidentally taking photos instead, while Minho is cheering for Sang-hoo like a proud father at a championship match. The choreography shifts, and Cholman steps behind Myung to place his hands on her shoulders. Myung turns her head, looking up at him with a giant sparkling smile. Cholman's face instantly combusts into a bright red blush, and he turns his head away so fast he probably gave himself whiplash. The neighborhood aunties on the sidelines immediately start teasing him, asking if he thinks Myung is pretty. He screams that she is absolutely not, looking completely flustered, while Kang-yoon just chuckles at the peak playground drama. Our guy watches him, wondering if little Cholman has a massive crush. An elderly villager approaches him with an old-school video camera, asking if the battery is dead. Kang-yoon points out he just pressed the wrong button, and the old man immediately hands it to him, declaring our guy is now the official videographer because his son just bought him a brand new smartphone. Kang-yoon sighs, realizing he just got drafted into free labor once again. But as he looks through the camera lens, he spots Sang-hoo dancing. The kid is smiling with the brightest, most genuine joy. Kang-yoon looks at the screen, a wave of nostalgia hitting him. He remembers standing on the same dirt fields when he was a kid, with his parents filming him on old-school camcorders. He wonders if his parents felt that exact same warm, proud feeling as they watched him run. The performance ends, and the children bow gracefully to the cheering crowd. The old villager checks his smartphone, completely horrified to find 600 identical photos of the sky because he does not understand how touchscreens work. Sang-hoo comes sprinting over to the tent, shouting for his grandma and Kang-yoon. Grandma Park hugs him, calling him her precious little pumpkin, while Kang-yoon assures him he caught every single second of his performance on video. Sang-hoo is practically vibrating with excitement, listing off the ball games and races coming up next, and Kang-yoon smiles, promising to cheer his lungs out. Cholman calls out to him, telling him they need to go change into their athletic gear, and Sang-hoo waves, running off to join his friend. The PA system announces the start of the next event, the classic country scavenger hunt. Grandma Park watches Sang-hoo run, noting she has not seen him this happy on sports day in years. She admits that even though he always acted like he did not care, the kid was deeply lonely watching the other children run toward their parents on the sidelines. But ever since he heard that Kang-yoon was coming, he has been glowing like a light bulb. She squeezes his hand, thanking him from the bottom of her heart. Kang-yoon looks at her, a warm, genuine look in his eyes, assuring her that he should be the one thanking them for welcoming him into their family. The whistle blows. Scavenger hunt starts. Myung is in lane 1, and she launches off the starting line like a bullet. She reaches the table first, grabbing a folded slip of paper. She unfolds it and reads, "Someone I respect." Both village chiefs are waving their respective flags like maniacs, but Myung is not looking at them. She scans the crowd, looking for her favorite uncle Kang-yoon, but he is nowhere to be found. While she hesitates, the little green-haired girl with glasses from Sogum Village reaches the table and grabs the very last slip. But the corner is ripped off, leaving only the words, "less person." The other kids are running off, while the Team Yellow girl looks at the paper with a highly determined expression. The announcer screams that Miju is currently in first place, and she is drag-pulling a bald man across the dirt. She brings him straight to the referee flag, holding up her slip of paper that reads, "less person." The bald headmaster is sweating bullets, asking her to clarify what exactly he is less of, while the referee assistant stares in dead silence, realizing she literally brought a hairless person. Our girl has zero chill. The PA system announces Team Yellow has officially won the scavenger hunt, while Myung is crying on the track because Kang-yoon was in the bathroom and she could not find him. The games continue with the classic beanbag throw, kids tossing bags at a giant papier-mâché ball. Next is the parents' foot badminton, and Yoongun and Minho are carrying Team Pink on their backs. Chief Sogum is laughing hysterically on the sidelines, pointing at Chief Yongpyong's vein-popping distress. The PA system calls for a lunch break, and Chief Yongpyong is pumping his fist, screaming that they are only losing because they have not even used a quarter of their actual tactical skills. Kang-yoon sits down with Sang-hoo and Myung, asking if they are ready for the lunchboxes he promised. He smiles, admitting that while it was his first time making character food, it was actually remarkably fun. He opens the lids, revealing 2 masterpieces. The top is a roaring red dinosaur made of seasoned rice and pork cutlet, and the bottom is an incredibly detailed, sparkling-eyed anime girl character with perfect octopus sausages. The kids look like they are staring at actual glowing holy relics. Sang-hoo is screaming, asking if he actually hand-carved the magical ruby star ping-ping out of rice and cheese. They instantly grab their boxes and sprint toward their classmates, desperate to show off. Kang-yoon holds up a perfectly carved apple shaped like a tiny bunny, sighing because he did not even get to show them the dessert, while the chief notes that if he showed them that, the children would have fainted from shock. The chief asks what Kang-yoon brought for his own lunch, and our guy holds up a simple paper bag of side dishes. The chief looks inside, noting there is broccoli and meat, which is absolutely perfect. Then, the chief pulls out a comically large wooden mixing bowl. Kang-yoon is confused. The chief yells, "Okay, next!" and starts aggressively dumping all of Kang-yoon's gourmet prep side dishes into the bowl while our guy screams in chef agony. Grandma Park joins in, casually tossing in a plate of seasoned spinach. They dump everything together, claiming this is the ultimate country sports day highlight. The chief pours half a bottle of sesame oil over the gourmet meat and broccoli and starts violently churning the entire mixture with a giant wooden paddle. He presents a massive, fiery red mountain of classic country bibimbap. Kang-yoon's professional soul has officially left his body, fully convinced they have ruined his masterclass flavor profiles. The chief scoops up a massive mountain-sized wooden spoonful and shoves it in his face. He laughs, knowing the star chef thinks mixing everything is a culinary crime. Kang-yoon stares at the spicy red heap, completely hesitant. He decides he cannot eat directly off the mixing paddle, so he uses his own small spoon. He takes a bite and chews in complete dead silence. A brilliant smile spreads across his face. It is absolutely delicious. He admits that even though the ingredients were seasoned separately without any regard for combined balance, the resulting rustic synergy is somehow flawless. Sang-hoo is busy flex showing his lunchbox to a circle of highly jealous kids, while Eungun and Grandma Park enjoy the rich, sesame-infused bibimbap. It is the ultimate country feast, bringing the entire Yongpyeong tent together under the autumn sun. Yongpyeong tent is full of laughter, while across the field, Chief Sogum is watching them with a highly displeased sneer. He mumbles that they always lose because they spend all their energy eating, and promises an easy victory for his team. He looks down at a muscular young boy with a buzz cut, asking if he is ready to run. The boy nods in silence, looking deeply uncomfortable and sweating under the pressure. The boy is rubbing his knee, which is tightly bound in a blue athletic knee brace, while the PA system calls for the afternoon's first event, the parents' obstacle race. Kang-yoon is watching the field, fully content to stay on the bench since he is definitely not a parent. He asks the chief who is running for their village, and the chief points a finger directly at his face. "You." Kang-yoon finds himself standing in the starting lane wearing a pink bib, surrounded by actual middle-aged dads who are aggressively stretching. He sweat drops, asking why on earth he is here, and the chief explains that since Sang-hoo's parents are too busy working in Seoul, our guy has officially been drafted as his proxy father. Kang-yoon asks about Grandma Park, who is currently lying on the tent mat dramatically clutching her spine and groaning about her legendary back pain to avoid running. Our guy looks at the track, realizing this is his first ever obstacle race. He eyes the hurdles, balance beams, and tunnels, thinking it is just a simple matter of jumping over a few hurdles. Sang-gu, Cholmin, and Myung are screaming on the sidelines, cheering for their favorite uncle. Whistle blows, foot launches. Kang-yoon vaults over a massive blue wedge with absolute effortless grace. The kids are frozen mid-cheer, their mouths open in complete silent shock. He sprints toward the balance beam. He remembers how Randolph used to train him in the high fantasy forest. Randolph is literally swinging a lasso, making Chibi Kang-yoon balance on a tightrope over a terrifying misty canyon. Present, Kang-yoon sprints across the narrow balance beam like it is a highway, laughing at how comically safe this elementary school track is. He clears the hurdles with a massive, high-altitude jump that almost puts him in orbit. He dives forward, snatching the hanging snack with a single, precise bite. The children's eyes have officially turned into giant sparkling stars. He approaches the final obstacle, a series of blue plastic crawl tunnels. He remembers how Noah trained him to run on all fours to build beastman muscle. He dives in, sprints on all fours. Supersonic exit. Done. Then he realizes he is sitting on all fours on the dirt track in front of a group of highly traumatized elementary schoolers holding the finish ribbon. He quickly stands up and casually walks across the line like a civilized human being. The announcer screams that Kang-yoon has officially taken first place for Team Pink. The entire Yongpyeong Kid squad swarms him, screaming in absolute food coma-level excitement. They are clutching his legs, screaming that he is an undercover guardian god, a transformer warrior, and begging him to teach them his legendary parkour secrets. Chief Sogum looks on, his eyes twitching as he realizes Yangpyeong brought a literal physical cheat code, but he assures himself the next event is different. He clenches his red gloves, noting that individual strength means nothing in the ultimate team event. The PA system announces the start of the heavyweight tug-of-war, and Sogum Village walks out with a squad of massive muscular bodybuilders holding the rope. Kang Yoon looks at their massive biceps while Chief Yangpyeong scoffs, claiming tug-of-war is purely about teamwork. Our guy is highly skeptical, knowing a village with only 3 young adults cannot compete against 4 gym bros. Then, the chief ties the anchor end of the rope around Rice Cake, who goes woof! Kang Yoon's face freezes in absolute cartoonish horror, screaming that his magical baby wolf cannot participate in a human elementary school sport. But Rice Cake bites down on the rope, with Tori cheering on his head, fully prepared to unleash some divine wolf physics. PA beeps. Rope tenses. The entire Sogum team is literally launched 50 feet into the air like a team of paper airplanes as Rice Cake pulls with the strength of a literal god. PA screams that Yangpyeong won. Chief Sogum is lying face down on the dirt, completely ruined, while Chief Yangpyeong is sliding on his knees, screaming about the glory of his village. Buzzcut Do-hyun runs over to pull his weeping chief off the ground. Chief Sogum grabs his wrist with desperate, bloodshot eyes, screaming that the final relay is their only chance to salvage their pride. Do-hyun looks down in complete, sweat-dropping silence, feeling the crushing weight of expectation. Back at the pink tent, Kang Yoon is desperately holding Rice Cake, begging him to stay still and not cause any more interdimensional incidents on the field. He runs off to join the relay lineup, hoping his warning actually got through the pup's thick skull. The PA system calls for the final village relay war, and the final runners line up in their respective lanes. Do-hyun is sweating, muttering to himself that he can do this despite his knee injury. Kang Yoon looks over at him, noticing his tense posture. The starter raises the pistol. Ready, set. Gun pops, runners launch, dirt flies. The entire crowd is on their feet, screaming for their teams. The kids run their hearts out, passing the batons in a blur of motion. Both chiefs are screaming at each other from the sidelines, their eyes bulging with legendary fury. The referee announces the final anchor legs, and Kang Yoon and Do-hyun prepare to run. The second-to-last runners are rounding the final turn. Do-hyun gulps, focus locked. He catches the green baton cleanly, his foot planting on the track. Foot pushes. Earth cracks. Do-hyun sprints like a professional track athlete, leaving a trail of dust. Kang Yoon is looking back, genuinely impressed by the kid's speed, while his own second-to-last runner is running like a zombie who just walked out of a swamp. He catches the pink baton, preparing to unleash his divine physical stats to catch up, when suddenly Rice Cake zooms past him like a white bullet, holding a bright yellow baton in his jaws. Kang Yoon's face frozen in a look of pure, unadulterated existential horror. We see a quick shot of the Sogum third runner puking rainbow bile on the grass, crying because a random white dog literally snatched the stick out of his hand mid-run. Kang Yoon sprints after his pet, screaming at him to stop, while Do-hyun is pushing through his knee pain, focusing entirely on the finish line. Suddenly, Rice Cake and Tori zoom past him at supersonic speed, the yellow baton firmly in his jaws. Do-hyun looks down, his brain completely flatlining as a hamster on a dog's head gives him a thumbs up. The sheer confusion makes him lose his footing, and his knee buckles. Do-hyun faceplants. Rice Cake crosses the line. Kang Yoon is clutching his hair in absolute screaming mental agony while the PA system tries to process what just happened. Rice Cake leaps across the finish line and the referee declares, "A random white dog has officially won the Grand Village Relay. Our guy is officially cooked." The entire neighborhood is staring at him, and his magical pet has just committed Grand Theft Baton on live camera. He literally flew across the finish line with a stolen baton in his mouth, securing the win for Yangpyeong Village while the referee had a minor stroke trying to process the rulebook. The village chief looks like he just watched his own child win an Olympic gold medal. But while Team Pink is popping bottles of cheap light beer to celebrate, Kang Yoon is looking at the MVP of the day, who is currently vibing on the grass, completely unaware of the existential crisis he just caused. A few days later, back in the quiet streets of Yangpyeong, the high-octane energy of sports day has settled, but Kang Yoon is still riding around on a massive guilt trip. He looks down at Rice Cake and Tori sitting in his bike basket like two accomplices who know exactly what they did. He remembers Do-hyun, the star runner from the rival village who face-planted hard during the final leg. If Rice Cake hadn't acted like a chaotic speed demon, the podium would have looked very different. And speaking of the victim of the day, Kang-yoon spots him sitting alone in a local gazebo. He looks like a main character in a sad anime who just realized the power of friendship wasn't enough to beat a magical wolf pup. Kang-yoon pulls up, completely deadpan, and asks if he's the runner from sports day. He comes clean immediately, admitting his dog was the one that caused the high-speed collision. Do-hyun immediately panics, waving his hands and saying it was his own fault for tripping. He says it was just a minor ankle sprain that healed quickly, but Kang-yoon's guilt meter just spiked into the red. Right on cue, Rice Cake jumps out of the basket and does a tactical cute pat on Do-hyun's knee brace, letting out a tiny bark of apology. You can't even stay mad at a creature that soft. Do-hyun's disappointment immediately evaporates. Kang-yoon apologizes properly, taking full responsibility as the owner of the chaotic fluffball. Do-hyun smiles, saying it's fine, but then he pauses. He looks up at our guy's face and asks, "Are you Chef Lee Kang-yoon?" Our guy is frozen. It turns out the entire rival village watched his legendary comeback battle on television at the community center. Kang-yoon instantly wishes he could delete those broadcast files from the internet forever, but Do-hyun is looking at him like he just met a local superhero. To change the subject before his face burns off, Kang-yoon notes that Do-hyun looked incredibly fast out there. Do-hyun's eyes dim slightly. He mentions he is part of his school's track and field team. Kang-yoon tries to hype him up, saying he knew it. But then Do-hyun drops a heavy dose of reality. He's not sure if he should keep running. He looks away, staring at the floor. Last year, he had a severe injury that required long, painful physical rehabilitation. The doctor said he's fine now, but the stopwatch doesn't lie. He's just not as fast as he used to be. He loves running more than anything, but his body is refusing to listen to his brain. It's that specific type of athletic burnout where the expectations of everyone around you start feeling like a physical weight pressing down on your chest every time you step onto the track. He's officially ready to hang up his spikes. Kang-yoon looks at him and doesn't say anything for a long moment. He knows this exact feeling. The feeling of a body that once performed at a world-class level suddenly failing you. But before he can deliver a deep speech, Do-hyun's stomach lets out a massive, rumbling protest. Do-hyun blushes, apologizing for wasting his time. Kang-yoon just smiles. This is his area of expertise. He invites the kid over to his restaurant for a proper meal. A few minutes later, Do-hyun is sitting at a clean table, feeling a bit awkward about getting a free lunch from a celebrity chef. Suddenly, a rich, savory aroma drifts out from the kitchen, hitting him like a physical wave. Kang-yoon walks out carrying a piping hot bowl, asking if he likes meat. Behold the Jaeuk rice bowl, standard country food but prepared with Michelin star precision. Do-hyun's eyes light up like it's Christmas morning. He says he used to eat this after every single practice. Behind the counter, Rice Cake and Tori are watching like they're waiting for the review. Do-hyun takes a massive spoonful of the spicy pork and rice. He takes his first bite, and his brain immediately exits the chat. The meat is perfectly tender, the spice level is immaculate, and the balance of salty and sweet is unlike anything he's ever tasted. Look at that glisten. That is not standard cafeteria pork. That is culinary therapy. He says he could eat this for the rest of his life, which brings a small smile to our guy's face. Kang-yoon asks if there's a specific spot he used to go to with his team. Do-hyun nods, saying his friend's parents run a local spot where he was a certified VVIP regular. They would sit around, covered in sweat, laughing and eating pork to wipe away the exhaustion of a hard training session. But he hasn't stepped foot in that restaurant since the day he got injured. Kang-yoon leans back and says, "You know, I nearly gave up cooking too." Do-hyun looks up, completely shocked. Kang-yoon explains that he suffered a psychological condition that is a literal death sentence for a chef. On screen, we see the dark memory, the toxic comments, the trolls calling him a fraud, the crushing anxiety of disappointing everyone who looked up to him. He wanted to run away to the middle of nowhere and never touch a frying pan again. But the truth is simple. He really likes cooking, and with the support of the strange, chaotic people in this village, he slowly found the courage to start over from scratch. He looks at Do-hyun's leg and says, "If you still like running, how about trying one more time?" It's not a flashy speech. It's just one survivor talking to another. In his head, Kang-yoon remembers a conversation with Amelia by the campfire in the fantasy forest. "Your problems will only come back to you if you run away from them." Do-hyun stands up, bows deeply in gratitude, and heads back out into the sun. Kang-yoon watches him go, wondering if he was being a bit too nosy. But he understands that kid's fear on a personal level. Before he can get too deep into his feelings, the two food critics on the floor start demanding their lunch tax. Our guy sigh, moving to the kitchen to prep their portions. Some things never change. Later that evening, as the sun dips below the mountains, Do-hyun stands by his front door, taking a deep breath of the cool evening air. His mother looks out, asking where he's going since he said he was taking a break. Do-hyun bends down, stretching his knee. The fear of failing is still there, lingering in the back of his mind, but as he looks down the quiet street, a small smile returns to his face. But I like to run. He steps forward. 1 stride. 2. And then he's sprinting into the sunset, leaving his doubts in the dust. Meanwhile, back in the high fantasy dimension, Tori is having the time of her life playing with some grass fluff in the Beastman tribe's village. She's waving it around, completely unaware that she is currently activating Mona's predatory kitten instincts. Mona is locked in. The tail is wagging. The pupils are dilated. Tori stops, sensing a disturbance in the mana. Too late. Mona executes a high-speed tackle, sending them both rolling across the grass in a ball of fluffy chaos. Haman, who is currently carrying a massive dead snake, looks over and asks Kang-yoon to check out her latest ingredient. Our guy walks up carrying a heavy sack, looking like a tired grocery delivery man. It's been a few weeks since Sports Day, and the official trade agreement between Robentis and the Beastmen is in full swing. Kang-yoon is handling his duties as the auditor of trade, sorting through supplies, but as he lifts another heavy sack, he realizes something is very wrong. These bags should weigh at least 100 pounds, but they feel like bags of feathers. He touches his forehead, remembering his trip to the snowy mountain summit. A Beastman warrior runs up, offering to carry the heavy loads, but Kang-yoon is already carrying them like they're pillows. He sets them down, realizing the divine blessing from Rice Cake's parents wasn't just a fancy light show. His physical stats have been permanently boosted to superhuman levels. But as he looks around the yurt village, he notices something else. The village seems unusually quiet. Chief Cassandra appears, casually teasing Mona, and drops a casual bombshell. They just suppressed a massive tribal rebellion. Kang-yoon's jaw drops. A rebellion? She reminds him of warrior Tamu, the arrogant elder who tried to flex his power during Kang-yoon's first visit. Apparently, Timu gathered a bunch of rival tribes to launch a coup, but Cassandra and her warriors completely dismantled them and expanded their territory in the process. But there's one tiny catch. Timu managed to escape, and he is currently on the run in the deep forest. Cassandra warns him to be careful. Timu is desperate, backed into a corner, and will absolutely not play by the rules of honor. But she smiles, looking at Rice Cake and Tori. She says with those 2 legendary beasts on his head, nobody in their right mind would try to jump him. Besides, Noah is currently tracking Timu down. Then her eyes light up, and she shifts the tone immediately. "We're going to drink all night!" Kang-yoon instantly groans, clutching his forehead. He has to meet with the human representatives tomorrow, and a Beastman hangover is not something you want to experience. Cassandra just laughs, telling him to stop acting weak since he received the wolf's heart blessing. Kang-yoon blinks. The wolf's heart? He asks how she even knew he met with the White Wolf parents. Cassandra snorts, saying there isn't a single creature in this forest that doesn't know about his little family reunion. She realizes he has no idea what the blessing actually does besides making him lift heavy bags. She sits back, smiling. The wolf's heart doesn't just make you strong. She tells him it's better to show him. Suddenly, the bonfires flare up. A dark, suffocating pressure fills the air. The Beastman kids in the background immediately begin to shiver in absolute terror, dropping their food. Cassandra turns her head slowly, her eyes glowing with pure, wild alpha energy. She unleashes a wave of pure intimidation that would make a seasoned knight pass out on the spot. "Now, Kang-yoon, how do I look to you?" Kang-yoon just stares at her, completely unbothered. He blinks twice and says, "You look kind of disgruntled. Are you hungry?" The shivering beast girl in the background looks like she just witnessed a miracle. Cassandra bursts out laughing, the terrifying aura instantly vanishing. She waves to her people, telling them to keep partying. She explains that the true power of the wolf's heart is a passive courage buff. It makes him completely immune to fear, pressure, and mental intimidation. Kang-yoon looks at his hands, processing this. A cheat code that lets him look a terrifying beast ruler in the eyes and ask if she wants snacks. Cassandra says it's a blessing that will help him achieve great things, even if he isn't a frontline warrior. Speaking of snacks, Rice Cake rolls up looking like an absolute spherical unit. His stomach is practically dragging on the floor. A group of young beastmen, including Haman, walk up holding steaming black pots, looking incredibly proud. They announce that dinner is served. Haman yells it out with the force of a drill sergeant. Cassandra mentions that these three have been voluntarily cooking for the entire village lately. Kang-yoon is surprised. He never told them to take on that much work. But Cassandra smiles. She says they found pure joy in cooking thanks to a certain special someone. They set down a bowl of perfectly glistening, dark braised meat. Kang-yoon looks at it, his chef brain instantly activating. He recognizes the technique. It's a braise. But he never taught her how to do a slow braised meat dish. Haman blushes, playing with her fingers. She says she didn't copy a recipe. She stayed up all night, throwing different forest spices and liquids into a pot, and actually fell asleep while it was cooking. She woke up expecting to find a charcoal brick, but instead, the meat and vegetables had simmered into something incredible. She wanted to show him so badly that she forced Rice Cake to act as her personal taste tester several times. Kang-yoon looks at Rice Cake's bloated body and finally understands the physics of his pet's sudden weight gain. Kang-yoon picks up a piece of the meat. Visually, it looks exactly like jimdok, traditional Korean braised chicken. He takes a bite. It's incredibly tender. The base isn't soy sauce, but it has a unique sweet and sour tang that balances the rich fat of the meat. She used the native forest herbs to mimic the depth of a complex sauce. He realizes she didn't just copy his lessons. She actually understood the core concept of flavor balancing and built something entirely new on her own. He looks up and smiles. "It's really tasty! Incredible job doing this alone!" Haman looks like she just received a blessing from a god. She clenches her fists, screaming that she never knew cooking could be this fun. Seeing the happy faces of the people eating her food and the pure excitement of planning her next dish, she's officially hooked. Kang-yoon looks at her passionate expression and feels a wave of pride. "Hearing you say, that makes me want to teach you even more." Haman beams. But then Kang-yoon's face shifts. The gentle mentor leaves the building and the Michelin star head chef enters. "So, let's talk about how to fix this dish." First problem. The vegetables are a disaster. Braising is about timing, not just flavor. You threw them in too early, so they absorbed all the liquid and turned to absolute mush. Second problem, that blue spice you used is far too aggressive. It's fighting the natural sweetness of the meat instead of harmonizing with it. Haman is currently staring into the abyss, her soul slowly exiting through her mouth. By the time the sun starts rising over the yurts, Kang-yoon is still going, explaining the molecular structure of heat distribution. Cassandra watches from the side, sweating slightly. She whispers to herself that our guy is genuinely terrifying when he gets behind a stove. Haman is fully defeated, slumped on the grass like a deflated balloon. Kassan waves him off as he packs his bag to head back to the human territory. Kang-yoon walks out of the village, with Rice Cake riding on his head, feeling refreshed. The Wolf's Heart Blessing really is a cheat code. He didn't sleep a wink and feels like he just had a full 8 hours of rest. He realizes he didn't see Noah during his entire visit. Tracking those remaining rebels in the deep forest must be taking a lot of time. Suddenly, Rice Cake's ears perk up. He lets out a sharp bark, a rustling in the canopy. The branches snap, and a wild, gray-furred beastman drops from the sky, lunging straight at Kang-yoon with claws bared. It's warrior Temu, and he does not look like he came for dinner. So, our guy is just walking through the woods, enjoying a peaceful day, and thinking about how Noah is probably having an exhausting time tracking down those rebel deserters. Suddenly, Rice Cake starts growling from his spot on Kang-yoon's head, and the bushes rustle. And of course, because the universe loves to test this man, a wild Temu falls from the sky like a rabid feral cat. He has full-blown red eyes, teeth bared, and is looking for a fast pass to the afterlife. Our guy is shocked, realizing this is the rogue elder who tried to ruin his trade alliance. Temu is grinding his teeth so hard you can practically hear the dental bill mounting. He launches himself forward, screaming that everything is Kang-yoon's fault. But right as those claws swipe, the divine crest on our guy's chest glows bright blue. His perception slows down to bullet time, and he realizes he has a window. Thanks to the White Wolf blessing, his body moves on pure instinct, and he slips under the attack like he's dodging a blue shell in Mario Kart. Before Temu can even register the miss, Rice Cake launches off Kang-yoon's head and bites him right in the forehead. Temu screams in pain, trying to shake the fluffy menace off his face. And then Tori decides to join the party, descending from the heavens like a mini tactical nuke. Temu has no idea what is happening as the hamster and wolf duo coordinate a flawless tag team assault. He stumbles backward, completely losing his balance, and Tori uses her earth spirit powers to instantly dig a massive ditch right behind his heels. The ground collapses, and Temu is buried up to his chin in about 2 seconds. Talk about a deadpan anticlimax. This legendary warrior just got completely countered by a hamster and a puppy. Kang Yoon is leaning against a tree trying to get his heart rate back under control, but before they can celebrate, the air shifts and a massive lightning crash shakes the forest. Noah drops from the canopy like a proper superhero, landing right next to the buried rebel. He looks at Kang Yoon, completely embarrassed, and apologizes for letting this trash run into him. Kang Yoon waves it off, saying nobody got hurt, so it is fine. Taemu is still screaming from the dirt, swearing he is going to find them and shred them. Our guy just looks at him, totally unfazed by the level of hostility. Honestly, he is thinking he hasn't met anyone who hates him this much since his toxic rival, Jongsok. Taemu threatens to kill him, but before he can finish the sentence, Noah casually steps on his head, asking him if he wants to repeat that joke. Noah tells Kang Yoon to be on his way. They'll handle this guy according to tribal law. Scylla and the other beastmen show up to secure the area, and they are all looking at Kang Yoon with immense respect. Kang Yoon looks back, realizing how far he has come. He smiles and thanks them for having his back. He tells himself that you are always going to meet people who hate you for no reason, but he is far too busy cooking and living his best life to care about the opinions of a buried boomer. A few hours later, Kang Yoon arrives in the stone-paved streets of Robentis. He is thinking he should probably keep training with Randolph, because you never know when another feral beastman might jump him. But looking down at Rice Cake and Tori trotting beside him, he feels pretty safe. As he walks, he hears some local citizens talking about the upcoming temple service. He stops and looks up, spotting a massive, majestic white stone temple standing in the center of the plaza, and right on cue he sees a familiar face walking down the stairs. It's Bishop Baharam, looking incredibly holy and smiling at his followers. Kang Yoon remembers this man, the local bishop who hates Rice Cake with a burning passion. Baharam spots Kang Yoon and immediately loses his composure, his face twisting into pure panic. His assistant asks if something is wrong, but Baharam stammers that it is nothing. He walks up to Kang Yoon, sweating like crazy, wondering if our guy found out about the poison. In his head, he is remembering his brilliant plan to slip laxative powder into the summit dinner, hoping to ruin the trade deal by giving everyone a terminal case of the runs. It was a flawless plan, except Rice Cake physically ate the poisoned food before anyone else could touch it. Kang Yoon just deadpans that he was passing by and is going to leave now. Baharam's face lights up with joy, screaming internally for our guy to get out of his sight. But the universe has other plans. Rice Cake spots the open temple doors and just zooms straight inside like he owns the joint. Baharam screams in terror as the holy wolf enters his sanctuary. Kang Yoon panics, asking if he can go in and grab his dog. Baharam starts yelling that the temple is a sacred place, but his assistant interrupts, smiling and saying the temple is open to everyone. Baharam has to play along, but internally he is crying because he hid his secret things in the back office. Kang Yoon walks through the stone arches, calling out for Rice Cake. He opens the door to the bishop's private study, looking around. He spots a chest on the desk and pops it open, revealing a pile of gold coins. Baharam instantly slams it shut, sweating, and says they are just chocolate coins because he likes sweet things. Then Kang Yoon spots a book on the shelf, asking if it is a ledger. Baharam dives onto the desk, covering it, and says it is just his personal household budget. Baharam is internally dying, realizing he is far too corrupt to have a guest in his office. He starts screaming that he will help search so they can both leave immediately. Kang Yoon looks at him, totally misinterpreting the panic, and thinks the bishop is actually a nice guy. He decides he shouldn't have judged him so quickly. But then Kang Yoon looks down at the desk and spots a tiny white plush toy. It's a Rice Cake doll. It is heavily soiled and dirty from being squeezed too much. Our guy is deeply moved, thinking the bishop is actually a secret fan who bought merchandise. Baharam is screaming at him to get out, but then Rice Cake lets out a bark. He is sticking his head out from under a bookshelf, looking incredibly smug. Kang Yoon pulls him out, noting that he flattened Tori, who is currently looking like a pancake. But then he notices Rice Cake is biting onto something. It's a glass bottle filled with white powder. And Baharam's eyes go completely blank as his entire life flashes before his eyes. At that exact moment, the bishop's brain enters a state of absolute galaxy brain panic. He starts imagining the worst-case scenario. Kang Yoon pointing at him, calling him an assassin, and Lord Giovante deciding that the best way to preserve diplomatic relations with the beastman is to tie Baharam to a stake and set him on fire while his own followers watch in disappointment. He snaps back to reality, realizing he has to act now. He lunges forward, ripping the bottle out of Rice Cake's mouth, and literally chugs the entire bottle of toxic laxative powder in one massive gulp, claiming it is his diabetes medicine. Kang Yoon is horrified, telling him that overdosing on medicine is extremely dangerous. Baharam is already coughing, his stomach letting out a rumble that sounds like a diesel engine starting up. He is shaking, pointing at the door, and begging our guy to leave. Kang Yoon feels bad for the sick old man, so he reaches into his backpack. He pulls out a glistening lunchbox filled with fresh, golden tofu pockets. He offers it to the bishop, thinking his stomach was growling because he was hungry. Baharam looks at the glowing food and wonders if this human is actually a demon who knows everything and is torturing him on purpose. He screams at them to get out, his voice echoing through the entire cathedral. Kang Yoon walks back out into the sun, feeling a bit warm inside. He decides the bishop is just a classic tsundere. Meanwhile, behind him, the bishop cancels his daily sermon due to an urgent explosive emergency. Later that evening, as the sun sets over the harbor, Kang Yoon is walking through the plaza, feeling satisfied with his day's work. Suddenly, Randolph's booming voice calls out, welcoming him. The night captain asks if he has eaten yet and offers to take him to a hidden gem of a restaurant. He says it is a local tavern run by an elderly couple with legendary food. Kang Yoon is a bit skeptical, but since it is an authentic tavern in another world, he is curious. Randolph kicks the wooden doors open with immense energy. The interior is packed, noisy, and looks like a classic scene from a fantasy movie. They look around for a seat and spot a group of Randolph's fellow knights sitting at a large barrel table. The knights greet their captain, raising their wooden mugs. Randolph tells them he brought a special guest. The knights turn, and when they recognize Kang Yoon, their eyes practically turn into stars. In their heads, they are remembering him as the legendary alcohol sorcerer who introduced them to the magic of Korean somaik. They immediately clear a spot, begging him to sit with them and asking if he brought any modern alcohol. Kang Yoon sits down, smiling, and the knights tell him the only choice on the menu today is the tavern's signature stir-fried meat. Our guy is intrigued, asking if it is really that good. The knights nod, saying everyone in the city comes here specifically for this one dish. Randolph flags down the elderly owner, ordering 2 drinks and 2 plates of the meat. The owner looks exhausted, apologizing and saying they are extremely short-staffed today, so the food might take a while. Randolph laughs, telling him to take his time. About an hour later, no food. Randolph is staring at the table, his stomach growling, while Rice Cake lies flat on the wood. The other knights have drank several rounds on empty stomachs, and one has already passed out face first on the table. Kang Yoon looks around, noticing that almost nobody in the crowded tavern has received their food. Suddenly, a loud crash of metal echoing from the kitchen breaks the silence. Randolph and Kang Yoon slide open the kitchen door to investigate. They find the elderly owner scrambling on the floor, trying to clean up a spilled sauce. The owner sighs, explaining that his wife hurt her back, so he is trying to cook in her place. But the truth is, he has absolutely no talent for cooking. Kang Yoon looks at the pan on the stove, containing a sad, gray, and soggy pile of meat. He steps forward, introducing himself as a professional chef, and asks if he can taste it. He takes a small bite of the meat. The owner looks at him, sweating, hoping for a miracle. But our guy's internal assessment is brutal. It is salty, sour, undercooked, and the spices are clashing so hard they are practically waging a civil war in his mouth. He realizes serving this to paying customers would be a complete disaster. The owner starts tearing up, admitting he was too stubborn and just ended up making his regular customers wait, but he still wants to feed the people who stayed. Kang Yoon looks at him, his chef pride activated, and asks if it is okay if they change the menu slightly. He immediately steps into the courtyard, dragging out a massive festival-sized iron pot. Tori jumps down underneath, flexing her flames to act as the burner. Kang Yoon starts pouring in fresh water, preparing the base. The owner watches from the door, completely bewildered. Just then, Randolph runs up, shouting that he found a legendary new item from the castle storage. He raises a massive, shiny, brand new steel garden shovel. Kang Yoon smiles, telling Tori to blast the steel with fire to sterilize it. The metal glows under the intense heat. Perfect. The owner asks what on earth he is planning to make with a giant pot and a shovel. Kang Yoon grabs a massive wooden barrel of raw pork and dumps it straight into the pot. The owner panics, screaming that cooking that much meat at once will make it impossible to season evenly. Kang-yoon just smiles, his eyes sharp. He raises the giant shovel and plunges it into the meat, stirring it with ease thanks to his superhuman strength. Jeuk Bokkeum, the legendary Korean spicy stir-fried pork. When you need to feed an entire army of hungry knights, there is absolutely no substitute. Our guy is currently standing in a medieval kitchen courtyard, holding a steel garden shovel like a weapon. He drops the blade straight into a mountain of raw pork, ready to mass-produce the ultimate Korean street food, Jeuk Bokkeum. Because when you have 50 hungry soldiers waiting, you do not cook with a spatula, you cook with a spade. The tavern owner is having a full-blown existential crisis, but Randolph just slaps him on the back and tells him to trust the process. The owner looks skeptical, but seeing the legendary knight captain act as a personal hype man is enough to quiet him down. Kang-yoon looks down at the bricks and calls out his secret weapon. Tori pops out and immediately goes full flamethrower, blasting a steady stream of heat directly under the iron pot. Our guy grips the wooden handle with both hands and starts churning the meat like he's mixing concrete on a construction site. Thanks to his passive physical buff, he is tossing 50 pounds of pork into the air like it is nothing. The owner and Randolph are standing there with their mouths open, watching a kid perform heavy machinery labor with a smile. But Kang-yoon's internal monologue is completely deadpan. Anyone who has survived a draft in the Korean military knows how to handle a shovel in the kitchen. He dumps in a massive bucket of red pepper powder and chopped vegetables, the red steam rising into the sunset. Tori is currently wearing tiny boxing gloves and protective headgear, keeping the fire at a perfect simmer. The sweet, spicy aroma of caramelized onions and seasoned pork fills the entire alleyway. He does one final, massive sweep with the shovel, sealing the juices. The elderly owner is making small, confused noises as the sauce thickens into a perfect glisten. He has been running this tavern for 40 years, and he has never seen someone treat a garden tool like a Michelin-starred implement. Meanwhile, back at table 6, the situation is looking dire. The knights have been drinking heavy ale on empty stomachs for over an hour. One of them is currently trying to have a deep conversation with a wooden table, while the other has officially entered a temporary coma from severe lack of food. Just as they are about to carry their fallen comrade out, a steaming plate slams down onto the wood. Table 6, your stir-fried meat is ready. Look at that glisten. It is red, bubbling, and smells like absolute heaven. The dead knight immediately wakes up from his coma, his eyes locked onto the pork. The first knight shoves a forkful into his mouth, and his brain instantly ascends to the astral plane with a full firework display. It is completely different from the bland, salty meat they usually eat. It's hot, it's sweet, and it is highly addictive. They are sweating, panting, and immediately demanding more ale to wash down the glorious heat. The dead knight is currently chugging straight from the barrel, slamming it down on the table with newfound life. He declares that this is the greatest drinking snack in the history of the kingdom. Randolph slides over, shouting to the kitchen to bring out 4 more servings immediately. He expects to wait, but the owner slides another plate down in about 3 seconds. The knights are confused. Why is the food suddenly coming out at Mach speed? They look around and realize the entire tavern is currently eating red pork, and rice cake is casually strolling past tables like a tiny supervisor. Kang-yoon sits down, telling them to take it easy. He made enough in that giant pot to feed a small village. The blue-haired knight is panting from the spice, his face turning red. Kang-yoon slides a plate of fresh, green, leafy vegetables toward him. If you eat it like this, it tastes even better. He places a piece of jeuk directly onto the leaf, explaining the art of the Korean psalm. The knight looks at the raw leaf skeptically, wondering if this is some kind of human salad. He takes a bite, trying to nibble on the edge. Our guy's eyes instantly turn sharp. A wrap is meant to be eaten in one bite. He literally shoves the entire thing into the knight's face. The knight is chewing frantically, his cheeks puffed out like a squirrel. And then his eyes light up. The crisp, cool crunch of the fresh vegetable perfectly cuts through the heavy grease and intense spice. It is not just balancing the heat, it is a completely harmonious flavor profile. He declares he could eat 10 more wraps alone, while the other knights start wrestling over the remaining leaves. Out in the dining room, a regular customer asks the owner if his wife finally learned how to season food. The owner looks up, his face full of respect, and points directly at the kids sitting at table 6. The entire tavern immediately erupts into cheers, raising their mugs to the shovel chef who saved their night. Randolph stands up, declaring that drinks are on him tonight, and cheers to our guy. Kang Yoon panics, telling him he has to work tomorrow, but Randolph is already dragging him into the circle. They shove a wooden mug into his hands. Cheers. There is no escaping a night captain when he wants to celebrate. Over in the corner, Rice Cake is walking around with an empty bowl on his head, looking for a target to manipulate for scraps. Tori is sitting on a table, happily munching on a seasoned leaf. The knights are currently fighting over the last pieces of meat, and Kang Yoon just smiles, letting himself enjoy the warmth of a job well done. The night transitions into a starry sky, and then the sun rises over a very different building. We are back on Earth. Kang Yoon wakes up in his bedroom in Yongpyeong Village, sitting up slowly. He stretches, realizing his head is completely clear. He drank 5 mugs of heavy medieval ale and doesn't have a single trace of a hangover. He decides the passive wolf's heart blessing is the greatest cheat code ever invented. He heads to the bathroom, ready to wash his face and start the diner service with full energy. He reaches for the metal faucet and flips the lever. A high-pitched hiss echoes through the pipes, and a jet of pressurized water blasts him directly in the face. He just stands there, soaking wet, staring at the ceiling. The main pipe under the sink has officially burst, turning his bathroom into a miniature indoor pool. The front door clicks open, and Minho, the local young farmer, peeks his head in. He was nearby when Kang Yoon called for emergency help. He walks into the living room and freezes, seeing Kang Yoon and Rice Cake both standing there dripping wet and looking depressed. Minho immediately gets to work, kneeling under the sink to shut off the main water valve. He sighs, saying he locked it for now, but the actual pipe joint is rusted through. Kang Yoon asks if they can call a plumber, but Minho says the only plumber in the area is busy and can't make it until tomorrow morning at the earliest, which means the diner is officially closed for the day. Kang Yoon has a vague feeling of defeat washing over him. He thanks Minho for the help, offering to cook him some breakfast, but Minho scratches his head and declines. It is currently the peak of the autumn harvest season, and he has a massive field to manage. He smiles warmly, saying he needs to finish up quickly so he has time to go home and see his baby daughter Hain. He says she is growing so fast every single day, and he doesn't want to miss a single second of her childhood. Kang Yoon looks at his tired eyes and realizes the gentle giant is completely overworked. He gets a mischievous sparkle in his eyes. Well, someone just happens to have been forced into a temporary leave today. Would you like an extra pair of hands? Cut to the radish field. Our guy is standing under the bright sun, staring at a horizon of green leafy tops. The field is comically massive. He is wondering how many acres of manual labor he just signed up for. Minho notes that it rained yesterday, so the soil is damp and the radishes should pop out easily. He reaches into his bag and hands Kang Yoon a giant, round, red cushion. It is a traditional Korean farming butt cushion. You strap it to your waist so you can sit and slide along the dirt rows without destroying your knees. Kang Yoon straps it on, looking behind him, while Rice Cake stares at him with an expression of pure, unadulterated judgment. Minho bows, saying he needs to go check on the jujube trees first and will be back later. Our guy rolls up his sleeves and declares that Dad's forced leave project is officially underway. Sila and Tori let out a tiny battle cry. Kang Yoon reaches down, gripping the thick green leaves of a giant radish. He pulls. Thanks to his permanent physical buff, the radish pops out of the damp soil like a cork from a bottle. Pop. He grabs another one. Pop. Tori joins in, using her earth spirit magic to loosen the dirt under the roots. Pop, pop, pop. The autumn sun shines through the red maple leaves as the trio works down the rows. Kang Yoon slides along on his red cushion, realizing this cheap foam invention is actually a masterpiece of agricultural engineering. He wipes some dirt off his cheek, his breath catching. Even with his superhuman strength, pulling hundreds of giant vegetables is physically exhausting. He holds a newfound, deep respect for traditional farmers. He stands up, calling out to Rice Cake and Tori to take a break. He looks over toward the edge of the field and freezes. Minho's wife, Sujin, is sitting on the wooden porch of her house, gently rock-sinking with baby Hyun. She has a giant radish sitting next to the baby on the bench for comparison, and the radish is literally bigger than the child. Minho and Kang Yoon walk through the farm gate, dragging their feet in absolute exhaustion. Sujin looks up, holding the baby, and asks Minho why they both look like they just survived a battlefield. Minho sits down, staring at the floor with a dark shadow over his face. We finish the harvest, including tomorrow's portion. Sujin looks at him, totally speechless, and tells them they should have paced themselves. Minho grabs Kang-yoon by the shoulders, shaking him, and screams that our guy's true talent is actually farming, not cooking. Kang-yoon is sweating, trying to explain that he didn't do it alone, pointing down at Rice Cake and Tori, who are currently pretending to be standard, innocent pets. But Minho is not listening. He is convinced he just witnessed a God-sent farming prodigy. As dusk settles over the country house, smoke rises from the chimney. Inside, Sujin pours a thick, milky stream of cold Korean makgeolli into a brass bowl. Kang-yoon takes a massive gulp, his throat working. He lets out a happy sigh. Nothing on earth tastes better than ice-cold rice wine after a hard day of physical labor. Sujin sets down a large, steaming pot in the center of the low table. It is braised mackerel with radish. She smiles, saying she used the fresh radishes they harvested today, which are incredibly sweet and tender. Kang-yoon picks up a thick piece of radish with his chopsticks. He has eaten high-end restaurant versions, but this is his first time eating one pulled from the dirt just hours prior. He places it in his mouth. It melts on his tongue instantly. The rich, spicy, and slightly sweet braising sauce has penetrated all the way to the core of the vegetable. The savory oil of the autumn mackerel coats the radish, creating a perfect rustic harmony. And knowing that he was the one who pulled this radish out of the earth makes the flavor taste even sweeter. Sujin tells her husband to eat too, but Minho is not looking at the food. He is currently holding baby Hyun's tiny hands, staring at her face. He asks his daughter who she got her pretty face from, completely lost in his own world. Kang-yoon smiles, eating his rice. This man is the definition of a doting girl dad. Minho looks up, his face soft, and says that no matter how exhausting the farm work is, one look at his daughter instantly refills his energy bar. Kang-yoon gently reaches out and baby Hyun wraps her tiny fingers around his pinky. Minho thanks him again, asking if he volunteered to help today because of what he said about wanting to spend time with her. Kang-yoon just smiles, saying he was thankful for Minho's help with the water pipe and wanted to return the favor. He says the people who helped him the most when he was a broken, tasteless chef adjusting to this village were Minho and the chief. Suddenly, Minho's shoulders start shaking, and he buries his face in his hands. Sujin sighs, telling Kang-yoon to ignore him because her husband has become a total crybaby ever since the baby was born. She laughs, saying Minho is just deeply touched by his words, but Kang-yoon can see the genuine, raw gratitude in his eyes. Sujin and Minho nod in unison, and Kang-yoon's sweat drops, wondering how they can look so identical when they react. He looks down at his bowl. Indeed, close friends start to resemble each other over time. Out in the yard, Rice Cake and Tori are currently investigating a ladybug on a blade of grass, their heads moving in perfect sync. Suddenly, baby Hyun starts wiggling on the wooden floor next to her father. She rolls onto her stomach, pushing herself up with her tiny arms. Her knees bend, and she slowly, unsteadily pushes herself up onto her 2 feet. She is standing, fully upright, balancing on her own. Minho and Kang-yoon's jaws drop so low they practically hit the floorboards. Minho bursts into a torrent of dramatic, sobbing tears, screaming about her first steps and already worrying about her future wedding day. Sujin just giggles, watching her daughter take a tiny, wobbly step forward. As the sun sets over the cozy country house, the sound of laughter and dramatic sobbing echoes into the evening sky. Our guy's plumbing is still broken, but looking at this family, he is thinking he doesn't mind staying closed for one more day. After surviving a literal coup in the forest and a massive kitchen takeover in the city, we are back on Earth. Our guy is currently sitting on Minho's porch, talking about his family living overseas. He mentions that during his star chef days, holidays meant absolute hell in the kitchen, so he never even thought about taking a vacation. Minho notes that since he has quit the city life, he can finally enjoy a real peaceful Chuseok holiday this year. Kang-yoon looks up. Chuseok is indeed just around the corner. For the first time in his life, he might actually get to experience a normal holiday like everyone else. The next morning, the sun rises over his quiet country diner in Yongpyong village. Kang-yoon is standing in his living room looking incredibly hyped. He is fully dressed in a beautiful blue traditional hanbok and his pets are matching. Rice Cake is currently wearing a tiny blue hanbok and a traditional hat, barking proudly while Tori looks on in pure envy. Our guy is feeling himself, thinking you absolutely cannot celebrate Chuseok without dressing for the occasion. The plan is simple. Watch the festive holiday specials on television, eat some snacks on the sofa, and finally watch that movie he has been meaning to see for 5 years. He bought a massive plate of assorted pancakes and fritters from the local market, and the pets are already digging in. He looks at the store-bought food, wondering briefly if he should have cooked something himself, but decides lazy is better. Suddenly, a very familiar, loud voice echoes through his front yard. The village chief is standing at the door wearing his signature speed shades and immediately praises Kang Yoon's outfit. Kang Yoon opens the door, deadpanning that the diner is officially closed today. The chief just laughs, saying he knows our guy was planning on sitting at home alone like a hermit. He grabs him by the sleeve, dragging him straight toward the village hall. Inside, the local elders are already frying fresh pancakes on portable burners, gossiping and laughing. The kids are running around, playing traditional Ute Nori, and cheering loudly. Kang Yoon is completely bewildered by the sudden shift in energy. The chief explains that in the countryside, the senior centers and village halls are the absolute place to be during holidays. People gather to share food, drink, and welcome back anyone who traveled from the city. And speaking of regulars, Kang Yoon spots the master painter Gi-hoon and the muscle pianist Jung-won sitting on the floor. Gi-hoon proudly states that since they officially moved here, they are Yongpyong residents now, so joining village events is mandatory. Sang-hoo and Mi-young immediately spot their favorite chef and drag him to sit between them. The chief pushes him down, announcing that it is time for the ultimate Yongpyong holiday tradition. An auntie walks in, carrying a massive steel bowl, and slams down a colossal mound of fresh songpyeon dough. Our guy is staring at the mountain of dough like he just walked into a construction zone. The chief says making these sweet rice cakes together is a classic tradition. Sang-hoo flexes, claiming he needs dough every year, and promises to make a bunch for Kang Yoon. Mi-young gets highly competitive, declaring a match to see who can mold the best ones. The chief tells the young chef to show off his elite skills, while Rice Cake and Tori inspect the sweet bean fillings. Kang Yoon just sweat drops, pointing out that he is technically a Western cuisine chef, not a traditional baker. But seeing everyone laughing and drinking, his chef instinct starts to tick. He decides to join in. He asks Mi-young if she has a toothpick to help mold the details. Meanwhile, the master painter Gi-hoon is smirking, claiming he is an absolute expert at anything hands-on, and he proceeds to sculpt a flawless, highly detailed geometric white marble-style head out of rice dough. Not to be outdone, the muscle pianist Jung-won boasts about his artistic finesse, and he holds up a giant neon green pumpkin songpyeon that is literally the size of a bowling ball. The traditional country auntie stands behind them, looking at their art, with a face full of pure existential dread. She immediately unloads verbally, asking if they are children and telling them to make normal shapes that people can actually eat. She turns to Kang Yoon, asking if the professional chef also made some ridiculous nonsense. Kang Yoon nervously asks if they were supposed to stick to basic half-moons and holds up a perfectly detailed, incredibly realistic pink peach persimmon songpyeon, complete with a tiny, delicate green leaf sculpted on top. The auntie's eyes widen. She instantly changes her tune, telling Kang Yoon he can do whatever he wants because talent gets a free pass. They put the completed tray into the giant steamer. The lid lifts, and the hot steam clears, revealing a sparkling array of cooked, colorful rice cakes. The chief laughs, and they start brushing on fresh, fragrant sesame oil to make them shine. Kang Yoon holds up his peach cake, feeling a strange sense of holiday pride. Sang-gu runs up, tugging his sleeve, and holds up a green, dinosaur-shaped songpyeon, telling him to try it. Kang Yoon is touched, asking if he can really eat something the kid worked so hard on. Sang-gu beams, saying he made it especially for his favorite uncle. Our guy looks at the clumsy, slightly deformed green dinosaur and takes a bite with a warm smile, thanking him. In the corner, Rice Cake and Tori are currently executing a coordinated raid on the sweet sesame fillings. Sang-hoo and Mi-young are comparing their triceratops and starfish creations, while Jung-won bites into his giant cake and complains that Gi-hoon forgot to put any sweet filling inside. Later, Kang Yoon steps out into the sunny yard to take a phone call from his mother. She says she was worried he would be lonely in the countryside on Chuseok because he doesn't have many friends. He laughs, telling her he is currently celebrating with the entire village. She sounds proud, admitting she expected him to be sitting alone on a couch watching movie reruns from 5 years ago. Our guy is sweating, wondering if she secretly installed security cameras in his living room. He tells her he is having a great holiday. Suddenly, the back door flies open and the kids Gi-hoon and Jung-won run out carrying kites, shouting for him to join them. Rice Cake is riding on the kite cart, barking with joy. Kang Yoon tells his mom to hold on, warning Rice Cake not to bite the kite strings. He laughs over the phone, his heart feeling completely light. This kind of noisy, crowded country holiday is actually not bad at all. Meanwhile, in the sunlit, high-mana forest of the fantasy world, Scylla is standing before an elven elder, proposing to invite Kang-yoon to their upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. The elder is surprised Scylla trusts a human this much, but she notes he is no ordinary human. Hidden behind a nearby tree, a young elf girl mutters to herself. A few days later, we open on a quiet morning at Grandpa's traditional estate. Rice Cake is currently wielding a feather duster, dusting off a bookshelf. Tori is sliding a rag across the wooden floor with her tiny paws, looking highly professional. In the yard, she is desperately struggling to pull a thick weed out of the dirt, growling with effort. Kang-yoon looks out from the sliding doors, telling her she doesn't have to push herself so hard. It is a bright, clear autumn day in Yongpyong. Our guy has decided today is the official deep cleaning day for his grandfather's estate. He realizes he has been using the portal every week, but hasn't done any actual maintenance on the house. As he dusts the old wooden bookshelf, his hand stops on a thick, dusty book. He pulls it out, realizing it is a scrapbook. His late grandfather had carefully cut out and collected every single newspaper and magazine article about Kang-yoon's star chef career in Seoul. He turns the pages, looking at pictures of his younger, arrogant self holding culinary trophies and prepping plates in pristine white uniforms. His eyes go soft. Seeing his past self brings back the dark memories of his final days in Seoul. The fingers pointing at him, the whispering, the toxic online comments calling him a talentless fraud, mocking his personality and claiming his success was pure media manipulation, the absolute crushing weight of mental pressure that cornered him in a dark, messy apartment room, leaving him completely broken. The memories of shattering plates on the kitchen floor, and the sudden terrifying realization that his brain had blocked his taste buds entirely, a psychogenic ageusia that ended his career in a single afternoon. He wanted to give up on everything, which is why he fled to this sleepy country village in the first place. Suddenly, a tiny bark breaks his train of thought. Rice Cake is standing there, wearing a yellow cleaning bandana and pointing his nose toward his empty bowl, demanding food. Kang-yoon smiles, his dark memories instantly dissolving. He remembers stepping into his grandfather's storage shed by chance, finding the swirling bilateral cosmic portal on the wooden floor, and meeting a tiny white wolf pup who would become his proxy palate. He remembers cooking pork cutlets to cure a pregnant woman's morning sickness and promising to recreate the nostalgic clam soup for the master painter. Through those simple country meals, he slowly rebuilt his confidence. He forged alliances with knights, beastmen, and elves, realizing that cooking is not about rigid rules, it is about bringing comfort to the people you care about. And without even realizing it, his physical trauma had healed and his taste buds returned to 100%. He walks out of the study feeling incredibly grateful. He steps into the yard and finds Tori has collapsed on the dirt, completely flattened and round like an orange pancake. Kang-yoon sweat drops, realizing her version of cleaning the yard was just eating all the weeds she pulled. He picks her up, asking Rice Cake what they should make for a sweet reward. Tori starts crying with dramatic, watery eyes, begging for a snack. Our guy sets up the traditional fireplace, lighting a cozy wood fire. He wraps some sweet potatoes in foil, burying them directly in the hot embers. The wood crackles and the sweet, caramelized scent of roasting sugar begins to fill the courtyard. He rolls out a hot, black-skinned sweet potato onto the dirt, and the pets tilt their heads in confusion. He peels back the burnt skin, revealing a steaming, golden yellow, sugary interior. Traditional fire-roasted sweet potatoes, an absolute masterpiece of autumn comfort. He remembers his grandfather always prepping these as dessert when he visited as a child. No matter how full he was, he would always finish them to the very last bite, his face covered in soot. Such a warm, fond memory. He blows on the hot potato, cooling it down, and feeds a piece to Rice Cake and Tori, who devour it in seconds. He juggles the hot potato in his hands, blowing on it, and takes a massive bite. He chews, his cheeks puffing out as he tries to handle the intense heat. But the caramelized, honey-like sweetness of a freshly roasted sweet potato is completely irresistible. He decides to upgrade the next batch, pulling out some cheese and butter. He splits the potato, stuffing it with thick slices of cheese that instantly melt into a gooey stretch, and another one with fresh butter that melts into a rich golden glaze. He holds them out, telling them to try these upgraded versions. He starts laughing. Rice Cake and Tori have gone absolute wild, stuffing their faces so hard that they have black soot smeared all over their muzzle and paws. Rice Cake looks up, his white head covered in black streaks. Kangyun deadpans that his pet currently looks exactly like a Siamese cat. Rice Cake lets out an offended bark. The pets lunge at him in revenge, and the yard becomes a chaotic blur of laughter. Kangyun sits on the porch, soot on his cheek, and looks up at the sky. He wonders if his grandfather knew about the portal in the storage shed. He remembers a memory of his grandfather gently placing a hand on his head. If you ever want to rest, come visit here anytime. You don't need to think too hard about it, like on a day with too much homework, or a day when you are too tired and need to catch your breath. Come here to rest anytime. Kangyun smiles, tears prickling his eyes. Grandpa, thanks to you, I'm doing well. A gentle breeze blows, and we transition back to the high fantasy forest. Our guy has set up his camping chair in a blue tent in a sunny green clearing. He is leaning back, fully relaxing. The gentle breeze and sunlight are absolute paradise. Nearby, Rice Cake is chasing moles popping out of holes, barking and sliding across the grass. Behind a thick tree trunk, the young orange-haired elf girl is spying on him, muttering about his presence. A squirrel suddenly drops onto her head, startling her. She loses her footing, screaming, and plummets headfirst out of the branches. Kangyun lazily calls out for his pets to play nice. He yawns, telling them they will eat later and not to go too far. Suddenly, a high-pitched KYLA echoes through the clearing, and a massive crashing thud shakes the bushes right next to his tent. Kangyun sits up slowly, looking over his shoulder. Rice Cake and Tori stop, staring at the bushes with complete shock. A voice starts screaming apologies, saying their kids were just playing too rough. Kangyun parts the leaves and finds a young, orange-haired elven girl lying face down in the dirt, groaning in embarrassment. She looks up, her face turning bright red as she asks if she just fell from a tree. Kangyun stares at her, a massive wave of déjà vu hitting his brain. Another elven girl falling from the sky right into his camp. So, we pick up right where we left off. Our clumsy little orange-haired spy has just face-planted into the dirt. She is currently having a massive crisis because she's supposed to be an elite forest inspector, and instead she just got taken out by gravity. Our guy naturally asks if she's okay, which apparently is the worst thing he could have done. He realizes she has pointed ears and looks pretty young, but she is already giving him the ultimate death stare. He tries to be nice, asking if his pet startled her, but she isn't buying it. She starts screaming that being kind is a trap to steal elf secrets. Our guy is just standing there with a face full of question marks. She calls out her spirit owl, Sophie, and decides to make a dramatic exit. She calls it a strategic retreat because admitting you're terrified is bad for the brand. She tells him to wait and see, leaving him standing under a literal rain of leaves. Very dramatic. He casually pulls a leaf off his face, wondering if she is somehow related to Scylla. Right on cue, Scylla steps out of the bushes. She confirms the suspect was indeed her little sister Aura. Scylla spots our guy cooking and looks a bit embarrassed. She asks if Aura was rude, explaining that elves who never leave the village are incredibly paranoid of other races. Our guy plays it cool and says it was fine, but behind his back, Rice Cake and Tori are holding signs admitting they basically caused the whole thing. Scylla sighs in relief. She explains that the elven coming-of-age ceremony is happening soon, and Aura is one of the candidates. Usually this festival is strictly a closed-door event for their own kind, but she wants to invite him as a special guest. He is shocked. This is huge. Scylla smiles and says his presence in the forest has genuinely changed their perspective. Our guy is excited, but he remembers the orange twin-tailed hurricane who just ran away. Before he can even accept, a wild Noah appears. He casually drops in holding Mona and announces they are coming too. Scylla is not having it. She never invited the beastmen, but Noah has his argument fully prepared. Elves are stubborn, so our guy needs proper muscle bodyguards in case they try anything. Scylla is clearly exhausted by this logic, but she agrees to ask the elder. Our guy is just hoping he doesn't get instantly ejected on arrival. He remembers Aura's angry face and has a bad feeling about this. But Noah and Mona are already packing their bags. Soon, they are traveling through the deep elven woods. Scylla is still surprised the Grand Elder actually agreed to let a human and 2 beastmen in. Noah calls him a flexible leader while Scylla tells him to stay close. The forest is incredibly dense and dark. The trees block out almost all the sunlight, creating an eerie, blue-tinted atmosphere. Every step feels heavy. There are weird, scaly blue things hanging from the branches and strange creatures watching them. It looks like a horror movie set. Our guy notes that the vibe is definitely off, but his wolf's heart blessing is keeping him completely chill. Mona is clinging to Noah's hair, terrified, while Noah tries to calm her down. Scylla explains this scary atmosphere is a natural security system to keep unwanted tourists out. Because of the high mana, there are a lot of unique plants and animals here. Suddenly, a tiny round-eared creature pops out. Our guy thinks it's adorable and reaches out his hand. The cute little plushie instantly opens its mouth to reveal a throat large enough to swallow a mailbox. Noah catches our guy by the collar and yanks him back. Scylla casually mentions she forgot to say the forest isn't completely safe. Yes, thank you for that timely warning. They keep walking, deeper into the blue fog. It's getting pitch black now. Our guy asks how much further they have to go. Scylla stops. She says they've arrived, but there is literally nothing there but empty trees. She reaches her hand out, and a glowing green butterfly spirit flutters down. Everyone looks up. She gently lets the spirit rest on her finger, and the magic begins. The dark forest suddenly bursts into a massive wave of sparkling green light. Thousands of uncontracted spirits begin to float through the air like magical lanterns. Mona and Rice Cake instantly lose their minds, chasing the glowing orbs like kittens. Even the stoic Noah is staring at a spirit in his palm, totally mesmerized. Scylla explains that the mana density outside the village is so high that even people with zero magic affinity can see them clearly. Tori Ham pops out to look at the spirit, and Noah is just confused by the tiny, round creature. A massive, swirling blue portal opens in the center of the clearing. Our guy's eyes widen. Through the rift, he can see a breathtaking city built into the canopy of giant trees. Scylla turns back, smiles, and welcomes them to the elf village. We step through the portal, and the view is absolutely stunning. The entire village is a masterpiece of wooden architecture suspended high above the forest floor. Our guy is completely speechless, but as they walk across the wooden bridge, someone is watching them from the balcony with a massive scowl. Yep, Aura is already planning his downfall. Scylla guides them to a beautiful garden structure covered in purple flowers. Our guy follows her inside, blinking as a magical butterfly flutters past. Standing in the center is the chief elder, looking like a serene, majestic grandpa with literal wooden antlers on his head. Our guy politely bows, wondering if this guy is like the village chief back on Earth. The elder welcomes them warmly, and his aura is so cozy it instantly puts everyone at ease. Noah steps forward to present a gift from Cassandra, the Beastman chief. He hands over a heavy bag and explains they are Melton Mountain worms. Our guy's face is literally pixelated in absolute horror as the giant purple worms start wriggling. The elder, however, is thrilled. Our guy slowly backs away, sweating, and decides it's time to offer his own gift. Scylla asks why he's standing so far away. He says he's just a little surprised by the worms. Understandable. He pulls out a small package. He explains it's a rose seed from Earth. Since Scylla mentioned elves love gardening, he's still shouting from across the room, which is hilarious. The elder looks at the tiny seed, confused. He's never heard of a rose. He closes his eyes and channels a massive burst of green plant magic into his hands. His eyes open, glowing with power, and he scatters the energy. Instantly, a massive garden of blooming pink roses erupts around him, filling the air with petals. The elder is completely stunned by the beauty of the flower. He gazes at the petals, clutching the rest of the seeds like they are pure gold. Our guy is relieved he didn't offend him. Scylla is just amused. The elder thanks them and invites them to explore the village since the festival is in full swing. Our guy is excited to see what an elven festival actually looks like. They walk out into the streets, which are decorated with beautiful hanging purple flowers. Scylla explains this festival is specifically for the kids who are reaching adulthood. Our guy asks Noah where they should go first, but Noah is currently busy keeping a firm grip on Mona's head. He reminds her that Cassandra promised severe consequences if she causes any trouble here. Mona looks obedient, but we all know that won't last long. Scylla suggests starting at the main plaza. She says there's a lot of unique things to see. They watch magical birds flying through the sky under a shower of flower petals. Scylla is in high spirits while our guy is carrying a wrapped package. They play games, buy cute animal masks, and wear flower garlands. Rice Cake and Mona are having the time of their lives. After a long day of walking, they finally sit down at an outdoor cafe. Our guy is wearing a pink flower lei and a wooden mask, holding a candy apple. He looks completely ridiculous. Beside him, Rice Cake, Mona, and Tori are completely collapsed on the table, their stomachs literally rumbling. Scylla quickly flags down a waiter and orders coal fries for the table. Our guy asks what coal is. Scylla explains it's a rare vegetable that only grows in their forest. It looks like a green asparagus stalk, but when fried, the magic happens. The kitchen prepares it by dipping it in batter and frying it to a perfect golden crisp. The hot plates arrive, smelling amazing. Our guy notes they look like giant fried asparagus. He takes a big bite, and to his absolute bewilderment, a thick, incredibly stretchy string of melted cheese pulls out from the center. Scylla chuckles. Even Noah is stretching a massive strand of cheese with a deadpan face. Scylla explains that coal has a unique property where its core completely melts like mozzarella at high temperatures. It's crunchy on the outside, soft and gooey on the inside, with a lingering sweetness. Our guy has to admit, it's a culinary masterpiece, but as he chews, his chef brain starts analyzing. The elves around them are happily eating it plain. Scylla notices his expression and asks if it doesn't suit his taste. He quickly says it's delicious, but Scylla tells him to be honest since everyone has different preferences. He looks at the fried stalk and asks if they ever eat it with any kind of sauce. Scylla is confused. Why would they need sauce when it's already perfect? Noah points out that if it's already good, a proper sauce would make it legendary, spoken like a true disciple. Our guy smiles, reaches into his backpack, and pulls out a literal stash of earth sauces. Worcestershire, ketchup, mustard, he is fully prepared. Meanwhile, Aura is searching the streets, holding a candy stick. She is determined to find the human and expose his true, corrupt face to the elders. Suddenly, she hears a massive commotion. A huge crowd of elves has gathered around a table, cheering. She pushes through the crowd, wondering what the hell is going on. Our guy is standing there, casually holding a bottle of Worcestershire sauce and explaining how fermented spices cut through the oil of fried food. The elves are practically drooling, begging to try it. Aura's jaw drops to the floor. Instead of exposing a villain, she just watched a human conquer her entire village with a single bottle of brown sauce, and she has no idea how to stop him. So, our guy is currently in the middle of a medieval elven village, unbuttoning his culinary cheat codes and explaining the complex chemistry of fermented Worcestershire sauce. Meanwhile, Aura is standing in the back with her eyes popping out, watching her entire isolationist tribe completely lose their minds over human seasoning. He was originally just trying to prep a quiet lunch for the main squad, but the appetizing aroma has turned the local tavern into a high-demand fan meeting. Scylla asks what he's whipping up next, and our guy is keeping it incredibly simple, just a classic high-tier soy-dipping sauce. You mix soy sauce, sesame oil, and a healthy spoonful of minced garlic, then hit it with red pepper powder, chopped scallions, and sesame seeds. Basic ingredients on Earth, but absolute wizardry in this high fantasy forest. Scylla dips a hot, crispy coal fry into the bowl, and her face immediately lights up as the savory, slightly fiery flavor cuts straight through the richness of the melted core. The crowd immediately goes feral, demanding the shop owner fry up 3 more batches. Our guy even brings out a side of tartar sauce, establishing absolute dominance. But while everyone is enjoying the feast, Aura is looking down at her flower lay, feeling completely left out of the massive group circle. The latecomer elves are practically sprinting over so they don't miss out, crowding around our guy like he's dropping a limited edition sneaker collab. Noah is currently holding Mona back, who is hissing like a tiny, angry orange cat. Scylla realizes the crowd is getting a bit too wild, so she tells our guy to step back for his own safety. He happily grabs his backpack and slides out of the chaos, letting the vendor handle the massive rush. He walks down the quiet wooden steps, reflecting on how well things are going, only to find Aura blocking his path at the bottom. He calls her by name and she immediately flinches, highly defensive. He rubs the back of his neck, explaining Scylla was bragging about her earlier, but Aura's expression stays completely cold. She looks away, noting how happy he seemed walking around the village. She tells him to just pack up and go home before the actual ceremony begins. Our guy can tell she is genuinely hurt, so he asks if they can talk for just a second. She snaps, screaming that she has zero interest in being friends with a human. Her voice cracks, and she looks up with tears pooling in her eyes. She calls him a selfish outsider, her face red with frustration, and reveals the real reason behind her hostility. Our guy is completely caught off guard. "Today is my coming-of-age ceremony," she cries, "but Big Sis is only paying attention to you." She feels entirely replaced on the most important day of her young life. She clutches her fists, shaking, and our guy's heart immediately sinks. He realizes he's been so caught up in exploring and cooking that he didn't even notice the impact of his presence. He smiles gently and delivers a sincere, unconditional apology. Aura freezes. She's been raised on books claiming humans are arrogant, self-serving monsters, so a human taking full responsibility for her sadness completely breaks her brain. Our guy tells her Scylla actually talks about her constantly. He recalls Scylla calling her a gifted child, a natural leader, and how much she wanted Aura to open her mind to the wider world. Scylla didn't bring him here to ignore her sister, she brought him to prove that good humans actually exist. Aura stands there, the realization hitting her like a freight train, totally overwhelmed by her own misunderstanding. Embarrassed and emotional, she turns around and sprints away. Our guy scratches his head, hoping he didn't make things worse. Suddenly, Scylla calls down to him from the balcony, telling him the ceremony is starting. She's super excited to watch Aura from the front row, completely unaware of the drama. The afternoon sun shines brightly over the central plaza. The chief elder raises his hands, announcing the traditional coming-of-age dance. He channels a beautiful purple aura, sending flower petals swirling through the air. The elven youth begin their performances, leaping with flutes and wooden shovels, manifesting elegant elemental spirits and fiery beasts. Finally, it's Aura's turn. Sophie sits on her wrist as she steps onto the high platform. She closes her eyes, trying to clear her mind. She kicks off, moving with incredible speed, and her spirit owl glows with vibrant green energy. Her blue eyes flare, but her thoughts are still completely chaotic. She conjures a massive howling hurricane of green leaves, performing high-altitude acrobatics far above the wooden bridges. But as she spins, she looks down, unleashing a final burst of magical wind that leaves the crowd cheering. Kangyun, Rice Cake, Tori, and Scylla are all smiling and waving from the front row. Aura locks eyes with him, realizing she let her own bias ruin her day, and her foot completely misses the edge of the high platform. She slips, plummeting headfirst toward the solid wooden deck below. Scylla screams her name, throwing herself off the bridge to catch her. Our guy reacts instantly, yelling for Tori Ham. Tori shoots forward, her cheeks puffing as she channels her earth mana. A massive, soft mound of fine sand explodes from the wooden deck, forming a perfect cushion. Scylla catches Aura mid-air, and they both crash safely onto Tori's emergency sand pit. Scylla holds her tightly, checking for injuries, while our guy runs over. Aura covers her red-hot face in absolute legendary embarrassment. Yeah, the landing was perfect, but Aura's pride has suffered critical, irreversible damage. She is currently wishing the ground would swallow her whole. A few hours later, she is resting in her treehouse bedroom under a massive green leaf blanket. She's sitting up with dark lines of absolute depression hovering over her head. Our guy and Scylla are standing nearby, looking at her like she's a fragile glass vase. Scylla sits on the edge of the bed, gently resting a hand on her knee. She tells her that mistakes happen to everyone and there's no use dwelling on it. Aura bites her lip, her eyes watering, and whispers that she's not embarrassed about the fall. She blushes furiously, shouting that she feels awful for taking all her anger out on Kangyun. She is deeply confused by how nice a human can be. She admits she was incredibly jealous, believing Scylla was being stolen away, and clutching her green blanket, she confesses her narrow views. Scylla looks at her, completely stunned. She realizes her own neglect. Without hesitation, Scylla pulls her into a tight, warm embrace. She apologizes, admitting she had no idea how lonely Aura had been feeling. Aura's eyes widen, and she bursts into loud, sobbing tears, burying her face in her sister's shoulder. Our guy watches this wholesome sibling reconciliation with a soft paternal smile. Under the glowing plant lantern, Scylla gently pats her back, asking if she feels a bit better. Aura nods, but suddenly, her stomach lets out a massive rumbling roar. Scylla immediately teases her, calling her a hungry baby, which makes Aura's face turn completely red. Our guy steps forward, smiling. He offers to cook a special celebration meal just for her. He heads outside to a custom wooden kitchen stall. Using his superhuman strength, he rapidly rolls out and cuts a massive block of fresh dough. Rice Cake is wagging his tail, watching the master at work, while the girls chat at the table. The shop owner happily lent him the kitchen since his modern dipping sauces brought in so much business earlier. Scylla asks Aura if she's ready to apologize properly to the chef. Aura blushes but nods, trying to act like a mature adult. Scylla smiles warmly, praising her growth, before playfully teasing her again, making her hiss like a kitten. Our guy returns, carrying a wooden tray with steaming hot bowls. Aura looks at the dish, intrigued. He presents a gorgeous bowl of kalguksu, thick, hand-cut noodles swimming in a rich, savory broth. He explains that where he's from, they eat long noodles together to celebrate happy milestones. He wanted to make her coming-of-age day truly special. Noah and Mona are already in the background, inhaling their bowls at supersonic speed. Aura twists the thick noodles around her fork, taking her first bite, and her eyes instantly transform into sparkling diamonds as the rich, comforting flavor explodes across her palate. Our guy smiles, genuinely happy to see her enjoy it. But the peaceful moment is immediately ruined. A group of local elves has gathered around the table, drawn by the incredible aroma. They crowd around, demanding to know what he cooked and asking if they can buy some. Silas starts to apologize, knowing our guy must be exhausted, but he just flashes a smug two-finger salute and says he came fully prepared. He opens a massive extra pot, telling the crowd to line up. Exactly 30 seconds later, Rice Cake and Tori are sitting next to a completely licked clean pot. Our guy's face is a mask of pure, sweat-drenched panic as he begs the horde of hungry elves for 30 minutes to make a fresh batch from scratch. He's frantically kneading dough in the background while Scylla laughs. Aura watches him work, her perspective on humans permanently transformed. Scylla reaches her hand out, suggesting they explore the rest of the festival. Aura's eyes light up, and she grabs Scylla's hand with a bright, happy smile. The next morning, quiet sunbeams filter through the treehouse window. Our guy and Rice Cake are fast asleep, looking like a pair of absolute slackers. A gentle knock on the door wakes him up. He rubs his eyes and walks out, finding Aura standing on the porch wearing a traveling cloak with her hood up. She tells him she came to say goodbye. She is leaving the forest to see the wider world as the final step of her coming-of-age tradition. He asks when she'll be back, and she says it might take a while. She suddenly thrusts her hand forward, dropping a small, heavy pouch into his palm. He looks at it, confused by the sudden gesture. She smiles softly, explaining she finally understands that good humans exist in the world. She wants to learn as much as Scylla has, and she is determined to make this journey count. She flashes one last, brilliant smile, thanking him. Our guy looks at her, deeply moved by her growth. He wishes her safe travels as she walks down the sunlit forest path, Sophie flying beside her. He watches her disappear into the green light, holding the pouch. Rice Cake immediately barks, asking if the gift is edible. Our guy chuckles, carefully untying the red string. He peers inside, and his eyes widen. It's a collection of massive glowing brown seeds. Scylla explains that this is actually a seed from the sacred spirit tree. These are exclusively given to elven youth who pass their coming-of-age trials, meaning Aura basically gave him her most valuable possession. Scylla is practically glowing with pride, telling him he should definitely keep it. She mentions it'll be incredibly beneficial for Tori Ham if he manages to grow it, which leaves our guy super confused. The Grand Elder is just chuckling in the background, fully enjoying the wholesome plot twist. He admits he originally invited a human into their sacred village purely out of curiosity, wanting to see what kind of anomaly could stand at the center of humans and beastmen, but now, he's genuinely glad he did. He asks if our guy will visit them again, and Kang Yoon eagerly accepts while Noah immediately drafts himself into the guest list. Scylla is already exhausted by the beastman's lack of boundaries. With the Elven Treaty officially solidified, our guy heads back to Earth. He decides to plant the magical seed in a simple clay pot, while Tori Ham pats the dirt like she's tucking a baby into bed. Our guy is a bit stressed because the only thing he's ever successfully grown is basic succulents. He stares at the plain soil, secretly excited to see what kind of crazy fantasy plant pops out of this thing. Suddenly, the front door bell rings, interrupting his thoughts. Yoongun and little Myung walk into the diner, carrying a heavy black plastic bag. They harvested some premium sticky rice today and wanted to share it with their favorite chef. Our guy tries to decline, but they politely drop it on him and head right back out. He walks outside, holding the bag, only to immediately run into Grandma Park. She thrusts a fresh bottle of home-pressed sesame oil directly into his hands. She tells him she has plenty of it and walks away before he can even formulate a thank you. Our guy is starting to sweat. He feels like he's caught in some kind of competitive country charity loop. But the absolute boss of village generosity has just spawned behind him. The village chief is casually marching down the road, carrying a colossal orange pumpkin on his shoulder like a light backpack. He's loudly bragging about his historic pumpkin harvest this year and drops the giant squash right onto our guy, smiling like a proud grandpa. Kang Yoon collapses onto the kitchen counter, staring at the massive pile of free ingredients. He's incredibly thankful, but his pride as a professional chef is taking a massive hit. He cannot let this level of unearned charity stand. Cook mode activated. He slams a massive kitchen knife directly into the pumpkin. Rice Cake and Tori watch from the corner, instantly recognizing that dangerous look in his eyes. He scoops out the interior, carefully saving the seeds as a premium snack for Tori. Using his optimized physical stats, he slices the tough skin like it's soft butter, shredding the sweet flesh into fine, uniform strips. He simmers a massive pot on the stove, the golden liquid bubbling and filling the kitchen with an incredibly rich aroma. He flashes a confident smile, having created the ultimate autumn return package. He packs everything up and marches over to the village hall. Inside, Grandma Park, Ungun, and the chief are sitting around a table enjoying some quiet afternoon tea. Suddenly, the heavy door is aggressively kicked open. Everyone turns around, completely startled. Our guy steps through the light, carrying a massive silver pot with Rice Cake acting as the ultimate helper. The elders immediately light up, welcoming him and offering to peel some fresh persimmons. He slams the giant pot onto the table, Rice Cake looking incredibly smug. Our guy tells them to hold off on the fruit and pulls back the cloth to reveal a massive basket of golden brown, crispy pumpkin pancakes. Next, he opens the pot, revealing a steaming, velvety smooth pumpkin porridge, and to wash it down, a large pitcher of ice-cold sweet pumpkin rice punch. The pumpkin trio set is officially served. Yoongun and Grandma Park are completely speechless at the lavish spread. The chief is deeply impressed, but before he can even reach for a spoon, Rice Cake steps forward, carefully balancing a bowl of porridge directly on his fluffy white head. The chief's heart completely melts, but when he tries to pet him, Rice Cake dashes away so fast he literally leaves afterimages. Grandma Park takes a bite of the warm porridge, and her eyes widen in absolute surprise. The natural sweetness of the pumpkin is incredibly concentrated, smooth, and deeply comforting. Yoongun takes a bite of the pancake, marveling at how light and crispy it is. Our guy stands back, crossing his arms and feeling a massive wave of pride. The ladies pull up a chair, insisting he sit down and enjoy his own creation. They tell him a true chef should always share the joy of the meal. He smiles warmly, pulling up a seat. He admits he hasn't even had a chance to taste this batch yet, but as he reaches for a spoon, he notices the village chief's chair is completely empty. Suddenly, the high-volume village loudspeaker outside begins to violently screech. Minho and the other radish farmers stop working, looking up in sheer confusion. The chief's voice blares across the entire county, announcing that their local celebrity chef is currently distributing free, heavenly pumpkin dishes. Our guy let out a vein-popping scream of pure, unadulterated embarrassment while Rice Cake casually continues to inhale pancakes. Back at the quiet, empty diner, the afternoon sun fades. The clay pot sits silently on the windowsill. Suddenly, the dark soil begins to gently rumble and shift. A vibrant, glowing green sprout pops out of the dirt, releasing a wave of pure mana. Meanwhile, a sleek black sedan is speeding down the winding mountain road toward Yangpyeong. The taxi driver is staring into his rearview mirror, completely starstruck. He asks if his passenger is indeed the famous brutal head critic from the TV cooking shows, and Hwang Dae-gil calmly confirms his identity, stating he is visiting a former junior today. He arrives at our guy's diner, looking around the quiet country estate. He finds a neat wooden sign hanging on the front door, closed this morning, decorated with a cute little paw print. Dae-gil sighs, wondering if he should try calling him on his phone. Inside the locked, dark restaurant, the phone is loudly ringing on the counter, proving our guy is executing the ultimate macho country move of simply not carrying one. Dae-gil lowers his phone as a local villager approaches from behind, asking if he's a customer. Dae-gil explains he's a friend of Kang-yoon, and the farmer reveals the diner is closed because the chef is helping out at the cabbage farm today. Dae-gil's brain completely short-circuits. The guy points down the road, telling him to go take a look. Dae-gil walks away, deeply confused, remembering Kang-yoon as an obsessive urban perfectionist who would never trust anyone else's hands with his ingredients. He arrives at a massive, breathtaking country valley cabbage field. His jaw drops as he realizes this isn't some tiny weekend backyard garden, it's a colossal commercial operation. He approaches a group of local aunts sitting on a blue tarp, asking for Kang-yoon. They look up, happily telling him the chef guy literally just left. They explain the local kids begged him to play, so he ran off with them. Dae-gil is trying to process the mental image of the cold, arrogant Michelin star prodigy playing tag with toddlers and looking totally dead inside. One of the aunts offers him an ice-cold Americano bottle, laughing about how Kang-yoon once gave her a massive lecture when she called it Italian dishwater. Dae-gil smiles, that's definitely our guy. She points to a truck piled high with freshly harvested cabbages, praising his incredible work ethic. They talk about how he always helps out the neighborhood, calling him a wonderfully sweet and good-natured young man. They advise Dae-gil to head over to the brothers' supermarket, drawing him a quick mental map. Dae-gil heads back to the village center, arriving at the local grocery store. A little kid with a high ponytail greets him, happily shouting that Uncle Kang-yoon just bought them all ice cream and ran off. Dae-gil is starting to wonder if this guy is secretly running a marathon today. But then he looks down and spots Sang-gu wrapped in a blanket on the floor, playing the baby role. Myung is wearing an apron, playing mom, and Miju is wearing glasses and a giant fur coat, aggressively screaming that babies don't talk and can only say goo goo gaga. Meanwhile, Cheolmin is standing in the corner holding a literal sign that says Haven, playing the late husband who is now a star in the sky because he simply refused to speak. Absolute peak side character behavior. Dae-gil crouches down, asking if they know where Kang-yoon went next. Sang-gu pauses his performance to reveal the chef went to install a flat-screen TV at the village hall. Miju adds that the village chief messed up his back trying to lift it, so Kang-yoon volunteered to do it for them. Dae-gil is silent, deeply moved by this completely unrecognizable version of his former junior. Sang-gu looks up, asking if he's here to drag their favorite uncle back to Seoul too. When Dae-gil says no, the kid flashes a brilliant, relieved smile, saying he hopes Kang-yoon stays in their village forever. Dae-gil stands up, realizing how deeply rooted our guy has become in this little community. He walks over to the Yongpyong village hall, the wind blowing the flags on the roof. The village chief opens the door, asking who he is. When Dae-gil asks for the chef, the chief sighs, saying Kang-yoon literally just left to go back to his diner. The chief invites him in for a drink, but Dae-gil politely declines. Through the open door, Dae-gil spots the elders happily gathered around the massive, high-definition TV Kang-yoon just mounted. On the screen is a broadcast of our guy on today's chef. The chief is boasting about how they can now watch his face in perfect quality. Dae-gil asks if they always watch his shows together, and the chief smiles warmly, saying that even though having a celebrity nearby is strange, living together in this town makes everyone feel like actual family. Dae-gil looks at his own face on the television screen, and a soft, genuine smile spreads across his face. The chief suddenly locks eyes with him, and Dae-gil turns around, realizing our guy has undergone a profound transformation. He walks back down the road toward the white diner building. This time, the front door is unlocked. Kang-yoon steps out, freezing in absolute shock. "Mr. Hwang Dae-gil?" Our guy asks what brings the country's most brutal head critic all the way out to the wilderness. Dae-gil smiles, admitting he finally understands why Kang-yoon's cooking style completely changed during that final television battle. He tells him he's clearly doing exceptionally well here. Our guy looks around his completely empty guest-free restaurant, wondering if this legendary critic is casually mocking him to his face. Suddenly, the front door bell violently jingles. The muscle pianist Jong Hwan and painter Gi-hoon barge in, loudly complaining about how starving they are. They freeze when they spot the legendary TV judge standing at the counter. The three elder titans of their respective industries stare at each other in absolute silence. Jong Hwan points, shouting that he recognizes Dae-gil from TV, while Dae-gil is equally shocked to see world-class artists living in a country village. Our guy is just standing in the middle, looking completely dead inside as they exchange celebrity pleasantries. Gi-hoon suggests they all sit down and enjoy a meal together. Kang-yoon is panicking in the background because he still hasn't heard the actual question Dae-gil wanted to ask him. Dae-gil chuckles, telling him there's no rush and they can discuss business after they eat. Our guy sighs, tying his apron and telling them they can order whatever they want. Hwang Dae-gil looks him dead in the eyes and requests a single plate of carbonara. Our guy's eyes widen. Carbonara? The exact greasy, high-fat cream pasta that Dae-gil notoriously destroyed on national television? What is the brutal critic actually testing here? Our guy is currently standing in his own kitchen, holding his temple and trying to understand why a legendary food critic who openly despises carbonara just ordered a plate of carbonara. Dae-gil literally confirms he still hates the dish, leaving our guy completely in the dark. He gets to work anyway, his chef brain immediately analyzing the situation. Traditional Italian carbonara relies on pecorino romano cheese, which has a remarkably pungent, salty smell that tends to heavily divide Korean diners. He flashes back to the final round of the TV broadcast, where Dae-gil officially announced him as the winner despite looking completely miserable while tasting the competitor's traditional Italian plate. Dae-gil had openly admitted he hated the overpowering, gamey smell of the sheep's milk cheese, while our guy's former assistant frantically covered his mouth, begging him to just take the W and shut up. Kang Yoon smiles, admitting he was pretty immature and overly defensive back then. He sets the block of traditional cheese down and grabs a fresh carton of heavy cream, butter, and a couple of plump garlic cloves. If the critic hates the pungent, dry sheep cheese smell, then it's time to completely customize the recipe to his specific taste buds. He walks back out to the dining area carrying the finished plates, realizing the absolute state of this table is completely unhinged. You have a world-famous painter, a legendary muscle pianist, and the country's most feared food critic casually bickering over pasta. He presents the glistening, creamy, customized carbonara. Daegil narrows his eyes, immediately spotting the deviation. He notes the presence of garlic and cream, and our guy proudly confirms he adapted the recipe to be more approachable. Daegil twirls a massive clump of noodles around his fork, takes a bite, and quietly admits that it is delicious and he actually enjoys it. But then, the critic in him wakes up. He points out that adding garlic and cream isn't an improvement of traditional Italian carbonara, it's a complete deviation from the classic rules. He asks what changed to make a Michelin purist like Kang Yoon abandon the rulebook. Our guy stands tall, holding his tray and looks at the empty plate. He admits he used to be a gatekeeper who valued rigid European rules over everything else, but moving to Yongpyong village completely shattered that perspective. Rules are important, he says, looking at Daegil with pure sincerity, but the absolute most important thing for a chef is to make the guests sitting in front of them happy. Daegil is completely stunned by the sheer maturity of the answer. He twirls another forkful of pasta, taking another bite and admitting the garlic flavor genuinely makes it hit different. Gi-hoon and Jong-won are holding their breath, relieved the two didn't start a physical brawl in the dining room. Daegil sets his fork down, his rigid posture softening. He confesses that his entire career has been dedicated to preserving and showing traditional Korean cuisine to the world, but traditional Korean dining involves serving dozens of side dishes, which creates a massive amount of food waste in the modern era because younger crowds find some textures and flavors outdated. His own kitchen staff had begged him to adapt, suggesting they transition to a trendy one-plate fusion style to reduce waste. But Daegil had stubbornly shut them down, believing beauty lies strictly in unyielding tradition. He closes his eyes, admitting he was wrong. Seeing Kang Yoon's customized carbonara made him realize that adapting to the guest's comfort isn't a betrayal of craft, it is the ultimate form of respect. He stares at his empty plate, feeling a mixture of relief and a little bit of bitter self-reflection. Our guy is panicking, wondering if he accidentally broke the country's top critic with a plate of garlic noodles. Daegil stands up, thanking him for the food and saying he got the answer he came for. Kang Yoon is shocked he's leaving so soon, but Jong-won isn't letting him off the hook that easily. The pianist grabs his sleeve, declaring that they cannot let a legendary summit end without a proper celebration. He points out they haven't even had a real conversation yet and suggests they all move the party to his massive country estate. Our guy is immediately dragged along, helpless against the collective old head energy. Soon the sun sets over the mountain valley and they arrive at Jong-won's luxurious modern mansion. The house is absolutely stunning, featuring a massive gourmet kitchen and a towering two-story living room with a sleek grand piano sitting in the center. Our guy and his pets walk in, looking around like they just stepped into a billionaire's catalog. Jong-won marches over to the grand piano, sitting down on the bench with an air of pure, professional focus. He raises his large, scarred hands, resting them gently on the keys. As his fingers move, a wave of incredibly complex, beautiful classical music fills the massive room. Ji-hoon and Daegil are completely relaxed, but our guy's eyes suddenly go wide. This melody is ridiculously familiar. He flashes back to the village kids shoving a smartphone in his face, begging him to stream their favorite song. He looks at the muscular, legendary classical pianist, realizing the guy is currently playing a highly complex, classical piano cover of a mainstream K-pop girl group idol song. Our guy is shouting in absolute disbelief, asking why on earth a classical god is playing K-pop idol music. Jong-won doesn't even open his eyes, completely locked into his performance. He raises his hand, shifting keys with dramatic, concert-level flair, and the melody suddenly transitions into a completely new song. Our guy recognizes this one instantly. It's Three Bears, the classic Korean children's nursery rhyme. But Jong-hwan is playing it with such intense, heavy emotional gravity that our guy's brain automatically conjures a high-class, Victorian-era bear mansion where elegant, top-hat-wearing bear nobles are dining on premium steaks and discussing classical literature. Everyone is just standing there with completely blank, deadpan faces, utterly bewildered by how classy a baby song can sound. Jongwon lets out a long sigh, officially ending his concert. He turns back, asking what they think. Daegil admits it was surprisingly fresh. Jongwon laughs, explaining that since his hand tremor was cured and he officially retired, he's been experimenting with crossovers. He pulls out his phone, showing them his social media channels. He spent his entire life trying to promote classical music, but ironically, it's these silly classical covers of K-pop and children's songs that get millions of views and massive internet love. Daegil looks down, feeling a bit of that same artist block. Jongwon rests his hand on the piano, his expression turning serious. He admits that at first, it felt incredibly disheartening that his life's work was eclipsed by internet memes. He had walked so hard and fast toward his singular, rigid goal, never looking back. But when he finally stepped off the main stage and looked to the side, he realized a brand new, incredibly fun path was waiting for him. It felt a little empty at first, but looking back, he realized his decades of strict classical training formed the foundation that allowed him to make these crossovers so unique. He didn't destroy his past, he just used it to start something beautiful and new. He looks at Daegil, gently advising him not to take the changes in the culinary world too hard. "What you built, Mr. Hwang Daegil, isn't going to collapse," he says warmly. Daegil is completely silent, the weight of the realization sinking in. He lets out a soft laugh, admitting he got completely schooled by a pianist today. But for the first time in months, his face relaxes into a bright, happy smile, thanking him. Gaehoon pats his shoulder, laughing about how their retired friend has turned into a philosopher. Jongwon is highly pleased with himself, Rice Cake letting out a happy bark next to the piano. Jihoon looks over at Daegil, a mischievous glint in his eye. He suggests it's time they show the power of the active duty generation, proposing they raid Jongwon's premium liquor stash and get the country's top critic to cook a spectacular, legendary meal. Daegil eagerly accepts the challenge. Our guy is holding Rice Cake, completely thrilled by the prospect of a free elite dinner. He watches the legendary old heads bicker, thinking to himself that he wants to grow old with that exact same passion and joy. Jihoon immediately burns Jongwon, pointing out he just wanted a free meal from Daegil all along. Busted. Daegil turns to Kang-yoon, his expression full of respect. He delivers a sincere, direct thank you. Our guy is startled, saying he didn't even do anything. But Daegil smiles, saying it was Kang-yoon's guest-first cooking that broke his stubbornness. Our guy scratches his cheek, feeling incredibly awkward, while his stomach lets out a massive, rumbling roar. It is official. Chef mode is fully activated. Hwang Daegil ties his apron, with our guy jumping in as his highly eager sous chef. The old heads are cheering at the table, Rice Cake and Tori Ham flexing their muscles in anticipation. Knives are hitting the boards at supersonic speed. Vegetables flying into uniform strips. Pork belly is washed and boiled, premium meat searing in screaming hot pans. The two master chefs work in perfect, fluid harmony, managing heat, seasoning, and prep like a single entity. The table is quickly stacked with a breathtaking, golden feast of traditional Korean pork, pancakes, and rich glass noodles. Jeong-hwan taking a bite and screaming that the seasoning is absolutely unreal, turning simple recipes into actual high art. Rice Cake and Tori Ham are currently face down in their bowls, inhaling noodles at Mach speed, while Gi-hoon tells them to slow down. Daegil and Kang-yoon emerge from the kitchen carrying even more hot plates, telling them not to worry because they haven't even brought out half the menu yet. They look comically menacing. Jongwon gulps, completely terrified and excited by the sheer volume of the full-course dinner. He declares he's opening his stomach to the max, and they all laugh, raising their glasses under the stars. Gi-hoon tells the chefs to sit down, and the laughter of the four legends echoes into the quiet country night. The next morning, bright country sunbeams filter through the trees. Our guy sits up in bed, stretching his arms and groaning that he is still completely bloated from last night's insane feast. He plans to head out camping anyway, but suddenly remembers the mysterious elven plant. He fills a silver watering can at the sink, sliding back the kitchen curtain to check on the sprout. He smiles, thinking that since it's a plant from another world, it might have grown a tiny bit faster. He walks into the living room, only to freeze completely in his tracks. The tiny, fragile sprout from yesterday has transformed into a full-grown, incredibly detailed miniature bonsai tree, bearing a single, massive, glowing red fruit. Rice Cake and Tori are staring at it, their eyes sparkling with pure, unhinged curiosity. Our guy is holding his chin, trying to apply logic to a literal magical elf tree and failing completely. He recalls Sila's warning that if he raised it well, it would help Tori. But he didn't even do anything. Tori Ham climbs onto the pot, happily sniffing the sweet, high mana aroma of the red fruit. Her black eyes are locked on to the glowing red sphere. Our guy decides it's best not to mess with it, suggesting they just carry the whole pot back to the fantasy world and ask Sila for advice. But before he can even finish his sentence, Tori Ham lunges forward, opens her tiny mouth, and swallows the entire giant red fruit in a single bite. Our guy let out a face-shattering scream of pure panic, Rice Cake's eyes popping out in shock. Tori Ham is now a perfectly round, bloated orange basketball, rolling helplessly around on the windowsill with a look of pure satisfaction. Alright, so Tori is currently staring at this giant red spirit fruit like it's the last slice of pizza at a gaming LAN party. Our guy is trying to be the voice of reason here, telling her they should probably ask Sila before touching it. But Tori has already decided that don't touch is just a suggestion, and she literally devours a 100-year-old magical spirit fruit in one single bite. Now she's looking like a perfectly round basketball with limbs, and Kang Yoon and Rice Cake are having a synchronized heart attack. So he does the only logical thing, grabs the bloated hamster, runs straight into the fantasy forest, and begs Sila to make sure she doesn't explode. He's explaining the whole situation while holding Tori like a fragile raw egg, completely losing his composure. Tori, however, is completely unbothered. She gives them a solid thumbs up like she didn't just cause a tier 1 emergency. Sila starts stretching her cheeks like she's inspecting some cheap pizza dough, trying to see if there's any physical reaction. But visually, she looks exactly the same. No glow up, no giant transformation, nothing. Sila is genuinely confused because the spirit tree's fruit is supposed to trigger a massive evolution. Usually, when a spirit eats this thing, they get a legendary visual upgrade and a massive power boost. She was fully expecting Tori to turn into a giant, hyper-muscular gym bro hamster, or at least a highly majestic, fluffy diva. But since she still looks like a regular potato, they need to run some field tests to see if her raw power changed. Sila points out that the only way to find out is to see what she can actually do now. Tori steps up to the plate, looking incredibly determined. In her head, she is already imagining herself summoning a massive, god-tier earth golem to do her bidding and impress her contractor. She starts channeling her earth and fire mana, and the ground starts to shake. A massive explosion of dust and dirt erupts in the clearing, and Sila and Kang Yoon brace themselves. Our guy is genuinely ready to see some legendary, high-rank magic. And instead, the smoke clears to reveal this tiny, pathetic, melting clay teddy bear that immediately falls face first into the grass. Complete silence. Kang Yoon gently places a hand on Sila's arm because watching this anticlimax is physically painful. Tori is absolutely devastated by her own performance, looking like she just dropped her ice cream in the dirt. Sila sweat drops, wondering if the sudden influx of raw power actually ruined her precise control and caused her to regress. She looks like she's about to cry. Our guy kneels down next to her to comfort his tiny contractor. It's tough out here for a hamster spirit. He tells her he's just glad she didn't get sick or end up in pain from eating random forest fruits. He gives her his trademark warm smile, because to him, her health and happiness are way more important than some flashy earth golem. Plus, her regular fire-breathing abilities are already top tier when it comes to helping him run his kitchen. Tori's mood instantly recovers. She is incredibly easy to manipulate with a little bit of praise. Sila has an idea. Since Tori's powers are closely tied to Kang Yoon, they should try bonding through food to see if cooking reveals any changes. Honestly, the standard response to literally any crisis in this series is to just start cooking. Our guy has the apron on and the heavy chef's knife ready, but he is highly skeptical about this method. Sila explains that cooking together is the easiest way for them to sense any subtle changes in her mana. Suddenly, Rice Cake runs in letting out a dramatic howl, demanding to know why he was excluded from the meeting. He is officially appointed as the head of taste testing duty to keep him from destroying the camp. Kang Yoon decides they are going to make a proper outdoor lunch. But he realized he was in such a rush to check on Tori that he didn't bring his heavy Dutch oven, which is a major L for outdoor roasting. Sila has no idea what a Dutch oven even is, so he has to explain basic camping gear to an ancient elf. He explains that it's a specific piece of cookware that distributes heat evenly to let you cook like an actual oven. And today's target is a perfect golden brown roast chicken, which is usually impossible to do well in a regular metal pot because the heat doesn't circulate. But if they manage the moisture and the temperature perfectly, they might just be able to pull it off. Tori climbs onto his shoulder, eager to prove she can be useful. He starts the prep, chopping potatoes, carrots, and onions into thick chunks, and seasoning the outside of the chicken with salt, pepper, and paprika. Then he stuffs the inside with fresh lemon and a healthy amount of garlic. Because a Korean chef is not cooking anything without garlic, he layers the chopped veggies at the bottom of the pot first, so the chicken doesn't touch the direct heat and burn, and adds a bit of water. Chicken goes in, lid goes on. Prep is officially complete. He sets the pot on the lowest heat possible, but without a Dutch oven, the heat distribution is still going to be a massive headache. Suddenly, he feels a strange wave of warmth in the air. Tori climbs down and literally hugs the side of the hot metal pot with her tiny arms, letting out a fiery squeak. A warm, golden aura of magic starts wrapping around the entire container. She is channeling her fire and earth mana, perfectly circulating the heat from all sides like a professional kitchen appliance. A thin stream of fragrant steam rises into the blue sky. The cooking finishes in record time, and Sila asks if he's okay because the aroma coming from that pot is absolutely insane. Our guy sniffs the air and realizes something legendary just happened inside that container. He puts on his heavy heat-resistant gloves. Let's see what we are dealing with. He lifts the lid, and a flash of steam clears to reveal a gorgeously roasted, glistening golden brown chicken. Sila, Kangyun, and Rice Cake look like they just saw a portal to a culinary heaven open. The color is flawless. The skin is incredibly crispy and perfectly browned, which is literally impossible to achieve in a standard pot. He pulls a piece of the meat apart, and it is spectacularly juicy and tender on the inside, completely locking in the moisture. Sila is completely blown away, noting that it looks like it came out of a high-end convection oven, and she finally figures out what happened. Tori didn't get a standard physical evolution because her power grew in a way that perfectly matched Kangyun. He is shocked to hear that her power adapted specifically to suit his needs. She didn't want to become a giant muscular beast, she just wanted to be as helpful as possible to him. Our guy is genuinely touched by his tiny contractor's loyalty. The group wastes zero time and sits down by the scenic forest waters to dig in. The roast chicken is served alongside the tender roasted potatoes and carrots. Sila is in food heaven and Rice Cake is happily chewing on a bone, letting out a satisfied howl. The skin is crispy, chewy, and completely addictive, providing a perfect contrast to the moist breast meat. Kangyun takes a bite, completely satisfied. You really can't get this specific texture just by pan frying. Meanwhile, Tori is sitting on his plate happily chewing on a piece of roasted potato. He tells her she did an incredible job and her new ability is awesome. She lets out a happy squeak with her mouth full. Sila notes that while spirits evolving in sync with their contractors happens, an evolution specifically tailored for cooking is completely unheard of. But honestly, as long as she's happy and healthy, that's all that matters. Sila immediately asks to join the next meal. And there you have it. Tori has officially unlocked built-in convection oven mode. Back on Earth, Rice Cake and Tori are currently pressing their faces against the diner window, leaving tiny paw prints everywhere. They are waiting for their favorite human to finish his business. Winter is slowly approaching, and the local kids are walking home looking like they just lost a major championship match. Kangyun is looking at their recent test papers, and the energy in the room is incredibly heavy. We are looking at a solid 20 and 22 written in aggressive red ink. He literally has to ask if these scores are out of 30 points, because otherwise we are in serious trouble. He takes a sip of his coffee and tries to be understanding. Because yes, playing is important when you're a kid, but these scores are genuinely not okay. The things you learn now become your common sense. Sang-hoo is looking incredibly dejected, admitting he forgot to study because of soccer practice. The girls are also completely silent, too embarrassed to even show these papers to their parents. He tries to cheer them up by saying you can still live a fine life even if you're bad at Korean, though it is the most useful subject. The kids immediately seize the opportunity and ask if he can help them study. They point out that he studied in America, lived in Seoul, and was even a major celebrity on national television. And then they execute the ultimate high-density puppy dog eyes technique. Our guy is physically incapable of resisting this level of emotional manipulation. The kids celebrate while Rice Cake and Tori are happily yawning in the background. Exactly 30 minutes later, the coffee is empty and the actual nightmare begins. Rice Cake starts dribbling a soccer ball across the floor with Tori sitting on his head like a pilot. Kang-yoon is trying his best to explain basic math multiplication, and Mi-young is already nodding off like she's sitting through a 3-hour university lecture. She is literally drooling directly onto her math test paper. He tries to stay calm, but then Miju calls out to him. She proudly presents a highly detailed origami centaur, which she folded entirely out of her own test paper. He has to ask if that was her actual test with the giant red 15 marked on it. Suddenly, Rice Cake zooms across the room chasing the ball. Sang-hoo immediately joins in, turning the study session into a complete sports event. Mi-young is asleep, Miju is folding origami, and the boys are playing indoor soccer. Kang-yoon realizes elementary school teachers are the real heroes, and to make matters worse, Sang-goo's test paper just tore. Suddenly, the screech of tires echoes outside as a high-end luxury car pulls up. The pets instantly look up, sensing a new visitor. The doorbell rings. Kang-yoon turns around to see who would arrive in such a dramatic fashion. A stylish woman in a denim jacket and a black cap walks in. He stares in absolute shock. Sang-hoo and Rice Cake are completely frozen. Mi-young wakes up so fast her drool literally flies across the table. The woman slowly pulls down her white face mask. It is none other than national actress Sena, smirking beautifully. She delivered a perfect surprise entrance. He asks how she even managed to find this remote country diner. She reminds him of how she cornered him at Lee Jong-won's concert to get his address. A flashback shows her intense determination to get his location because she loves his cooking. He realizes she actually traveled all the way to this country town just because she is a massive fan. She smiles, looking around, and says she also came to perform a quick personal inspection of his diner. He has no idea what she means by inspection, but he rolls with it. She immediately spots the 3 kids hiding behind his legs like timid animals. He explains that they are just local kids and he was trying to help them study. She looks at the state of their papers and realizes how bad things are. She smiles and offers to help out with the tutoring, and then a literal spotlight hits her as she shifts into full theatrical mode. She starts acting out the classic folktale of the rabbit and the turtle to teach them literature. She clutches her chest, delivering an incredibly dramatic monologue, embodying the turtle going to land to fetch the rabbit's liver for the sick Dragon King. The kids in Kang-yoon are absolutely spellbound by her world-class performance. She pours 100% of her acting talent into a story meant for 8-year-olds. The kids are literally crying from the pure emotion of her turtle portrayal. She immediately shifts back to her normal self and asks them the test question based on the story. Miju raises her hand and correctly answers that the turtle went to land to help the king recover. Sena praises them, and Kang-yoon is amazed by how easily she managed to get them to focus. He tells her she is an incredibly talented teacher. She explains that before her acting career took off, she did quite a few part-time tutoring gigs. Our guy is genuinely impressed by her versatility. He asks if she was also doing music back then and if handling both was exhausting. Sena freezes, then smiles in a very specific way. She asks if he really didn't hear anything about her past from Yunsop. The kids are confused, wondering if she was actually a musician before becoming an actress. She stretches her arms, laughing about how funny they are. He has no idea what she is implying, but that is a mystery for another day. She steps closer, looking down under her cap, and tells him that since she helped him tutor his chaotic students, he owes her a world-class meal. He's about to respond, but then the kids' stomachs let out a synchronized growl that practically rattles the table. He laughs and agrees to feed the whole squad. Time to get to work. The pan hits the burner with a sizzle. He flips the pan, and a massive flare of flame shoots up as he locks into absolute chef focus. But while he's cooking, he can't stop thinking about Sena. She looked incredibly exhausted when she walked in. Something is definitely going on with her, and his empathetic side is starting to act up. Tori jumps up on the counter, letting out excited squeaks because she's ready to put her new convection oven mode to the test. He pulls the wrap off some fresh dough he prepared earlier. Then he starts prepping the toppings, tossing pepperoni, onions, peppers, and cheese onto the seasoned bases. He calls Tori over, and she gets to work, completely thrilled to be useful. She hugs the bottom of the pan, channeling her fire magic to bake the dough to a perfect golden crunch. Out in the dining room, Sena is still keeping the kids focused on their worksheets. She calls for a short break, her voice carrying a quiet note of fatigue. Right on cue, our guy walks out carrying a massive tray of fresh food. He presents a glistening plate of perfectly seasoned pasta alongside mini homemade pizzas cooked to an absolute golden perfection. Myung wastes zero time and takes a massive bite of the pizza. The cheese stretches out so far it practically reaches the ceiling. She and Miju are ascending to another plane of existence, screaming that this is 10 times better than standard pizza bread. Meanwhile, Sang-hoo is having a full-blown psychological crisis because this pizza is actively threatening his lifelong loyalty to hamburgers. Tori stands proudly on his shoulder, soaking in the praise like she's a master baker, and Rice Cake is in the corner, rapidly demolishing the leftover plates with zero shame. Senna twirls a forkful of pasta, takes a bite, and her eyes light up. She's amazed at how such simple ingredients can taste this rich and balanced. She laughs, reminiscing about the days she used to tag along with Yunsup just to get free meals from Kang Yoon's kitchen. She explains that back then, after a long day of singing practice, eating his food was the only thing that made her feel whole. Our guy is a little embarrassed, but he smiles, agreeing that eating something delicious after doing what you love is the best feeling. Then, the atmosphere in the room completely shifts. Senna stops chewing and looks down. Spoons and forks clink quietly against the plates. "I switched to acting because of my throat," she says quietly. He stays silent, letting her speak. She reveals that she suffered from severe vocal nodules during her music career. At first, she thought it was just a standard cold, but it rapidly worsened. It completely took her singing voice. She tried every throat remedy on the market, went through grueling rehabilitation programs, but it was never enough to bring her back to her prime. She was left devastated. She tries to laugh it off, saying it's all in the past now and she's perfectly content with acting. She claims she doesn't have any lingering regrets about leaving her dream of singing behind. But then she drops the real reason she's here. She was just offered a major role in a new drama. The catch? The character she's playing is a singer who has to perform on screen. The CEO of her agency is pushing her to sign the contract because it's a massive business deal, but her manager and close staff are begging her to decline, terrified that the stress will permanently ruin her throat. She is completely torn between the pressure of her agency and the concern of her staff. She looks up at Kang Yoon and asks him what he would do if he were in her shoes. She's looking for an easy answer, but our guy knows there isn't one. He asks her one simple question. "Sena, do you want to do it?" She freezes, completely caught off guard. She stammeringly asks if there's even a right answer to a problem like this. He tells her that in cases like this, it's always best to follow your heart, regardless of what the agency says. She is quiet, processing his words. Suddenly, the kids chime in, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they ask if she can actually sing. Sang-hoo excitedly says he's going to tell his grandmother all about this. He explains that his grandma is a massive fan of hers and watches all her shows, always cheering her on because she can see how hard Senna works. Senna is visibly touched, her eyes widening as she realizes her effort actually reached someone. Our guy smiles warmly, telling her to have some confidence in herself. He reassures her that whatever decision she makes, they will all support her. The study session wraps up, and the kids wave goodbye, thanking them for the tutoring and the legendary pizza. Senna and Kang Yoon wave them off from the porch. She sighs, admitting she actually snuck out of her agency without telling her manager. He sweat drops, asking if that's even remotely okay, and she laughs, saying her manager is probably crying right now. He tells her to show some mercy to her staff, watching her walk toward her luxury sedan. Her hand pauses mid-air on the car door. She turns back to him one last time. She says the real reason she drove all the way out here was because she felt they were incredibly alike. He rubs his cheek, admitting that she's probably not wrong. She wanted to hear his thoughts to guide her, but standing here she realized she doesn't need to rely on someone else's opinion. She's decided to just take the leap and go for it. She flashes a beautiful, confident smile and drives off, leaving our guy reflecting on how she's like a typhoon that just swept through his quiet town. Inside, the door chimes softly behind him. He thinks about what she said. They really are alike. Both of them were forced to abandon their passions due to physical trauma. He was saved from his darkness by Rice Cake, and he desperately wants to help her find that same salvation. He pauses. A strange sense of déjà vu washes over him. He remembers a similar situation. The muscle pianist, Lee Jung-won. The chronic nerve hand tremors that were permanently cured by his custom arrabbiata ravioli, stuffed with Chief Cassandra's stinky blue nerve-regenerating berries. A massive light bulb goes off in his head. He is standing in the diner looking down at Rice Cake and Tori. He realizes he has the exact solution to Senna's problem sitting in his storage room. The same blue medicinal berries that completely cured Lee Jungwon's ruined wrist. The ravioli worked perfectly back then and he has plenty of berries left. He pulls a giant sack of the stinky blue berries out of storage, the intense, garbage-like odor immediately filling the room. He clamps a giant clip over his nose to survive the stench, mentally thanking Chief Cassandra and promising to repay her with premium beef later. He holds one of the glowing blue berries in his hand. The nerve regenerative effect is guaranteed. The problem is how to get her to consume it. Rice Cake and Tori are plugging their noses in the background, looking like they're about to pass out. Ravioli worked for the pianist, but Senna is an actress who spends all her time traveling and working on sets. She needs something highly portable and easy to drink. He starts pacing around the kitchen, looking for a way to package the medicine. He slides open the heavy refrigerator door, scanning the shelves for inspiration. He looks past the containers, his mind racing. Then, his eyes lock onto something in the corner, giant jars of preserved homemade pickles. A massive breakthrough hits him. Preservation. He can turn the stinky berries into a delicious, shelf-stable fruit syrup. He gets to work immediately. First, he soaks the berries in fresh lemon juice for 10 minutes to break down the stinky chemical compounds. Then he scrubs the skin with baking soda, slices the berries into perfectly even rounds, and mixes them with white sugar in a precise 1-to-1 ratio to extract the juices. He layers the sliced blue fruits inside sterile glass jars, adding fresh ginger slices to completely mask any remaining medicinal odor. The blue syrup is officially complete. Meanwhile, in a high-end Seoul fitness center, Sina is putting in work on the treadmill. Her phone dings. A text message pops up from Chef Lee Gangyeon. She slows her pace, looking at the screen in surprise. He explains that he made a custom fruit syrup using a unique mountain berry that is highly effective for throat recovery, offering to mail her a jar. She smiles, stepping off the machine. She replies, explaining that her agency has strict security that blocks food deliveries, so she casually sends him her actual home address instead. Our guy is sweat-dropping back in his kitchen, utterly flabbergasted by how easily a national celebrity just handed over her address. Tori hugs the glass jar protectively, while Kang-yoon looks at the massive batch he prepared. He realizes he made way too much for just one person. Rice Cake jumps up trying to grab a jar, but gets swiped away. One jar is more than enough to fully cure Sena's vocal cords, so he decides to distribute the remaining jars to the Yangpyeong village elders. Cut to the neighborhood pavilion, where the village chief is greedily drinking the blue syrup mixed straight into his soju, laughing hysterically. The other elders are completely amazed, claiming the medicinal liquor has fully cured their chronic joint pain and backaches. That afternoon, the village chief reportedly went out and plowed his entire agricultural field completely alone. Back in Seoul, Senna is unboxing the package in her kitchen. She pulls out the jar of vibrant blue syrup. She smiles, touched by his quiet, thoughtful consideration. She opens the lid and takes a cautious sniff. It smells a bit strange, but she notes it's definitely not bad enough to be inedible. She sets a clean glass on the counter. She spoons a generous portion of the blue syrup into the glass, grabs a cold bottle of carbonated water, and pours it in. The bright blue liquid fizzes beautifully, looking exactly like a premium lemonade. She takes a massive gulp. Her eyes widen. It tastes spectacularly sweet and refreshing, completely surpassing her expectations. She eats one of the preserved slices with a fork, noting the rich sweetness, completely unaware of the stinky high-level fantasy magic currently fusing with her vocal cords. She looks down, spotting a handwritten note on the counter. She picks up the piece of paper. The note reads, "Keep it refrigerated. You can have 1 cup a day. I'm looking forward to your singing, Sena. Lee Gangyeon." She stares at the note, a warm, genuine smile spreading across her face. She stretches her neck, realizing that whether it's a placebo effect or actual medicine, her throat feels lighter than it has in years. She makes a decision, pulling out her phone. She calls her agent, her voice sounding incredibly crisp and clear as she tells them she is taking the singing role. Elsewhere, deep in the high fantasy forest, a pair of white-gloved hands grab a sturdy tree branch. A giant, hypermuscular bodybuilder rabbit pulls himself up, grunting. He is executing a series of rapid-fire, one-armed pull-ups on the branch. A family of local squirrels watch him from their hollow tree, looking completely terrified. Down on the forest floor, Randolph is waiting, noting that Kang-yoon is late for his training session. Randolph asks Noah if they can adjust their training times because he has some night duties at lunch, and Noah stoically agrees. Randolph laughs, boasting that teaching Kangyun has been incredibly rewarding lately. Noah agrees, noting that his physical growth has skyrocketed ever since receiving the Wolf's Heart divine blessing. They nod in unison, looking like two proud Jimbro dads discussing their star athlete. But nearby, Scylla is standing with her arms crossed, her icebird Sona sitting on her head as she lets out a dark, radiating aura of pure jealousy. Randolph sweat drops, asking her why she's standing in the bushes looking like a grumpy patrol officer. She pouts, demanding to know why Kangyun is happily learning martial arts and swordsmanship, but shows zero interest in her elven archery. She claims elven archery is a sacred, high-level art that other humans would literally kill to learn. She complains that she helped him summon his spirit, but has taught him absolutely nothing of her own skills. Randolph and Noah exchange a knowing look, realizing her teacher pride is completely wounded because she feels left out. Randolph covers Noah's mouth before he can make it worse, quickly telling her that swordsmanship and martial arts already drain all of Kangyun's stamina. He explains that as a fledgling warrior, his physical endurance is simply at its limit, so any more combat training would break him. Scylla stops, processing his words. True, anything that consumes stamina would be hard to learn. She looks down, watching a tiny forest mandrake root hiss in the dirt. A devious, sparkling grin spreads across her face. Fine. In that case, I'll just teach him something that doesn't consume any stamina at all. And miles away, hiking up the forest path with rice cake on his shoulder, our guy suddenly freezes as an intense, ominous chill runs straight down his spine. So, Scylla's legendary non-stamina draining lesson is about to begin. We open with the muscle rabbit, who is currently looking like he just finished a 3-hour gym session and is casually using a tiny forest rodent as a protein shake shaker. He leaps away into the canopy, leaving our guy standing there in absolute silence. He joins Scylla, Noah, Mona, Rice Cake, and Tori in a quiet forest clearing. Scylla starts off, looking incredibly dignified as she explains that she realized she is always being treated to delicious food. So, as a proper elven ranger, she feels obligated to repay his kindness. Kangyun is immediately hit with a massive wave of deja vu. He remembers that every single time a fantasy mentor offered to repay him, it ended with him doing sit-ups with a giant wooden log. Scylla is no exception. She proudly announces that she is going to teach him the highly exclusive fairy tea party ritual. Kangyun looks completely unenthusiastic, and Scylla screams at him to at least pretend to hesitate. Noah casually scoffs in the background, asking why a master chef would waste his precious training time on a simple tea party. Scylla gets completely triggered, arguing that she went out of her way to get permission from the village elders for this. Our guy looks at her pouting face and realizes her teacher pride is hanging by a single thread. So he compromises, asking if they can just do it as a quick one-day trial class. She immediately lights up, standing up to begin the demonstration. She explains that the most important element of the fairy tea party is achieving complete harmony with the forest spirits. She summons her majestic blue ice bird, Sona, explaining that the final flavor changes entirely depending on how you channel the spirit's mana. She tells Kangyun to stand up, and he is highly skeptical about why you need to stand up just to brew a simple cup of tea. She rubs cheeks with Sona, demonstrating the deep spiritual commune required to draw out the mana. She adds that since Kangyun has a contract with Tori, brewing with her will make the tea taste even better. Tori looks incredibly excited. She pulls out a pouch of rare pink tea leaves, gently scattering them into the air. Then Sona flaps her wings, channeling a gentle swirling current of wind magic. The petals catch the wind, dancing gracefully around the clearing. Kangyun looks on, his eyes widening in genuine awe. The pink petals suddenly bloom mid-air, releasing a sparkling, sweet-scented mana. It's a beautiful, high-tier elven spell that makes the entire clearing smell like fresh flowers. Scylla smiles proudly, grabbing a wooden jug as she explains that blooming petals indicate the mana has reached absolute purity. Then, she pours fresh, spirit-infused forest water directly through the floating cloud of petals. The wind magic swirls, and the water absorbs the deep pink color mid-air before she catches it perfectly in her wooden teapot. She declares it complete and tells Kangyun to follow her lead. He is completely lost. Tori, however, is full of energy. She leaps onto his head, ready to show off her fire magic. Kang-yoon closes his eyes, trying to focus his mana and commune with his chubby hamster companion. He holds out his pouch of leaves, and Tori charges up her fire magic, her eyes glowing. She prepares to gently heat the floating petals to dry them. She lets out a massive squeak, channeling her raw power, and a towering, explosive column of pure flame erupts in front of them. The wind dies down, and the pink leaves instantly turn into a pathetic little pile of black ash on the grass. Tori looks up at Kang-yoon with wide, sheepish eyes, realizing she completely overdid it. Kang-yoon blankly points out that putting delicate leaves into her flame is basically just making charcoal. Scylla sweat drops, explaining that Tori is still young and lacks refined control, but with proper training, she can learn to make a fire that doesn't burn. Before she can pitch another training arc, Noah grabs Kang-yoon by the collar, declaring they have wasted enough time on tea and it's time to play. Scylla panics, begging them to at least try a cup of the tea she just brewed before they run off. She pours the steaming, sparkling pink tea into wooden cups, the rich floral aroma filling the air. The group sits down to drink, with Mona waiting for hers to cool. Kang-yoon takes a sip, and his eyes instantly sparkle. It's incredibly delicious. It has a slight, refreshing bitterness, but is backed by a deep, complex sweetness that instantly clears his head. Scylla smugs, boasting that the fairy tea party draws out 100% of the leaf's natural properties. Noah takes a gulp, blankly muttering that it just tastes like fragrant hot water. Mona is completely focused on actual food. Scylla is absolutely triggered, screaming at the barbarians who can't appreciate fine elven culture. Noah casually hands his cup to Rice Cake, who happily licks the pink liquid, while Scylla looks on in absolute despair. Kang-yoon takes another sip, his chef brain starting to analyze the flavor profile. He asks Scylla what kind of sweet snacks the elves usually pair with this tea, and she admits they usually drink it plain. His eyes light up. He asks if he can try making some quick traditional sweets to go with it, and Rice Cake lets out an excited bark. He explains that pairing the bitter tea with a sweet dessert will make it way more enjoyable for Noah and Mona. Scylla vanishes, returning in seconds with the required ingredients. She presents a heavy sack, asking if some simple grain flour is really all he needs. He smiles warmly, declaring that this recipe is going to be incredibly simple. Time to cook. First, he mixes sesame oil, salt, and boiled rice inside a clean bag. Then he grabs Randolph's heavy wooden training sword, using it as a massive rolling pin to whack and knead the rice until it's completely smooth. Once the rice grains are mashed into a sticky uniform dough, he rolls it in the fragrant soybean flour Scylla brought him. He cuts the dough into bite-sized pieces, plating them. And there you have it. A perfect plate of rustic country injeolmi is done. The smell of roasted soybeans hits the air, and Mona and Rice Cake immediately lunge like wild beasts, prompting Kang-yoon to scream at them to share. Scylla and Noah take their portions, watching the chaotic pets scramble. Scylla takes a bite, her eyes flying open. It's wonderfully nutty, sweet, and rich. Tori and Sona are pulling on a piece of the rice cake like sticky taffy, amazed at how such simple ingredients can produce this chewy, melt-in-your-mouth texture. Noah crams 3 pieces into his mouth at once, grunting that it's sticking to the back of his throat while the pets fight in the background. He picks up his wooden cup of Scylla's pink tea, taking a massive gulp to wash down the sticky rice cake. His eyes go wide. The clean, sharp bitterness of the floral tea instantly washes away the lingering sweetness of the soybean powder, leaving a refreshingly balanced finish. Our guy smiles, asking Noah if Scylla's tea isn't actually delicious when paired correctly. Noah grumbles that it's not bad, and Scylla looks incredibly proud, chewing on a rice cake with a satisfied face. She immediately gloats, pulling on Noah's long hair and demanding he admit the depth of her tea's flavor. Kang-yoon chuckles, watching them bicker. Scylla screams in frustration as Noah mutters that it's only edible because Kang-yoon's cooking balanced it out. Cut to later that night, under a brilliant full moon in the Beastman village. Chief Cassandra is standing by a campfire, looking warmly at our guy. Noah stands beside them, carrying a fast-asleep Mona on his back. Cassandra laughs, explaining that Mona refused to let go of Kang-yoon's sleeve, so the poor wolfman had to walk him all the way back to the village to avoid tearing his shirt. Cassandra's smile slowly fades, her yellow eyes turning serious as she looks at Kang-yoon under the firelight. She steps closer, asking him for a serious favor regarding her daughter. We pick up right where we left off, with Cassandra laughing at the sleeping Mona clutched tightly to Kang-yoon's arm. Noah sighs, grumbling that Mona must really like our guy a lot. probably because he hasn't had much time to play with her lately. Cassandra's gaze softens as she looks at Kangyun, muttering that there is truly no one more suited to help them than him. He looks up at her, asking what's wrong. He feels a sudden weight in the air as she falls silent, looking unusually grave. She closes her eyes, letting out a heavy sigh before saying her daughter's name. Mona, she started being picky with her food. Kangyun and Noah are absolutely shocked. Picky eating? In a feral beastman tribe where everyone fights over raw meat? Rice Cake and Tori look completely guilty, sweat dropping in the background. Cassandra explains that it's not just a minor preference. If the food doesn't taste absolutely delicious, Mona flat out refuses to eat it. She has basically developed a complete gourmet palate. The panel shows a funny chibi of Mona dressed as a wealthy noble rejecting a chef's plate. Kangyun looks down at the sleeping fox girl in his arms, his mind racing. We get a flashback to the village breakfast rations, with a beast cook yelling at the hungry children to line up with their bowls. The cook hands a bowl of stew to Mona, urging her to eat. Mona crouches over the bowl, staring blankly at the steaming gray soup. She takes a tiny, suspicious lick of the broth, and immediately makes a disgusted face, kicks the bowl away with her foot, and runs off on all fours, leaving the cook in absolute shock. Back in the present, Cassandra gestures toward her daughter, asking if he sees the scale of the problem now. She explains that Mona won't even touch Heyman's cooking anymore, let alone the standard tribal rations. And since Heyman's cooking is actually quite good, Cassandra is completely baffled by why Mona is starving herself. Our guy slowly turns around, locking eyes with Rice Cake, who is whistling innocently. He realizes the white wolf pup has been secretly sneaking her high-end earth snacks behind everyone's back. Cassandra continues, saying that because of this extreme pickiness, Mona is constantly skipping meals, especially when the same dish is served twice. He looks down, realizing that if this continues, her health is going to take a serious hit. Just then, they spot the young cat-eared cook, Haman, crying face down in the grass. Kangyun approaches her warmly, asking her to recall what menus she's been preparing over the past week. Later, they gather in Cassandra's grand tent. Scylla looks on as Cassandra asks if Kangyun's proposal is meant to broaden the cook's experience. Kangyun explains that after reviewing Haman's menus, he realized that while the main protein changes, the actual recipes and flavor profiles are almost identical. This happens simply because the ingredients and spices available in the forest are extremely limited. It's not a matter of Heyman lacking skill, it's a fundamental lack of variety. Cassandra rests her chin on her hand, asking how he plans to broaden their inventory. He proposes bringing Heyman to the human town market in Robentis. He explains that their current trade alliance only covers basic spices. But if they study the human market and add a wider variety of ingredients and seasonings to their next official trade list, it won't just solve Mona's picky eating, it will permanently elevate the entire village's food culture in the long run. He looks confident, but Cassandra looks highly skeptical. She explains that while relations with humans have improved, they are definitely not at the stage of freely visiting each other's towns. If a beastman is spotted in a human market and something unexpected happens, the fragile peace treaty could break instantly. He looks down, realizing her political warning is completely valid, but he clenches his fists, declaring that he will personally seek Lord Robentis' full cooperation and escort. He argues that while there is risk, this proposal is a vital opportunity for both sides to actually grow closer. He looks Cassandra dead in the eye, asking if this exact bridging role isn't the reason she appointed him as mediator and inspector in the first place. Cassandra is taken aback, staring at him in surprise. A proud smile spreads across her face, and she admits that his resolve is well said. Suddenly, Heyman bursts into the tent, clutching her hands in tears. She screams that she desperately wants to go to the human town. She apologizes for interrupting, but declares she wants to study human ingredients so she can cook food delicious enough to satisfy Mona and the entire tribe. Cassandra looks at her young cook, her expression turning warm. She smiles, agreeing that sending Heyman as their official representative is a fine idea. The plan is set. Kangyun will secure Lord Robentis' approval, and Heyman will act as the culinary representative. But Cassandra delivers one strict rule. Heyman must hide her cat ears and tail to avoid causing mass panic in the human streets. Noah immediately steps forward, volunteering as her escort since he has already visited the castle. Cassandra laughs, flat out denying him because his massive wolf ears are far too big to hide. Noah attempts to cram a tiny newsboy cap over his head, but his giant ears immediately pop straight through the fabric like a comically broken spring. Our guy sweat drops, while Scylla asks Cassandra why she suddenly changed her mind about the risk. Cassandra smiles proudly, explaining that it is the Beastman law to never block a warrior's genuine will. Haemin is absolutely thrilled, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Kang Yoon promises to keep her safe and return without a scratch. Suddenly, a wild Mona appears, grabbing Kang Yoon's leg with a tight grip. Cassandra looks down, pointing out that Mona doesn't have permission to leave the village. She demands to know if Mona possesses the true resolve of a warrior. Mona immediately visualizes a glorious fantasy of walking through human cities, eating endless plates of restaurant food with Kang Yoon. She trembles, taking a deep, dramatic breath, and screams at the top of her lungs that she will go. She screams it repeatedly, completely hysterical. Cassandra bursts into uproarious laughter, declaring that such an overflowing, greedy desire for food is indeed the true spirit of a warrior. Noah pouts in the corner. Cut to a few days later, outside the grand towers of Robentis Castle. Inside, Lord Giovante is looking out his window, smiling as he notes that Kang Yoon is scheduled to arrive today with the Beastmen. Randolph stands by his desk, promising to guide and escort them through the market safely. Giovante adds that if they need to cook, Randolph should let them use the castle's private royal kitchen. Randolph chuckles, pointing out that the Lord is only being this generous because he hopes to score a free plate of Kang Yoon's legendary cooking, but he asks if head chef Thomas will actually allow them to use his kitchen, remembering how Thomas glared daggers at Kang Yoon last time. Giovante flashes a devious, highly calculated smile, saying that's exactly why it's perfect. He smugly notes that it would be unfair if only the Beastmen got to learn from Kang Yoon's genius, so this is the perfect way to force Thomas to learn as well. Randolph sighs, realizing this calculated goodwill is actually a highly orchestrated plan to upgrade his head chef. He walks out of the castle gates, ready to meet their guests. And there they are. Our guy is carrying a highly energetic Mona on his shoulders, with Haemin wearing a cute newsboy cap and long pants to hide her ears and tail. Kang Yoon spots Randolph waving with a massive, happy smile. Randolph waves back, looking at the Beastman with a warm grin. The grand gates of Robentis Castle stand open, and the historic market tour is officially about to begin. The city streets are completely packed with merchants, travelers, and locals going about their day. Randolph salutes the sky, admitting it's been a hot minute since he's visited the market himself. Kang Yoon turns back, telling the girls to stick close so they can start browsing. Haemin is currently having a massive anxiety attack, muttering to herself about her sacred duty as the representative of the Beastfolk cooks. He looks down at her shaking shoulders and tells her to take a deep breath and stop overthinking it. He explains that a food trip isn't a stressful study session. What actually matters is seeing, eating, and experiencing as much as you can. Because experiencing different flavors is what actually adds creativity to your own cooking later on. She looks up, her eyes wide as she processes his chef wisdom before promising to do her best to enjoy the trip. And she definitely takes his advice to heart. Mona takes a quick lick of some fresh fruit, and Haemin's mind is completely blown by the sweet taste of local melons. Rice Cake zooms through the streets with Tori on his head, making the locals wonder if they're seeing a rare pet breed, while Haemin scans the bustling food stalls. They take a quick break by a beautiful stone fountain in the center of the square. Kang Yoon sits on a wooden bench, holding a tired Rice Cake, while Randolph asks how they enjoyed the tour. Haemin looks over at a stall selling adorable white wolf plushies, completely amazed by the sheer variety of items. She turns to Kang Yoon, admitting she finally understands why her master brought her to the city. She explains that until now, she only relied on her narrow village experiences when preparing meals. But standing here, she realizes there is a vast, diverse world of ingredients out there waiting to be discovered. Her chef pride is fully restored, and she admits she is incredibly eager to get back to a kitchen and start cooking. But Randolph quickly interrupts, pointing out that they still haven't visited his #1 personal recommendation. He boasts that if they leave Robentis without trying this specific spot, they will regret it for the rest of their lives. He laughs, telling them that above all other foods in this market, they must try the legendary roaros. Our guy looks at the giant vertically spinning cylinder of layered, seasoned meat and immediately realizes it's a kebab. Randolph orders 5 massive servings from the smiling shop owner while Mona stares drooling from his shoulders. They sit down at a wooden table and Haemin asks if the local humans actually eat this massive meat tower often. The owner laughs, carving thin, crispy slices of seasoned meat directly off the spinning spit. Then, he cuts open a loaf of freshly baked crispy bread, stuffing the meat inside. He tosses in fresh bell peppers, broccoli, and hot chilies, drizzling a rich white sauce over the top. It's a beautifully loaded kebab sandwich. Our guy picks up his sandwich, noting that while the minor details are different, the structure is identical to a modern earth kebab. He takes a massive bite. The meat has a perfect smoky char on the outside but is incredibly juicy on the inside, and the cool yogurt-like sauce cuts through the fat beautifully. He highly praises the flavor, and Randolph smugs like he's the one who cooked it. Heyman holds her sandwich, her cat ears twitching under her cap. She takes a bite. The outer crust crunches loudly. Her eyes practically double in size as the complex flavors hit her tongue. She is amazed at how the crispy bread and fresh vegetables perfectly balance the rich, seasoned meat without being overly heavy. Meanwhile, Mona, Rice Cake, and Tori are absolutely demolishing their plates, fighting over the last scraps. The owner laughs, telling Haman she has quite an appetite for a young lady, and she praises his masterclass skills. He blushes proudly, boasting that the true secret to his recipe's success is none other than the highly expensive premium spice called bomong. Kang Yoon's chef brain immediately processes the name. Bomong? That's black pepper, right? But wait, doesn't standard kebab always have pepper? He looks over at the owner's smug face, realized how bizarre it is that basic black pepper is treated like a rare luxury here. Heyman looks down, muttering the name bomong to herself in deep thought. The sun slowly sets, casting a beautiful orange glow over the city. Kang Yoon and Haman are carrying massive brown grocery bags filled with ingredients back to the carriage. He points toward a nearby shop, asking if they can make one final stop before heading back to the castle. Heyman looks over, completely surprised. He brings her into a grand cookware shop filled with metal pots, pans, ladles, and knives. He explains that while the beast folk are physically powerful, they rarely use cooking utensils. But using proper tools can drastically improve the efficiency, texture, and overall quality of your dishes. She walks past the shelves, her eyes locking onto a tall wooden grinder. "Master, what's this one?" he smiles, explaining that it's a wooden pepper mill, a specialized tool used to grind dried bomong. She turns to him, looking incredibly confused, and asks if humans actually eat bomong as food. He is completely flabbergasted, asking if the beast folk don't use it. She explains that the scent is so violently strong they never thought of it as edible. Instead, they usually scatter the dried berries around their storage entrances to keep wild boars and monsters away. Our guy is physically clutching his chest, realizing they are literally using the king of spices as pest control. But then she drops the real bomb. Behind their village, there are entire forests packed with wild bomong trees. He freezes, looking at Randolph's laughing face as he remembers how incredibly expensive black pepper is in the human markets. He grabs Heyman by her shoulders, a massive predatory business grin spreading across his face. He tells her that if they manage this trade route correctly, both the humans and the beast folk are about to make an absolute fortune. She has no idea what he's talking about, but she smiles, happy that he came up with a great idea. He lets out a dramatic sigh, telling her that throwing the king of spices on the ground like dirt is a crime that his chef's soul simply cannot forgive. He pulls out a spoonful of the dark, aromatic peppercorns and asks her if she wants to get into the kitchen and learn how to properly cook a dish with bomong. Night falls over the grand spires of Robentis Castle. Inside the dark kitchen doorway, head chef Thomas is currently peeking through the crack, his forehead veins popping in absolute rage. He fervs that guy has officially invaded his sacred kitchen once again, and this time he even brought a cat-eared beastman companion with him. Unbothered, Kang Yoon sets down a massive, beautifully scored slab of premium pork belly on a plate. He explains to Heyman that bomong is a versatile spice that pairs flawlessly with heavy, fatty meats. It perfectly neutralizes any gamey odor while drawing out the meat's natural, rich flavors. He opens the top of the wooden pepper mill, pouring the dried black peppercorns inside. He twists the mill, grinding the pepper directly over the seasoned pork belly. After letting the seasoned meat age, he places it fat side down in a hot pan to sear the scored skin. The pan sizzles furiously as the fat renders down, turning the outer skin into a bubbling golden brown crust. He transfers the seared meat to a deep baking dish, adding fresh herbs and pouring in a generous amount of white wine. Then he carefully slides the tray into the castle's stone oven to slow roast. The magical heat circulates perfectly, cooking the meat to absolute perfection. A few hours later, he pulls it out. The crispy, bubbling roast pork belly is complete. Haman, Tori, and Thomas are all salivating, completely stunned by the rich, savory aroma. Thomas is utterly flabbergasted, asking if he removed the moisture beforehand to make the fat layer render this crispy. He nods, grabbing a sharp chef's knife. The blade cuts cleanly through the crackling skin, making a loud, satisfying crunching sound. The interior meat is incredibly moist and tender, juices immediately pooling on the wooden board. He plates the slices and invites them to try a piece. Thomas and Haman take a bite simultaneously, their eyes widening in absolute shock. The outer crust crunches loudly and Thomas literally falls backward onto his butt, his mind completely shattered by the sheer flavor. Haman is in food heaven, realizing this is completely different from any meat she has ever tasted in her life. She notes that the pepper's aroma isn't overwhelming at all. Instead, it provides a refreshing finish that whets the appetite. Our guy looks down, asking Thomas if he is all right. Thomas is currently kneeling on the floor, muttering the word recipe over and over under his breath. He suddenly looks up, tears of professional defeat streaming down his face, and screams at the top of his lungs, begging Kang Yoon to teach him the recipe. He covers his face and runs out of the kitchen crying hysterically about being made to beg twice, leaving Kang Yoon pointing out that he didn't even leave his address. Haman turns back, her eyes full of resolve. She admits she always thought pepper was just a pungent, unpleasant spice, but seeing how it cuts through the fat has completely changed her perspective. It makes the meat look and smell infinitely more appetizing. She looks at the simple wooden mill and the sack of peppercorns. Kang Yoon explains that any spice can create a completely new flavor profile depending on how the chef chooses to use it. Cooking is about the chef's imagination, not rigid traditional rules. She bows deeply to him, clutching her hands as she calls him master. She begs him to teach her the basic recipe again. She explains that she wants to adjust the flavor profile specifically to suit the younger kids' taste back in the village. He smiles warmly, telling her he will give her the basic structure so she can experiment and cook freely. She smiles happily, promising to do her absolute best. Night falls over the quiet towers of Robentis. A few days later, back in the Beastmen village, the elves and beastmen are returning from the woods carrying massive baskets overflowing with fresh red bomong berries. Cassandra greets them warmly. One of the beast girls sneezes from the spice, running up to show Cassandra their new trade acquisitions. She proudly presents a heavy wooden manual press they got from the human merchants, screaming that it makes oil extraction 10 times easier. They also show off sturdy metal cooking pots, and Cassandra looks on, deeply impressed. She smiles, reflecting on how she only hoped to cure Mona's picky eating, but Kang Yoon's plan has ended up bringing massive wealth to the entire tribe. The village kids are happily chatting about how adding just a pinch of the dried pepper makes their standard stews taste incredible. At the communal kitchens, Haman is firmly leading the other cooks, directing them on how to manage the heat so the meat doesn't get tough. She twists her new pepper mill, grinding the pepper over a giant searing steak, and the assistant cooks scream in absolute awe. Mona's picky eating is officially, completely cured. Cassandra stands proudly, but notes there was one minor side effect that even Kang Yoon didn't anticipate. She slowly turns around, looking at her daughter, Mona. Mona has become incredibly fat, round, and bloated, standing like a chubby little bowling ball as she mutters, rice, rice, reese. She collapses on her back, lazily rolling on the grass like a balloon. Cassandra grabs her by her tunic, lifting the heavy chubby kid off the ground. Her yellow eyes turn red as she snarls that a prideful warrior race like the beastmen lazing around because they're too full is something she absolutely cannot tolerate. She drags the struggling fat fox girl toward the training grounds, smiling as she resolves to plan a proper thank you gift for Kang Yoon. Back on Earth, inside Kang Yoon's modern country estate, our guy is stretching, feeling the fatigue of his dimensional travels. Rice Cake and Tori are happily running around, demanding their dinner. He enters his sleek, modern kitchen, the stone counters shining under the lights. He reaches out his hand toward the sleek metal pepper mill. He pauses for a second, looking at his palm. He looks down at his seasoning rack and grabs the traditional wooden pepper mill instead, smiling as he mutters that sometimes this is nice too. He grinds the fresh pepper directly over two thick, beautiful fillets of fresh salmon. The salmon fillets sizzle furiously in a hot pan, releasing a rich, mouth-watering aroma. Rice Cake and Tori are currently melting on the sofa in absolute food anticipation. He plates the perfectly seared salmon, drizzling a creamy lemon garlic sauce over the top, garnished with roasted tomatoes. He sits down to eat while the pets happily dig into their own custom portions. He takes a bite of the fish. The rich, crispy salmon skin and tender meat melt in his mouth. He smiles warmly, confirming that fresh pepper truly elevates any dish. Night falls over the peaceful country house, and our guy reflects on what he should teach Heyman next. Maybe next time I should teach her a fish dish too? Autumn is officially hitting the village, and the temperature is dropping faster than my frame rate in a crowded lobby. Our guy Kang Yoon is already feeling the chill, so he drags out an ancient relic from his grandfather's storage shed. Rice Cake and Tori are highly skeptical of this dusty metal box, but Kang Yoon is confident. He explains it is a classic oil heater, a vintage machine built to survive the winter. He presses the ignition switch, expecting a cozy, warm glow, and for about 3 seconds, it actually seems like a massive win. Then the old relic decides to perform a self-destruction speedrun. The entire machine combusts into a towering pillar of actual fire, and Kang Yoon completely loses his mind. He screams for a fire extinguisher while Tori's survival instincts kick in at maximum overdrive. Tori does not find an extinguisher, but she does have earth magic. So she solves the fire problem by burying Kang Yoon under a literal mountain of dirt. It works, but at what cost? Meanwhile, the soul of the oil heater officially ascends to appliance heaven. Rest in peace, King. Kang Yoon drags himself out of the dirt, realizing he is officially in the market for a heater that does not try to assassinate him. Luckily, country living means you do not have to wait for online deliveries. Our guy hops on his bike because his buddy Minho has a spare heater sitting around, but as he is riding through the neighborhood, he spots a familiar duo. It is the local kid Sang-hoo and his uncle. Sang-hoo is pushing his little blue bicycle, and he looks incredibly serious. Kang Yoon asks what they are up to, and Sang-hoo reveals his mission: they are taking off the training wheels. He wants to practice riding a real two-wheeler, and his face is practically radiating pure determination. He happily brags that his dad bought him a brand new bicycle. But Kang Yoon's chef brain notices a slight shadow in the kid's eyes. We already know Sang-hoo's dad is currently working overseas, grinding day and night to pay for his wife's heavy hospital bills. The new bike is still sitting in its cardboard box back at home. Sang-hoo says he refuses to open the box until he can ride perfectly, because if he falls and scratches his dad's gift, he will never forgive himself. It is the most wholesome, heartbreaking kid logic you have ever heard. Our guy Kang Yoon cannot just stand there after hearing that. He immediately offers to help him practice. The sun is shining, the autumn leaves are falling, and Rice Cake is watching from the sidelines like a very fluffy assistant coach. Sang-hoo is strapped into his helmet, panicking and begging Kang Yoon not to let go. Kang Yoon does the classic older brother lie. Yeah, I've got you, totally not letting go. He guides the bike, keeping the kid balanced. But every mentor knows there is only one way to actually learn. You have to secretly let go and let the universe take the wheel. Unfortunately, the universe decides to immediately throw Sang-hoo into the dirt. Pure betrayal. Sang-hoo is on the ground, weeping, accusing Kang Yoon of breaking the sacred trust. Kang Yoon is frantically apologizing, realizing he might have miscalculated the kid's gravity settings. Even Rice Cake and Tori are looking at him like he is a complete monster. But Tori is not going to let the kid suffer. She uses her earth magic to slide a soft patch of sand right under Sang-hoo's landing zone. Sang-hoo blinks, realizing his knees are completely fine. Rice Cake just rolls his eyes. Kang Yoon runs over, checking if the kid is broken, but Sang-hoo is built different. The bike is on its side, the wheels are spinning, and Kang Yoon gently suggests that maybe they should pack it in for the day. After all, the ground is cold and the kid is clearly tired. But Sang-hoo jumps right back up, shouting that he wants to keep going. Kang Yoon tries to use mature adult logic, telling him there is absolutely no need to rush. But Sang-hoo looks down, his voice getting quiet. He says he has to rush. Every single one of his friends at school can already ride a two-wheeler, and his dad bought him that expensive gift thinking his son was already a big, strong kid. He looks up with absolute fire in his eyes. He wants to practice until his hands are sore, so the very moment his dad comes back to Korea, he can show him he can ride all on his own. Kang Yoon stares at the kid, and for a second, he is not looking at a child in Pyeongchang. He is looking at the raw, stubborn determination of someone who refuses to let down the person they love. He knows that feeling all too well. His cynical outer shell completely melts. He smiles, pats Sang-hoo's head, and agrees to a few more rounds. Meanwhile, the assistant coaches have officially checked out and are taking a nap under the borrowed heater. Sang-hoo locks his foot onto the pedal. Kang Yoon runs behind him, keeping his hand on the metal rack. "Don't look down! Look ahead!" The sunset is painting the entire village in gold, and Sang-hoo is pedaling with everything he has got. "If you feel like you're going to fall, Uncle will definitely catch you." Sang-hoo focuses. The fear of the ground disappears. He looks straight ahead, his eyes reflecting the horizon. The wind is rushing past his helmet, and the bike is actually moving in a straight line. For the first time, he feels the balance. He is not wobbling. He calls out to his uncle, his voice full of sudden hope. He says he thinks he can actually do it, and behind him, Kang-yoon slowly, gently lifts his hand away from the metal. No tricks this time, just complete trust. Sang-gu rides. He is flying down the alley, entirely on his own, leaving his mentor behind in the dust. He presses the handbrakes, bringing the bike to a flawless, controlled stop. The long shadows stretch across the yard, and the kid stands there, completely stunned by his own success. He turns around, screaming, "Uncle!" You saw that, right? Kang-yoon stands there with a massive, proud grin, giving him a giant thumbs up. Sang-gu runs back, and they smash their hands together in the most epic high five of the season. Our guy lifts the kid into the air, celebrating like they just won a championship match. Suddenly, a voice calls out from across the alley. It is Grandma Park, leaning over her wall with a warm smile, announcing that dinner is officially ready. Sang-gu immediately drafts Kang-yoon into joining them, and Kang-yoon is too weak to refuse a kid's invitation. He looks down at Sang-gu's happy, dirty face, feeling a deep sense of peace. They walk toward the house as the stars start to peek out, ready to see what is on the menu. They head inside Grandma Park's cozy traditional country home. Inside the kitchen, Grandma is already at work, slicing fresh zucchini with a rhythmic sound. She drops thick cubes of soft tofu into a golden pot. The stew is bubbling on the stove, sending a rich, savory steam into the chilly air. Sang-gu is playing the perfect host, setting up the metal chopsticks and spoons on the table, and when the main dish is served, the steam practically sparkles under the light. Kang-yoon's eyes widen. As a professional chef, he has eaten at 3-star Michelin establishments, but the deep, earthy aroma of traditional, home-brewed soybean paste stew is something no culinary school can ever replicate. Grandma apologizes for not preparing a fancy meal, but Kang-yoon insists this is a literal feast. He happily says the smell alone is making him so hungry he could easily crush 2 whole bowls of rice. Grandma takes that comment literally. She places a bowl in front of him, except it is not a bowl of rice, it is a structural hazard. A literal skyscraper of starch. Sang-gu eagerly scoops a massive ladle of the hot, bubbling stew for his favorite uncle. Kang-yoon accepts it with a warm laugh, thanking the little helper. The tofu is perfectly soft, absorbing all the savory depth of the fermented broth. Kang-yoon takes his first spoonful, and the warmth immediately travels straight to his chest. It is hot, rich, and carries that unmistakable deep funk of real country-style doenjang. His expression completely softens. This is not about complex techniques or expensive spices. He scoops a piece of tofu and zucchini, laying it gently over his mountain of rice. He mixes it together, the savory broth soaking into the hot grains. He takes a massive bite. Then he reaches for the side dishes, picking up a piece of thick, red-seasoned radish kimchi. The loud crunch echoes in the quiet room. He closes his eyes. This kind of rustic homemade comfort food cannot be copied. It is forged through decades of Grandma's experience. Grandma smiles, using her chopsticks to drop a perfectly seasoned dark perilla leaf onto Sang-gu's bowl. Sang-gu cheers, wrapping the leaf around his rice like a true professional. The room is filled with the simple, warm sounds of a family eating together. Kang-yoon watches them, and a memory flashes in his mind. He remembers sitting at a low table just like this one, back when his grandfather was still around and his own family was still whole. He blinks back the nostalgia, noticing Grandma is watching him with a gentle look. She coaxes him to try the meat patties next, urging him to eat as much as his stomach can handle. Sang-gu slides a piece of acorn jelly onto Kang-yoon's plate, but his kid coordination slips. The jelly collapses, and they both burst into easy, comfortable laughter. Looking from above, the tiny house is a single point of warm, golden light in the middle of the dark, chilly mountain valley. The full moon rises over the traditional tiled roofs, casting a cool silver glow across the quiet town. Kang-yoon is finally walking home, pushing his bicycle with rice cake and tori happily resting in the basket. Grandma Park walks him to the gate, thanking him sincerely for making Sang-gu so bright and happy lately. Kang-yoon rubs his neck, embarrassed, saying Sang-gu is the one who always brings him joy. Grandma looks at him, asking casually if his own parents are still living overseas. He nods. Yes. His entire family is currently living abroad. He admits it has been quite a long time since he last saw them in person. He looks up at the mountain road, wondering quietly if they are all doing well out there in the wider world. Meanwhile, thousands of feet in the air, a massive passenger jet cuts through the clouds. Inside the bustling airport terminal, a traveler is wheeling a massive gray suitcase through the arrivals gate. She stops, letting out a deep breath, and smiles. Wow, it's been a long time, Korea. It has been almost 10 years. She pulls down her sunglasses, her bright blue eyes scanning the crowd. Suddenly, her phone starts buzzing in her back pocket. She answers immediately, telling her mom that she has successfully landed and is heading straight to her brother's place. Pyeongchang, right? Since it's Grandpa's old house. Oh, come on, I know the way perfectly. She listens to her mom's worried voice on the line, rolling her eyes with classic sibling exasperation. She stands outside next to a long-distance bus, promising to call again the second she arrives. She hangs up, a confident, slightly mischievous grin spreading across her face. She climbs aboard the bus, ready to disrupt her brother's quiet country retirement. The next morning, the sun is shining brightly over Kang Yoon's clean white estate. Rice Cake is chasing his tail in the yard, while Tori is clinging to his back like a tiny orange passenger. Tori is squealing in pure, high-speed hamster delight as they spin around on the grass. Suddenly, Rice Cake's nose twitches. His ears stand straight up. He senses a presence. A very specific, completely unfamiliar scent is approaching the wooden gate. He trots over, letting out a curious squeak as a pair of sneakers stops right in front of him. It is our stylish traveler dragging her massive suitcase up the dirt path. She looks up at the big modern building, completely confused because there is not even a restaurant sign anywhere. She wonders if her brother moved his shop, but then she looks down. A tiny, hyper-fluffy white puppy is sniffing her shoes, his tail starting to wag at Mach speed. Inside the house, Kang Yoon opens the door, calling out to his pets to get inside before they freeze. But he stops dead in his tracks. The stylish girl is currently cuddling his legendary divine wolf beast like a plush toy, squealing about how incredibly cute he is. Kang Yoon's jaw drops, his finger pointing in absolute unadulterated shock. And we are back. Sibling reunion is going exactly how you would expect. Immediate, unprovoked verbal violence. Seyeon takes one look at our guy's comfortable apron and claims he has gone completely shabby. She acts like she did not just travel halfway across the globe just to stand in his living room, flashing him a smug grin that says she has got some major news. She leaps off the sofa, declaring she officially scored a job back in South Korea. And not just any entry-level gig, we are talking about a 5-star hotel. Turns out, the little sister actually followed through and became a professional pâtissier. She boasts that she is going to be a once-in-a-generation pastry genius, completely overshadowing his legacy. Kang Yoon gets a sudden flashback to her elementary school days when she was just a tiny gremlin burning cookies next to him. She shuts down the nostalgia real quick, explaining her official start date is still a few weeks out. And since their mom was wondering how the family prodigy was surviving in the wild, she announces she will be crashing at his place for the foreseeable future. Kang Yoon's face is pure, unadulterated system error as she offers to help out at his empty shop. She tells him to consider her presence a literal honor, which is classic sibling audacity. Fast forward 48 hours. The reality of country life officially hits her like a physical debuff. She is sitting in front of the television, aggressively clicking through the channels, complaining that this is officially the most dead shop in recorded history. 2 whole days, 0 customers, and not even a single fly has bothered to buzz through the door. Rice Cake and Tori are currently melting next to the space heater, living their absolute best lives. Suddenly, the front door bell rings and Sehyun's gamer instincts immediately flag a potential customer. But it is not a customer. It is Granny Park dropping off another massive delivery of fresh kimchi. This time it is green onion kimchi, and she delivers it with the classic take-it-or-leave-it country attitude. Our guy accepts it with a warm smile, clearly used to the local grandmas treating him like their collective grandson. Sehyun watches this interaction from her chair, her eyes softening just a tiny bit. She quietly notes that her notoriously cynical brother is actually getting along with the locals way better than she expected. But the wholesome energy does not last long because she is back to complaining about being bored. She grabs Rice Cake, face planting into his white fur to extract a pure dopamine hit of roasted rice scent. Then she looks back at her brother, her tone shifting to something slightly more serious. She asks why a masterclass chef like him is just letting his god-tier skills rust away in the middle of nowhere. Suddenly, a rich, savory aroma starts drifting from the kitchen. She peeks through the curtain, asking why he is even bothering to cook when the reservation book is completely blank. Kang Yoon deadpans that it is for his side work he is testing and reviewing a specific recipe. He looks down at the stove. a genuine, quiet smile appearing on his face as he cooks. Sehun blinks, staring at him. She remembers how, ever since he went abroad to study and entered the professional league, he had completely stopped smiling. He was always tense, always fighting off toxic rumors, always dealing with people trying to tear him down. The kitchen had become a battlefield rather than a place of joy. But right now, standing in this quiet, empty country diner, he actually looks at peace. She thinks that maybe, just maybe, this rundown village is actually helping him heal. She steps into the kitchen, her curiosity taking over, and asks what he is preparing. He says he is making a truffle cheongyang cream tagliatelle, grating fresh ingredients over the pan. She leans in close, her professional patissier brain immediately analyzing the flavor profile. She asks if she can borrow some of his ingredients, and our guy casually gives her the green light. She starts cracking eggs into a bowl, whipping up cream, and showcasing some actually impressive speed. She plates her creation, using a spoon to clean up the edges. Kang-yoon lifts a forkful of his spicy cream pasta, taking a bite. The fiery kick of the cheongyang pepper perfectly cuts through the heavy, luxurious cream. Before he can even swallow, Sehun slides a small ceramic cup right in front of his face. He blinks. Is this creme brulee? She proudly announces it is a persimmon creme brulee, using some ripe local fruit she found in the pantry. Kang-yoon is highly skeptical, wondering why she made a dessert out of nowhere. She tells him it was improvised, so it might not be perfect, but she wanted to see how it paired with his main dish. He taps his spoon through the caramelized sugar crust, taking a bite of the smooth custard. His eyes instantly widen. The natural, refreshing acidity of the persimmon completely neutralizes the lingering heat of his pepper pasta, cleaning his palate perfectly. Sehun puffs out her chest, gloating that getting praise from her ultimate rival feels absolutely incredible. Kang-yoon asks when he became her rival, and she laughs, calling him her personal mountain to climb. Now, it is her turn. She twirls a massive forkful of his pasta, bringing it to her mouth, and the second it hits her tongue, her entire world is shaken. The depth of the truffle cream, the balance of the spice, it is an absolute culinary masterclass. She eats with pure joy, realizing her brother's skills have not dulled by even a single %. She smiles, declaring that she has gotten everything she wanted out of this little trip. Kang-yoon looks at her, confused by the sudden change in her expression. And then, she drops the real hook, so why not just come back to Seoul with me? Kang-yoon does not answer. He just turns back to the sink, the water splashing against the dishes. The quiet is suddenly very heavy. Sehun leans over the counter, noting that his silent, brooding face always means he is hiding something. He tells her that was when they were kids, trying to brush it off. But Sehun's internal monologue is already running a strategy meeting. She is determined to nudge him back to the city, step by step. Attempt number 1. The lifestyle pitch. She claims there is literally nothing to do in this rundown village. No gaming cafes, no movie theaters, absolutely zero fun. She insists that if they were in Seoul, his life would be infinitely more exciting. Kang-yoon points out he does not play video games, hates watching movies, and has no interest in making new friends anyway. Sehun immediately deflates. Wrong approach. First attempt failed completely. Attempt number 2. The nostalgia play. She sits at the table, leaning her chin on her hand, and reminds him of how legendary he was back in Hanam-dong. She talks about the glorious days when people lined up around the block just to catch a glimpse of him cooking. But Kang-yoon's memory of those glorious days is slightly different. He remembers toxic influencers barging into his kitchen, screaming customers, people following him home, and someone literally stealing his favorite knife. Second attempt failed. The city was a nightmare, and she clearly does not get it. She twirls her fork, realizing that being indirect with this guy is a complete waste of stamina. It is time to go straight down the middle. She slams her hand on the table, rising from her seat. She demands to know how long he plans on staying in this quiet corner of the world. She asks if he is seriously never going to put his uniform back on. But during her dramatic table slam, a giant clump of red pasta flies off her fork and lands directly on Rice Cake's back. Sehun instantly drops her serious posture, screaming in absolute horror as she apologizes to Marshmallow. She frantically offers to bake the dog a custom cake to make up for the red stain, while Kang-yoon just watches the chaos. She kneels on the floor, using a cloth to wipe the sauce off the white fur. Kang-yoon looks down at her, calling her name. He asks if she is seriously trying to tell him he should pack his bags for Seoul. She looks up, her eyes wide, and asks if he is not feeling completely recovered by now. She says there is no logical reason for him to stay hidden here anymore, and our guy delivers the line with zero hesitation. "I'm not going." Rice Cake and Tori watch the sibling standoff, the tension in the room spiking instantly. Sehun's voice rises, her frustration finally bubbling over. She asks what is so special about this dusty countryside and why he has to live so quietly when he could be at the absolute top of the industry. Kang-yoon looks at her, his voice incredibly soft, and says he simply likes it here. She squeezes her fist against her knee, her face turning red. She stands up, her chair scraping against the floor. She yells that staying here is not healing, it is just running away. She calls him pathetic for wasting his world-class talent in a rundown country shop where nobody even knows who he is. The words hang in the air, and she instantly freezes. She takes a step back, her eyes wide with sudden regret as she realizes she crossed a major line. She squeezes her eyes shut, unable to look him in the face after saying something so harsh. Before he can even say a word, she turns around and bolts toward the exit. She slams the door, screaming for him not to follow her as she sprints down the dirt road. Kang-yoon is left standing in the silent living room, completely stunned. He sighs, sinking onto the sofa, and figures she is just overly emotional because she is stressed about her new job. He decides he will just wait for her to cool down and talk to her when she comes back. But then the sun goes down, and she does not come back. It is pitch black outside, and Kang-yoon is staring at his phone, getting nothing but voicemail. Rice Cake and Tori are pacing the floor, let out worried whimpers. Our guy grabs a massive red flashlight, opening the front door with a look of genuine panic. He walks down the empty country road, his flashlight beam cutting through the dark as he calls out her name. The surrounding fields are completely silent, and the wind is freezing. He shines the light toward the dark greenhouses, realizing she has no idea how to navigate this terrain. He mutters to himself, wondering where on earth she could have gone. He recalls how back when they were kids, she would always run off and hide in a corner whenever she got upset. But back then, they lived in a familiar neighborhood. Out here, she is completely lost in the wild. Suddenly, Rice Cake lets out a sharp bark, pointing his snout toward the left path. The pup has picked up her scent, running ahead to lead the way. They stop in front of a pair of weathered green wooden gates. It is their late grandfather's old country estate. Rice Cake trots inside, sniffing a pair of familiar gray sneakers left on the porch. Kang-yoon steps onto the wooden deck, slowly raising his flashlight. The beam of light hits the corner of the porch, revealing a figure curled up into a tight ball. The full moon is shining brightly overhead as Kang-yoon lets out a quiet sigh of relief. There she is, sitting in the dark, shivering and crying with her face buried in her knees. Kang-yoon asks what she is doing moping in the dark, telling her she should have at least turned on a light. She mutters something about the breaker box under her breath, and Kang-yoon realizes she was too scared to find the power switch and her phone died. He gently apologizes for being stubborn. Sehun slowly lifts her head, her face completely covered in tears. She lets out a massive, dramatic wail, apologizing for being so incredibly harsh to him. She starts crying like a literal toddler, her cool urban pâtissier persona completely dissolving. Kang-yoon looks at her, and for the first time in years, a loud, genuine laugh escapes his chest. He laughs under the moonlight, teasing her that she has not changed a single bit since elementary school. She screams at him to stop laughing, their sibling dynamic fully restored. All right, the crying drama is officially over. Our guy Kang-yoon sits on the wooden porch, letting his sister cool down, and delivers some much-needed reassurance. Sehun is still hiccuping, completely embarrassed that she yelled at him and called his country life pathetic. She wipes her face with her sleeve, admitting she has always viewed him as her ultimate rival. Ever since they were kids, he was always running 10 steps ahead of her, winning prestigious culinary trophies and leaving her in his shadow. Her dream was to someday climb over that massive mountain and prove she could surpass him. So seeing him hiding out in a quiet country diner, completely retired from the spotlight, just made her angry. She squeezes her fists, looking down, and delivers a quiet, genuine apology. Kang-yoon does not get mad. He just looks at her, a warm, nostalgic smile on his face. He taps his finger on a small, worn-out dent in the porch wood. Sehun blinks, staring at the mark. He asks if she remembers how that dent got there. We get a quick flashback to their childhood. Their late grandfather was cracking walnuts with a hammer on the porch, telling them they were too young to try. But the second grandpa turned his back. A tiny, stubborn Sehun grabbed the hammer and smashed the floor instead, getting absolutely scolded. She laughs, recalling how scary grandpa was when he was angry. Kang-yoon points toward the large ceramic crocs in the yard, asking if she remembers hiding behind them. Another flashback hits, the day a single chicken escaped from the coop, and a tiny Sehun was so terrified she cried and hid for an hour while Grandpa chased it down. She giggles, the lingering tension from their fight completely evaporating in the cool autumn air. Kang-yoon pats Rice Cake's head, marveling at how much that scared little kid has grown up. She pouts, claiming they are not even that far apart in age, but she cannot hide her smile. She looks at him, her eyes soft, and thanks him for understanding her concern. Kang-yoon looks up at the starry night sky, his voice incredibly peaceful. He says he genuinely loves his life right now. Instead of constantly aiming higher and dealing with city stress, he is walking his own path, at his own pace, and seeing a much wider world. He tells her to trust him and just watch him a little longer, because there is so much more to experience in this village than she thinks. She looks at him, her eyes reflecting the moon. She glances toward the dark storage shed, the secret portal room, feeling like he is hiding something major. But his expression is so calm, she decides to let it go. She admits she still does not fully understand what is going on in his head, but she knows one thing for sure, he has never spoken with this much confidence before. She lets out a soft sigh, accepting his decision. After all, her big brother has always figured things out in the end. Then, she ruins the wholesome moment by declaring she is still telling their mom that his business is absolutely dead. Kang-yoon immediately gets triggered, screaming that his shop is just experiencing a normal seasonal slowdown. They start bickering like toddlers on the porch, the deep emotional weight of the night completely gone. A shooting star cuts through the sky, as if the universe is laughing at them. The sun rises over the village, and the next morning, Kang-yoon is interrupted by a familiar face. It is the village chief, sliding open the door and carrying a massive, heavy plastic container. He proudly announces that the village finished their grand winter kimchi-making session. Kang-yoon panics, feeling guilty because he did not lift a single finger to help them. But the chief just laughs it off, saying they would never bother a professional city chef with manual labor. The chief smiles warmly, but then his eyes drift toward the kitchen curtain. He spots Sehun peeking out, holding 2 spoons like binoculars. She immediately hops out, introducing herself as Kang-yoon's younger sister. The chief's eyes go completely wide. His cheeks flush red as his internal monologue starts screaming, "Another one under 39 in this village?" The man's dramatic energy is unmatched. He welcomes her enthusiastically, practically vibrating with excitement. He remarks on how incredibly similar the 2 siblings look. The author leaves a helpful note. Being told they look alike doesn't make either sibling happy. They both flash him the exact same deadpan glare. The chief waves goodbye, telling them they must come down to the village hall later for the post-kimchi making feast. Sehun is completely blown away by the rural hospitality, but Kang-yoon looks at the massive container of kimchi, his chef pride taking a hit. He hates always receiving gifts without giving anything back. He pops open the lid, revealing a stunning, glistening red batch of fresh kimchi. Sehun's mouth instantly waters. It looks insanely delicious. Kang-yoon decides they need to bring a high-end dessert to the village hall to repay their kindness. Sehun stands up, a confident smirk on her face, and asks if he wants some professional backup. She boasts that she has got the perfect dessert that the local elders will absolutely love. She drags out a massive bag of flour and ingredients, setting them on the steel counter. Kang-yoon asks what she is planning, and she reveals the menu, Korean traditional sweets, also known as Manhwa. Specifically, she wants to make gaeseong-jwak, glistening, golden, deep-fried glutinous rice donuts. Kang-yoon asks if she is actually good at making traditional Korean pastries since she spent 10 years studying French desserts. Sehun flashes a slightly unhinged dark smirk, holding up her kitchen utensils like claws. She tells him never to underestimate a 5-star hotel pâtissier. Rice Cake and Tori peek through the doorway, their noses twitching at the mention of incoming food. Kang-yoon sighs, rolling up his sleeves, and asks what his head chef wants him to do. Sang-yoon blinks, completely caught off guard by his sudden cooperation. She smiles warmly, realizing they are actually going to collaborate in the kitchen for the first time in years. She declares herself the official boss of this operation, and Kang Yoon immediately regrets his life choices looking at her chaotic, happy face. Even Rice Cake and Tori let out a cheering howl, ready to join the cooking crew. She immediately unloads a massive checklist. Soak the beans, boil the water, sift the flour, prepare the dough, and... Kang Yoon screams at her to take it one step at a time. Our guy Kang Yoon gets to work, his superhuman hands kneading the glutinous rice dough into perfect, smooth spheres. Sehyun watches him from the side, managing the hot oil on the stove. She keeps glancing at him, her eyes narrowing as she analyzes his movements. He slides the shaped dough into the bubbling oil with perfect, effortless precision. The donuts sizzle in the golden oil, expanding into perfect, glistening spheres. He lifts one out with his chopsticks. It has a flawless, uniform golden brown crust. Sehyun is completely flabbergasted. She only explained the instructions to him once. She pouts, asking how he managed to make them so flawlessly on his first attempt. She grumbles, wondering why an Italian pasta chef is also a natural prodigy at traditional Korean desserts. Her confidence is starting to shake. But they are not done yet. She looks at the plain golden donuts, wanting to add some visual flair. They glaze the juak in sweet, sticky honey syrup, making them shine under the kitchen lights. Kang Yoon takes a bite of a plain one, marveling at the perfectly chewy texture and balanced sweetness. But he agreed that compared to five-star hotel standards, the presentation is a bit too plain for a feast. Sehyun holds out her hand, telling him to leave the rest to a real pastry artist. She slices fresh local apples into paper-thin wedges, her knife moving with supersonic speed. Then, she uses a piping bag to squeeze a perfect dollop of rich, velvety white cream directly onto the center of each glazed donut. She sifts a delicate dust of powdered sugar over the top, and Kang Yoon's eyes go completely wide. The final product looks absolutely stunning. The golden glazed juak is topped with fresh cream, thin apple slices, vibrant strawberries, and blueberries. A flawless modern fusion masterpiece. She smiles proudly, claiming a pâtissier's true job is to make people's hearts flutter through visual beauty. And of course, it has to taste amazing too. Kang Yoon looks at her, a soft, proud smile on his face, realizing his little sister has truly become a master of her craft. They pack the gorgeous desserts into traditional wrapped boxes, heading out down the road. Sehyun is slightly nervous, wondering if the local country elders will actually enjoy her modern, fancy creation. They walk under the clear blue autumn sky, with Rice Cake and Tori riding on top of the boxes like little mascots. Sehyun looks around at the quiet fields, taking in the peaceful atmosphere. She notes how calm and quiet everything is out here. The autumn grass sways in the gentle wind, and a chubby local cat stretches on a concrete wall. Rice Cake lets out a happy howl, chasing after the cat, while Tori holds onto his ears for dear life. Sehyun watches them, a warm smile on her face, finally starting to understand why her brother fell in love with this quiet little village. They arrive at the brick building of the Yongpyong Village Hall. Kang Yoon guides her toward the entrance, but then Sehyun stops, her eyes locking onto a massive banner hanging above the door. It is a giant, high-gloss banner with cartoon fireworks reading, "Yongpyong Village's treasure! Lee Kang Yoon, chef!" Sehyun immediately whips out her phone, taking a million photos while laughing hysterically as Kang Yoon tries to drag her inside in absolute mortification. They slide the door open, and they are immediately welcomed by Sujin, Minho, and baby Haeun. Sehyun introduces herself, and the local aunties immediately coo over how much she resembles her handsome brother. Sujin holds up baby Haeun, telling her to greet her new big sister. Haeun reaches out her tiny baby hand, and Sehyun's heart completely melts at the overwhelming cuteness. The village chief slides in, shouting that they have prepared a massive feast for their guests. The table is packed with classic winter balsam, perfectly glazed, tender boiled pork belly, fresh raw oysters, and bright red kimchi. Sehyun's jaw drops at the incredible spread while Kang Yoon just stands there, completely defeated by their generosity. She stuffs a piece of tender pork belly wrapped in kimchi into her mouth, and her eyes practically shoot lasers. The combination of rich pork and fresh briny oyster is so good it literally moves her heart. Even baby Haeun is watching the adults eat with big curious eyes. Sang-hoo runs through the room, with Rice Cake chasing right behind him to grab a piece of dropped pork belly. The chief asks if the food suits her city palate, and Sehyun enthusiastically confirms it is the best meal ever. The chief immediately promises to pack her several more containers of kimchi to take back to her apartment in Seoul. Sehyun hesitates, realizing the locals are treating her like family even though they just met. She looks down, her eyes warm, and delivers a sincere, polite thank you. She finishes her plate, setting down her chopsticks. And now, it is time for the main event. She presents the wrapped red box. She unwraps it, revealing the glistening, colorful gaseongjwak and traditional flour cookies. The chief and the aunties gasp in absolute shock at the stunning 5-star presentation. Sehyun smugly folds her arms, telling her brother to take notes on how a real professional handles a crowd. Sujin takes a bite, marveling at how a traditional heavy dessert could look and taste this incredibly light and beautiful. The chief munches on a flour cookie, declaring it the perfect snack to pair with some traditional rice wine. Sang-hoo stuffs a cream-topped jwak into his mouth, his eyes turning into actual stars as he screams about how sweet and delicious it is. He looks up at Sehyun, asking if she is a legendary master chef just like his favorite uncle. She flashes a warm, proud smile, declaring that she is a professional pâtissier. The entire room erupts into happy laughter and toasts, and Sehyun sits in the middle of the warmth, finally feeling completely at home. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in a completely different world, high up in the canopy of a massive ancient tree, Sila's younger sister Aura is surveying the forest. She has traveled through many dangerous woods, but she notes that the neutral forest is still the most mysterious place of all. Her green bird Sophie lets out a soft chirp. Suddenly, Aura freezes. A thick white plume of steam is rising through the green canopy in the distance. The steam is incredibly dense, bubbling up like a giant cloud. She looks down, her blue eyes wide with absolute shock as she recognizes the phenomenon. The ground rumbles, and a massive geyser of boiling water shoots high into the sky. A hidden hot spring has officially erupted in the middle of the neutral territory, and whatever this geothermal miracle brings next, it is going to require some serious cooking. Alright. The family feast is officially over, and the sibling retirement arc has reached its logical conclusion. Sehyun is standing near the door, getting a final earful from her brother about double-checking her packing. She drags her massive gray suitcase across the wooden floor, flashing him a quick wave as she prepares to head back to the big city. Kang-yoon watches her with his classic, half-lidded deadpan look, keeping his arms crossed. But the second she kneels down to cuddle Rice Cake goodbye, her tough city exterior completely crumbles into squeals. She whines that her brother is not even a fraction as cute as the fluffy pup, getting a highly unimpressed stare from both of them. She pats the little wolf, thanking him for keeping her company and letting her recharge her batteries over the past few days. Kang-yoon watches them, his expression softening into a quiet, protective look. Sehyun stands up, boasting that unlike a certain retired countryside chef, she is about to be incredibly busy at her new 5-star hotel job. She points a finger at him, declaring she is officially starting her own legendary shonen protagonist path. Kang-yoon lets out a soft, genuine smile, telling her not to let her excitement outrun her. He warns her that the professional kitchen league is a highly toxic, exhausting grind. He remembers the stress, the endless screaming, and the backstabbing rivals, telling her there will be days when she feels completely defeated. He looks at her, his voice incredibly gentle, warning her that she might cry more often than she thinks for a while. But Sehyun just smashes her hands on her hips, flashing him a massive, confident grin. She asks what kind of main character does not go through a massive training arc and heavy hardships before they achieve their final evolution. Kang-yoon stares at her determined face, realizing his little sister is built completely different. His deadpan expression immediately returns, and he tells her she better run because the bus out of this village only comes once every 4 hours. She looks at her phone, shrieks in absolute panic, and sprints out the door with her suitcase. But as she is running down the path, Kang-yoon's voice rings out across the yard. He calls out her name, his voice soft, but carrying clearly through the wind. He tells her that if she ever gets completely exhausted from working too hard, she can always come back here to rest. Sehyun pauses, her eyes widening, before she flashes him one final, brilliant smile over her shoulder. She sprints down the dirt road, her sneakers kicking up dust, heading back to her own battleground with a fully healed heart. Meanwhile, back in the high fantasy forest, Rice Cake is skipping through the grass, his tail wagging as he explores the woods with Tori. Suddenly, they peek behind a massive tree, their eyes widening at a highly bizarre scene. It is the muscular bodybuilder rabbit beast, standing behind a very fluffy, round lady rabbit with a flower in her ear. The shredded bunny dramatically holds out a giant bouquet of purple flowers, his face blushing furiously. A wave of sparkling shoujo anime energy fills the air as he gets down on one knee. Even in a magical forest, love is in the air. But behind them, our guy Kang Yoon is currently running his own physical endurance trial. He is carrying a colossal wooden log on his shoulders, his face turning purple as Noah watches from the branches. He drops the massive log onto the grass with a loud thud, completely out of breath. Sela approaches him, announcing that their grueling physical training is officially done for the day. Kang Yoon collapses flat on his back, wheezing that his entire body is cooked and he wants nothing more than a boiling hot bath. Sela tilts her head, her green eyes full of complete confusion. A bathhouse? He explains the human concept, a place where people fill a giant tub with hot water and just soak their tired muscles together. Sela explains that elves use spirit magic to wash, while Noah claims beastmen just jump into freezing cold rivers to stay sharp. Kang Yoon sighs, claiming they are missing out on the greatest relaxation buff in history. Sila's eyes light up, as if she just remembered something important. She looks at Noah, saying there is a place that matches his description perfectly. They guide him through the thick green canopy of the forest, and Kang Yoon's jaw completely drops. A massive, thick cloud of white steam is rising from the valley floor. A stunning, crystal-clear waterfall pours down a high, rocky cliff, feeding into a colossal, natural hot spring that is bubbling beautifully. Kang Yoon stands at the edge, amazed that a real geothermal hot spring exists in this fantasy world. He takes a deep breath, his nose instantly detecting a very familiar, sharp aroma. It is the unmistakable smell of sulfur, the ultimate proof of a therapeutic mineral spring. Sela smiles, explaining that the hot spring appeared in the neutral forest only a few days ago. She says the spiritual gas was originally too strong, so the elven rangers had to purify the water. But Kang Yoon notices some movement in the trees. He looks over, spotting Noah, Mona, and Rice Cake hiding behind a trunk, shivering. Sela laughs, explaining that beastmen have hypersensitive noses, so the sharp sulfur smell is basically a poison debuff to them. She offers to use magic to blow the scent away, but Kang Yoon waves his hand, saying you get used to it in 2 minutes. He sits down on a flat rock, rolling up his pants, and gently dips his bare feet into the steaming water. The heat immediately hits his nervous system, and he lets out a highly dramatic gasp. The warmth spreads through his aching legs, and his face completely melts into pure, unadulterated bliss. This is actual heaven. Rice Cake trots over, his eyes full of intense curiosity as he watches his master's face. Sela smiles, noting that he looks incredibly satisfied with the water. Kang Yoon leans back on his elbows, sighing that soaking after a brutal workout is the ultimate way to heal the body. He claims that if he lived near a hot spring like this, he would soak every single day. Rice Cake tries to dip his paw, but the sudden heat sends him running back, barking in surprise. Kang Yoon looks at Sela, a brilliant, slightly mischievous light bulb popping up next to his head. If they have a massive hot spring and a steam cave, it is time to introduce these fantasy creatures to the legendary art of the Korean jjimjilbang. The very next afternoon, Aura is walking through the quiet woods, her green bird Sophie resting on her orange hair. She is moping, wondering what kind of cultural experience her sister Sela invited her to. She steps into the clearing, spotting a figure standing by the steaming water. Kang Yoon turns around, wearing a simple brown short-sleeved top, matching shorts, and a highly ridiculous pair of rolled-up towels on his head. Aura's jaw drops, her face turning completely red as she screams, "What on earth is that outfit?" She claims she has never seen such bizarre clothes in all her travels or in any ancient elven library, but Kang Yoon just grins, saying he brought a whole box of them so everyone could match. He holds out a tiny set of brown clothes, telling her it is her turn to change. Aura frantically waves her hands, refusing to wear it, but a gentle hand pats her shoulder. It is Sela, standing proud in her own matching brown uniform, looking incredibly pleased with how breathable and soft the fabric is. Even the mighty warrior Noah is wearing the jjimjilbang shorts, silently using his sharp claws to carve a smooth wooden neck pillow on the grass. Aura realizes she has been completely outvoted. She reluctantly puts on the clothes, looking highly disgruntled. Kang Yoon gives them a thumbs up, declaring it is time to officially experience human relaxation culture. The natural waterfall roars in the background, steam rising under the sunny sky. Tori is already floating in the hot spring, resting inside a small plastic bowl like a miniature spa king. Scylla, Aura, and Noah sit shoulder to shoulder in the bubbling water, their faces completely melting into pure bliss. Scylla lets out a soft sigh, admitting she finally understands why humans love soaking in hot water. She feels her entire mind and body being completely healed. Noah sits next to them with his arms crossed, his face turning bright red as he tries to maintain his tough warrior posture. Meanwhile, behind a nearby tree, Mona is still holding her nose, weeping over the sharp sulfur smell. Rice Cake is standing right next to her, looking equally offended by the mineral steam. Aura looks over at the dramatic duo, feeling a little bad for the sensitive-nosed beastman. She calls out to her windbird Sophie, casting a gentle breeze that clears the sulfur gas around them. The air instantly freshens, and Mona lets out a happy cheer, her eyes sparkling. Before anyone can stop her, she executes a high-speed dive right into the hot spring pool. She crashes right on top of Noah's head, immediately screaming because the water is 10 times hotter than she expected. To keep the little one safe, Kang Yoon sets up a tiny yellow inflatable pool filled with cold river water for Rice Cake to splash in. The steam rises into the clear blue sky as the group enjoys their afternoon, but the sudden relaxation hits them like a physical debuff. Scylla, Aura, and Noah are completely eliminated, lying flat on a blue picnic mat with cold towels draped over their eyes. Aura sits up, her face flushed red, panting that her entire body feels like it is on fire. She looks at Kang Yoon, who is standing tall and singing, wondering how on earth humans survive this temperature. Kang Yoon laughs, claiming the bath was just the lobby queue. Aura grumbles that human culture is incredibly strange, but she admits it was a good learning experience. Our guy flashes her a massive, mischievous grin. "What do you mean, Aura? We're just getting started." She looks up, her blue eyes wide with sudden terror. "Now we're going to the sauna." He points toward a dark rocky cave at the edge of the clearing, which he discovered during his morning exploration. Scylla steps inside, noting that the cave is incredibly warm because the hot spring flows directly beneath the floorboards. Kang Yoon's eyes spark as he explains the concept of a steam bath. He unrolls a massive heavy blanket, completely sealing the cave entrance to trap the warm moisture inside. Inside, Noah's hand-carved wooden neck pillows are laid out perfectly on the floor next to a small sand hourglass. He holds out Tori, asking her to use her gentle fire magic to heat up the stones. The temperature inside the cave instantly spikes, a thick wave of hot steam filling the room. Our guy proudly announces that the private VIP sauna is officially open. He gently places a custom sheephead towel on Rice Cake, who looks incredibly pleased with his new accessory. Scylla, Aura, and Mona put on their matching towel hats, looking highly skeptical of this essential sauna fashion. Kang Yoon laughs, telling them to lie down and let their bodies sweat out all the toxins. They lie side by side on the mat, the silence of the cave surrounding them. He reminds Aura to place the wooden neck pillow under her neck, warning her it will hurt if she uses it like a standard pillow. Scylla closes her eyes, beads of sweat starting to roll down her cheeks. She realizes the intense steam actually feels incredibly relaxing, comforting her tired muscles, but Aura and Mona are already reaching their limit. Aura sits up, screaming that she is literally suffocating. Kang Yoon deadpans that they have only been inside for 3 minutes. He points to the hourglass, saying real veterans stay until the sand runs completely out. He kindly suggests that if it is too hard for the kids, they can wait in the cool cavern in the back. This instantly triggers Aura's competitive elven pride. She declares she is an adult, so she can easily outlast a little sand. She tries to look tough, her face turning purple as she glares at the hourglass. But 2 seconds later, her pride completely snaps. She and Mona scream and sprint out of the cave like their lives depend on it. They collapse in the back cavern, panting, wondering if all human adults are actually terrifying monsters. Aura wipes her brow, but then she feels a sudden, ice-cold draft brushing against her cheek. She looks up, her eyes widening at the magical cave behind them. The walls are covered in glowing purple crystals and thick ice formations. She touches the cool stone, the refreshing chill instantly drying her sweat. She lets out a happy sigh, shivering as the cold wind wraps around her. Kang Yoon walks into the ice cave carrying a massive white bag, smiling at her reaction. Rice Cake is already rolling on the icy floor, fully recovered from his sauna trauma. Kang Yoon reaches into his bag, declaring that after sweating it out, it is time for the final Jimjilbang ritual, replenishing their energy. He pulls out a large tray of glistening, brown slow-baked eggs and jars of ice-cold sweet sikye. Sela takes a massive gulp of the fermented rice drink, her face lighting up as she screams that she has never tasted anything so sweet and refreshing. Kangyun explains the recipe. Traditional sikye made by fermenting grains until they float. He feeds a spoonful to Rice Cake, who happily licks the sweet liquid. Aura looks at the brown egg in her hand, wondering how to eat it. Kangyun smiles, telling Mona that traditional bathhouse rules state you must crack the baked egg against your forehead for the best flavor. Mona takes his advice literally, but instead of her own forehead, she aggressively smashes the hard egg directly into Kangyun's skull with a loud crack. Our guy clutches his bruised forehead in absolute pain, while Sila and Noah burst into hysterical laughter. Noah laughs, pointing out that beastmen are naturally born with superhuman physical strength. Kangyun rubs his head, sighing, but smiles as he watches them enjoy the food. He looks at their happy, sticky faces, his eyes shining with a sudden, brilliant idea. He tells them that while the bath and the snacks are great, there is still one final, legendary step left to complete the ultimate Korean jjimjilbang experience. Sila is looking like a high-end shampoo commercial, and Aura is looking equally refreshed. Even our guy Rice Cake and Tori are completely melted on the grass. The sheer healing power of a hot spring is no joke. Sila is already planning to turn this into her permanent weekend spot. Aura, however, is starting to feel that classic post-bath stomach rumble, which means it is time for our main character to do what he does best. He steps up, fully energized, and asks the most important question of the day. Shall we have some lunch? Noah is still out cold on the picnic blanket, completely immobilized by relaxation. But the second the wind carries a familiar scent, his eyes snap open. The beastman radar never fails when meat is on the line. Gangyeon tosses the beef into the hot pan, searing it to a perfect brown. Noah sits up, immediately drawn to the steam. The rest of the squad is over by the pool, watching Mona play with some toy ducks. Gangyeon asks Noah how his body is feeling. Noah plays it cool, pretending he is totally fine, but then he spots what Gangyeon is throwing into the pot. He looks at the dark green strands and his brow furrows. Is that hair? Gangyeon immediately corrects him. It is seaweed, a proper food ingredient. Noah, however, is convinced it looks like ogre chest hair. Since they are landlocked in this fantasy world, ocean ingredients are practically myth. But Gangyeon knows exactly how to handle this. He pours in the sesame oil and soy sauce, letting the aromatics blend. Sauna and seaweed soup are a cultural cheat code on Earth. He adds the water, letting the broth simmer to a rich green. The steam rising from the pot smells absolutely incredible. But a soup isn't going to satisfy a group of hungry warriors, so he drops in some hand-rolled glutinous rice balls to make it filling. Noah stares at the floating white spheres. Eyeballs? At this point, the beastmen think our guy is running a Halloween special. But as the bowls are served, Aura leans in to take a closer look. A hot bowl of miyeokguk served with a side of perfectly aged kimchi. Sila recognizes the sea plant from her travels, but she has never seen it prepared like this. Gangyeon explains that it is the ultimate recovery meal after sweating it out. Aura is still skeptical about eating eyeballs, but the smell is too good to ignore. She takes a spoonful. Her eyes light up instantly. The texture is silky, smooth, and incredibly comforting. Noah finally grabs his bowl, his claws gripping the edge. He takes a bite of the rice balls and realizes it is just like the chewy rice cakes he had before. He is happily chewing away, even if he still casually refers to them as eyeballs. Sila takes a piece of the bright red kimchi. She pairs it with a spoonful of the warm soup, takes a bite, and her mind is completely blown. The spicy crunch of the kimchi balances the rich, savory broth perfectly. She smiles, thanking him for showing them a whole new world of comfort. Our guy just waves it off. He's just glad the menu landed. Mona is devouring her portion while the spirit birds are happily chirping. Aura gets a little kick from the spice, while Noah lets out a satisfied sigh. Gangyeon watches them, a quiet smile on his face. This is pure peace. Everyone is happy. Everyone is full, and Sila is already planning to invite the entire elven neighborhood next week. Noah is thinking this is the ultimate post-training cheat meal. Aura is just glad they found a spot where they don't have to worry about territorial wars. They are all quietly savoring every single drop. And just like that, the bathhouse culture begins to spread. What started as a simple soak has officially become the ultimate neutral ground for unity between beastmen and elves. Meanwhile, back on Earth. At the local elementary school, things are not peaceful. The school head is sitting at his desk looking incredibly stressed. The coordinator explains the situation. The main cooking instructor apparently threw her back out while doing some high-intensity Zumba, which leaves them in a massive bind for this week's parent cooking class. They are looking at the flyer, realizing they might have to cancel the entire event. The parents in this village are notoriously skilled, so finding a substitute who can match their level is nearly impossible. The coordinator is about to give up. But then, two heads pop through the window. Sang-hoo smiles. We know someone, the best cook in the village. Back in the forest, Gangyan suddenly gets a massive chill down his spine. He has no idea his peaceful life is about to be violently interrupted. 3 days later, the school coordinator is standing in Gangyan's diner, practically begging him to save them. Gangyan, holding a mop, is completely caught off guard, but being the nice guy he is, he agrees to help out for a day. She is absolutely thrilled, especially since he specializes in Italian cuisine. And that is when the real stress begins. Gangyeon stands in his kitchen, surrounded by potential dishes. He needs a recipe that is easy, fast, visually striking, and actually tastes good. Basically, he is looking for a culinary unicorn, especially since kids are notoriously brutal critics when it comes to school lunches and side dishes. He stands there, deep in thought. He realizes something important. The parents attending this class aren't there to make Michelin star plates. They want to learn how to make things their kids will actually eat. And with that, his master plan is locked in. The next day, he arrives at Soik Elementary School. The banner reads, "The honest and healthy playground for kids." Walking onto the school grounds, a wave of nostalgia hits him. He rolls his suitcase of ingredients down the hallway. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the corridor. "Uncle Gangyeon!" Sang-hoo and his friends run up to him, their faces lighting up. Sang-hoo immediately starts boasting to his classmates. "He is super famous! He's amazing at cooking and sports!" The other kids are starry-eyed, remembering his legendary performance during the village sports day. They immediately try to draft him into a lunchtime soccer match. They even offer him the goalkeeper spot. Gangyeon laughs, telling them he has to go prep for his class first, but promises to play later. The kids wave goodbye, holding him to that promise. He watches them run off, a warm feeling in his chest. The school is filled with the classic sounds of kids playing outside. He walks past the classroom bulletin boards, looking at the children's drawings. One drawing is titled Duck Uncle. He narrows his eyes. That is definitely supposed to be me, isn't it? He looks through the classroom window. The tiny wooden desks and chairs are exactly how he remembers them. He remembers being that small. Back when cooking was just a fun dream, before the pressure, before the critics, before the city almost broke him. He chuckles, wondering if the chairs would even hold him now. Suddenly, a bald head peeks around the corner. The principal greets him warmly. "Chef Lee Gangyeon! You're early!" He asks if Gangyeon brought his resume for the school records. Gangyeon hands over a brief sheet of paper. The principal takes it, smiling politely. He looks at the credentials. Head chef of Ristorante La Hors d'Or, international cooking competition winner, world champion. The principal's jaw hits the floor. They wanted a substitute, and they accidentally hired a literal culinary god. Meanwhile, in the cooking lab, the local parents are gathered, gossiping about the new teacher. They've heard he's a famous TV chef, but they aren't fully convinced yet. Suddenly, a wild village chief appears. He is waving a bright yellow banner like an absolute K-pop stan. "Yongpyong's pride! Gangyeon Appa is so cool!" Cheolmin's dad slides the door open, looking incredibly confused by the noise. He greets Myung's mom sitting down at a counter. He admits his son Cheolmin has become an incredibly picky eater, so he's desperate to learn some new tricks. The chief is still in the background, behaving like a complete menace with his banner. Myung's mom tells him today's teacher is extremely special. Right on cue, the door slides open. Cheolmin's dad looks up. "Wait, isn't that the guy who flew across the balance beam at sports day?" Gangyeon walks up to the main podium, smiling warmly at the crowd. The chief is still giving it his absolute all in the back. Our guy politely closes the door on him. Done. Next problem. He clears his throat, explaining that he is filling in for the day. The parents applaud, welcoming him to the class. He announces that today they will be diving into the world of Italian cuisine. Cheolmin's dad immediately gets anxious. Italian food sounds complicated and expensive. Gangyeon spots his worried expression and tells him not to worry. He places a heavy cardboard box onto the counter with a firm thud. Even with a vegetable that kids absolutely despise, he says, "We can make something amazing." The parents start whispering. Mushy texture, damp bite, distinct bitterness. "Don't tell me!" The tension in the room is palpable. He opens the box to reveal a bunch of eggplants. And naturally, Rice Cake and Tori are sitting right on top of them, completely unbothered. The pets are living their best life, looking like a pair of adorable plush toys. The chief is peeking through the window, probably wishing he had an eggplant too. Gangyeon holds up a shiny purple eggplant. "We'll be using this to make a dish kids will love." Chilman's dad raises his hand, practically sweating. "Teacher! My son refuses to touch eggplant! Is this really going to work?" Gangyeon smiles, a sharp glint in his eye. "Yes. Because we are going to hide it in plain sight." "Have you ever heard of lasagna?" The parents nod, listening closely to his every word. "We are going to replace the pasta sheets with sliced eggplant and make parmigiana di melanzane. Eggplant lasagna. Let's get started." And if you thought this was going to be a relaxing teaching experience, you clearly do not know the kind of chaos that lurks in a country cooking class. Chilman's dad steps up to the cutting board looking like he is about to defuse a bomb. Our guy immediately panics because this man is about to slice his own thumb straight off. Gangyeon has to do a quick tutorial on basic knife safety, explaining that slamming the blade down is a fast way to ruin the metal. He gently guides his hand, showing him the proper chef's claw grip. Chilman's dad looks amazed, realizing he has been using knives wrong his entire adult life. Once the eggplants are sliced, the parents lay them out on paper towels. They sprinkle them with salt to draw out the excess moisture and bitterness, then move on to sautéing onions and preparing the tomato sauce. One parent asks if they can make the sauce from scratch instead of using the jar. Our guy looks at her and immediately recognizes her because she looks exactly like her kid Miju. The animator really just used the copy-paste tool on these two. Gangyeon explains that they are using store-bought today for time, but he casually drops a 5-step scratch recipe at mock speed while the village chief continues to creepily watch from the window. Suddenly, the sliding door rattles open and Rice Cake and Tori casually stroll into the classroom like they own the place. Gangyeon lets out a tired sigh, because the village chief has set up a literal VIP tasting table in the middle of the school lab, complete with a sign. Our guy snaps, yelling at them to quietly observe without starting a sports day chant. Back to the food. The eggplants are drained, fried to a light gold, and layered carefully in the baking dish with sauce, fresh basil, and a heavy blanket of mozzarella cheese. A quick drizzle of olive oil, and it goes straight into the oven at 180 degrees. And just like that, the eggplant lasagna is complete. The parents crowd around, taking photos of the bubbling golden cheese pull like they just spotted a celebrity. Gangyeon warns them to let it rest for 10 minutes, because if you slice it hot, the layers are going to slide apart and ruin the presentation. Chilman's dad pulls a slice out, and the cheese stretch is basically a work of art. Our guy notes that if you roast the eggplant instead of frying it, this doubles as a perfect low-carb diet meal. The parents take their first bites. Miju's mom is taking photos while Chilman's dad stands there completely frozen. She notes that it tastes like rich oven-baked spaghetti, but lighter and with a refreshing acidity that cuts through the cheese. In the corner, the chief, Rice Cake, and Tori are holding up physical 100-point scorecards. They did not even make the dish and they are already handing out grades. Chilman's dad is looking at his plate, his eyes completely wide. Myung's mom smiles, admitting she never wanted to force her kid to eat eggplant, but this recipe is a complete game changer. Gangyeon nods, agreeing that forcing kids to eat things only makes them hate it more. He admits his first experience with eggplant was a slimy, bitter school lunch-side dish, and that single bad impression made him avoid the vegetable for literal years. It wasn't until he tried a perfectly fried eggplant fritter later in life that his mind completely changed. He smiles, noting that there are no bad ingredients, only bad preparation. Chilman's dad stares at him, deeply moved by the chef's speech. Suddenly, he grabs Gangyeon's hand in a double-handed grip of absolute emotional intensity. He admits he has always been completely hopeless at cooking, feeling like a failure because all the other dads had a signature dish for their kids. But thanks to our guy, he finally has something he can proudly make for his son. Gangyeon gives him a gentle, supportive smile. This is what cooking is actually about. As the class wraps up, the parents head home, completely energized. That evening, Miju's mom serves the lasagna, and Miju is practically vibrating with joy. She proudly announces she is going to marry lasagna, which her mom notes would make it her 50th husband. Kids these days. Meanwhile, at Chilman's house, the young boy is sitting at the table, looking highly skeptical. His dad places a hot dish in front of him. "Dinner tonight is made by Dad," he says, proudly posing in his apron. Chielman's eyes go wide. He pulls a forkful, his mouth watering at the massive cheese pull. He takes a bite, and his brain completely short-circuits. What the? This is insanely good! His dad smugly reveals that the main ingredient is actually the eggplant he always leaves on his plate. Chielman is absolutely flabbergasted. He asks his dad if he has secretly been a professional chef this entire time. He begs him to make it again tomorrow, and his dad laughs, promising a grand feast when mom gets back from her business trip. Complete wholesome victory. Meanwhile, back in the fantasy forest, Tori is using her convection fire magic to perfectly bake a fresh lasagna in our guy's camping pot. Gangyan pulls the tray out, thanking her for the assist. He notes that one of the best perks of lasagna is that it makes massive portions, meaning he can enjoy easy leftovers for days. He kneels down, serving a fresh slice to an incredibly excited rice cake. And then, he slides a second plate over to the guest sitting right next to him. The scarred sibling takes a polite bite of the cheese-covered dish. Gangyan suddenly realizes what is happening and his face completely deforms. You again? The scarred sibling calmly finishes his meal and starts licking his paw, completely satisfied, while Rice Cake looks on in absolute shock. Alright, let's look at this encounter again, because our guy is still trying to process how this white wolf keeps bypassing his security. He served the lasagna to Rice Cake, slid the second plate to the scarred sibling, and had his classic main character panic moment. The scarred sibling is just sitting there laxedly licking his paw, completely ignoring the screaming human. Gangyan kneels down, asking what he wants this time. The sibling quietly turns around, walking away a few paces, before turning back and biting the hem of Gangyan's pants. Our guy looks at him, realizes the wolf isn't trying to play with Rice Cake, he is specifically targeting him. He asks if something is happening back up in the snowy mountains. Rice Cake is currently throwing a massive jealous tantrum in his arms, but Gangyan knows this is serious. He smiles, deciding to go check it out. They step through the bilateral portal, entering the thick ancient forest. Gangyan shivers, remembering how incredibly foggy and confusing this territory was during his first visit. But with Rice Cake and Tori by his side, he is not worried about getting lost. Suddenly, the divine wolf's heart blessing crest on his chest flares with a brilliant blue light. The thick fog in the canopy immediately swirls and parts, revealing a clear, sunlit path through the trees. The mountain itself is literally opening the gates for him. Gangyan smiles, remembering the father wolf told him he was welcome to drop by any time. The scarred sibling takes off at a light trot, and Gangyan chases after him. He catches up, looking down at the silent white pup. He realizes calling him Marshmallow Sibling is a bit too long for daily conversations. He asks if he can give him a proper name, which causes Rice Cake to let out an offended shriek in the background. He thinks of something that matches Marshmallow. How about White Sugar, he asks. Isn't that cute? The sibling lets out a soft, flat howl. Gangyan notes his expression never changes, making it impossible to tell if he likes it or not. But then, White Sugar's fluffy tail starts gently wagging back and forth. Rice Cake is currently having an absolute soul-destroying crisis of envy, jealousy, and resentment in the background. His position as the favorite child is in extreme danger. They clear the tree line, and the breathtaking snowy mountain range opens up before them. Gangyan stands in the snow, wondering why White Sugar brought him all this way. Suddenly, a deep, familiar voice echoes through the cold air. It has been a while, human. The colossal, majestic father wolf emerges from the snow, carrying a tiny white pup in his mouth. Our guy is still slightly intimidated by his massive size, but politely greets him. He asks if something happened to the pack. The father wolf stands silent for a moment. The children, he telepathically explains, wanted to see you. Suddenly, 3 tiny, hyper-cute white wolf pups pop their heads out of the father wolf's thick chest fur. They let out a chorus of high-pitched howls and charge toward Gangyan at Mach speed. They are tumbling through the snow, absolutely thrilled to see him. Gangyan stands there with his arms open, feeling exactly like a tired dad returning home to his kids with a bucket of fried chicken. The pups swarm him, climbing up his pants and hanging off his backpack. They are literally scaling him like a climbing wall. One pup is happily chewing on his shoulder, while our guy laughs, trying to keep his balance. The mother wolf steps forward, looking slightly embarrassed. She explains that the kids became completely addicted to the premium beef he brought last time. Some of them even tried to sneak down the sacred mountain to find his diner and had to be dragged back by their tails. Gangyon's sweat drops, realizing these wolves have only ever eaten raw game, and his premium imported Korean beef was basically a cheat code for their taste buds. The parents sheepishly ask if he brought any of that meat today, noting that if the kids don't get some soon, they are going to tear the camp apart. Our guy looks nervous. Unfortunately, I didn't bring beef today. The parent wolves look dejected, apologizing for making him travel all this way for nothing. But, Gangyon says, I do have other meat. He smiles, noting it is a slightly different, more worldly flavor, but asks if they want to try it. He unzips his heavy bag, quickly setting up his portable metal grill and tools. The pups gather around, staring in absolute awe as he pulls out a giant jar. He presents a massive plastic bag filled with thick pork neck that he marinated overnight. Today, he announces, we are making pulled pork. First, he places the massive cut onto the grill, searing the outside over the open fire to lock in the juices. He pulls out his cutting board, slicing fresh onions with perfect, rhythmic speed. He spreads the onions across the bottom of a heavy pot, places the seared pork on top, and brushes it with a thick layer of savory barbecue sauce. And now, it is Tori's time to shine. She puts on her miniature sunglasses and starts spinning in the air like a breakdancer, flaring with her convection fire magic to perfectly bake the meat from all sides. Finally, he wraps the pot in heavy foil, lets it steam for 10 more minutes, and carefully pulls the cover off. The meat is perfectly golden brown, glistening with caramelized sauce and releasing a rich, smoky aroma. The pups are literally stacked on top of each other, drooling in unison. Gangyon puts on his gloves, gently pressing the meat. It is so tender it literally falls apart under his fingers. Since these are baby pups, shredding the pork will make it much easier for them to chew. He piles the massive mountain of shredded pulled pork onto a plate, and the pups let out a deafening cheer. They swarm the plate, diving headfirst into the meat. One pup is stuffing its face, letting out a series of happy squeaks because its vocabulary is not developed enough to express this level of flavor. Our guy decided to go all out, placing a slice of cheese on a bun and melting it with a mini blowtorch. He presents a flawless, high-end pulled pork burger, offering a bite to a highly excited rice cake. The pups are eating so fast you would think they haven't seen food in weeks. Gangyon watches them, feeling highly flattered by the clean plates. The father wolf watches the cooking process quietly before speaking. Human, I noticed earlier, you were borrowing a spirit's power. He asks if Tori is a spirit he officially contracted. Gangyon explains he met her through Scylla, the elven ranger. The father wolf's eyes narrow. How intriguing. You, he says, have zero affinity with nature. Gangyon is confused, remembering Scylla told him he must have a rare, powerful mana affinity to see and contract spirits. He stands there, completely blank-faced. He looks at Tori, who is happily chewing on a piece of cheese right next to him. If he has zero affinity, how is this contract even working? He thinks to himself, wondering if his dimensional traveler status somehow bypassed the system rules of this world. The father wolf looks up at the sky. Come to think of it, I have seen someone like that before. Just like you, he says, an existence who has received the love of many races. Our guy looks up, his eyes wide. Who is this other traveler, and what does this mean for his peaceful country life? We get a quick vision of the past. A blonde human traveler sitting in a sunlit forest reading a book. He was so deeply connected to nature that even the elements and spirits adored him, crossing the ancient racial boundaries as if they did not even exist. The father wolf looks off into the snowy horizon, noting that by human reckoning, it was a very long time ago. But human, he telepathically says, you carry the exact same scent as him. This is a massive macro-level mystery. While our guy tries to process this, the tiny wolf pups are rolling around in the snow behind him, completely carefree. Realizing he is not going to get any clear answers today, Gangyon adjusts his backpack. Well, I should probably get going. The giant wolves watch him, thanking him for feeding their noisy kids. White Sugar looks up, asking if Earth has many spices and foods like the pulled pork. Gangyon laughs, explaining that Earth's culinary variety is on a completely different level. He imagines a tiny chibi dragon breathing fire over standard steaks. He promises to bring something even more unique next time. He walks away into the snowy horizon, his silhouette shrinking against the peaks. The mother wolf looks at her partner, noting that the human has zero intention of using their divine relationship to ask for a favor. Usually, people would crawl up this mountain begging for a sacred wolf's blessing. Because of his pure, simple nature, they can comfortably let Rice Cake stay by his side. Back in the lower forest, our guy is planning to drop by Randolph's camp. But Rice Cake suddenly stops, his floppy ears perking up as he senses something. He lets out a confused whimper, while Tori looks equally puzzled. Cut back to Earth. The bilateral portal in the storage shed flares with purple light, and Gangyan slides the wooden door open, stepping out into the Yangpyeong sunset. He mounts his bicycle, ready to head home. He is happily pedaling, telling his pets they are having hot market-style kalguksu noodles for dinner. But behind him, standing in the middle of the dirt path, is White Sugar. The cool sibling literally snuck through the portal right behind him and is now casually wandering down the rural road. He trots along, looking around with those calm blue eyes. Suddenly, he spots a massive white cylinder sitting in the middle of a dry field. He stops, staring at it with absolute intensity. He recalls a memory of Gangyan roasting a fluffy white marshmallow over a campfire. This absolute genius thinks he just found a giant building-sized marshmallow. He stands on his back legs, patting the plastic wrap. His teeth glint as he prepares for a massive feast. He bites down with all his might and immediately spits it out with a look of pure, cartoonish disgust. It is literally just plastic-wrapped, fermented grass. He walks away, moping, and starts tracking a line of ants on the ground. He looks up, dreaming of a magical tree that grows fried chicken legs. Suddenly, his ears twitch as he hears a distant mechanical rumble. His ears are fully perked. An orange tractor is chugging down the lane, its engine vibrating loudly, and of course, the village chief is driving it, happily singing to himself about finding a girlfriend. As the tractor rolls past a pole, White Sugar is hiding, waiting for his moment. He vaults onto the back bed, landing quietly on top of the hay bales as the chief drives off. The tractor rolls past the Soik Elementary schoolyard, and our hitchhiker quietly hops off. He lands on the sand, his eyes sparkling as he spots the empty playground. He lets out a tiny, excited howl. He climbs up the wooden platform and slides straight down the yellow tube slide. He pops out of the bottom like a little white cannonball, landing on his tummy with a sparkling face. The legendary wolf god's son is currently having the time of his life on a plastic slide. He spots a rabbit Spring Rider toy and gives it a playful slap with his paw. The metal spring immediately rebounds, swinging the plastic rabbit head straight back toward him. He is left bouncing back and forth on the toy, his face completely flat as he questions his physics choices. Night officially falls over the country village. White Sugar has migrated to one of the swings, slowly rocking back and forth while dreaming of chicken bones. Suddenly, a bright beam of light cuts through the darkness. It is the village kids. Sanghu, Miyoung, Miju, and Cheolmin have officially snuck out for a night exploration. Sanghu checks if everyone got out quietly. Cheolmin boasts that he put earplugs in his parents' ears, while Miju proudly admits she locked her parents' bedroom door from the outside. That is definitely going to lead to a disaster later. File that away. Sanghu gets a spooky look on his face, reminding them about the school's 7 mysteries. First, he whispers, a swing that moves entirely by itself at midnight. Second, a girl who cries alone in the 3rd stall of the 2nd floor girls' bathroom. And third, the principal's portrait whose hair grows only at night. He admits he forgot the other 4, but insists they are legendary local myths. Cheolmin is shaking like a leaf, but tries to act tough, claiming ghosts are totally fake. Sanghu shines the light in his face. We are not cowards. We are going to become school legends today. They raise their fists, cheering in the dark. As they walk past the swings, Miju is huddling close to Sanghu. Miyoung asks why Miju is eating popcorn in the dark, and Miju admits she gets hungry when she is nervous. On the swing right next to them, White Sugar is quietly watching them, his eyes glowing blue in the dark. The swing chains creak. Creak! Sanghu shines his flashlight directly at the empty swing. The swing is rocking back and forth by itself. The kids let out a unified, deafening scream. They scream that the legend is real and bolt toward the main school doors in absolute terror. White Sugar hops off the swing, completely confused by the screaming humans. Meanwhile, back at the estate, Gangyeon is having a peaceful, steaming hot bath with Rice Cake and Tori, completely unaware that his guest is currently running a horror special at the local elementary. The kids have successfully broken into the dark, empty school building. They are walking down the corridor, their flashlight beam reflecting off the lockers. The atmosphere is incredibly heavy, and Cheolmin is still trying to save face. He insists his dad said ghosts are fake, but Miyoung is not buying it. Sanghu points out that the swing definitely moved on its own. Miju stops. her eyes wide behind her glasses. "I saw it," she stammers. "Something pure white just zipped past us." They immediately imagine a tiny, creepy ghost child floating on the swings. Miju clings to Cheol-min, terrified that the spirit is actively tracking them. Suddenly, a fluffy white paw sweeps across the floor. Miju lets out a massive scream, throwing her entire bag of popcorn into the air. She panics, screaming that something just brushed past her foot. Sang-gu shines his flashlight on the floor, but there is nothing there. And then, he notices something truly terrifying. The popcorn Miju just dropped is completely gone. There is not a single piece left on the floor. Right around the corner, White Sugar is sitting in the shadows, happily munching on the drop butter popcorn. Meanwhile, back at the estate, Gangyon's front door is pushed open by a group of panicking parents. They explain that the kids are missing, and they thought they might have gone to the young chef's place. Cheol-min's dad is trying to stay calm, claiming they probably just went out to play and will come back when they are hungry, but his knees are shaking so violently he is practically rattling the floorboards. Myung's mom has to tell him to calm down. Gangyeon immediately puts on his parka, volunteering to lead the search. He grabs rice cake, telling the parents that the pup's legendary nose can track them down. Cheol-min's dad lights up. "That's right, dogs have an amazing sense of smell." He pulls a crumpled white object out of his pocket. "I brought Cheol-min's dirty sock just in case." Rice Cake takes one sniff, and his face instantly deforms into a mask of pure, absolute horror. His soul is literally leaving his body from the smell. He drops to the ground, aggressively clawing at his nose, while Gangyan deadpans that if they keep showing him that weapon, he is going to refuse to help. They head toward the school, following Rice Cake's lead. Back inside the school, the kids are standing outside the girls' bathroom. Sang-hu explains the rumor. The school was built on top of an old cemetery, and the third stall of the second-floor girls' bathroom is allegedly sitting directly on top of a grave, which is why the owner cries there every night. They look into the dark, tiled bathroom, their flashlights casting long shadows. Cheol-min claims it is just a silly superstition and suggests they skip this part. Miju points out that they have to check if they want to prove the rumors false. Cheol-min immediately uses the ultimate excuse. "I am a boy. I cannot enter the girls' bathroom." He imagines the other kids pointing and teasing him at school tomorrow, which is a fate worse than death for a fourth grader. Myung steps up, her face determined. "I'll do it. There is nothing in there." She walks in alone, the beam of her light leading the way. She reaches the third stall, the door completely closed. She takes a deep breath, her hand reaching for the metal latch. She slowly twists the lock. Click! And then she hears it, a low, muffled whimpering noise from inside. She freezes as a long, high creak echoes through the room. Creak! She lets out a massive scream, bolting out of the room. The door swings open, revealing White Sugar, who has somehow gotten himself completely tangled in a massive roll of toilet paper and is currently struggling on the floor. The kids are running down the hallway at full speed, not looking back. Sang-hu calls out Cheol-min for being scared, and Cheol-min angrily insists he was just startled. "There is no such thing as ghosts," he yells, puffing out his chest. But Myung and Sang-hu are staring behind him, their faces completely pale. Cheol-min turns around slowly. A terrifying, wide-eyed face is pressed flat against the glass of the door. It is the principal's portrait. The kids let out a unified, throat-shredding scream, thinking they just met the final boss. Their cries echo through the entire schoolyard. The door opens. It is actually just the real principal and the parents with flashlights. Myung's mom immediately grabs her, scolding her for sneaking out. Gangyeon stands in the background, a tired smile on his face. Kids really are bold when they want to be. The grandma apologizes to the principal, and the principal waves it off, glad everyone is safe. He praises Gangyeon's dog for finding them so quickly. Rice Cake proudly poses with Tori on his head. Cheol-min's dad is holding his son in a tight hug. He spots Miju standing nearby. She bows, admitting she locked her parents' bedroom door from the outside, which is why they didn't hear her leave. Cheol-min's dad agrees to take Miju home, thanking Gangyeon for the help. The principal notes that the first snow of winter is starting to fall and warns them to get inside before they catch a cold. Gangyeon turns to his pets, suggesting they go home and make some warm soup, but he spots Rice Cake growling aggressively at something on the ground. He looks down. White Sugar is happily chewing on a blue plastic wrapper. Gangyeon stares at the second white wolf in absolute silence. The principal and Miju are also staring at him, utterly confused. Gangyeon's face completely deforms. "Why is Seoltang here?" He has officially realized he is now hosting two chaotic white wolves on Earth. He ends up carrying both of them back to his house in his arms. The two siblings immediately start bickering and licking each other's faces. Gangyeon sets them down, telling them they are staying at his place tonight. White Sugar lets out a soft, cool howl. Our guy sighs, pulling off his jacket. Since you are here, I guess I'll have to make something warm and tasty tomorrow. He closes the door as the snow continues to fall outside. Overnight, the weather turns completely wild. The morning sun rises over a village that is completely buried in white. It is our guy's very first winter since moving to Yongpyong. The television news reporter announces a record-breaking blizzard, with over 70 centimeters of snow piling up in just 8 hours. Gangyeon stares out the window at the whiteout conditions. Seoltong, I don't think we are going to be able to travel back tomorrow. So, the blizzard is officially no joke. The village speaker is blasting an announcement that the snowplows are stuck, meaning everyone is on shovel duty today. Gangyeon looks out the window, realizing he needs to send White Sugar back to the mountains soon. The two wolves are currently huddling by the oil stove, looking incredibly cozy. He grabs his green shovel, deciding to at least clear a path in front of his door. He slides the door open and is immediately hit by a wall of solid white. The snow has literally piled up past his chest. He stares at his tiny shovel, realizing he is fully cooked if he tries to do this manually. Suddenly, a loud mechanical roar echoes down the road. A massive orange tractor plow comes bursting through the drift, throwing snow in every direction. And of course, the village chief is at the wheel, looking like an absolute hero. Our guy looks at him, completely starstruck. He admits this is easily the coolest he has ever seen the chief look in his entire life. Just as the path is cleared, a group of kids comes running up the trail. Sang-gu is practically vibrating with joy. School is canceled because of the snow! He immediately demands they all play together. Cut to the back mountain. The squad is already rolling massive snowballs to make snowmen. Gangyeon tags along, figuring since the snowblock means 0 customers are coming anyway, he might as well enjoy the day off. The boys are instantly competitive, trying to see who can make the absolute biggest snowball. Gangyeon smiles, noting that kids really do get a massive energy buff the second snow hits the ground. Miju pulls him over, looking incredibly proud of her creations. She and Myung have used a plastic mold to create a flawless, massive army of tiny snow ducks. The level of geometric perfection on these ducks is actually insane. Gangyeon looks at the neat rows, deadpanning that it looks like a miniature terracotta army. Tori gets incredibly excited, running up to one of the cute little snow ducks. She gives it a massive hug, squeaking with absolute joy. But since she is a fire spirit, her body heat instantly turns the snow duck into a sad, watery puddle. She lets out a dramatic cry of absolute despair while White Sugar quietly watches. Cheolmin then changes the rules, declaring that the real contest should be a sledding race down the mountain. Myung rolls her eyes, calling him out for changing the rules the second he realizes he is losing the snowman contest. Cheolmin gets red-faced, insisting he was planning to sled the entire time. He raises his fist, announcing that the loser has to do classroom cleaning duty next week. Myung points at Gangyeon, noting he doesn't even have a sled, which makes the whole race completely unfair. Our guy just gives a confident smirk. He pulls a giant, heavy-duty brown burlap rice sack out of his bag. I brought this just in case. The kids look at him, sitting on their sleek, high-tech plastic sleds. They start whispering among themselves, looking at his sack with deep pity. Apparently, they think he is too poor to afford real plastic. Miju steps up, boasting about her fancy red plastic sled bought by her aunt. It even has a steering wheel, looking like a miniature race car. They line up on the ridge, preparing to push off on 3. White Sugar quietly hops onto Gangyeon's lap, sitting inside the burlap sack. Gangyeon looks down, surprised to see the cool wolf joining him. The count hits 3. Gangyeon pushes off, and the burlap sack immediately launches like a rocket, catching an edge and face-planting our guy straight into a massive snowdrift. But White Sugar is sitting on top of the drift, looking completely sparkling, elegant, and satisfied. The kids slide down, staring at Gangyeon's limp body in the snow. They are absolutely amazed, noting that despite the crash, the burlap sack was moving at near-sonic speeds. Rice Cake gets incredibly jealous, running up and demanding to ride in the sack too. So they all pack in. Gangyeon, Rice Cake, White Sugar, and Tori. They push off again, sliding down the mountain at high speed, laughing in the cold wind. The kids chase after him, trying to catch up to the supersonic rice sack. The wolves let out a unified, excited howl as they catch some air. Gangyeon smiles, realizing this is his very first time sledding since elementary school, and it is honestly still just as fun as he remembers. He spends the afternoon pulling the kids back up the hill on their sleds, enjoying the cold winter sun. As they reach the top, the kids are still fully charged. Suddenly, a snowball flies out of nowhere, nearly taking Gangyeon's head off. Sang-hoo and Cheolmin are standing there, armed with a massive stack of snowballs. Our guy chuckles, noting that kids really do have an infinite stamina bar. He bends down, packing a snowball of his own. "All right, then I won't go easy on you." He launches his counterattack, while the boys sprint behind a pine tree for cover. In the corner, Miju and Myung have abandoned the war to play shaved ice restaurant with bowls of snow. The forest is filled with laughter as Gangyeon easily outmaneuvers the boys, dodging like Neo while Tori and the wolves watch from their snow cave. The boys collapse in the snow, laughing and admitting our guy is way too strong. Gangyeon looks up at the blue sky, feeling a deep, warm sense of peace in his chest. And then, his stomach rumbles, and the kids immediately agree it is time to head inside for food. They head back to the diner, the kids wrapping themselves in blankets and huddling close to the glowing oil heater. They are completely warm and cozy, their cheeks bright red from the cold air. Gangyeon heads to the kitchen, promising to prepare a hot bowl of soup to warm them up. He opens the massive industrial refrigerator, reaching for his fresh vegetables and meat. He stops, staring into a completely empty fridge. There is literally nothing on the shelves. His phone buzzes with a delivery notification. Because of the heavy snowblock, the delivery trucks couldn't make it to the village today. He takes a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. He still has some basic pantry staples. He pulls out a bag of flour, some dried anchovies, kelp, potatoes, and a single zucchini. He smiles, crossing his arms. This is more than enough to make a legendary bowl of traditional sujebi. First step, he tosses the dried anchovies into a dry pan, stir-frying them lightly to burn off any fishy odor. He drops them into the water along with some kelp, letting the broth simmer to create a rich, savory base. While the broth is boiling, he starts slicing the potatoes with perfect rapid-fire speed. He preps a bowl of ice-cold water, gradually pouring it into the flour mixed with salt and oil. He kneads the dough firmly by hand for 10 minutes, wrapping it to rest in the fridge. The resting process allows the gluten to develop, making the final noodles incredibly chewy. He strains out the boiled anchovies and kelp, leaving a crystal-clear, rich golden broth. In go the sliced potatoes and vegetables, cooking down until tender. Now, it is time for the secret weapon, the seasoning sauce. He mixes soy sauce, minced garlic, sesame oil, and toasted sesame seeds. But instead of standard Korean chili powder, he reaches for a jar of dried peperoncino. He crushes the red peppers directly into the sauce, creating a fiery Italian-infused kick. The last step is to tear the rested dough into thin pieces and drop them directly into the boiling soup. But as he reaches for the dough, he spots 3 sets of eyes peeking around the kitchen corner. Sang-hoo and Myung are staring at the dough, their eyes sparkling. It basically looks like Play-Doh to them. Gangyeon stands there, holding the dough ball. He plays along, sighing dramatically and wishing he had some help to tear the dough. The kids immediately take the bait, screaming, "Me, me!" He has them wash their hands first, then guides them to the pot, warning them to be careful of the hot steam. They start pulling the dough, stretching it thin, and dropping the rustic pieces directly into the boiling broth. Gangyeon watches them, noting that every piece is a completely different size and thickness. Sang-hoo is proudly showing off a massive, uneven piece he just tore off. Our guy smiles, noting that the rustic, irregular thickness is actually the entire charm of homemade sujebi. In the dining room, Miju and Cheolmin have fallen completely asleep by the warm heater, but White Sugar suddenly wakes up, his nose twitching as the rich, savory scent of garlic and broth fills the room. Miju sits up, rubbing her eyes as Gangyeon carries a tray of hot bowls into the room. "Well, come on then," he says. "Let's dig in." The steam rises from the hot bowls, revealing a glistening broth filled with tender potatoes, zucchini, and chewy hand-torn noodles. The kids take their first spoonfuls, their eyes widening at the warmth. Sang-hoo cheers, his mouth full of the incredibly chewy dough. He proudly brags to Cheolmin that the soup tastes extra good because he personally helped make it. The kids are eating so well their cold hands completely warmed by the hot bowls. Gangyeon decides to add a spoonful of his custom peperoncino seasoning sauce to his own bowl. The red oil swirls into the broth, releasing a fiery, garlicky aroma. He takes a bite and lets out a long, satisfied sigh. The soup is incredibly rich, warming his body right to the core. Even the wolves have completely cleaned their bowls. Mi-young asks if she can try adding the spicy seasoning to her bowl too. Gangyeon warns her it is going to be incredibly hot, but she dumps a massive spoonful in anyway, immediately screaming in fiery, red-faced agony. Kids really never learn. After lunch, it is bath time. Gangyeon is sudsing up white sugar in the bathroom, washing off all the playground dirt and soot. He piles a massive tower of white bubbles on top of the wolf's head, making him look like he is wearing a giant foam afro. He bursts out laughing, while Rice Cake happily splashes around in a matching bubble coat. Gangyeon looks at the soapy, calm wolf, thinking that he initially worried the pup followed the wrong person to Earth. But watching him play, he realizes the cool sibling really just came here to have a good time and relax. He asks if he wants to stay a few more days before returning to his snowy home. White Sugar wags his tail, letting out a soft approving bark. The two wolves are currently sitting in their bubble coats, looking incredibly ridiculous. Gangyeon smiles, telling them that since they are staying, he is going to show them something even more fun tomorrow. The next morning, the roads are finally cleared. Our guy is at the local city market. A massive puffed rice machine lets out a loud explosion. Gangyeon is holding the two wolves, who are absolutely terrified by the loud boom. The market is bustling with people, filled with the colorful stalls of fruits and vegetables. Our guy has the wolves riding in a rolling wagon, happily munching on a fresh bag of sweet puffed rice snacks. He smiles, noting that street snacks are easily half the fun of visiting a traditional market. He checks on White Sugar, who is wearing a little brown harness leash, and asks if it is uncomfortable. He promises they are going to eat a ton of delicious food today to make up for the leash. The wolves are happily chewing away, fully content with their snacks. Suddenly, a massive crowd blocks the path ahead. The rhythmic, metallic clanging of giant scissors echoes through the air. A traditional taffy vendor is dancing in the middle of the street, playing a drum and singing a lively song. Our guy smiles, noting it has been ages since he last saw a traditional taffy performance. He leans over the crowd to watch the performance, but then he hears a very familiar melody playing right next to the drum. A high-pitched metallic mouth organ sound starts playing a ridiculously dramatic beat. He pushes through the crowd. It is the village chief, wearing his speed shades, aggressively rapping into a microphone, while the colossal muscle pianist Jungwon is posing behind him, blowing into a tiny pink melodica mouth organ. The chief is screaming at the crowd, "Do you know Lee Gangyeon? He is Yongpyong's pride, Yongpyong's treasure!" Our guy stands there, his face turning into a dark mask of pure, absolute, soul-destroying embarrassment. People in the crowd are already whispering his name. He clutches his head in agony as the chief continues to drop bars about his cooking. His quiet country life is officially over, and the market arc is off to a chaotic start. And he brought the country's most muscular pianist as his personal hype man. Yes, that is a legendary classical musician playing the William Tell Overture on a cheap pink melodica. It is a whole spectacle, but the local market rivals are not about to let them steal the spotlight without a fight. The local taffy seller steps up, lock-eyed with Jungwon, and aggressively starts slamming his brass drum to hijack the crowd. Jungwon's musician ego is instantly triggered. He drops to one knee and starts shredding Vivaldi's Summer with both hands, his fingers moving so fast the plastic keys are practically screaming for mercy. The chief is loving it, completely convinced they are successfully raising the village's street cred. Kang-yoon is standing right behind them, his soul slowly leaving his body. He confronts them immediately, wondering what kind of cosmic joke he did to deserve this public humiliation. The chief casually explains that they are just trying to promote the village's local specialties, which apparently means plastering our guy's face next to giant drawings of cabbages and radishes. Jungwon is incredibly proud of himself, giving a big thumbs up like he just won a Grammy. Kang-yoon is completely speechless. He appreciates the support, but the mental damage is already done. He looks down at the poster and quietly asks Tori to cremate him on the spot. To save his remaining sanity, Jungwon pitches a pivot to their marketing strategy. They drag Jang Gi-hun into the mix to draw caricatures on the side for 5,000 won a pop. Our guy is convinced this is the single greatest waste of elite artistic talent in recorded history. The chief tells him to go wander around the market and get some food if he is hungry, pointing him toward a famous food alley a few blocks over. Our guy takes his cue to escape, dragging his little custom wagon with Rice Cake, White Sugar, and Tori. he is more than happy to leave the chaotic marketing squad behind and enjoy a peaceful walk. He decides to check out a traditional mill to see what fresh ingredients they have, but a friendly clothes vendor spots him and immediately reels him in. Our guy tries to politely decline, saying his current wardrobe is completely fine, until the lady reveals she has a massive selection of adorable pet clothes. And just like that, the wallet is out. He did not even hesitate. First up on the runway is Rice Cake, rocking a classic blue and white sailor stripe. Next is a set of miniature denim overalls with a little bear embroidered on the chest. But the absolute winner is the green dinosaur hoodie, and Kang Yoon is snapping photos like a proud stage parent. Rice Cake is loving every second of the drip check, while White Sugar and Tori look on with pure, unbothered judgment. The vendor is a master saleswoman. Our guy is currently hauling a wagon full of tiny outfits. He tries to justify the financial damage to himself, but his train of thought is immediately derailed by a heavenly aroma drifting through the air. Even the wolves are sniffing the breeze, their little noses twitching in unison. It is a street food stall serving fresh, golden twisted donuts, steamed buns, and haddock pan frying in a pool of hot oil. There is physically no way a chef is walking past this. Our guy loads up his arms, his muscles screaming under the weight of his pets in the bags. He sets up a mini feast on a wooden table, featuring sweet corn, donuts, and steaming haddock. He takes a bite of the sweet pancake, his eyes lighting up like a kid on Christmas. Traditional haddock stuffed with molten brown sugar and sesame seeds is a top-tier comfort food. He takes a massive bite and immediately regrets the speed of his consumption because the filling is basically liquid lava. Meanwhile, Rice Cake and White Sugar are splitting a freshly fried twisted donut, and the crunch sound is so satisfying it registers on a physical level. The wolves are in absolute food heaven, their little tails wagging at near sonic speed. White Sugar, who usually acts like a cool, aloof anime protagonist, is aggressively face-planting into the dough. Even Tori is holding a kernel of sweet corn like a tiny treasure. Our guy decides they definitely need to buy some to go. By the time they are done, the shopping cart is completely overflowing with snacks and pet drip. He looks at the mountain of bags and realizes he hasn't even bought a single actual vegetable yet. He heads to a quiet corner of the market where local grandmas sell fresh mountain greens, spotting a sweet old lady sitting on a stool next to baskets of radishes and green onions. He politely asks for a simple green onion and a regular onion to finish his kitchen prep. The grandma smiles, asking if he brought his incredibly pretty white dogs along for a grocery run. She is completely mesmerized by how clean and fluffy they look. Then she asks if she can pet them, and our guy freezes. Rice Cake would absolutely bite her hand if she interrupted his nap, but what about the aloof White Sugar? He remembers how much White Sugar hates being handled, usually putting up a massive struggle during bath time. He prepares to step in and politely decline to avoid a potential lawsuit, as White Sugar slowly blinks his golden eyes, analyzing the situation. But to Kang Yoon's absolute shock, the stoic wolf brother casually hops out of the cart, trots over to the grandma, and leans his head straight into her hand with a soft, content expression. The old lady is overjoyed, praising him for being such a clever, well-behaved boy. Our guy is completely stunned. It turns out the cold, silent sibling has a massive soft spot for grandmas, and the tactical move pays off immediately, because they get a massive pile of extra vegetables entirely for free because of White Sugar's cuteness. Rice Cake is incredibly jealous, letting out a sharp squeak as if to ask why his older brother is getting all the credit. Kang Yoon waves goodbye to the granny, his cart loaded with premium free produce. But the peace is short-lived. Chief Yongpyong appears at the end of the street, waving his hand and dragging our guy toward a nearby storefront. He points to a traditional sign that reads, "Use Gukbap." It is the famous restaurant he mentioned earlier. The chief recalls his earlier recommendation about the famous alleyway spot, and Kang Yoon politely thanks him for the guidance. They push open the glass doors, the bell chiming as they step into the quiet traditional dining room. A young man wearing a dark red apron is currently wiping down a clean wooden table. He warmly welcomes them, recognizing the chief immediately as a regular. He notes that the chief has been bragging about a legendary local chef for weeks. Our guy looks around the room. The layout is clean and traditional, but there is not a single customer in sight. The young owner stops mid-wipe, staring directly at Kang Yoon's face with a highly suspicious expression. He asks if our guy is actually Chef Kang Yeon Lee, the famous winner of the LBS survival show. Kang Yoon's internal system immediately suffers a critical error, his eyes going wide as he tries to maintain his cover. He lets out a nervous cough, while the chief looks on with a smug, knowing grin. To change the subject, the chief asks where the young man's father is today. The son explains that his father is currently undergoing medical treatment in Seoul, so he is running the shop alone, but he reassures them that he has memorized every single recipe and watched his father cook for decades, so he is fully confident. Our guy smiles warmly, appreciating the young chef's pride and dedication to his family legacy, but there is a subtle tension in the young man's eyes, a hint of deep unspoken stress. Kang Yoon registers the look immediately, his professional instincts putting him on high alert. The chief explains that the founder has been preparing this exact gukbap for 50 years. It was a legendary dish that gave him strength during his younger days, made with a single, highly refined menu item. The young chef turns back to the kitchen, his posture straight and determined. He returns a few minutes later, placing a steaming, bubbling bowl of gukbap on the table next to fresh kimchi and radishes. The broth looks rich, golden, and packed with tender, thinly sliced meat. Our guy takes his spoon, scooping up a portion of the hot broth and blowing on it gently. He takes a sip. The flavor is clean, the meat is incredibly tender, and there is absolutely zero gamey off smell. The chief instructs him to dip the meat in the custom dipping sauce for the authentic experience. The young owner stands by the counter, watching their reactions with a nervous, intense gaze. He finally asks, his voice trembling slightly, how the taste is. The chief nods approvingly, saying it is mild, clean, and very easy to eat, which should appeal to younger customers. But then, he lets out a quiet sigh, his face turning slightly serious. He hesitates before asking if they changed their meat supplier because the taste feels subtly different from his father's version. The young chef's face instantly goes pale, his confidence completely shattering on the spot. He stands frozen, a wave of pure, unadulterated shock crashing over him. He grabs his head in frustration, his knees practically buckling under the weight of the critique. He mutters to himself, completely lost in a spiral of self-doubt. Meanwhile, the wolves are on the floor, happily licking clean bowls like they are helping with the dishes. The young chef is devastated, staring at his hands in absolute confusion. Kang Yoon tries to comfort him, saying the meal was still exceptionally delicious and well made. But the young man refuses to be consoled, looking down at his apron with a somber expression. He explains that when his father was here, the dining room was always packed and lively, but ever since he took over, the shop has been completely empty every single day. He looks up, his eyes suddenly burning with a desperate, intense plea. He grabs Kang Yoon by the shoulders, shaking him aggressively and begging to know what the difference is between his broth and his father's. Our guy is being rattled like a paint mixer, calmly explaining that he has never actually tasted the father's original gukbap. The young man releases him, his head dropping in shame as he admits he wanted to prove he could handle the legacy on his own. But at this rate, he is terrified his father's lifetime of hard work will be completely ruined. Kang Yoon's expression softens. He explains that cooking is not just about following a written recipe. He places a reassuring hand on the young man's shoulder, reminding him that he has spent his entire life watching his father work by his side. That means the answer, the missing clue, is already inside his memory. He just needs to find it. Our guy steps into the kitchen to inspect the prep area, looking at the large steel soup vats. The young chef shows him the meat, confirming it comes from the exact same high-quality supplier they have used for decades. They prep early every single morning, washing and boiling the ingredients exactly as instructed. Kang Yoon runs his hand along the stainless steel counters and the edge of the kitchen hood. He is highly impressed. There is absolutely zero grease buildup, and the entire kitchen is spotless. The young man blushes with pride, saying cleanliness is an absolute priority when preparing food for customers. Our guy thinks to himself that this is a perfect score kitchen, maintained with incredible diligence. The son is glad he noticed, noting that it takes a fellow cook to appreciate the effort. He asks what kind of restaurant Kang Yoon runs, and our guy casually claims he runs a simple Italian joint. The young man smiles, noting that it is a funny coincidence since Chef Kang Yeon Lee also runs a cozy diner. Kang Yoon's face flatlines, realizing his cover is hanging by a single thread. He laughs it off, saying he simply gets told he looks like the famous chef a lot. He decides some truths are better left unsaid, especially when his current average daily customer count is basically zero. He redirects the conversation, asking if the boiling process is identical to his father's routine. The young man confirms he works even harder than his father, arriving earlier and leaving later to make up for his lack of experience. He describes how his father would stand in front of the boiling fire all day, prepping the ingredients without a single moment of rest. He did that every single day for decades, without a single day off, to raise his 3 sons. Our guy nods, understanding the immense labor required. Preparing ox head broth is incredibly difficult work. The meat is tough and releases a massive amount of fat, meaning achieving a clean, odorless broth requires a high-level technique. Kang Yoon stands by the pot, his hand on his chin as he mentally processes the entire cooking sequence. The ingredients are identical. The recipe is the same. The young chef is putting in even more hours than his father. He looks closely at the boiling meat, the white fat bubbling at the surface of the cauldron. He watches the steam rise, his eyes narrowing as he spots a subtle, almost invisible detail in the way the ingredients are sitting in the pot. And just like that, the puzzle pieces click together. He gets it now. He asks Yoon if he is seriously sitting there skimming every single bubble of fat off the broth all night. Yoon looks at him, completely confused, and proudly confirms that yes, he leaves absolutely zero fat in the pot because his customers deserve the cleanest soup possible. He even shows how meticulously he trims the fat off the raw meat before it even touches the water. His dedication is legendary, but his execution is a total disaster. Our guy realizes this kid's extreme work ethic is actually what is killing the business. The broth is clean, sure, but it is so clean it basically tastes like warm water. Yoon looks down, admitting he was desperate to catch up to his father's level, remembering how crowded the shop used to be when the old man was running the show. But at this rate, he is terrified he will have to close the doors permanently. Kang Yoon looks him dead in the eye and tells him he absolutely can save this place. First, he has to wake up the chief, who is currently using the fluffy wolves as an organic armrest. He asks the chief if today's gukbap tasted different from the founder's original version. The chief scratches his chin, trying to find the right words to describe it. He says clean is fine, but the old gukbap had a distinct, rich savoriness to it, a deep, comforting flavor that made you feel like you just got a warm hug. Kang Yoon turns back to Yoon and delivers the ultimate truth, that savoriness is literally just fat. By skimming every single drop of oil, he ran a complete speedrun on removing the soup's soul. Yes, you need to skim the bad fat that causes foul odors, but if you remove the good fat, you are left with nothing but an empty bowl. Yoon is absolutely stunned, his mind completely blown by the basic chemistry of cooking. Our guide tells him his hard work is admirable, but he needs to combine that effort with some actual kitchen know-how to match his father's taste. The clock on the wall ticks by, and Yoon gets right back to work with his ladle. He starts remembering his father's actual routine, realizing the old man barely skimmed the pot. Maybe once every 5 hours, just enough to clear the impurities while leaving the rich oils. He also recalls his father leaving plenty of rich marbled meat instead of trimming it down to the bone. He wonders how he missed something so obvious, but as the steam fills the kitchen, his father's lessons finally make complete sense. His narrow, stressed-out view of cooking completely opens up. He smiles, finally feeling the confidence return to his hands. The next day, the front door of Yu's gukbap swings open. The chief sits at the table, a piping hot bowl of the adjusted broth sitting in front of him. He takes a massive spoonful, swallows, and his eyes fly open. He slams the table, screaming that this is the exact deep, savory flavor he has been missing. It is rich, it coats the mouth perfectly, and it is easily a 10 out of 10. Yoon's eyes well up with tears as he listens to the praise. He bows so low his forehead practically touches the table, completely overwhelmed with gratitude. Our guide tells him to stand up because they have a restaurant to save, and the doors are about to open. Yoon starts panicking again, wondering if the regulars who left will ever come back. The chief slides his speed shades down his nose with a sharp click. He tells him to stop worrying because public relations is a Yongpyong specialty. Cue the street performance squad, with the chief aggressively rapping through a red megaphone. Beside him, Gi-hoon is drawing live portraits that look like high-definition museum paintings, and Jungwon is shredding classical march music on his melodica with enough passion to power a small city. The local pedestrians are completely transfixed, stopping in their tracks to watch the chaos. But the absolute cheat code is the wolves sitting on the pavement looking like adorable stuffed dolls. The crowd immediately starts pouring through the doors of Yu's gukbap. Yoon sprints toward the kitchen, his heart racing as the orders start flying. The blue gas flames roar to life under the giant pots, and fresh green onions rain down into the boiling broth. The counter is stacked with bubbling stone bowls, the steam carrying the rich scent of beef all the way to the street. The regulars take their first bites and freeze, immediately turning to the counter with wide eyes. An old regular asks if the founder secretly came back to the kitchen because the broth tastes exactly like the old days. Kang Yoon is standing by the register, watching the chaos with a proud smile. He politely tells them no, the founder is still resting, but his son is currently in the back, demonstrating that he has inherited his father's legendary touch. Two young tourists sit at a corner table, scrolling through their phones while waiting for their food. One of them points to an online post showing Mi-young's mom's selfie with Kang-yoon. The post confirms that the famous star chef Lee Kang-yoon taught a cooking class at a nearby school yesterday. Right as they wonder if they will be lucky enough to spot him in the area, our guy places their bowls on the table. They stare at his face, then back at their phones, their brains completely short-circuiting. Kang-yoon flashes a polite, slightly awkward smile as if to say, "Please do not start a riot." But it is too late. The rumors are already spreading like wildfire on the local community boards. By evening, the internet is convinced our guy is filming a secret restaurant variety show in the countryside. Meanwhile, back in the high fantasy forest, Randolph is looking extremely stressed, standing next to Scylla, who has her arms crossed in deep frustration. They are staring at a massive problem that neither of their races has any solution for. At their feet sits a giant, glowing blue sea snail, and as the camera pans back, the entire grassy lakeside is completely covered in thousands of them. Back at the forest portal, Kang-yoon is gently tying a blue travel scarf around White Sugar's neck, getting ready to send the cool wolf brother back to his mountain pack. He pats his head, feeling a bit emotional because the silent pup was such a well-behaved guest. Rice Cake immediately flies through the air, aggressively biting Kang-yoon's hair out of absolute unhinged jealousy. Our guy shakes the tiny menace off, telling White Sugar to give his best regards to his parents. He gives him one last reassuring rub behind the ears, letting him know he is always welcome back. White Sugar starts trotting down the forest path, pausing to look back over his shoulder. Kang-yoon smiles, remembering how the wolf used to leave without even looking back. The cool sibling blinks his golden eyes, the blue scarf fluttering in the breeze. He tilts his head back, letting out a soft, tiny farewell howl that echoes through the trees. Tori rides on Rice Cake's head, watching the departure with a deadpan stare. Rice Cake responds with a loud, competitive howl of his own, as if to say, finally, the house is mine again. White Sugar lets out one last quiet chirp, fully content with his holiday. His paws rustle against the grass as he leaps into the forest canopy, disappearing into the green. Our guy waves goodbye, his heart warmed by the growth of his fluffy friend. He turns to Rice Cake and suggests they set up their gear for a relaxing, healing camping trip. He is fully prepared to sit by the water, enjoy the scenery, and crack open an ice-cold drink. And the nearby forest lake looks absolutely pristine under the sunlight. But as he walks up, he spots Scylla, Randolph, and Noah standing in a tense circle. They are looking down at the ground, gesturing wildly at the glowing blue shells scattered around. All three of them shake their heads, completely clueless as to what these creatures actually are. Scylla clutches her head, whining that 3 different legendary races combined cannot solve a simple biological mystery. She explains that the hot spring water must have leaked into the lake, causing these things to crawl up from the deep. The local animals are too terrified to drink, and Scylla picks one up, completely grossed out by its slimy texture. Noah steps forward, his chest bare and his hair wild, declaring the solution is simple: we just eat them. Scylla looks at him like he has lost his mind, holding the squirming snail away from her face. Noah admits they should probably check if they are poisonous first, which Scylla immediately calls him out for. Right as they start bickering, Kang-yoon walks out of the bushes with Rice Cake. The group turns to him, their faces lighting up like they just saw a savior. He notes their intense gazes, wondering what kind of trouble they have gotten into this time. Scylla panics, telling him the entire shoreline is being invaded by creepy, crawling monsters. Randolph holds one out, his face covered in sweat as he begs for a culinary diagnosis. Our guy looks at the blue shell, and his face immediately goes blank. Because that monster is literally just a giant blue-colored sea whelk. Scylla asks him if he knows what it is, her emerald eyes full of hope. He explains that back on Earth, this is a top-tier seafood delicacy called golbengi. Noah looks incredibly smug, pointing a finger at Randolph to remind him that he was right about eating them. He lunges forward, grabs the whelk out of Randolph's hand, and casually bites the raw, slimy meat straight out of the shell with a loud crunch. The absolute madman immediately spits it out, coughing and complaining that it tastes incredibly fishy. Kang-yoon runs over in a panic, asking if he is okay and warning him that raw wild snails can carry parasites. but Noah shrugs it off, saying the meat has a nice chew and a subtle sweetness under the slime. Our guy smiles, realizing the culinary potential of this invasive species. He asks if any of them have ever tried cooked whelks before, and Sila confirms it is a completely foreign concept. He picks up one of the blue shells, his chef brain already designing the menu. He admits he cannot stop them from reproducing in the lake, but he has a highly effective method to make them completely disappear by eating them all. Cooking class is officially in session. He starts by slicing fresh crisp radish, dumping the slices into a pot of water along with onions and a thick sheet of dried kelp. He pours in rich soup soy sauce and minced garlic, boiling the broth over Tori's flames until the radish turns translucent. Then he slides the clean blue whelks into the bubbling pot, tossing in green onions and spicy Cheongyang chilies. The water bubbles violently, releasing a clean, sweet, and incredibly savory seafood aroma, and just like that, a perfect steaming bowl of traditional golbangi tong is complete. He presents the soup to the group, explaining that the chewy meat tastes best when dipped in his custom sweet and sour red sauce. Sila and Randolph sit cross-legged on the grass, looking at the shells with a mixture of hunger and extreme skepticism. Our guy demonstrates the technique, using a fork to easily twist the tender meat out of the blue shell. They close their eyes and say a quick prayer to the spirits, still slightly intimidated by the alien appearance. Kang Yoon urges Randolph to try the clear, spicy broth first. Randolph dips his spoon into the crystal-clear liquid, takes a sip, and his face completely lights up with a golden, sparkling aura. He grabs his head, screaming that this is the ultimate legendary flavor designed specifically to pair with alcohol. Our guy casually pulls a cold can of earth beer out of his backpack because of course he has one ready. Sila watches the display, her skepticism completely melting. She takes her fork and prepares to twist the meat. The golden flesh slides out of the shell with perfect ease, and she dips it deep into the vibrant red chili sauce. She pops the entire piece into her mouth, her cheeks flushing, and the bouncy, chewy texture combined with the fiery sweet and sour kick creates an absolute explosion of umami. Even Noah's in the background, aggressively slurping the broth while Rice Cake watches in awe. Randolph is practically crying with joy, declaring eating them is the single greatest solution to any ecological crisis. Sila eagerly asks if he can share this divine recipe with the rest of the elven fairies. She turns back to him, expecting a simple cooking tutorial, but our guy tells her this simple soup was just a basic entry-level demonstration. Now that they understand the true value of the ingredient, it is time to escalate the operation. He gestures to the grass behind him, where 3 veteran tribal chefs are kneeling in a neat row. He claps his hands together, welcoming them to his official culinary boot camp. He slides a massive wooden barrel forward, which is completely packed with writhing, slimy blue whelks, and as the apprentice chefs stare at the creepy, squirming sea monsters, their faces turn completely pale with horror. And Randolph is currently acting as a pack mule, lugging a massive crate of kitchen tools. Sila is coordinating water delivery, and Noah is just standing there looking like a wild bodyguard. Kang Yoon welcomes them, glad that they actually brought some decent prep gear, but the human chef from the castle is currently experiencing a massive existential crisis. He was told they were looking for the territory's finest chef, only to get dragged into the woods to clean a bucket of slimy, glowing blue sea snails next to an elf and a beast girl. Kang Yoon looks at the elven chef and recognizes him immediately. It is the same guy who made an absolute killing selling fried kohlrabi under his guidance. The elf is grinning ear to ear, fondly remembering the day they made a mountain of cash. Our guy realizes this kid does not actually care about the culinary arts, he just loves the profit margins. The elf is already planning to put the blue snails on his menu, despite the fact that his race normally eats nothing but leaves. Kang Yoon looks at the diverse group, realizing this is a historically significant diplomatic summit, even if the human chef is currently shaking with pure, unadulterated fear. The cat-eared beast girl looks incredibly excited, saying this reminds her of her apprentice days. She gets super nostalgic about getting yelled at by her mentor back in the day. Kang Yoon tries to keep things positive, telling them they are all veterans who do not need basic instruction. A few minutes later, he is hovering over the human chef like a sleep-deprived supervisor. He tells him his prep speed is so slow his grandchildren will inherit the snails before they are cleaned. Meanwhile, the cat-eared beastfolk chef is casually popping the snails out of their shells like a professional assembly line. Once the whelks are fully prepped and boiled, Kang Yoon places a massive bowl of the clean meat on the table. He invites them all to take a bite and experience the basic product. The chefs take a chew, and their eyes instantly light up. The meat is sweet, incredibly tender, and has a fantastic bite. The human chef immediately suggests searing them in rich, creamy butter. The elf scoffs, claiming they must be deep-fried to create the ultimate high-profit drinking snack. They immediately lock eyes, sparks literally flying between them as they defend their culinary honor. The beastfolk chef tries to keep the peace, suggesting the innards are actually the best part. Kang Yoon steps in and tells them to stop arguing because they are simply going to cook all three methods. First up is the garlic butter whelk escargot. He places the clean meat back into the blue shells, seals the openings with a thick layer of garlic butter, and lets Tori bake them to a perfect golden brown. Randolph and Rice Cake serve as the official judging panel, immediately face-planting into the shells. Randolph is in absolute food heaven, declaring this is the ultimate companion for a fine wine. Next up, the Elven Chef's deep-fried masterpiece. Kang Yoon slices the whelk, coats it in a light starch batter, and double fries the pieces before tossing them in a fiery, sweet and sour glaze over high heat, presenting the Kanpung-style whelk, looking glistening and incredibly crisp. Scylla takes a bite, her ears twitching as she praises the perfect balance of spicy, sweet, and chewy. The Elven chef looks incredibly smug, completely convinced his deep-fried method has secured the victory. The human chef is not about to take this disrespect lying down, so they decide to swap plates. They both take a bite of the rival dish, and their minds are instantly blown. The human chef is mesmerized by the intense, addictive spice of the Kanpung style, while the elf realizes the smooth, rich butter of the escargot is a masterclass in clean flavor. They even try a third dish, a warm, comforting whelk porridge that is incredibly soothing. They look at each other, their petty rivalry completely melting away. They realize that when the food is this good, arguing over rankings is just childish behavior. They shake hands in mutual respect, united by the power of superior gastronomy. It is a wholesome moment, but the cat-eared beastfolk chef is already demanding more porridge. To finish the feast, Kang Yoon brings out his secret weapon. He presents a vibrant, red, and beautifully plated dish of whelk somyeon. He explains that back on Earth, this sweet and sour cold noodle combination is the undisputed king of whelk dishes. Randolph takes a massive forkful, shoving it into his mouth. The flavor profile is so intense he literally screams in delight, reaching for his barrel of beer because the pairing is just too perfect. Scylla takes a bite, her face turning pink from the sharp kick of the chili, but she cannot stop eating. The Elven chef is practically begging for the recipe, determined to sell it at his stall. Kang Yoon warns him that some of the ingredients are hard to find in the forest, but promises to help him develop some local substitutes. Randolph raises his wooden mug, calling for a grand toast to celebrate the successful summit. Scylla smiles, looking out over the quiet lake. She raises her glass, dedicating the toast to the peace of the neutral forest and to our guy, Lee Kang-yoon. They clink their massive wooden mugs together, the foam spraying everywhere. And as the moon rises over the forest canopy, the diplomatic tension of the past century completely dissolves. Deep in the Beastman village, Cassandra is taking a massive sip of the hot whelk broth, laughing heartily. Mona is sitting beside her, happily licking her bowl clean like a content little fox. Noah notes that the rumors of the legendary whelk feast have already spread to the human cities. Cassandra smiles, wondering how they ever functioned in this forest before our guy arrived. She knows the local lord is already trying to secure the whelk trade as a territorial specialty. She looks up at the stars, eagerly wondering when the peace-protecting chef will make his next visit. Meanwhile, back on Earth, the heavy leather boots of our guy step onto the platform of Seoul Station. He is on a call with his mother, who is currently nagging him to check up on his younger sister, Seyeon. He sighs, explaining that Sehyun is a grown adult who is probably doing completely fine. But his mother is persistent, and Kang-yoon knows there is physically no way he is winning this argument. He looks down at his bag, which looks like a normal travel backpack, except for the fact that Rice Cake and Tori are currently poking their heads out of a custom-cut ventilation hole. He decides that since he is already in the capital for some supplier business, he might as well look around. It has been a really long time since he walked the crowded streets of Seoul. And back in Yongpyong village, the local children are currently crying because the diner door has a closed today sign. Meanwhile, Kang-yoon ties on his gray apron, washing his hands under the running water of a professional kitchen. He is at a high-end restaurant owned by his former boss, Minwoo, who asked him to audit their new menu. Minwoo is standing by the counter with his arms crossed, highly relieved that his legendary star chef has arrived. Kang-yoon takes a small bite of the new scallop dish, his face completely serious. He immediately starts delivering rapid-fire, highly technical critiques, suggesting they cut the scallops thicker for better bite. He adds that the sake-infused sauce is too sweet, suggesting a splash of fresh lime zest to balance the acidity. The local line cooks are watching him with absolute starstruck awe. They whisper among themselves, completely amazed at how a few minor adjustments have completely transformed the dish. Kang-yoon looks around the massive, gleaming open kitchen, the copper pans shining under the lights. The layout reminds him exactly of his very first restaurant job in Seoul. He remembers being incredibly nervous, his hands shaking as he made countless mistakes under the pressure of the chef's gaze. He watches a young line cook currently sweating over a pan, and a warm, nostalgic smile crosses his face. He reminds himself that everyone has a first time, and the key is simply to keep pushing forward. Minwoo is practically crying with joy, lunging forward to give him a massive hug. Our guy casually sidesteps the dramatic embrace, telling him he is just doing his job. Minwoo notes that Kang-yoon has gotten incredibly agile lately, completely unaware of the divine physical stats boost. He praises our guy's delicate touch, saying his staff has plenty of experience but lacked real culinary soul. This is Minwoo's third restaurant opening, and his ambition is practically off the charts. He launches into a dramatic speech about his grand dream of conquering the national culinary scene. Kang-yoon politely bows, telling him he has some family business to attend to and needs to get going. Minwoo waves goodbye, shouting that his doors are always open if the legendary chef ever wants to return. Our guy walks down the street, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the high-energy city lifestyle. Suddenly, a sharp car honk echoes behind him. He turns around to see Minho waving from the driver's seat of a sleek black sedan. He hops into the passenger seat, apologizing for missing Minho's calls because the city traffic was too loud. Minho asks if he is actually going to visit Sehyeon, surprised that the bickering siblings are suddenly so close. Kang-yoon smiles, recalling how Sehyeon used to brag about wanting to study pastry arts abroad. He remembers her dramatic, angry letters from her student days, complaining about his lack of support. But she actually did it, securing a highly coveted patissier position at a prestigious 5-star hotel. Minho asks if he called ahead to let her know he was coming. Our guy flashes a mischievous grin, saying these kinds of things are always best as a surprise. They arrive at the luxury hotel lobby, but the doorman immediately stops them, pointing out the strict no pets policy. So they are forced to leave the carrier in the car, sitting down at the hotel's high-end pastry cafe instead. The dining room is absolutely stunning, with a giant crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Minho looks around, feeling incredibly out of place. He whines that 2 grown country guys sitting down for a fancy afternoon tea set looks highly suspicious. Our guy tells him to shut up and just enjoy the food. He looks toward the massive, spotless glass window of the open pastry kitchen. He can see several chefs in crisp white hats and red aprons working meticulously. Minho takes a bite of a strawberry cake, admitting the quality is actually impressive. He notes that this hotel is world famous for its high-end desserts and custom wedding cakes. Kang-yoon takes a small fork, picking up a delicate cucumber and cream cheese sandwich. The flavor is refreshing, the texture light, and the execution is absolutely flawless. He tries a warm golden scone next, appreciating the delicate, buttery aroma. He can tell that whoever designed this menu possesses a world-class palate. He sips his hot tea, wondering if his stubborn little sister was actually the one who baked these. Minho watches him, surprised by how thoroughly our guy is analyzing the pastry selection. Suddenly, Kang-yoon's eyes narrow as he looks through the glass. There she is. Sehyeon is standing by a stainless steel table, meticulously trimming a bowl of fresh strawberries. She is moving with incredible speed, shouting directions to her juniors as she preps the trays. Her face is covered in sweat, but her focus is absolute, her messy hair tucked tightly under her tall chef hat. She carries a massive metal bowl across the kitchen, her posture proud and determined. Kang-yoon watches her, a quiet, incredibly warm older brother smile spreading across his face. He remembers her crying over burnt cookies in their childhood kitchen and realizes she has truly grown into a master of her craft. He takes another sip of his tea, fully satisfied just watching her work from afar. As they walk back to the parking lot, Minho asks if they are really just leaving without saying hello. Kang-yoon looks at the pastry box in his hand, saying she is far too busy right now and interrupting her would just make her job harder. Minho nods, starting up the engine and asking if he should take him back to Seoul Station. Our guy looks out the window at the towering skyscrapers. his eyes serious. He tells him no, asking if they can make one more stop at a completely different destination before they head home. Cut to Sehyun's private apartment, where Kang-yoon is currently staring into her completely empty fridge. Minho is leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, highly amused by the home invasion. Kang-yoon is already acting like a disappointed mother, demanding to know where the basic seasonings are. He dumps a mountain of fresh marinated beef into a bowl, mixing it with minced garlic, while Minho casually requests a plate of jambalaya like he is ordering at a drive-thru. Our guy flatly reminds him that he never agreed to serve him, but Minho is already digging into a plate of leftover japchae, completely unbothered by the rejection. He takes a bite, muttering that the seasoning is so good he needs a container to go. Kang-yoon watches him, reflecting on how living alone for the first time always leads to a terrible diet of instant noodles. He gets to work slicing fresh vegetables and prepping a massive family feast. He drops a pile of sliced onions into a pan, and the second the marinated beef hits the hot iron, the kitchen fills with the sharp, sweet sound of sizzling meat. The bulgogi bubbles in its own juices, releasing a rich aroma of home cooking. Minho is lounging on the couch trying to play with rice cake, but the baby wolf has zero interest in cooperating with anyone who is not currently holding food. Our guy packs the finished side dishes into neat plastic containers, reflecting on how exciting it feels to escape your mother's daily lectures. But he smiles, his eyes sparkling as he thinks to himself that even if mom is out of the country, her deputy is still very much nearby. Meanwhile, Sehyun is currently on her commute home, her body completely slumped against a bus window. Her head keeps bouncing against the glass with every single bump in the road. She is so exhausted she barely manages to yell at the driver to let her off at her stop. She stumbles onto the dark street, her body clock barely functioning after the brutal shift. Her feet feel like lead weights as she drags herself down the pavement, her eyes completely glazed over with physical fatigue. She realizes she forgot to pick up a simple convenience store lunchbox, and the absolute dread of eating another cold, salt-heavy delivery meal makes her want to collapse right on the concrete. She walks toward her building, desperately wishing for a hot, home-cooked plate of rice. Suddenly, a white flash darts out of the shadows, and Rice Cake leaps into her path, his tail wagging like a helicopter blade. Beside him stands Kang-yoon, wearing a thick winter coat, a neck scarf, and giant speed shades inside a dimly lit lobby. She screams, asking what kind of cosmic horror is standing in her building. She tells him to step back because his incognito celebrity look is actively lower her property value, but our guy proudly admits he has already introduced himself as her older brother to every tenant on the floor. She clutches her head in absolute mental agony, screaming that she is officially moving out tomorrow, but Rice Cake lets out a tiny dramatic squeak, indicating that it is far too cold to argue in the lobby. They step inside the apartment, and Kang-yoon immediately starts inspecting the corners like a military drill sergeant. He points at her sink, which is currently holding a skyscraper of empty delivery containers, and lectures her about hygiene. She stares at him, her veins popping as she wonders if she can legally evict her own sibling. The apartment is quiet and dark, but as our guy holds up the empty bowls, she stands frozen in the doorway. She takes off her shoes, her steps slow and hesitant, and quietly asks if he wants to order some cheap noodles together. He looks at her like she just suggested eating dirt, telling her to go wash her hands immediately. She walks into the dining area and her eyes suddenly double in size. The table is completely covered in a massive, glistening spread of bulgogi, rolled omelets, and a mountain of fresh japchae. She looks at him, completely speechless, as he explains this is his official housewarming service. She swallows hard, her mouth watering as she looks at the steaming bowls. She picks up her chopsticks, grabbing a massive portion of the savory beef, and shoves it into her mouth. The rich, sweet flavor coats her tongue, and her eyes light up with pure, unadulterated comfort. She grabs a piece of the golden, perfectly folded omelet and a spoonful of the hot rice, devouring the food at near-sonic speed. Kang-yoon watches her chew, dryly asking if the hotel has been starving her for the past 3 weeks. She swallows, her cheeks puffed out as she whines that they feed her fine, but eating cold sandwiches in a locker room is nothing compared to a hot, freshly cooked meal. Our guy tells her to take her time, promising he won't steal a single bite. He quietly asks how the new hotel job is actually going. Sehyun's chopsticks freeze midair, while Rice Cake and Tori cuddle up on the floor. She admits, her voice dropping, that the industry is incredibly brutal for rookies. She stares down at her bowl, her pride fighting against her physical exhaustion, before quietly whispering that it is indeed incredibly hard. She launches into a high-speed, dramatic rant, her eyes burning with intense frustration. She screams about the freezing winter shifts, the endless banquet prep, the seniors who scold her for a single miscount, and how her hands are currently peeling thousands of strawberry stems until they are numb. Kang-yoon nods along silently, understanding the physical toll of a professional kitchen. She takes a massive bite of rice before slamming her fist on the table, demanding to know if he thinks she is weak enough to quit over some strawberries. She stands up, her eyes blazing as she vows she will endure the grind and become 10 times more successful than him. Kang-yoon smiles, proud of her stubborn, unyielding grit. She sits back down, looking a bit embarrassed by her sudden outburst, and quietly thanks him for the side dishes. He looks at her and asks if she thinks they are rivals or just standard bickering siblings. He tells her he has one final surprise to celebrate her fresh start. He pulls out a massive, gorgeous strawberry cake, looking incredibly proud of himself. Sehyun jumps up, screaming that this is literally her hotel's signature luxury cake. She realizes he must have visited her workplace, demanding to know if he actually came inside. Our guy completely ignores her screaming, casually noting that whoever trimmed the strawberries on the top of this cake did an absolutely perfect job. The next morning, the winter sun filters through the curtains of the apartment. Sehyun is fast asleep on her bed, while our guy is curled up on a temporary floor mattress with the wolves. His phone buzzes violently, and he groggily slides it open. He mutters a quiet hello, his voice thick with sleep. It is Yoonsop on the line, asking who is interrupting his precious day off. He notes that Kang-yoon is still in bed, demanding they meet up immediately to hang out in Seoul. Our guy apologizes for the delay, but Yoonsop warns him to leave his dogs at home because the venue has a strict no-pets policy. Kang-yoon looks down at his phone, a bit disappointed. He really wanted to show rice cake and Tori around the city. He looks at the pups, who are looking up at him with big, hopeful eyes. He tells them he has to head out for a business meeting, but Sehyun immediately scoops rice cake into a massive, suffocating hug, vowing to take them on a full-course luxury tour of the city. Our guy waves goodbye, confident that the wolves are in good hands. He meets up with Yoonsop, and they end up sitting inside a crowded movie theater. Kang-yoon looks to his left and freezes, realizing national actress Sena is sitting directly next to him. He whispers in shock, asking why she is here, and she reveals this is her official drama premiere. She proudly notes that she is the lead actress, and our guy is internally panicking because he didn't even bring flowers. She smiles warmly, saying she heard he was in Seoul and wanted to share this moment with him. The lights dim, and the massive screen flickers to life. Sena appears on screen, holding an acoustic guitar and standing on a brightly lit stage. She closes her eyes, singing a beautiful, clear melody that fills the entire theater. Our guy is completely spellbound, realizing this is the exact musical drama she was struggling to join. Her voice is absolutely flawless, free of any strain or tension. She performs with absolute confidence, her character delivering a stunning audition. On screen, the host announces her contestant number, asking why she chose to sing an original reply song instead of a standard cover. She looks directly at the camera, her smile bright and radiant, declaring she wanted to sing this song for the people who supported her when she was at her lowest. In the dark theater, Sena watches the screen with a quiet, grateful smile. She turns to look at Kang-yoon, her eyes full of deep, unspoken gratitude. On screen, her performance ends to a roaring round of applause. After the movie, they head to a cozy, high-end restaurant to celebrate, clink their glasses together. Sena proudly announces that the hospital has officially cleared her throat of any permanent damage. She holds up a glass, thanking Kang-yoon's legendary blue fruit syrup for her complete recovery. She is in a fantastic mood, declaring the meal is entirely on her. Our guy congratulates her, praising the brilliant final audition scene. He admits he did not expect the lead judge to suddenly turn into a zombie, which was indeed a wild plot twist. Sena laughs, explaining that in the next episode her character forms a garage band to fight the zombie army. Suddenly, Kang-yoon's phone buzzes with a photo from Sehyun. It shows Rice Cake standing in a dog park, while every single normal dog on the grass is running away in absolute terror. Our guy slides his phone away, realizing a divine white wolf is indeed a bit much for a standard suburban dog park. The waiter places a stunning artistic plate of Korean beef tartare on their table, and Sena urges him to try it. Kang-yoon looks at the beautifully layered yuko, wondering what kind of restaurant they are in. He takes a small bite of the seasoned beef, and his chef instincts instantly flare. He stands up in shock, demanding to know who the head chef of this kitchen is. He can feel a serious world-class level of fusion skill in the way the ingredients are balanced. Yoonsup looks at him with a smug, knowing grin, asking if he wants to meet them. Our guy is completely lost in his own mind, muttering about the perfect balance of gochujang oil and pear puree. Yoonsup and Sena burst into uproarious laughter at his intense culinary focus. Yoonsup notes that no matter how much the world changes around him, our guy's absolute obsession with food never alters. Flashback to a few days ago, showing Sena riding in her agency's luxury van. She was staring at her phone, her eyes wide as she watched her song climb the music charts. She let out a loud gasp, realizing her track had jumped another position toward the top spot. Her manager was ecstatic, saying her looks and talent are currently at their absolute peak. The entire agency is celebrating her massive success, and the CEO ordered her manager to buy her an amazing meal. He wanted to treat her to a private dining experience at an incredibly exclusive restaurant to keep her morale high. Sena was thrilled, her diet finally over, asking where they were heading. The manager told her to just look forward to it. Back in the present, Sena and the manager push open the heavy wooden door of the exclusive restaurant. She looks around, amazed that they managed to secure a booking at a place that is normally fully reserved for months. She notices the "Closed Today" sign on the door, wondering what is going on. The manager explains that he knows the head chef personally, so he asks for a special favor. Sena walks into the dining room, looking toward the open kitchen where a tall man is standing with his back to her. The manager waves his hand, calling out to the star chef. The chef turns around holding a massive kitchen knife, and Sena's eyes go completely wide with shock. And there is our guy, Lee Kang-yoon, looking completely deadpan as he tells them, "I told you not to call me that." Since it is his day off, he is running the entire line solo because he refuses to drag his staff in. Absolute king behavior. Sena is trying to play it cool, but her sweet tooth is demanding immediate satisfaction. Yoonsup introduces her as the rising star singer he manages, and she immediately drops her professional shield to fangirl. But our guy is in full cooking maniac mode. He does not care about celebrity hype. He has exactly zero customer service skills outside of his recipes. He just tells them they are late and to sit down. Sena's eye is literally twitching. She is not used to being treated like a regular customer. She realizes this man is significantly ruder in person than he is on the TV screen. Yoonsup has to step in and explain that this is actually him holding back. He is not trying to be toxic, he is just completely single-minded when food is involved. Sena is skeptical, but she is about to find out. No more talking. The knife moves. Sena watches as he places the herbs and executes a flawless sauce drizzle. A quick wipe of the plate, and the first course is served. She has to admit, the silent cooking look is highly clean, but the actual test is on the plate. Perfect geometry. She takes a bite and immediately clutches her head. It is so good she is literally crying at the table. She is wondering how a man with this much talent ended up with such a dry personality. Next up, our guy wheels out the main course. It is a premium batarga pasta made with imported mullet roe. It is plated like a golden mountain. She takes a twirl, takes a bite, and her mind is immediately transported to the deep ocean. She calls it a masterpiece of nutty umami. She notes that normally this kind of dish ends up tasting like oily, fishy noodles if the chef is a fraud, but this is clean, balanced, and perfectly calculated. She asks if he used wasabi to cut the richness, and our guy freezes. He is shocked she actually has a palate. He explains he used a light drizzle of wasabi oil to elevate the mullet roe, and just like that, the geek out begins. He starts listing exact acidity variations while she sits there completely lost. He actually blushes a bit and asks if she wants to try his new experimental dish before dessert. She just nods blankly as he happily wheels his cart back to the kitchen. Yoonsup just laughs. He told her so. The man is simply a cooking engine that runs on validation. Once he starts cooking, his eyes light up like a main character. Later that afternoon, his sister Seon is sitting at a restaurant looking thoughtful. Minho and Kang-yoon are talking quietly in the corner, and Kang-yoon is looking around like he wants to inspect the property. She smiles, knowing her brother is completely unchangeable. He just finished a massive multi-course meal and is already looking for the exit. He is trying to sneak a peek at the kitchen, but Minho has to drag him back. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind. It is Hwang Daegil, the legendary harsh critic who used to terrorize chefs on live television. Kang-yoon is stunned. He had no idea this place belonged to the master critic. Daegul explains he recently opened this fusion Korean restaurant in the heart of Seoul. He admits that ever since his visit to the countryside, he has been reevaluating his entire life. He wanted a chance to build something new from scratch, just like our guy did. He is determined to challenge himself to reach a higher level as a chef, even if it means leaving his comfort zone. Kang-yoon is impressed. It takes serious guts to risk a legendary reputation for a new dream. He tells Daegul the food was spectacular. The modern beef tartare and cold noodles were completely beyond expectation. Daegul is genuinely touched by the compliment. He says receiving praise from our guy gives him the confidence to move forward. But before they leave, he has one more thing to say. He knows our guy hates being on television, but the broadcast PD practically begged him to ask. Daegul hosts a highly popular gourmet travel program, and they are currently prepping a massive 2-year anniversary special. He asks if they can film the anniversary episode at the country diner. Kang-yoon is frozen. Meanwhile, back in Yongpyong, the local kids are shoveling snow and crying because their favorite chef has been gone too long. And elsewhere in Seoul, Sehyun is treating rice cake like an absolute stuffed animal. The legendary descendant of the wolf god is currently being carried around like a cheap purse, howling inside. The next morning at Seoul Station, Sehyun is boasting about what a fantastic sister she is, but our guy knows her real goal was just to steal the dog. Rice cake looks completely squished inside the bag, pleading for a quick death. Sehyun is desperate to keep her, but our guy is not letting his proxy palate stay in the city. She blushes, thanks him for the side dishes he prepared, and he tells her to take care of herself. A nice wholesome sibling moment to wrap up the city arc. Sitting on the KTX train, Kang-yoon thinks about the critic's proposal. He is wondering what kind of dish he should prepare for a national broadcast, but there is still plenty of time before the cameras arrive. Meanwhile, back in the fantasy forest, the max-level muscular rabbit is trying to play the romantic lead. The lady rabbit is fluffy, she has a flower in her ear, and she is very shy. So he decides to show off by aggressively crushing an apple with his bare hands. He looks incredibly pleased with himself. The romance is peaking, hearts are in the air, and then a high-speed carrot flies out of nowhere and strikes him directly in the neck. Enter the rival rabbit. We are suddenly watching a high-stakes martial arts duel between two giant muscular rabbits. The local gray cat beastman is just watching this chaos like it is a regular Tuesday afternoon. The impact of the fight is so loud that Captain Randolph hears it from the clearing. He draws his practice sword and runs to investigate, but it is just our guy waiting for him. They clash. Randolph praises his reaction speed but notes his posture is still completely open. Kang-yoon is exhausted, but Randolph tells him his physical growth is actually insane. Kang-yoon deadpans that whipping egg meringue takes significantly less effort now. Randolph has no idea how to interpret that metric. He ends the training session and asks if our guy is free today. The city lord wants to see him to personally offer a reward for solving the massive wealth crisis. Our guy is always down for a free meal, so he agrees. They head toward the human city of Robentis. Walking down the street, Kang-yoon notices blue ribbons decorated on every door. The entire town is hung with blue banners. The villagers are bustling around carrying blue herbs. He asks if there is a festival going on. Randolph explains that the annual Winter Grandfather's Day is right around the corner. It is an ancient legend about an old man in blue clothes who travels the world. He explains that the old man gives presents to good children, and our guy immediately realizes this is literally just Blue Santa. Randolph says he sneaks into houses to leave gifts, and our guy thinks that is just high-level trespassing. But in this world, the children actually have to chase and catch the hidden winter grandfather in the streets to get their gift. It is basically a high-speed tag holiday to wrap up the year. Randolph says it is a day to gather with the people you are grateful for and share a massive meal. Our guy looks down at rice cake and gets thoughtful. He hears that Chef Thomas makes spectacular meat dishes specifically for this holiday. They arrive at the castle, and Lord Giovante welcomes him with a massive, sparkling smile. Our guy is instantly suspicious. The man is in a much better mood than usual. Giovante says he wanted to personally thank him for sharing the whelk recipes. It turned out to be a massive success. Every single tavern in the territory is currently sold out of whelk soup and whelk samyeon. People from other kingdoms are traveling miles just to eat it. The local economy is booming and the territory is livelier than ever. But more importantly, our guy successfully got the humans, elves, and beastmen to work together. Kang-yoon says he was just trying to clean up the beach, but the Lord is deeply grateful. He tells Kang-yoon to ask for anything he wants. Gold, land, titles, name it and it is his. Kang Yoon tries to decline, but Rice Cake just yawns on the couch, completely unbothered. Randolph points out that if the savior of the territory refuses a reward, it makes the lord look incredibly petty. Our guy realizes that sometimes accepting a gift is just standard political manners. He has a sudden idea. Giovante leans in, expecting him to ask for a treasury of jewels, but our guy just asks to throw a massive joint meal for the upcoming holiday. He wants the humans, the elves, and the beast folk to all sit down at the same table. He wants to cook a massive feast for everyone who has helped him since he fell through the portal, and then the chef brain activates. He starts firing off rapid-fire questions about the holiday meats, oven temperatures, and what kind of secret spices Thomas uses. Giovante just laughs. He says Thomas is indeed a master of the holiday roast, and he will gladly arrange the gathering. Randolph confirms that the beastmen and elves definitely celebrate the legend too. The Lord promises to handle all the logistics for the Grand Summit feast. Randolph is sweating. He knows organizing a multiracial holiday dinner is a political nightmare, but the Lord is fully committed. Our guy is thrilled. He finally gets to run a massive kitchen for the entire forest. Giovante smiles, saying he is looking forward to the most unique holiday the territory has ever seen. And soon, the official invitation scrolls are delivered to Chief Cassandra in the Beastman camp and the Elven Elder in the Deep Forest. The stage is set for the ultimate holiday feast. So the prep work is finally done, and the lakeside looks like a high-end outdoor wedding venue. Randolph and Lord Giovante are already on site, waiting for the main event to begin. And right on cue, the guests start arriving. We are talking human boots, beastman paws, and elven leather all walking on the same grass. Chief Cassandra rolls up with her squad, completely unbothered by the security, and the Elven High Elder actually showed up personally, which is a massive political statement in itself. Giovante goes into full diplomat mode, welcoming them like they are not historical enemies. There is a lot of smiling, but you can practically hear the gears turning in everyone's heads. Our guy is standing in the middle, looking like a proud parent whose friend groups are finally meeting. Cassandra is still slightly suspicious, wondering if this is actually just a normal lunch. Giovante is looking at the Elven Elder, wishing he could turn this casual barbecue into a formal trade treaty. But the Elder just smiles. He knows exactly what the young lord is thinking. In the background, the lower-ranking guards are holding their breath, waiting for someone to drop a fork and start a war. It turns out getting 3 ancient races to eat potato salad together is pretty hard. Kang Yoon decides he has had enough of the awkward silence and steps up to break the ice. He suggests doing a round of introductions since half the people here have only met on a battlefield. He is determined to act as the ultimate social bridge, even if it kills him. He starts introducing Cassandra to the group, but Giovante smoothly cuts in to introduce himself with his signature charming smile. The Elven Elder is just enjoying the cozy vibes, imagining a cute grandchild running around. Giovante makes a speech, asking everyone to leave their politics at the border and just enjoy the food. Cassandra likes the sound of that. She casually slaps the lord of the territory on the back and demands they bring out the alcohol immediately. With the ice broken, the side characters start mingling, though Heyman is still stuttering when talking to Aura. Randolph is showing off his cute little daughter Hina, who is currently hiding behind his massive leg. And Chef Thomas is bragging to an elven cook about how his whelk dishes are carrying the castle's entire economy. But not everyone is happy about the peaceful vibes. The spectacled temple priest is hiding in the bushes, biting his nails like a cartoon villain. He is furious that they are getting along, praying for some immediate disaster to ruin the mood. Suddenly, Rice Cake trots up to him with Tori on her head, giving him the ultimate side-eye. The pup lets out a tiny, mocking laugh and walks away. The priest is currently experiencing the physical sensation of being roasted by a baby dog. Back at the tables, Giovante is explaining the concept of Winter Grandfather's Day. Little Mona pulls Cassandra's sleeve, wanting to know the story. Cassandra closes her eyes, trying to remember the human legend, and explains that if you hunt down an old man in blue clothes, you get rare treasure drops. Mona is immediately sold, flexing her muscles and preparing to suplex Blue Santa for a drumstick. Giovante just laughs, realizing Beastman culture is simply built different. He signals his head chef, and Thomas reveals the star of the show. Behold the mighty porcha. It is a glistening deep red chicken stew slow-simmered in red wine. Kang Yoon instantly teleports to the tray with sparkling eyes. Thomas explains that while everyone makes it differently, his secret lies in the precise sauce reduction. Our guy recognizes the culinary profile instantly. It is basically a high-end French coq au vin. The rich sauce gets ladled into a bowl and Kang Yoon takes a bite. His mind is completely blown. The acidity of the wine cuts through the chicken fat perfectly, leaving a clean, refreshing finish. The meat is so tender it basically dissolves. Even Scylla is enjoying it, while Randolph tries to make sure his daughter does not drop any on her dress. But before everyone can settle in, Cassandra stands up. She says beastmen do not do free meals and snaps her fingers. She slams a massive, red, scaly reptile tail directly onto the table, nearly giving Aura a heart attack. It is a king drake tail from the Scale Mountains. The elven elder smiles, realizing the potluck has officially escalated. He signals his chefs to bring out baskets of rare, crisp elven forest greens. Giovante sweatdrops, asking Kang Yoon if he also brought a hidden dragon meat in his backpack, but our guy just enjoys the chaos. Randolph is already slicing off drake meat with a massive grin. Even Scylla's experimenting, dipping the fresh food into Lord Giovante's cheese sauces. Little Mona gets her hands on a massive chicken drumstick, opening her mouth wide, and bites into absolute nothingness. She screams in absolute rage as Rice Cake zooms past her at Mach speed with the stolen chicken leg. Our guy is just standing by the lake, enjoying the perfect afternoon. The gathering is a complete success. But in the background, the bitter priest is holding a small empty bag, looking incredibly smug. He has a sweaty, villainous grin on his face. Back at the buffet, Thomas is feeling like an absolute legend, noticing the primary tray of porcha is already polished clean. He decides to head over to the backup pot to refill the station. Kang Yoon watches as the chef walks over, lifts the lid, and discovers the entire 20-gallon reserve pot is completely empty. Kang Yoon runs over to check on him, and the head chef goes into a full chibi mental breakdown. He spent 2 days prepping this meal. Our guy immediately suspects the primary glutton, but Rice Cake is currently in the grass eating a very small bowl. He wonders if they just brought an empty pot by mistake, and in the bushes, the corrupt priest is giggling like a schoolgirl, proud of his petty theft. He is happily eating the stolen stew from a bowl, confident that the food shortage will cause the alliance to collapse. Heyman and the elven chefs walk up asking what the holdup is. Heyman says they still have the beastman meat, but then notices she already ate 90% of it. Thomas is crying tears of absolute shame, believing his amateur mistake has ruined the historic summit. But our guy doesn't panic. He looks at the surrounding woods. His inner culinary engine starts calculations. They have the forest, they have wine, and they have wild birds. He pats Thomas on the shoulder, telling him they are just going to cook a new batch together. Heyman's eyes light up. With 4 professional chefs in the kitchen, 100 servings is a light workout. Randolph and Noah step up, flexing their muscles. Noah says they didn't come to just sit around, and Randolph wants to see Thomas's skills in action. Thomas is emotionally overwhelmed by the support, crying tears of joy as Randolph admits he is only good for heavy lifting. Our guy claps his hands, instantly taking full command of the multiracial operations. He orders Noah and Randolph to hunt down the wild Timseh birds, while the elven rangers are assigned to gather fresh herbs and roots. Then he turns to the culinary team to adjust the recipe parameters. At the tables, Cassandra and Giovante are watching the show with their wine. She is highly impressed by how easily our guide directs the entire forest. Deep in the woods, a giant pink Timseh bird is minding its own business, but then flares its wings to look menacing, only to immediately go pale. Randolph and Noah are standing behind it like absolute terminators. They instantly turn the hunt into a try-hard competition to see who can claim the kill. The poor bird doesn't even get a chance to run. They easily bag the prey and immediately start bickering over who landed the effective damage. But while they are arguing, Rice Cake casually walks past, dragging the massive dead bird by its leg with a smug expression. The 2 legendary warriors stand frozen, completely defeated by a puppy. Randolph tries to cope, claiming the bird was probably too tough to eat anyway. The pup just barks happily, carrying her loot back to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Scylla is using her wind magic to harvest young herbs from the high branches. She asks Aura how her side is doing, and Aura freezes. Randolph's little daughter Hina is staring at her with giant, sparkling eyes. Aura's social anxiety hits peak levels. She has absolutely zero experience with human children, but Hina is completely mesmerized by the wind and water spirits floating around the elf. She starts cheering, telling Aura she is the coolest big sister in the world. Aura's pride is instantly activated, and she starts showing off by blooming beautiful magic flowers in mid-air. Back at the camp, they drop off the massive haul of fresh meat and herbs. Everyone looks incredibly satisfied, and our guy is slightly confused by the sudden team spirit. But there is no time to waste. He signals the start of the cook. Haman takes the lead, prepping the bird meat at beastman speed. Kang-yoon instructs her to cut aggressively against the grain to break down the tough muscle fibers of the wild bird. They squeeze fresh forest citrus over the bowl to tenderize the meat and remove any gamey odor. While Thomas handles the massive cast iron cauldron, the elven chefs prep the vegetables. They sear the meat in the rendered fat and dump in the vegetables before pouring in 2 entire bottles of premium castle wine. Once the liquid reduces by half, Tori Ham pops on her sunglasses and flares into full convection mode. The high-intensity flame seals the flavors, creating a perfectly cooked rich red stew in record time. Thomas is completely speechless. He usually takes 12 hours to make this, and our guy just speedran it in 15 minutes. Kang-yoon smiles, checking the pot, and notices little Mona is already standing first in line with her plate. Randolph's daughter Hina immediately joins her, holding her bowl, and Rice Cake leads the queue with her dish, ready for round 2. The elven chef takes a bite and is amazed. The meat has a perfect chew, and the rich wine sauce is flawless. Randolph eats with his daughter, wishing they could pack some to take home to his wife, and in the background, the corrupt priest is shaking with absolute fury. He is sweating buckets, unable to understand how his sabotage just made the 3 races even friendlier. Cassandra spots him shivering in the corner and asks if he wants a glass of wine. The priest storms off in embarrassment while Cassandra just laughs at how foolishly he lives his life. The elven elder looks at the happy crowd, reflecting that meeting like this might actually be the start of something beautiful. Cassandra and Javante share a warm glance while our guy serves the happy crowd. The winter holiday is officially saved. As the sun begins to set, our guy steps up to deliver the final parting gift. He hands out beautifully wrapped packages, and Cassandra immediately starts sniffing it like she is expecting raw meat. It is stolen. A rich, traditional holiday bread packed with spices and dried fruits soaked in rum. He admits he had to use a bit of younger sister privilege, calling Sehyun for a quick recipe audit because they were short on time. He explains that back on Earth, people slice off a single piece of this bread each day while waiting for the holiday. He blushes a bit, admitting that even though the holiday is today, it is a nice way to remember the gathering. Cassandra laughs, telling the young lord that they should probably avoid eating the entire loaf in one go. The elven elder is deeply touched by the gesture and decides to offer a return gift of his own. He channels his elven mana, releasing a beautiful wave of glowing petals and butterflies into the evening sky. He reveals that the seed Kang-yoon gave him back in chapter 62 has officially bloomed. He places a perfect glowing pink rose into our guy's hands. Kang-yoon looks at the flower, remembering his early days in this world when he was just trying to survive. The elder thanks him, praising him for giving the forest a chance to see such a wonderful sight. It is a massive, wholesome W to wrap up the 100th chapter milestone. Later that night in the Beastman camp, Cassandra is sleeping like a log, but little Mona is wide awake. She is staring at the blue ribbon from the bread wrapper, too excited to sleep. She is still fully hyper-focused on her mother's wild explanation of the human holiday. She is literally lying in bed planning a high-level raid on Blue Santa to force him to drop premium drumsticks. She tries to sneak out of the tent, but Cassandra's hand drops on her head like a steel vise. She gets immediately tucked back in, shivering in terror under her blanket. The next morning, the sun is up, and Mona is already peeking behind a storage vat with her tiny backpack. She is fully prepared for her solo quest. She is going to hunt that Blue Santa down and get her meat drops. She sprints into the woods, completely unaware that Cassandra and Noah are watching from the clearing. Cassandra asks Noah if they should stop her, but decides it is better to let the kid have her fun. She looks at Noah, referring to him as her former manager, and tells him to go prepare. Noah just closes his eyes. He knows exactly what kind of embarrassing side quest he just got drafted into. Meanwhile, Sila's sister Aura is sitting on a high tree branch eating a snack. She is talking to her windbird Sophie, realizing they have stayed in the neutral forest much longer than planned. She remembers the brutal trials she faced, crossing the burning desert and freezing in the icy northern regions. She has seen so much beauty and endured so much pain, but she still feels like she is just treading water on her path to becoming a ranger. She recalls Sila's advice to avoid rushing her journey, but her elven pride is still driving her to seek immediate enlightenment. She is desperate to be acknowledged and stand alongside her sister. She decides she needs to head to an even more rugged mountain range next to push herself harder. Suddenly, she hears a high-pitched song echoing through the trees. It is little Mona, happily marching through the forest on her solo hunt. Mona halts, hearing a rustle in the bushes. She spots a blue tail sticking out and assumes she found the boss monster. She dives in to grab it, and a giant, scaly blue forest lizard rises up, opening its massive jaws to roar directly in her face. Aura flies down from her branch, scoops up the kid, and sprints away in absolute panic. They collapse on the grass, panting for air after nearly becoming lizard bait. Aura tries to process what just happened, but Mona is already on all fours, turning over rocks to find her target. She hands Aura a stone, shouting in beast language, leaving the elf completely confused. Mona uses the rock to draw a crude, funny doodle of a person with antlers in the dirt. Aura tells her that if she is looking for a forest troll, they are in the wrong mountain range. But then she notices Mona is highly focused on anything that has a blue color, chasing a blue butterfly. She remembers the blue ribbon from the bread wrapper and realizes the kid is actually searching for the legendary blue Santa. She sweat drops, wondering if she should tell her that Santa is not real. She decides to just walk away, but Mona immediately grabs a glowing blue flower that turns out to be highly poisonous. Aura has to dive in again, screaming at her to drop the toxic plant. And just to make things worse, a blue-horned deer starts chasing them through the brush. A local forest squirrel is currently watching this entire babysitting disaster in absolute shock. Suddenly, a towering figure emerges from the fog. It is a giant, muscular blue Santa Claus with a massive white beard staring down at them with glowing gray eyes. The giant blue figure stands in the quiet forest, and Aura is desperately trying to convince Mona to go home. She tells her the blue old man is just a story, and she should stop risking her life. But Mona is not listening to a single word. She spots the giant blue figure and immediately bolts forward with wide eyes. Aura is forced to chase after her once more, her anxiety hitting peak levels. The high-speed forest chase is officially back on. The two of them sprint through the high grass, climbing over massive stone arches and scaling high branches like they are running an obstacle course. Suddenly, Mona halts in a patch of colorful forest flowers. She picks a beautiful blue one and proudly presents it to Aura, leaving the flustered elven trainee completely stunned by her sweet gesture. They continue walking, the atmosphere finally relaxing. But then a giant blue monster rises from the rocks behind them, and they are back to screaming and running for their lives. Next, Mona points out a small cave and a grassy mound. They peek inside and find a tiny forest rodent holding an acorn, which immediately goes into a hilarious defensive boxing stance to protect its food. Then they head to the lake, where Mona dives headfirst into the water, swimming alongside the fish, and emerges hugging a giant blue fish like a trophy. Aura is standing on the shore, completely soaked and exhausted. Mona drops the fish and continues her sprint, chasing a glowing blue butterfly through the canopy, running with absolute joy, and leaping over the mountain ridges under the blue sky. She looks down from the peak, shouting in excitement at the gorgeous green valley below. The wind is gentle, and they finally collapse on a grassy hill next to some sleeping sheep spirits. Aura patiently explains that just because something is blue, it doesn't mean it is Grandpa Winter. She sighs, realizing she needs to resume her own journey soon. She looks at the quiet beast girl, wondering if she is not tired after running aimlessly all morning. She admits that if she had to run like that without a clear goal, she would be completely exhausted. Mona just smiles and hands her a dark green seaweed-wrapped package from her bag. It is a triangle rice ball. Aura recognizes the dish. It is the onigiri that Haman learned to make from our guy. She takes a cautious bite, and her eyes widen in absolute surprise. The seaweed is perfectly crispy, and the spicy filling gets more flavorful with every bite. She realizes that while she was traveling, she only cared about efficiency, eating tasteless dry rations. They sit together under the giant tree, quietly eating their rice balls. The little wind bird is sleeping peacefully on a fluffy sheep. Aura looks out at the endless mountain range, realizing she has never actually stopped to enjoy the view during her travels. She remembers her frantic, stressful packing, running through the freezing snowstorms just to cross her checkpoints as fast as possible. She was so focused on the destination that she missed the entire world along the way. Sila's words finally make sense. Her sister was not telling her she lacked talent, she was telling her to slow down. The wind rustles the green leaves, and Mona leaps up, ready for more adventure. Aura smiles, telling her she will join her this time. She stands on the ridge, finally feeling the quiet confidence of a true ranger. Suddenly, a towering figure emerges from the trees. It is Noah, wearing a massive blue coat and a fake white beard. Aura immediately spots the applied smelly fruit sign on his head, realizing the elite wolf warrior is using stinky fruit to mask his predator's scent. But Mona falls for it completely, jumping for joy. She demands her gift, and Noah pulls out a colossal, perfectly roasted meat drumstick from his sack. Mona hugs the giant roasted meat in absolute sparkling food heaven. Aura watches with a warm, gentle smile, glad that the kid's innocent dream was preserved. Noah takes Mona's tiny hand, guiding her safely back to the Beastman village. Aura waves goodbye, turning back to face her own path. She tells Sophie that they still have a massive forced march ahead of them to make up for lost time. Her bird looks completely done with her training regime, but Aura's energy is completely different now. She realizes that a relaxed journey is much more meaningful. She walks into the golden sunset, wondering if they should visit the ocean next to see the endless blue horizon. So back in Yongpyong, Rice Cake and Tori are waiting by the door, and our guy is busy dusting the counters as the crew arrives. The production van pulls up outside, and Hwang Daegul enters alongside the highly enthusiastic producer Joe. Our guy welcomes them in, and Daegul is sporting a massive, friendly smile that looks completely weird on a man who used to tear down chefs for a living. Kang Yoon is already sweating. He has 0 customers and no set signature menu, so he is wondering what he is even supposed to show them. Daegul tells him to relax. This is a casual travel show, not a high-stakes cooking competition. The plan is simple. Daegul will order a basic carbonara, they will have a comfortable chat, and wrap up the segment. But producer Joe is already burning with absolute K-drama passion. She says she has heard legendary stories about our guy's countryside life, and she is fully convinced this episode is going to break the station's viewership records. Kang Yoon's eye is twitching. He is wondering what kind of fanfiction the village chief leaked to the press this time. Joe decides to take the cameras outside to do some quick street interviews with the locals while they set up the lights. Our guy instantly panics. He begs them to avoid the village hall at all costs, but Joe is already running out the door. And of course, the first thing they see is a massive, high-gloss banner hanging across the street. The crew stands there in absolute deadpan silence, reading the chief's masterwork about Yongpyong's pride, son, and treasure, Lee Kang Yoon. Kang Yoon is currently in the kitchen, experiencing a localized soul-crushing event. Producer Joe is slightly dazed, wondering if they stumbled into a cult. She peeks into the village hall to find some actual normal residents and finds the local elders sitting on the floor trimming winter spinach. Instead of a standard interview, the elders immediately draft the entire television crew into physical labor, forcing them to sit down and trim greens. Daegul asks the chief if he remembers when our guy first moved to the village. The chief admits that back then, he thought Kang Yoon was just a short-sighted young city boy opening a failing diner in the middle of nowhere. But he proudly boasts that thanks to him, the average age of the village dropped by a significant margin. Joe asks if the village did a lot to help him adapt to the country, and the chief smiles, throwing the trimmed spinach into a bag. He says that as the head, it is his job to help, but the immense love the village has for him is something the young chef earned entirely on his own. The crew is silent. They were expecting a cold, arrogant genius, but the locals are painting a picture of a literal saint. The chief hands them the bag of fresh spinach, telling them to take it as a gift. Next, they interview Minho and Soojin, who are holding baby Haein. Soojin warmly explains that Kang Yoon's dishes make every customer feel like the food was made exclusively for them. Daegul looks thoughtful. She shares how our guy cooked customized tonkatsu for her pregnancy cravings before they even knew he was a world-class chef. Minho grins, calling Kang Yoon their family's literal savior. Daegul is highly amused by the idea of an elite Italian chef cooking school lunch pork cutlets to help a pregnant neighbor. Even baby Haein lets out a cute babble for the camera. But then the crew turns around and finds the neighborhood kids lined up in full formal 3-piece suits and a princess gown. They look incredibly dapper and professional, demanding to be interviewed because they are Kang Yoon's official business partners. Next is Grandma Park. She snorts, saying the diner doesn't have a signature dish because our guy is too meddlesome. She says that if a customer doesn't know what to order, he just ignores the menu and cooks whatever they need. She calls him a busybody who can't ignore a starving person, but reluctantly admits he worked incredibly hard to suit her traditional palate. She mutters that his vegetable dishes are actually decent. Daegul's ears perk up at the mention of vegetables. The crew walks back to the diner, completely overwhelmed by the wholesome energy. Producer Joe is wondering if Kang Yoon bribed the entire town with free pastries. Daegul smiles, realizing the cool-headed genius persona from the city is completely dead. He is looking forward to seeing how the actual cooking segment plays out. They walk back into the restaurant. Inside, Rice Cake and Tori are happily yawning on the table. The cameraman immediately starts filming the pets, realizing this is the ultimate healing content. Our guy is hiding behind a plate, blushing furiously. He knows they saw the banner. He is just glad they didn't discover the life-size cardboard cutout the chief keeps in the village hall storage. Daigle notes that the villagers are incredibly protective of him, but our guy just looks down. He says it is actually the opposite. He was the one who was helped. He admits he was never good at getting along with people or enjoying things together. But after moving to Yangpyeong, sharing feasts and playing with the kids, he discovered how fun it is to be part of a community. He genuinely believes the village healed him. He scratches his neck, admitting he only accepted the TV broadcast to help promote the town's local produce. Producer Jo is taking notes with tears in her eyes. This is not a story about a snobby city chef hiding in the mountains. This is a story about a man who finally found his family. Daigle decides it is time to eat the food the villagers praise so highly. Kang Yoon asks what he would like, preparing for the carbonara. But Daigle reaches into his coat and pulls out the bag of fresh country spinach from the village head, asking our guy to cook with it. Producer Jo is startled by the sudden menu change. They had the entire carbonara segment planned out, but Daigle says he wants to try the food the villagers actually eat. Kang Yoon looks at the spinach, already guessing Grandma Park was the one who recommended his greens. He sees the sincere curiosity in the critic's eyes. He doesn't hesitate. He takes the bag and tells them to leave it to him. He stands in front of the stove, the cameras focusing on his hands. He is wondering how to balance traditional country ingredients with Italian techniques to match Daigle's expectations. Spinach is a staple in Italian cuisine, but he wants to create something uniquely tailored to the village. The cameraman asks for 2 separate portions for the close-up shots. Our guy looks at the fresh green leaves, thinking about the chief's proud face and the kids' big smiles. A soft, confident smile crosses his face as he starts the prep. This is his territory now. First, he washes the spinach thoroughly, draining the excess water. He blends half of it with minced garlic, pine nuts, parmigiano, and olive oil to make a vibrant pesto. He spreads the emerald pesto over a thin tortilla, tops it with fresh tomatoes, cheese, and shrimp, and slides it into the oven. Outside the kitchen line, Rice Cake is vibrating in frustration because entry is restricted during filming. For the second dish, he heats olive oil, sautéing minced garlic with a single generous spoonful of traditional Korean doenjang. He pours in heavy cream, lets it simmer gently, and tosses in the blanched spinach and cooked pasta. He seasons it with a touch of salt and fresh pepper, and finishes with a generous grating of grana padano. He presents the plates to the critic. The final result is a beautiful spinach pesto tortilla pizza and a steaming spinach doenjang cream pasta. Daigle is impressed by the visual presentation, noting the creative use of flatbread. The cameraman zooms in on the food, while Rice Cake is in the corner crying tears of absolute starvation. Daigle lifts a slice of the crispy pizza. He takes a bite, and the fresh, earthy fragrance of the spinach pesto spreads through his mouth, balanced perfectly by the sweet drizzle of honey. Next, he twirls the pasta on his fork, takes a bite, and freezes. He detects an incredibly deep, rich, savory note. It is doenjang. The traditional fermented bean paste wraps around the heavy cream, cutting the grease and elevating the natural sweetness of the spinach. He calls it a flawless fusion dish that both children and traditional elders can enjoy. He praises the meticulous balance. He asks if our guy intentionally used familiar ingredients to make the Western dish approachable. Kang Yoon nods. The country regulars are not familiar with authentic Italian cheese profiles, but if you introduce a familiar country taste inside an unfamiliar dish, it lowers the barrier to entry, helping them enjoy the meal without feeling intimidated. Daigle smiles, deeply touched by his consideration. Producer Jo is starry-eyed, calling him the village's beloved superstar. Daigle realizes the chief was right. The villagers do not just love his cooking, they love the respect he shows to their lifestyle. He hopes the broadcast will show the world how much his junior has grown. Suddenly, the cameraman looks down. The reserve plates of pasta are completely gone, replaced by a comically round puppy covered in cream sauce. The diner bell rings, and the master painter Gi-hun and muscle pianist Jungwon walk right into the middle of the shot. Kang Yoon panics, telling them they are currently mid-broadcast. Producer Jo whispers to Daigle that these 2 locals look exactly like the country's legendary elite artists. Daigle deadpans that it is because they are literally them. Producer Jo goes full unhinged mode, realizes she just hit the absolute jackpot of television casting. She orders the cameraman to capture every single word, while Gi-hun casually orders his usual and Jung-won demands something French. 1 month later, the broadcast officially airs. The Yongpyong Village Hall has a massive banner outside celebrating the show. On the television screen, the title card of Daegul Hwang's gourmet journey pops up. The hall is packed with cheering elders and kids waving light sticks. Kang Yoon is sitting on the floor, covering his face in absolute mental agony. He was told the editing would reduce his screen time, but the chief is already chanting his name. The TV screen shows Daegul walking into the village, calling our guy a cherished junior. And then the massive blue caption pops up, Yongpyong Village, where the entire town became fans of the chef. Our guy's forehead veins are about to combust. The broadcast shows Kang Yoon surrounded by sparkling pink K-drama lilies with the caption, Handsome Chef Lee Kang Yoon. He is literally dying of cringe. On screen, the chief calls him the greatest cosmic master and treasure of the village. The neighborhood kids brag that their uncle is super handsome and plays soccer with them. Kang Yoon is sweating bullets, wondering why a food travel program has turned into a boy band debut showcase. The TV shows Gi-hun calling him a kind-hearted genius, while the muscle pianist Jung-won flexes his massive arms, guaranteeing Kang Yoon's physical build is top tier. The camera zooms in on Kang Yoon's solid forearms on screen, and our guy lets out a silent scream of absolute defeat. The villagers look down, only to realize the young chef has completely vanished from the room. On screen, the touching interviews continue, with Minho calling him their savior, the kids cheering, and Grandma Park saying that you do not need a reason to love family. Meanwhile, outside under the cold winter air, Kang Yoon is curled up on a table under a blanket, sobbing that he should have never trusted K-broadcasters while Rice Cake and Tori look on in confusion. So, the broadcast aired, and as expected, our guy's quiet country life is officially dead. The diner is absolutely swamped with tourists from the city, and the orders are backing up like a highway at rush hour. If the local villagers didn't take turns helping him out in the kitchen, our guy would have been completely cooked by noon. People are literally treating him like a local tourist attraction, taking selfies while he's trying to plate pasta. It is non-stop chaos from open to close. Meanwhile, the village chief is outside, absolutely loving every single second of this. He is already planning how to rub this massive success in the face of the Garam village head. The level of petty here is unmatched. He spots the neighborhood kids walking down the path. He asks if they're heading to the diner to see the young chef, but Sang-hoo looks a bit down. They wanted to go sledding with their favorite neighborhood uncle, but they know he's far too busy to play. The chief watches them walk away and starts to feel a little guilty. Success is great, but at what cost? Late that night, the kitchen is finally quiet. Our guy is sprawled on his bed, looking like someone who just finished a marathon in wet jeans. He remembers when he used to average half a customer a day, but this level of viral growth is bordering on a horror movie. The chief is happy, the village is lively, and he doesn't have to worry about paying the bills anymore. The anxiety that used to paralyze him in soul is gone, and everything on paper is going perfectly. But staring at his ceiling, he has to ask himself the big question. Is this really what he wanted? He didn't escape to the countryside just to run another high-stress city kitchen. Before he can spiral too deep into his own thoughts, a very soft, very fluffy paw pats his chest. Rice Cake and Tori are right there looking completely wiped out themselves. Our guy has to laugh because he's the one who was standing over a hot stove all day, yet his magical pets look like they worked a double shift. They snuggle down right next to him. Being stuck on the second floor all day with the smell of garlic and cream is probably starting to get to them too. He decides right then and there. Tomorrow is his day off, and they are getting some actual fresh air. The next morning is freezing, but the sky is clear as he walks down the snowy village road with Rice Cake. He looks out over the local lake and spots Sang-hoo's dad crouching on the ice with the kids. Sang-hoo turns around and his face instantly lights up. He starts waving like his life depends on it. Our guy walks down the bank to see what they're up to, and Sang-hoo proudly announces they're ice fishing for smelt. Mi-young immediately nudges her brother to shut up, politely asking Kang Yoon if he's doing okay. Our guy is just confused. He asks why she's being so formal, and she explains her mom told him not to bother the chef because he's always exhausted from work. She asks if he has to go back to the restaurant soon, and that hits him right in the chest. He remembers his late grandfather standing by the fireplace, telling him that this estate would always be a place where he could just rest. He looks at the kids and smiles. He tells them he has the entire day off, and he actually wants to hang out with them. Sangu's dad is surprised, telling him he should use his day off to sleep, but our guy insists. This quiet frozen lake is exactly where he needs to be. The kids immediately lose their minds with excitement and run off to grab him a rod. His dad asks if he's ever done this before, and Kang-yoon admits it's his first time. He looks at the hand auger and asks if that's the tool they use to cut through the ice, which is currently over 20 centimeters thick. The dad starts drilling, the ice chipping away in neat spirals. Rice Cake and Tori watch from the sidelines, completely fascinated. Tori decides she wants to help, flaring up with happy miniature flames to melt her own hole. A tiny puff of steam rises, and Rice Cake peers down, only to find their fire spirit currently floating in the freezing water like a highly regretful, shivering orange popsicle. The kids run back with the gear while Rice Cake executes a high-speed rescue mission with a toy rod. Mi-young offers to help him bait his hook since he's a beginner, but our guy's chef pride kicks in. He tells her he can handle a simple worm. She casually points out that it's not a worm. It's a maggot. Our guy's face instantly goes completely blank as he slides the bowl right back to her. There are limits, even for elite chefs. She patiently explains that you have to gently twitch the rod to make the bait look alive. He drops his line into the dark water, waiting for the slight pull. Suddenly, the line goes tense and he pulls with all his strength, and Sang-hoo cheers as a tiny fish splashes onto the ice. Our guy looks at the microscopic smelt on his hook and dryly suggests they let this one go because it's practically a baby. Now his competitive cooking instincts are fully unlocked. He sits down, staring intensely at the water. The kids watch him, completely silent, waiting for the perfect moment. The tip of his rod bends. They scream for him to pull, and he lifts the rod in one clean motion, pulling up a massive glittering line of fresh smelts. 5 at once. The kids are looking at him like he's a certified fishing god. And our guy, being our guy, immediately lets the praise go straight to his head. The dad laughs and calls them over, asking who wants hot chocolate. The kids bolt toward the table, and Kang-yoon follows behind with a quiet smile. The cold air is crisp, the sun is shining, and for the first time in weeks, his chest feels light. Watching them laugh, he finally remembers exactly why his grandfather left him this place. He takes a sip of the sweet steaming chocolate and lets out a long breath. This is the real W of the day. Sangu's dad suggests they cook up the smelts they caught, and our guy is immediately on board. But then the dad mentions they'll need about 150 fish to feed everyone, and Kang-yoon nearly chokes on his drink. The dad points out they have a baby wolf and a fire spirit to feed, and those two do not have normal appetites. Our guy has a quick mental image of Rice Cake devouring a literal mountain of fish, which is honestly highly accurate. Rice Cake hears the word food, and her ears immediately perk up. She walks over to the hole, her paw glowing with a faint blue light. The dad is still talking, explaining that this spot usually has a pretty low catch rate and getting 150 might take all afternoon, when suddenly, the entire lake behind him erupts. A literal geyser of water and silver fish shoots into the air like a salmon run on fast forward. Fish are raining down on the ice, and our guy is staring at his smug baby wolf with absolute face-palming horror. She really just used beast god level magic to cheat at ice fishing. Well, they have the ingredients now. They set up the portable stove right on the ice. The dad starts preparing the fish, tossing them into a bag of flour to coat them evenly. Then they go straight into a light, simple batter. They hit the hot oil, sizzling instantly into a perfect golden brown crust. The kids are jumping around the pan, chanting for fried fish, and the dad promises they're going to eat until they burst. Sang-gu asks where Kang-yoon went, and his dad explains the chef ran back to the house to grab a few things. Right on cue, our guy walks back onto the ice, waving a grocery bag. He tells them that with a catch this massive, it would be a complete waste to just fry them all normally. He pulls out a freshly mixed spicy sauce. They are making dory bang bang. This is a classic Korean lakeside dish, specifically designed for tiny freshwater fish like smelt. First, you arrange the cleaned fish in a perfect, tight circle on the pan, roasting them slowly over low heat with no oil to draw out the moisture. Once they're partially cooked, you submerge them in hot oil to get them incredibly crispy. You drain the oil, then brush on that sweet, spicy red glaze. The sauce caramelizes against the hot iron, bubbles of rich, deep red filling the gaps. You finish it off with a heavy mound of fresh, green chives right in the center. And just like that, smelt dory bang bang is served. Even Rice Cake is drooling at the sight of this masterpiece. The dad picks up a crispy glazed fish with his chopsticks, wrapping it neatly in a fresh perilla leaf with some chives. He hands the first bite to Sang-hoo, who takes a massive bite, and his eyes practically turn into literal stars. The dad tries one himself, laughing at how addictive the sweet and spicy glaze is. Our guy takes a simple fried one, blowing on it gently before handing it to Myung, who squeals at the heat but keeps chewing. Because the fish were literally jumping out of the water 5 minutes ago, there is absolutely zero fishy odor. Just pure, clean, crispy, savory goodness. Kang-yoon sighs, admitting that a dish like this is practically screaming for a cold drink, and the dad deeply agrees. The pets are happily munching on their own plates, while the dad plans to bring the rest of the village next time. Sang-hoo asks if food really tastes better with a grown-up drink, and his dad just smiles, telling him he'll understand when he's older. Our guy watches Rice Cake eye his plate with clear intent, letting out a genuine, relaxed laugh. He leans back on his hand, looking up at the vast winter sky. No crowds, no cameras, no viral reviews. Just this. The plates are eventually licked completely clean. Our guy stands up, stretching his limbs, and tells the kids he has to head out first. Sang-gu is sad to see him go, but Kang-yoon just smiles and tells them to enjoy the rest of the day. 2 weeks later. The diner is closed, and we hear a voice screaming through a phone so loud it's vibrating. It's Han Minwoo, and he is having a literal screaming business panic. He asks how our guy can possibly limit his hours to only 4 days a month, reservation only. Kang-yoon calmly explains that the rule is only for outsiders, and the local villagers can still walk in whenever they want. Minwoo is practically weeping, begging him to take advantage of the massive TV fame to expand the business. A soft bell rings as Kang-yoon walks toward the front door. He tells his old boss he didn't join that TV show to make his restaurant famous, and he hangs a closed sign on the glass. He tells Minwoo he's going to be completely unreachable for a few days, hangs up, and looks at his pets. It is vacation time. He pushes down on the bicycle pedal, riding down the quiet village road with Rice Cake and Tori sitting happily in the front basket. The smoke drifts peacefully from the local chimneys, and the snow is starting to melt along the stone walls. Even the neighborhood dog watches him pass with a lazy blink. Our guy has a soft smile on his face, feeling the cool wind against his cheeks. He parks his bike by the wall of his grandfather's estate and walks straight toward the old storage shed. It's been too long since their last trip to the neutral forest. Inside, he stands before the swirling, glittering cosmic vortex of the bilateral portal. He steps up to the edge, looking down at his feet, and jumps straight into the starlight with his pets, ready to get some actual rest. Our guy is finally smiling from the bottom of his heart. Even the author is taking a quick breath to let our boy cook. Look at them, living their best campfire marshmallow life. No thoughts, just vibes. Meanwhile, back on Earth, inside the empty grandfather's estate, the storage shed door suddenly glows with a faint, golden light. The winter sun casts long, quiet shadows across the empty wooden floor of the library. On the old bookshelf, tucked deep between the dusty, leather-bound volumes, a small, unmarked white envelope slowly begins to slide out. It falls to the floor with a soft rustle, landing right next to a dusty photograph. And in that photograph, standing right under the warm sun, is Kang-yoon's late grandfather, smiling arm in arm with a stunning, silver-haired elven woman. It turns out his grandfather wasn't just a quiet countryman, he was a dimension-traveling romantic, and his connection to the other world runs far deeper than anyone ever guessed.